Chapter 1. The Descent of the System. Make sure to read for a while in the library and return early. Don't forget to call your father back as well, after all. It's a rare occasion for the whole family to have a holiday together. And we need to have lunch on time, said the golden-haired middle-aged woman at the door. Of course, Mom, Ryan replied. After accepting the backpack handed to him, Ryan waved goodbye to the woman standing at the doorway and made his way along the sidewalk towards the nearby library. The sky was a brilliant blue, dotted with a few fluffy white clouds. Due to the holiday, many neighbors took advantage of the pleasant weather to tend to their lawns or sit in the sun. As Ryan walked, he greeted the neighbors he passed. Observing the scene before him, Ryan couldn't help but let out a silent sigh. It had already been a full decade since he had crossed over. Upon arriving at the library and exchanging greetings with the librarian, Ryan quickly spotted his adoptive father, Mr. Lambert Leong, who was hunched over a table on the second floor, writing. Mr. Leong was a middle-aged man of half-Chinese descent and a writer known for several regional bestsellers in popular fiction. Ryan had been adopted, and it was during his elementary school years that his adoptive parents revealed this fact to him. After all, it was impossible for a couple with distinctly Caucasian features to conceive a purely Asian child. For Ryan, having inexplicably crossed over into this foreign land as an infant, he considered himself immensely fortunate to have encountered adoptive parents who treated him as their own and to possess the same surname as in his previous life. The decade of nurturing was enough for Ryan to regard them as his true parents in his heart. After greeting his adoptive father and conveying his mother's instructions, Ryan settled into an empty seat to review his middle school textbooks. With the soul of an adult and the academic foundation of a university student from his past life, Ryan had consistently excelled in elementary school, though he felt there was little to boast about. Under normal circumstances, he should finish junior and senior high school at a respectable private institution, followed by gaining admission to one of the top 10 universities in England. As an ordinary individual, even with 2 lifetimes of experience, attaining admission to elite institutions like Oxford or Cambridge seemed unlikely. This was the route Ryan had planned for himself after a week of understanding his situation post-adoption. Of course, once in high school, he could gradually leverage his knowledge of future events to earn money. If everything went smoothly, he could enjoy a life of financial freedom before turning 30, a life his previous self had envied. While Ryan diligently studied his middle school textbooks in the library, suddenly a chime echoed in his mind. System activated. The Multiverse General Store is opening. Ding! The system has successfully initiated, and the dimensional passage is now open. Ding! The beginner's task has been generated. Please accept. What on earth is happening? Ryan froze momentarily, initially believing that his life would follow the typical narrative of urban rebirth. Over the past decade, the world had evolved much like his memories. Why was a system suddenly manifesting? In his previous life, as an ordinary university graduate, he had read numerous novels and was familiar with the common trope of protagonists possessing golden fingers. However, that was merely fiction. After crossing over, having a complete family and a bright future within reach felt like an incredible stroke of luck, and he never imagined such a golden finger would fall upon him. But now, the golden finger had indeed arrived. Could it be that I am the fabled destined protagonist? Ryan silently mused. Once he confirmed that a system had indeed appeared in his mind, the adult soul within him quickly regained composure and began to examine the system. This system was a crystallized remnant of a dying multiverse, which, during its interdimensional travel, struck Ryan in his previous life, that very meteor, and subsequently accompanied him to this world. Influenced by Ryan's body, soul, and the characteristics of this world, it had transformed into a system. Previously, due to the immense energy consumption involved in transporting individuals across dimensions, the system had been in slumber until today, 10 years later, when it had finally absorbed enough energy to awaken. Unfortunately, this system was not as intelligent as those depicted in novels from his past life. Aside from revealing its origins, it currently offered only a personal attribute panel and a task list. One had to admit, the system possessed a modern, minimalist aesthetic, with all content clearly laid out. However, the tasks presented, were these truly within the capabilities of an 11-year-old child? The task list read, opening tasks for the general store. Given that the store was a commerce establishment, The first task was naturally to complete a transaction. Notice, the Multiverse General Store requires interdimensional trade. Please prepare for travel. The introductory free world provided is Plants vs. Zombies. It appeared to be a rather typical interdimensional trading quest found in novels. But the question remained, could Ryan, in his 11-year-old body, truly complete a task involving trade in another world? The realm of Plants vs. Zombies was hardly a peaceful and stable environment. Nevertheless, with the golden finger now in his possession, ignoring it would be a foolish choice. Thankfully, the system granted Ryan a preparation period of 24 hours. He decided to make some arrangements and would embark on the task after his parents fell asleep that night to avoid causing any commotion. At this point, Ryan had lost interest in his textbooks and instead browsed through several books on wilderness survival. While this last-minute cramming might prove futile, it was certainly better than doing nothing, wasn't it? As noon approached, Lambert called Ryan to return home together. On their way back, Lambert asked, "What prompted you to suddenly delve into books about wilderness survival today?" "I felt a bit fatigued from studying, so I wanted to switch things up." "Wilderness survival seems quite fascinating," Ryan replied, not wishing to cause his adoptive father any concern. "Ah, that's wonderful. Life is not merely about studying. In fact, I have an entirely new set of camping gear. Since tomorrow is your birthday, you'll retrieve it shortly as a gift for you. Of course, I have other presents prepared as well." By this time, they had reached the doorstep, and Lambert spoke while opening the door. "When did you buy these, Dad?" "I don't recall us ever going camping," Ryan inquired. "Well, that's because your father enjoys staying at home. He once vowed that we could all camp together, purchased all the necessary supplies. Yet every time I suggested going out, he claimed to have other commitments. We've never gone camping even once, and all the gear has just been gathering dust in the storage room in the backyard." Mrs. Sally Leong chimed in as she emerged from the kitchen with a plate, setting it down while addressing the two who had just entered. "Now, you both should wash your hands. Dinner will be ready shortly." After a sumptuous lunch, Ryan and his adoptive father went to the storage room in the backyard to retrieve the camping gear while also tidying up the space. "It's a holiday today. You two should help with some chores." "Of course, dear wife and mother." Seizing the afternoon's leisure, Ryan selected some potentially useful items from the camping gear and packed them into his backpack. That evening, after his parents had fallen asleep, Ryan quietly descended to the kitchen, packed a few boxes of frozen corn rolls and a jar of spicy sauce into his backpack, and returned to his room to initiate the task. With a flash of blue light, Ryan vanished from his bedroom. At the other end of the corridor, his adoptive parents slumbered deeply, unaware of their son's disappearance. In fact, the entire neighborhood lay under the moonlight, enveloped in sleep, with no one noticing as an owl delivered a parchment letter to Ryan's mailbox. Chapter 2. A relatively smooth first transaction. In a flash of blue light, Ryan appeared on the street of a small town, his backpack slung over his shoulder. The street was largely deserted, devoid of the zombies he had anticipated. Curiously surveying the town, Ryan noted various odds and ends strewn about as makeshift barriers. At the end of the road, in the center of the town, he could clearly see a house with a yard, where it seemed someone was moving about. After checking the system, Ryan quickly discerned that the house was his destination. Taking a deep breath, he grasped the entrenching tool from his backpack and set off towards the house. There were numerous obstacles along the way, but they were evidently designed to deter the mindless zombies. As an 11-year-old, Ryan easily maneuvered through the gaps in the barriers, advancing steadily towards the house at the town's heart. Nearby the barriers, he spotted several dismembered zombies, indicating that a battle had previously erupted here. Fortunately, there were not many scattered corpses, allowing him to circumvent them with minimal effort. As Ryan approached within 10 meters of his destination, he noticed that the final barrier was obstructed by a fallen zombie wedged between two barriers, while other routes appear to require a lengthy detour. Ryan was just about to approach and move the zombie when he suddenly realized that, although it was merely the upper half, the head was still intact. In the game, a zombie could only be deemed defeated if its head was severed. A cold sweat broke out on Ryan's back at this thought. Fortunately, his caution had prevented him from rashly charging in. This half-zombie, likely incapable of movement without its lower half, was lying in wait. Should he recklessly attempt to shift it, he might find himself as a delightful breakfast for the undead. Recognizing the potential danger, Ryan prepared himself accordingly. Thankfully, his backpack contained everything he needed. He poured the fuel from his windproof lighter onto a bandage, then found a long stick with a forked end, wrapping the bandage around it before igniting it. Finally, he thrust this makeshift torch onto the zombie's head. Indeed, this zombie, having sustained severe injuries, was lying in ambush. The moment the torch made contact, it began to thrash its arms wildly, attempting to retaliate against the one who dared to burn it. However, after inserting the forked end of the stick into its head and angling the other end into the ground, Ryan created a sturdy triangle. It was evident that this limbless half-zombie lacked the capacity to escape the flames and harm Ryan. As time passed, the flames gradually diminished, and the zombie's frantic arm movements grew weaker. Ultimately, the fire extinguished, and the zombie ceased its movements. Ryan prodded the zombie's head with the stick, which fell off abruptly, after which the entire body disintegrated into black ash. Startled by this turn of events, Ryan soon recalled that in the game, zombies consumed by fire would indeed turn to ashes. This could be considered his first monster kill, Ryan mused, though regrettably, the system was not one of leveling up through monster slaying. The zombie left nothing behind but a pile of ash. Having navigated past this obstacle, Ryan finally stood before the door of his destination. He raised his hand and pressed the doorbell, hearing a cacophony of clattering sounds from within, as if someone had stumbled and knocked over several items. The door swung open to reveal a middle-aged man wearing an iron pot on his head, wielding a baseball bat. Did a zombie ring the doorbell? Where is it? Come out quickly. Sir, I'm a human being, and you might want to lower your gaze, Ryan replied. The man looked down at Ryan, who noticed that the man's eyes were of unequal size, exuding an unsettling aura of madness. This must be the plant scientist from a game, Crazy Dave. Hurry inside, child. The zombies are lurking in the shadows, ready to devour our brains. Dave exclaimed, pulling Ryan inside and promptly shutting the door. I should have anticipated that a human would come after all. If zombies were knocking, my precious plants would certainly react, Dave remarked. By the way, he continued, leading Ryan to the living room and gesturing for him to sit. The situation outside is hardly suitable for a child to travel alone. What brings you to my doorstep? Ryan found himself slightly unaccustomed to such directness. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to speak frankly. I'm a shopkeeper and have heard that you possess extraordinary plants, so I wish to engage in trade with you. Though your reasoning sounds rather implausible, Dave's plants have assured him that you speak the truth, Dave replied, as he tended to a sunflower in a pot. However, my wares are priced exorbitantly. What do you intend to offer in exchange? Ryan reached into his backpack and produced some corn tortillas and hot sauce. I believe these provisions might be of interest to you, as I suspect that in these dire times, finding industrially processed food is becoming increasingly rare. I plan to travel extensively and meet many people. Perhaps I will discover plants that have never been seen in this world, and we could assist each other in the future. Dave's eyes widened as he grasped the corn tortillas and hot sauce. Good heavens! Corn tortillas and hot sauce. I haven't seen these in ages, ever since those wretched zombies besieged the town. Regrettably, they do not entirely meet my requirements, but they are certainly preferable to the daily fare of pea soup. Very well, child, Dave said, placing the items down and looking at Ryan. I must admit, your goods have piqued my interest, but you may only exchange them for 3 basic plants. This is a concession I am making as you're the first outsider I have encountered in ages, along with your proposal for future collaboration. Otherwise, I would only offer you 1 plant. Thank you very much, Uncle Dave, Ryan replied, glancing at the list of plants Dave provided. I have made my decision. Please give me a sunflower, a pea shooter, and a sunshroom. After hearing Ryan's request, Dave produced 3 bags and a key, handing them to Ryan. Ah, you are a clever one, knowing that even the grandest garden must begin with the most fundamental plants. This key belongs to the neighbor's house. He ignored my warnings and was devoured by zombies. You may use it to access that side next time, thus avoiding a lengthy detour. Just as Ryan accepted these items, a voice echoed in his mind from the system. Ding dong. Shopkeeper, you have successfully completed your first trading task. Acquire a miniature planting base, the neighbor's yard, which can provide up to 30 plants of 3 different varieties each week, free of charge. Connect with the world of Plants vs. Zombies. The teleportation point in this realm has been established, and Dave's neighbor's home is now accessible once more. Ryan and Dave exchanged greetings as they traversed from Dave's backyard through the rear gate into the neighboring yard, subsequently opting to return. Through a crack in the door, Dave glimpsed a fleeting blue light that signified Ryan's disappearance, muttering to himself. Indeed, Dave now possesses a rather extraordinary customer. Perhaps the hope for an end to the war with the zombies lies within him. Well, it was time for Dave to prepare lunch, and today promised fresh corn tortillas, which was splendid. Chapter 3. The grocery store opens and the owl's message. A flash of light enveloped Ryan, and he found himself not back in his bedroom, but rather in a room approximately 20 square meters in size. 3 walls were lined with shelves, all of which stood barren, save for the shelf facing the door, which displayed 3 small potted plants, presumably the goods he had just acquired. Apart from the shelves, the room housed but a solitary light fixture above, along with a counter and chairs situated in the center. Ryan approached the door and opened it, only to be met with a dense fog shrouding the outside world. Just as he contemplated stepping out to investigate, he noticed an invisible barrier seemingly preventing his exit. At that moment, a surge of information flooded Ryan's mind. He had arrived at the Multiverse General Store, where goods were arranged upon shelves, and items produced by the proprietor could be freely taken, such as the plants that proliferated weekly. However, to trade for items belonging to customers, one must pay the requisite price. Henceforth, each journey to other realms would commence or conclude from this very place. When guests or tasks arrived, they would prompt Ryan to enter the shop. Aside from this, as long as he was not engaged in combat, Ryan could freely access the store. Presently, the only accessible world was that of Plants vs. Zombies, where he could accumulate the energy required for round trips every 10 days. He was now poised to return to the realm of reality at any moment. After perusing the material, Ryan chose to depart from the grocery store. In a flash of light, he found himself back in his bedroom. Glancing at the clock on his desk, he realized he had spent 5 or 6 hours immersed in the world of Plants vs. Zombies, yet the clock indicated that only an hour had passed. It appeared that the flow of time in the task world differed from that of the primary world, which was fortunate, as it spared him from the awkwardness of prolonged absences. With plenty of time remaining before dawn, Ryan tidied up and retired to bed. In his dreams, he envisioned himself acquiring boundless wealth and power from the grocery store, forging a pathway back to his hometown, and subsequently leading a leisurely and blissful life. Just as he reveled in the dream of basking in the sun on a Hawaiian beach with his biological and adoptive parents, the alarm clock rang. Reflecting on the enchanting dream from the previous night, he sighed and then rose to freshen up. As he stepped outside, Ryan noticed 3 or 4 gift boxes placed in the corridor by the door. These were likely his birthday presents. Turning over the card atop one of the boxes, he read the message, "Happy birthday" to her son. Ryan smiled broadly as he carried them into the room, then made his way down the stairs to the first floor. Upon descending, he found that Mrs. Sally had already prepared breakfast, while Mr. Lambert was leisurely descending the stairs. At that moment, the sound of the postman's bell echoed at the door. "Ryan, please fetch the mail. I believe the supermarket discount flyers might have arrived this month," Sally called out from the kitchen. Ryan donned his shoes and opened the door, stepping out to the mailbox beside the lawn. Upon opening the mailbox, he discovered 4 letters. One was a promotional flyer for discounted items from a nearby supermarket. Another was a letter from an editor at a publishing house addressed to his father, and a third was a postcard sent from Thailand by his mother's colleague. The final letter was addressed to Ryan himself. Upon seeing the letter, Ryan's pupils dilated with astonishment, for the envelope was crafted from rare parchment, devoid of a stamp, and inscribed in verdant ink with the address, 12, Quebec Street, Greenwich, London, in the small bedroom of Mr. Leung, Ryan. With trembling hands, he turned the envelope over, revealing a wax seal adorned with a shield emblazoned by a lion, an eagle, a badger, and a serpent encircling a capital H. Although a decade had elapsed since his journey began, many memories had faded, yet the beloved childhood novel, Harry Potter, remained vividly etched in his mind. It was evident that this letter hailed from Hogwarts. The notion of it being a prank seemed implausible. After all, it was 1991. A time before Rowling's tales had graced the world. How could one orchestrate such a ruse? As for his prior ignorance of being a wizard, Ryan surmised it was likely due to the soul of an adult residing within him, enabling him to adeptly manage his emotions, thus averting the magical outbursts often triggered by the emotional turmoil of young wizards. Just yesterday, upon acquiring the system, Ryan had envisioned leveraging it for wealth and enhancement, ultimately striving to find his way home. Yet today, he had received his acceptance letter from Hogwarts, unveiling yet another mysterious portal before him. He felt as though the momentous events of the past few days had culminated in an overwhelming series of unforeseen occurrences. Clearly, this world was not the mundane realm he had perceived over the last decade, but rather a realm imbued with magic. Returning home, he handed the other letters to his parents, absently finishing his breakfast. Back in his room, he utilized a small knife to sever the wax seal, and indeed, inside lay that familiar correspondence. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry Headmaster, Albus Dumbledore, Chairman of the International Confederation of Wizards, President of the Wizarding Association. First-class Wizard of the Order of Merlin. Dear Mr. Ryan, we are delighted to inform you that you have been granted admission to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Enclosed is a list of required books and equipment. The term is set to commence on September 1st. We eagerly await your owl delivering your response by July 31st. Yours sincerely, Minerva McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress. A supplementary list of books and a checklist for new students followed. Ryan returned to the living room clutching the letter, where his father sat on the sofa engrossed in the television, while his mother perused a poster of discounted items from the supermarket. Upon noticing Ryan enter with an open letter, Mr. Lambert shifted his gaze from the screen and inquired, "What is it, dear? Has a girl written to you?" "No. It's not that," Ryan replied, handing the letter to Mr. Lambert. "I just received a rather peculiar acceptance letter." Mr. Lambert and Mrs. Sally took the letter from him. 5 minutes later, Mr. Lambert, his expression one of astonishment, asked, "Could this possibly be a prank?" "Indeed, matters of magic do seem rather implausible," Mrs. Sally concurred. Just as Ryan was about to speak, the doorbell rang unexpectedly. "Is there a visitor?" Mr. Lambert rose and walked to the door to open it. Standing at the entrance was a slightly balding, middle-aged man with red hair, dressed in a suit reminiscent of 2 decades past. "Hello, you must be Ryan's guardian," the man said with warmth. "Good day, I am his father. Is there something I can assist you with?" Mr. Lambert inquired. "Arthur Weasley, a staff member from the Ministry of Magic, here regarding your son's educational matters," the man replied. "Very well, please come in, Mr." Lambert gestured for Arthur to enter and then asked, "If I may inquire, which school are you referring to for my child?" "Hogwarts," Arthur stated. "I am an alumnus of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry." Upon hearing this, Mrs. Sally exclaimed in astonishment, "Is the magical school real?" "Indeed, it is quite real. Hogwarts is the finest magical institution in Europe, and nearly every young wizard in Britain with magical abilities attends there." Mr. Lambert looked down at Ryan and asked in Chinese, "What do you think? Would you like to go to this school?" Ryan replied, "Since I am deemed to possess magical abilities, it is imperative that I journey there to hone my skills. After all, wielding power without understanding it can be perilous." Once the father and son had exchanged their thoughts, Mr. Lambert turned to Arthur and said, "Very well, if this is indeed the case, I am, in principle, amenable to my child attending Hogwarts. However, I would like to confirm a few details first. Could you enlighten me as to the whereabouts of Diagon Alley mentioned in this letter?" "Of course," Arthur responded. "You have already demonstrated greater acceptance of this reality than most Muggle parents. Diagon Alley can be accessed through the rear courtyard of the Leaky Cauldron." With a flick of his wand, Arthur conjured a line of text from the blank sheet of paper on the table. 26, Charing Cross Road, London. "This is the location of the Leaky Cauldron. Bring your child there, and he will be able to see it." Suddenly recalling something, Arthur withdrew a train ticket from his pocket, stating, "This is a ticket for the Hogwarts Express. Make sure to keep it safe. The platform lies between the 9th and 10th pillars. If you arrive early, you will see other young wizards heading to school, and you can inquire how to proceed from there." With that, Arthur waved goodbye to the 3 of them and exited, gesturing to them from behind a bush before vanishing with a crack, leaving the lawn in front of the entrance empty. It seemed that not everyone enjoyed the privilege of having a savior accompany them for their shopping, Ryan mused. Chapter 4, Diagon Alley and an unexpected acquaintance the following day. After breakfast, Mr. Lambert escorted Ryan on the subway to Charing Cross Road, which was merely a half-hour journey from their home. During the ride, Ryan found himself pondering the intricacies of the Harry Potter universe. In the narrative, the magical realm is not dominated by demigods or teeming with dark wizards. Rather, it is a world where extraordinary beings do not hold absolute authority. Yet, from certain perspectives, the realm of the extraordinary is far from simplistic. For instance, in the domain of life, there exists the Philosopher's Stone, capable of granting immortality. In the realm of time, there is a time turner used by a young girl. In the spatial domain, adult wizards commonly utilize spells for spatial expansion and teleportation. There are even potions that could potentially influence causality and fate. Such elements, particularly those pertaining to space and the mind, could be said to place this world centuries ahead of its technological counterparts. The magic of this world may not be as straightforward as it appears. After all, Rowling crafted a fairy tale, merely a fragment of the wizarding world. As for the combat prowess of wizards, even the somewhat inept Peter Pettigrew was able to obliterate half a street. This indicates that the wizarding community is not lacking in strength. Rather, the educational institutions have omitted many aspects of combat knowledge, which must be passed down through familial lineage. Contemplating this, Ryan felt a sense of relief. Fortunately, he possessed a multidimensional general store, which should help him compensate for the knowledge he lacked as an ordinary individual. After all, he would be attending school in the same year as the Savior, and recalling the original text of the novel. It was evident that these years would not be tranquil. It appeared that his previous life plans required adjustment. His primary objective must now be to enhance his strength. For in the magical realm, power is paramount. Otherwise, why would Dumbledore be the leader of the wizards instead of Fudge? Lost in thought, Ryan suddenly noticed that Mr. Lambert had come to a halt. "We have arrived. This is 24 and 28, Charing Cross Road. But where is 26? Ryan lifted his head and beheld an ancient and dilapidated tavern, its wooden sign proclaiming the Broken Cauldron, nestled between a record shop and a bookstore. "Father, hold my hand," he urged as he grasped his father's hand and pushed open the tavern's door. "This is truly enchanting." Mr. Lambert marveled at the scene before him. The establishment bore a medieval charm, although it appeared somewhat untidy, with dim lighting and several robed patrons indulging in drinks or engaging in games of dice. Perhaps they had lingered at the entrance for too long for a man, nearly bald and resembling a shriveled walnut, silently materialized before them. "I am Tom, the proprietor of the Broken Cauldron. It seems you require assistance." He glanced at Ryan. "First-time visitors, I presume? Hogwarts newcomers, no less?" "Indeed," Ryan replied. "We have never encountered magic before. Could you kindly direct us to Diagon Alley? I need to procure supplies for school." Tom displayed a rather unpleasant smile. "Diagon Alley? Follow me." With that, he led the father and son to the rear courtyard. Tom produced a wand and pointed it at the wall behind a trash bin, counting 3 bricks vertically, then 2 horizontally, before tapping thrice. As he struck the wall, it trembled and began to shift, ultimately revealing a wide archway leading to a winding cobblestone street that seemed to stretch into infinity. "You would do well to visit Gringotts first. Just proceed straight until you see the tallest white building where you can exchange wizarding currency." After imparting this advice, Tom sheathed his wand and departed. The father and son followed the cobblestone path towards Gringotts, where the sounds of haggling and the calls of peculiar creatures emanated from the shops lining the street. Mr. Lambert exhibited a rider's curiosity, and it took Ryan considerable effort to dissuade him from pressing his face against the glass to admire a finely crafted gilded astronomical model. Before long, they arrived at a towering, snow-white edifice that loomed above the surrounding shops. Beside the gleaming bronze doors stood a goblin clad in a scarlet and gold uniform. Mr. Lambert quipped in Chinese, "Is this a goblin? He looks more like a human." The goblin glanced at them and lethargically remarked, "Hogwarts newcomers, I see. Currency exchange is at the designated window, with a sign for guidance." Upon entering the Golden Hall of Gringotts, they indeed found a counter adorned with a sign indicating currency exchange for Hogwarts newcomers. "Good day," Ryan greeted the goblin at the counter. "Newcomer, state your name." "Ryan Leong," he replied. "Confirmed, you are on the list," the goblin said, glancing at a parchment. "Newcomers may exchange up to 200 galleons each year." With that, he handed over a small pouch. Mr. Lambert produced a bundle of 50-pound notes he had withdrawn from the bank the previous evening and presented it to the goblin. He then remarked to Ryan, "This is somewhat reminiscent of China. My cousin mentioned that their currency exchange also has a set limit, accompanied by a mountain of paperwork." With the currency exchanged, the two decided to commence their shopping with familiar items. They meandered through various shops, acquiring robes, textbooks, cauldrons, scales, potions, crystal vials, and other items listed on their list. Naturally, Ryan politely declined Mr. Lambert's suggestion of acquiring a pet, citing the need to conserve energy in the face of a new environment. The shopping experience unfolded smoothly. However, thoughts of spending a significant sum on a charlatan's novel next year cast a shadow over Ryan's mood. Finally, they arrived at a small, shabby shop with a weathered sign that read, "Ollivander's, EST 382B, C, expertly crafted wands." Within the dust-laden window, a solitary wand lay upon a faded purple cushion. Upon pushing open the door, Ryan discovered a man in a suit accompanied by his daughter, both trying out wands. Their silhouettes seemed vaguely familiar. Before he could place their likeness, Mr. Lambert approached and greeted them softly, "Mr. Granger, what a surprise to encounter you here." Suddenly, Ryan recalled that Mr. Granger was a dentist whose clinic was not far from his home. He had previously visited the clinic for a dental checkup. Most notably, his daughter was in the same school and year as Ryan, although they were not in the same class. She consistently ranked second in the grade during school examinations. Ryan thought to himself, a college student taking first place in elementary school is not something to boast about. One must remain humble. In an instant, Ryan froze. Granger, the dentist, the girl with brown curls, who entered Hogwarts in 91. This made it all too easy for him to deduce the identity of the girl. Until now, he had been oblivious. Partly because he considered this to be an ordinary world and had not contemplated such a direction, and partly because Miss Granger bore some differences from the actress. Most importantly, the pronunciation of the name he heard at school was likely closer to Hermione, which sounded quite different from the Mandarin pronunciation, HMN. Ryan sensed the world's hostility towards him as an outsider, and it appeared that his 7-year plan was once again in need of revision. Chapter 5. The wand in the grocery store. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Hermione selected her wand and dashed over to her father, exclaiming, "Look, Dad, I have a wand." Upon noticing Ryan, she asked in surprise, "Ryan, are you going to Hogwarts too?" "Indeed," he replied. At that moment, Mr. Granger and Mr. Lambert finished their greetings and, seizing Hermione's arm, said, "There is still a plethora of items on the list that we have yet to purchase. We must hasten." They then bid farewell to Ryan and his father as they departed the wand shop. After saying goodbye to the Grangers, Ryan approached the counter, where he discovered a sprightly, elderly gentleman standing behind it, Mr. Ollivander. The old man possessed light-colored eyes that shone like 2 moons in the dimly lit shop. Good day. I am Ryan Leong, and I am to attend Hogwarts this year. I am in need of a wand, Ryan greeted with a hint of nervousness. Oh, a newcomer. Let me see what kind of wand would be suitable for you, Ollivander responded, retrieving a tape measure from his pocket. Which arm will you use to wield the wand? It should be my right hand, Ryan answered. The tape measure then began to entwine around Ryan like a vine, automatically recording measurements of his body. Seizing the opportunity, Ollivander fetched several boxes from a shelf behind him. Ones are not mass-produced, each one is unique. Therefore, I must conduct a test to find the wand that best matches its user. The tape measure quickly completed its task, coiling at Ryan's feet. Now, Mr. Leong, give this wand a try. It is made of ebony wood and unicorn hair, measuring 8.5 inches in length, with remarkable flexibility. With a swift motion, Ryan inadvertently dislodged a box from the shelf, nearly striking his head. It seemed that the likelihood of hitting the mark on the first attempt was rather slim. Let's give this another try. Holly, snake's heartstring, measuring 11 inches in length. Upon grasping the handle of the seventh wand, a warm sensation surged through Ryan's hand and radiated throughout his body, with sparks emitting from the tip of the wand. Ah, splendid. You are exceptionally attuned to this wand, Mr. Ollivander remarked with a smile. He carefully placed the wand into a long box, wrapped it in brown paper, and continued, Pine, phoenix feather. 12 inches long, this wand is quite particular about its master. You are indeed fortunate. After handing Mr. Ollivander 8 galleons, Ryan and his father exited the wand shop. Following their shopping spree, they found themselves with just over 70 galleons remaining, which was ample considering Hogwarts provided meals and accommodation. Ultimately, they hailed a taxi from the Leaky Cauldron, laden with bags as they made their way home. During afternoon tea, Mrs. Sally eagerly inquired about the day's adventures, and it took considerable effort for the two to quell the curiosity of the household matriarch. While enjoying scones, Mr. Lambert posed a question to Ryan. Do you think wizards possess quills capable of composing novels on their own? Ryan suddenly recalled the journalist's quill from 5th grade and remarked, I believe wizards might be able to animate their quills, and perhaps there could even be self-correcting pens. However, the pen capable of composing novels autonomously, as you desire, father, is likely a figment of imagination. Mr. Lambert, upon hearing this, shook his head in mild disappointment. During the subsequent holiday, Ryan immersed himself in the study of a plethora of textbooks, occasionally venturing to nearby parks or fast food establishments with Hermione to discuss the challenges encountered in their readings. Truth be told, Ryan had contemplated distancing himself from the protagonists, yet, upon reflection, he realized that, as an 11-year-old, it would be rather suspicious to begin alienating the only familiar companion he could journey with upon learning of their impending travels to unfamiliar places. Thus, he resolved to let things unfold naturally. This period marked the sole opportunity before adulthood to practice magic in the non-magical world. Over the course of these 20 days, Ryan attempted every spell from his books, regrettably finding that only a few rudimentary charms were within his grasp. It became evident that mastery of spells transcended mere knowledge of incantations, much like one cannot attain peerless martial arts skills by merely perusing a manual. On the final evening before their departure to Hogwarts, Ryan meticulously packed his belongings and prepared to retire early for the night. Suddenly, a notification chimed in his mind. A guest has arrived. Please prepare for their reception. Ryan immediately rose and tidied up his belongings. After a moment's contemplation, he decided to pack the additional magical plant seeds and cultivation manual he had purchased in Diagon Alley into his bag and chose to head towards the grocery store. Upon entering the shop, Ryan noted that little had changed since his last departure. However, a new glass vial had appeared beside the flower pots on the shelves, containing a multitude of golden, pea-sized particles. He picked up the vial, and a surge of information flooded into his mind. Sunlight crystals, a specialty of small-scale cultivation bases, produced 1 crystal every 2 hours from light-producing plants. These crystals could be utilized to catalyze plant growth and provide sunlight. The method of use required burying the crystal at the plant's roots while ensuring water and nutrient needs were met. When sunlight was necessary, one could soak the crystal in water, which would then emit the equivalent of midday equatorial sunlight for 1 hour within a 5-meter radius. Moreover, if crushed, the crystal would release an explosion of brightness 5 times that of sunlight for 3 seconds. Previously, Ryan had instructed the system to plant the newly sprouted plants in his yard, as the house remained unoccupied, thus rendering it uninteresting to zombies. Consequently, apart from the outermost layer of pea shooters, he had interspersed sunlight mushrooms and sunflowers throughout the rest of the garden. Now, that small yard was filled to capacity, yielding over 100 sunlight crystals each day. Having assessed the newly acquired item, Ryan seated himself behind the counter and signaled to the system to admit customers. The air at the entrance shimmered as a middle-aged Caucasian man clad in a heavy fur coat stepped inside, snow piled thickly upon his shoulders, as though he had just emerged from a frigid wilderness. Upon entering, the man, possibly feeling a touch overheated, unfastened his coat, revealing an opulent Victorian-style ensemble beneath. Spotting Ryan behind the counter, he exhibited an expression of disbelief, momentarily halting his steps. However, he ultimately approached the counter, his demeanor serious as he spoke. Child, My companions and I find ourselves in dire straits. Just as we were on the brink of despair, a voice from the ether guided me here. And I hope fate has not played a cruel jest upon me. Ryan inquired, could you elaborate on the specific issues you are facing? Only by understanding the situation can I ascertain whether I can assist you. The middle-aged man commenced to share his predicament, his words evoking images of London, global cooling, steam cores, and winter home. In an instant, Ryan discerned that this gentleman hailed from the realm of the game Frostpunk, specifically from Winterhome, a community of those who chose to depart aboard the dreadnought following the cataclysmic explosion of energy towers. However, the challenges of this migration had exceeded expectations, resulting in their current plight. Indeed, the elder spoke, our world has abruptly plunged into a merciless ice age, and the remaining vestiges of humanity have clustered around steam energy towers, depending on their warmth and power for survival. Yet, our energy tower has malfunctioned, compelling us to abandon our settlement in search of a new refuge. This decision proved fortuitous, as we witnessed the energy tower's complete destruction in a cataclysmic explosion shortly after our departure. At present, most of us survivors must rely on the dreadnought, capable of traversing the icy expanse, to seek a new haven. Unfortunately, our search has yielded no results, and our supplies are dwindling. As he spoke, this stalwart leader unexpectedly buried his face in his hands, succumbing to tears, revealing the immense weight of his responsibilities. Upon hearing this, Ryan gently placed his hand on the man's shoulder in a gesture of comfort. He then proceeded to present the plants he possessed. I have 3 varieties that should address your current challenges. The elder, visibly stirred, lifted his head and asked, is that truly the case? Indeed, Ryan affirmed. 2 of these plants can generate sunlight during the day and night respectively, while the third can yield an impressive 710 pea-sized pods each day under normal conditions. When ground, each pod can produce enough pea soup to sustain an adult for an entire day. After the detailed explanation, the middle-aged man grasped Ryan's hand fervently, expressing his gratitude. Once his emotions had settled somewhat, Ryan inquired, I require an equitable exchange. What do you propose to offer in return? The middle-aged man hesitated. We left England in a great hurry, taking only survival essentials and no money. Ryan glanced at the valuation chart provided by the system and remarked, your currency holds no utility for me. My means of payment are diverse, encompassing precious metals, resources, and technology. What I offer can save your lives, correspondingly. You ought to present something of comparable value. The man pondered briefly before responding. If you provide me with seedlings of these 3 plants and the techniques for their cultivation and propagation, I shall exchange them for our most vital technologies, the differential machine, energy tower, and robotics. Their deal was struck. Although your technological advancements differ vastly from mine, I am certain I cannot utilize them. As soon as Ryan finished speaking, a spatial portal materialized beside the man, emitting a stream of golden light that coalesced into a book on an empty shelf. The cover was adorned in gold, inscribed with the title Winterhaven Industrial Manual. Upon confirming the receipt of payment, Ryan gathered all the plants, save for those planted, along with the book, placing them into a bag which he handed to the middle-aged man. He also extended a bottle filled with sunlight crystals, stating plant cultivation requires time. This can serve as an immediate remedy. The middle-aged man's eyes glistened with moisture as he produced an exquisite gold pocket watch from his pocket and placed it in Ryan's hand. Thank you for your assistance. This is the most precious item I possess, and I hope it conveys my gratitude. With a respectful bow to Ryan, he turned and departed, dragging the large bag filled with plants behind him. At that moment, a voice from the system resonated. You have saved a city, altered its fate, and earned 3 deviation points. Deviation points? What are those? Ryan gazed at the system display panel and noticed that, in addition to the already connected worlds, a new data column labeled deviation points had appeared. It turned out that every time his actions influenced the fate of a particular world, he could earn varying amounts of deviation points depending on the degree of change and the world in question. These points could be used to randomly open a gateway to a certain world or to specifically access the realms of previous customers from the shop. They could also be employed to acquire power. In the shop, the mundane knowledge obtained through transactions could be effortlessly infused into Ryan's mind. However, when it came to extraordinary powers, the greater the disparity from the powers of Ryan's own world, the more deviation points were required for swift mastery. For instance, if Ryan wished to learn internal energy, merely reading books and receiving explanations would demand time and luck to potentially succeed, but by utilizing deviation points, he could instantly grasp the concept. Upon comprehending the utility of deviation points, Ryan opened a spatial portal to the world of Plants vs. Zombies to deliver the promised magical plant seeds to Crazy Dave. A little over 10 minutes later, he returned empty-handed to the shop. As Dave stated, he needed to ascertain the purpose of the seeds before determining his payment. Fortunately, the system notified Ryan that his seeds had inspired Dave in the development of new plants, thus earning him 1 deviation point. After attending to these matters, Ryan departed from the shop and returned to his bed, eagerly awaiting the moment to journey to Hogwarts the following day. Chapter 6. The journey begins at platform 9 3/4 early the next morning. Ryan's family rose early to prepare. After breakfast, Lambert and Sally donned their outerwear. Once their luggage was packed, the three of them climbed into the car. Ryan looked at his mother, who occupied the passenger seat, and, astonished, asked, "Mom, aren't you supposed to be at work today? This is your first time leaving home to study in a different place." "So I took the day off to see you off," Mrs. Sally replied with a smile. Due to the Sunday traffic, they arrived at King's Cross Station around 10:15. Following Mr. Arthur's earlier advice, they made their way to the area between platforms 9 and 10. Upon arrival, Ryan discovered numerous columns, yet they were unaware of which one concealed platform 9 3/4. It would be foolish to bump into each one blindly. Fortunately, with over half an hour until departure, they had ample time to search for the platform. After 5 minutes of growing impatience, a somewhat timid voice floated over from nearby. "I will remember to write you a letter every week and have the owl deliver it. Please don't forget, Neville." An elderly lady sighed. Upon hearing this exchange, Ryan's eyes lit up as he followed the sound. He saw a stern-looking old woman and a round-faced boy, clad in incongruous black robes, approaching while pushing a luggage cart. Ryan tugged at Mr. Lambert's coat and then pushed the cart to catch up. "Good day, madam. I am a first-year student at Hogwarts and I wish to find platform 9 3/4, but I am uncertain of its location." "A muggle-born first year, are you?" The elderly lady chuckled softly, gesturing towards the boy beside her. "My grandson Neville is also a first year this year. It seems you both are visiting for the first time." She then instructed the two children, "Simply walk straight towards the ticket barrier between platforms 9 and 10. Do not pause, do not fear, just charge straight ahead. If you feel anxious, you may even run." Turning to Ryan's family, she added, "That platform is inaccessible to muggles, so you must bid your farewells here. But fret not. I shall accompany the two children inside." After embracing his parents and comforting his mother, whose eyes were beginning to glisten with tears, Ryan pushed the cart toward the pillar where the platform was located. As he neared the wall, he nervously shut his eyes, but the anticipated collision never came. He opened his eyes to find a deep crimson steam engine parked beside a bustling platform filled with travelers. The sign on the train read, "Hogwarts Express, 11 o'clock. Steam enveloped the platform, and amidst the swirling white mist, the sounds of owls hooting and people chatting filled the air, while various cats weaved around the feet of the passengers. Soon, Neville and his grandmother entered as well, only to find the first few carriages already filled with people. The old lady led the two children to an empty compartment located in the middle of the train. Once Ryan and Neville boarded, Mrs. Longbottom levitated their luggage into place with a charm before slowly walking into the white mist, disappearing from sight. "Your grandmother may be a bit stern, but she loves you dearly," Ryan remarked to Neville. "Perhaps, but I still find her intimidating," Neville replied. With a blast of the whistle, the train began to move. Ryan watched as trees and houses flashed by the window, a surge of excitement swelling within him. He realized that this time he was no longer merely an observer of legendary tales, but a participant within the story itself. As Neville was somewhat shy, their initial introductions led to a moment of awkward silence. Just as the tension thickened, Ryan suddenly noticed a gigantic toad, roughly the size of an adult's palm, desperately attempting to squeeze itself through the door crack. Ryan immediately lunged forward and captured the toad. Upon witnessing this, Neville exclaimed in astonishment, "I distinctly placed Trevor in my bag. How did he escape?" Using the toad as a conversation starter, the two began to engage in a leisurely dialogue. As they conversed, they discovered numerous similarities between themselves, such as both being only children and not raised by their biological parents. Nevertheless, those who nurtured them bestowed upon them abundant love. While they were engrossed in their discussion, the door of the compartment suddenly swung open. A little girl with brown hair peeked in and inquired, "Is there space here, Ryan?" "I found you." It was Hermione Granger, who had been late boarding the train and was unable to find a seat in the front carriage. After the three exchanged introductions, Hermione curiously asked Neville, "You were born into a magical family. You must know a great deal of magic, unlike us, who can only self-study a little before the school year begins." "No, it's not like that," Neville replied. "My grandmother never allowed me to touch a wand before I turned 11. They always believed that if children used wands too early, misfortune would ensue. Even now, I cannot perform a single spell. I feel rather foolish." "Not at all," Hermione and Ryan chorused in unison. Hermione then gestured for him to continue. Ryan cleared his throat and said, "Your self-assessment is misguided. I believe your feelings of inadequacy and the pressures from the outside world are affecting your studies. As long as you devise a reasonable plan and diligently adhere to it through repeated practice, you will certainly make progress in your magical studies." He gestured towards Hermione, adding, "We attend the same school, and in truth, her aptitude for learning far surpasses mine. Yet, through diligent planning and consistent practice, I have managed to outperform her in every end-of-term examination. So, persevere, and you shall undoubtedly succeed." Upon arriving at school, "I believe we can support each other in enhancing our studies." After imparting an abundance of encouragement to Neville, he appeared to be in a slightly better state than before. The three began to share their experiences and observations with one another. Ryan observed Hermione and noted that she seemed less haughty and aloof than her portrayal in the original book on the train. He speculated that this might stem from the fact that, in the original narrative, Hermione had arrived in the magical world alone. For an 11-year-old girl, Leaving behind the familiar comforts of home and loved ones for an entirely alien environment would undoubtedly evoke feelings of loneliness and fear. Thus, it was natural for her to don a facade of arrogance as a protective shield. At noon, the trio purchased some snacks from a witch selling refreshments on the train. After satisfying their hunger, Ryan, perhaps due to having risen early in the excitement of the day, succumbed to a wave of drowsiness and leaned against his seat, drifting into slumber. Upon awakening, he found that the sun was nearing the horizon, indicating their imminent arrival at the school. He noticed that both Hermione and Neville were asleep against their seats, prompting him to gently rouse them. Subsequently, the three took turns changing their clothes within the compartment as the train began to decelerate, a clear indication that they were approaching their destination. In 5 minutes, the train will arrive at Hogwarts. Please leave your luggage on board. We shall transport it to the school for you. The announcement echoed through the carriage. It was indeed a relief not to have to lug the heavy suitcase themselves. Was this truly the entrance to the magical realm? Ryan, despite having lived 2 lives, felt an overwhelming sense of nervousness, as if his stomach had turned inside out. He turned to see Hermione anxiously fiddling with her hair, while Neville's complexion began to pale. As the train gradually came to a halt and the doors swung open, the 3 of them leaped off the train, only to find themselves on a small platform teeming with students jostling for space. Suddenly, a chime echoed in his mind. Due to the influence of the proprietor, the Savior trio failed to meet on the train, resulting in the acquisition of 1 deviation point. What? Ryan stared in disbelief at the system message, realizing that in order to obtain more deviation points, they would need to instigate some form of mischief at Hogwarts. It appeared that his life at Hogwarts would not be as tranquil as he had anticipated. Chapter 7. Entering the castle, the chill on the platform sent a shiver through Ryan as a gruff voice called out, "First-year students. First-year students, over here." Ryan observed a towering figure amidst a throng of students, standing out like a colossus, holding a lantern aloft. His hair was thick and wild, nearly obscuring his entire face, while his beetle-like black eyes glimmered through the tangled locks. This must be Hagrid, the keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts, whose bearded visage broke into a welcoming smile above the bustling crowd. "Come on, follow me. Any first years? Watch your step. All right. First years, follow me." The new students stumbled down a rugged, shadowy path, following Hagrid, with Neville nearly slipping, saved just in time by Ryan's steady hand. "Just around this bend, you will catch your first glimpse of Hogwarts," Hagrid called back. As they rounded the corner, even with Ryan's soul aged over 30, he was unprepared for the collective gasp that escaped the lips of his classmates. At the end of the narrow path, a vast black lake suddenly unfurled before them. On the opposite shore, a majestic castle loomed atop a steep hill, its spires reaching skyward, with windows twinkling under the starry expanse. "No more than 4 to a boat," Hagrid bellowed, gesturing toward a line of small vessels moored at the shore. Ryan and Hermione boarded one, with Neville following suit. "Is everyone in?" Hagrid shouted, as he embarked alone in another boat. "Then let's go." The fleet of boats glided across the mirror-like surface of the lake. Ryan gazed at the towering castle, reminiscing about the stories he had read in his previous life. The 4 founders must have traversed this very path, steering their boats across the Black Lake to Hogwarts. And now the new students were to follow in their footsteps. As the boats neared the castle, Hagrid called out, "Duck," just as the first boats approached the cliffside. Everyone lowered their heads as the vessels passed beneath a verdant curtain of ivy, leading them to a concealed entrance. They journeyed through a dark tunnel, seemingly beneath the castle, eventually arriving at a place reminiscent of an underground dock, where they ascended to a surface of gravel and pebbles. Following Hagrid, everyone climbed a set of stone steps, gathering before a massive oak door. "Is everyone here?" Hagrid inquired before raising one enormous fist to knock thrice upon the castle's grand entrance. The door swung open, revealing a tall witch in emerald robes with serious countenance standing before them. "This must be Professor McGonagall." "First years, Professor McGonagall," Hagrid announced. "Thank you, Hagrid. I will take over from here," she replied, gesturing for the new students to follow her. The corridor was flanked by blazing torches, the ceiling soaring so high it was nearly lost to sight, while a lavish marble staircase led up to the upper levels. After turning a corner, McGonagall escorted the first years into a small, empty room at the far end of the hall. They crowded in, jostling against one another, anxiously surveying their surroundings. For an important moment lay ahead. "Welcome to Hogwarts," McGonagall began. "The feast is about to commence, but before you take your seats in the Great Hall, you must first determine which house you will belong to. The sorting is a significant rite of passage. For your house will serve as your home during your time at Hogwarts. You will attend classes with fellow housemates, reside in house dormitories, and spend leisure time in house common rooms. The 4 houses are Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin. Each house possesses its own illustrious history and has nurtured remarkable witches and wizards. Your exemplary conduct will earn points for your house, while any misconduct will result in point deductions. At the year's end, the house with the most points will be awarded the House Cup, a prestigious honor. I hope that regardless of which house you join, you will strive to bring glory to it. In a few moments, the sorting ceremony will commence before the entire school. I suggest you take this time to compose yourselves and appear presentable. Once they are ready, I will come to fetch you," McGonagall instructed, before exiting the room. The atmosphere within the small chamber grew tense, save for Ryan, the traveler among them. Neville appeared to tremble slightly, while Hermione's lips moved rhythmically, as though reciting a mantra. After all, in Britain, Hogwarts was the sole wizarding school, and expulsion would undoubtedly be a lifelong disgrace. Ryan cast a glance around the room, observing the palpable tension among everyone, including the first-year students hailing from wizarding families. It appeared to be a time-honored prank. He couldn't help but feel a twinge of pity for the British sense of humor. Just as the atmosphere grew increasingly anxious, a myriad of 20 or so ghosts suddenly materialized from the wall behind them. These specters glided across the room, seemingly indifferent to the presence of the first years, as if embroiled in their own debate. Abruptly, they seemed to notice the newcomers. "Ah, first years," exclaimed a portly monk, beaming at them. "I presume you were preparing for your assessment?" Some students nodded quietly in agreement. "I hope you were sorted into Hufflepuff," the monk added, revealing his own alma mater. "Now, move forward," a high-pitched voice interjected. "The sorting ceremony is about to commence." Professor McGonagall had returned. The ghosts drifted gracefully through the opposite wall, vanishing from sight. Now, in a single file, Professor McGonagall instructed the first years, "Follow me." As they traversed the entrance hall, the doors to the great hall swung open, revealing a magnificent sight. The first years formed a line and entered, greeted by 4 long tables adorned with gleaming golden cutlery, surrounded by numerous students. Yet, each table left a space, presumably reserved for the new arrivals. Ryan lifted his gaze towards the miraculous ceiling, through the transparent dome, revealing the twinkling stars in the sky. It was hard to believe that this was not an open-air space. Thousands of illuminated candles floated gracefully in the air, illuminating the entire dining hall without a single drop of wax or a wisp of smoke. This spectacle showcased the extraordinary nature of the candles and the school's profound heritage. Hermione's voice drifted from beside him. "This place has been enchanted. It appears just like the sky outside. I read about it in a passage from Hogwarts history." Professor McGonagall gently placed a 4-legged stool in front of the first-year students, atop which she set a pointed wizard's hat. This was undoubtedly the sorting hat, infused with the wisdom of the 4 founders, and one of the cornerstones of Hogwarts. Yet, to be honest, the thought that this object was used annually without ever being cleaned made Ryan's scalp tingle slightly. Soon, after the hat's customary song, Professor McGonagall stepped forward, holding a scroll of parchment. "When I call your name, you shall don the hat and sit upon the stool to await your house assignment." The momentous event of the school year, the sorting ceremony, was about to commence. Chapter 8, The Sorting Ceremony. Hannah Abbott. Professor McGonagall called out the first name. Indeed, this must be the renowned Hannah Abbott spoken of in countless fanfiction tales, Ryan mused. However, it was only fitting that she was the first to be sorted based on the alphabetical order of surnames. A young girl with rosy cheeks and 2 golden braids stumbled out of the line, donning the sorting hat. Ryan reflected upon the conclusion of the tale, wherein Hannah Abbott ascended to the role of proprietor of the Leaky Cauldron and wed Neville Longbottom. Observing this somewhat clumsy young lady, a thrill of historical involvement surged from the depths of his heart. Hannah settled upon a stool, and shortly thereafter, the sorting hat elongated its tone to declare, "Hufflepuff." The individuals at the right table erupted in applause, warmly welcoming her to their midst, while the jovial ghost of a rotund friar waved cheerfully in her direction. "Susan Bones, Hufflepuff." Susan swiftly darted to take a seat beside Hannah. As the sorting continued, Ryan noted that with each name called, the hat adopted a different pitch. It seemed that the life of a hat must be rather monotonous. Truly, a pitiable existence for such a hat. As Ryan pondered which house he would be assigned to before his name was called, he speculated on the possibilities. Due to his lineage, Slytherin was undeniably out of the question. As for Ravenclaw, being a lackluster student, Ryan mused that they would likely overlook him. Thus, the potential houses narrowed down to Gryffindor and Hufflepuff. Both houses boasted a pleasant atmosphere, but upon witnessing Hermione being sorted into Gryffindor, Ryan's heart began to lean towards that house. After all, having a brilliant scholar as an acquaintance was certainly preferable to being entirely alone. Finally, when Neville Longbottom returned the sorting hat to Professor McGonagall, she called out Ryan's name. He placed upon his head the hat that had likely not been washed since the establishment of the school in 993 AD. Communicating with the hat was an extraordinarily novel experience. Despite having lived 2 lifetimes, Ryan had never encountered anything quite like it. Once the hat settled atop his head, he heard a faint voice say, "Though I find your thoughts somewhat impolite, I appreciate your concern. However, the life of an old hat is not as dull as you might imagine. I can sense your kindness and courage, and thus I have made my decision." Before Ryan could fully comprehend, the faint voice transformed into a resounding declaration, "Gryffindor." Ryan removed his hat and respectfully placed his hands on the bench. Although the hat was tattered and stained, adorned with numerous patches, it embodied the essence of Hogwarts far more than the Grand Castle itself. The wisdom imparted by the 4 founders rendered it a symbol of the Hogwarts spirit. After bowing to the professors, Ryan approached the Gryffindor long table and took a seat beside Neville. Shortly thereafter, Harry Potter, just as in the original tale, was sorted into Gryffindor, prompting the entire table to rise in jubilant cheers and applause. Once Professor McGonagall returned after placing the sorting hat, Dumbledore stood up from the magnificent golden chair at the center of the faculty table. With a beaming smile, he gazed upon the students, his arms outstretched, as if nothing brought him greater joy than the sight of all the students gathered together. "Welcome," he proclaimed. "Welcome to Hogwarts as we embark on a new academic year. Before the feast begins, I wish to impart a few words. Nincompoops, crybabies, scoundrels, twist. Thank you all." He then resumed his seat. The crowd erupted in applause and cheers. Ryan turned to Hermione, seated across from him, and inquired, "What does the headmaster mean by that?" Hermione, somewhat perplexed, replied, "I haven't encountered that in any of the books. Perhaps it's a peculiar welcome phrase from the wizarding world." At that moment, Neville interjected, "Let's not dwell on that. We should eat. Aren't you all feeling hungry?" Ryan observed that the previously empty dishes were now brimming with a delightful array of food. Adhering to his customary dinner habits, he served himself some boiled potatoes, pea shoots, and chicken accompanied by tomato sauce. Even after a decade of residing in England, Ryan had yet to acclimate to consuming copious amounts of meat in the evening, fortunately. His adoptive father, also of Chinese descent, infused their home cuisine with elements of Chinese culinary tradition. As everyone neared the conclusion of their meal, the remaining food vanished from the plates in an instant, leaving them spotless. After a brief interlude, dessert arrived, presenting an exquisite assortment of ice creams in various flavors. With the aid of these sweet confections, conversation flowed effortlessly. Ryan and Hermione engaged in discussions with Prefect Percy regarding academic inquiries. And this lively atmosphere persisted until the last morsel of dessert was devoured. With the disappearance of the final course, the diverse array of cutlery also vanished, rendering the table immaculate as if freshly set. The restaurant fell into a serene silence as Professor Dumbledore rose once more. "Ladies and gentlemen, I trust you are all satisfied and well fed. Now, I would like to address a few important matters. Firstly, I implore the first-year students to take heed. The woods on campus are strictly off-limits to students. Some of our older students ought to remember this as well." Dumbledore's piercing gaze briefly swept over the Weasley twins. "Secondly, Mr. Filch, the caretaker, has asked me to remind everyone that magic is prohibited in the corridors during breaks. The tryouts for the Quidditch team will take place in the second week of this term. Any students wishing to join the house team should contact Madam Hooch. Lastly, I must caution you all, those who wish to avoid misfortune and a painful demise should refrain from entering the corridor on the right side of the fourth floor." At this remark, a few first years erupted into laughter, yet the majority remained silent, for most students understood that as the headmaster, Dumbledore never spoke in jest regarding matters of safety. Ryan understood that this was the final challenge concerning the Philosopher's Stone. However, this matter bore little significance for him, as it was primarily intended for Harry and Voldemort. He, as an outsider, should refrain from getting entangled in it. Although the Philosopher's Stone was immensely valuable, he pondered that should he acquire it and take it to the Multiverse Emporium, he would undoubtedly encounter customers willing to exchange magnificent treasures. Yet, considering that Dumbledore had been vigilantly watching over that artifact, Ryan relinquished this audacious notion, for he had no desire to be regarded as an adversary by the most formidable white wizard. Dumbledore paused for a moment, allowing everyone to absorb the recent revelations, then declared in a resounding voice, "All right, everyone, before we retire for the night, let us sing the school song together." Almost all the teachers wore expressions of astonishment. With a gentle flick of his wand, a long golden ribbon soared into the air, twisting and coiling above the grand dining table, forming lines of text. "Choose your favorite melody," Dumbledore instructed. "Ready, sing." Ryan felt a twinge of embarrassment. Yet he continued to sing the entire song in the manner he had observed in the film's behind-the-scenes footage. When Dumbledore announced that it was time for bed, the Hogwarts opening ceremony was deemed officially concluded. Chapter 9, Gryffindor Common Room. Under the guidance of Prefect Percy, the new students navigated through the bustling crowd, exiting the dining hall and ascending the marble staircase. As they passed, the figures in the portraits lining the corridors whispered amongst themselves, pointing and gesturing. Percy led them through doors concealed behind sliding panels and draping curtains on 2 occasions along their path. Ryan contemplated the notion that the castle, as chronicled in the history of Hogwarts, served as a sanctuary during the Dark Ages. It seemed plausible that such an array of inconvenient barriers and concealed passages, formerly utilized to thwart invaders, was only installed when the castle was fortified as a military stronghold. Everyone around him stifled yawns, Ryan included, revealing that his 11-year-old physique had yet to fully develop. Otherwise, the adept cultivator he had been in his past life would not succumb to fatigue so early in the evening. As he trudged up numerous flights of stairs, the sensation that these steps were enchanted, seemingly endless, became more pronounced. Suddenly, the individual ahead of him halted. It turned out that Peeves was causing mischief in midair. Fortunately, Percy managed to disperse him. They proceeded forward until they reached the corridor's end, where Percy announced they had arrived. At the corridor's terminus hung a portrait of a rather corpulent woman adorned in a pink gown. "Password?" she inquired. "Dragondom," Percy replied. The portrait swayed and shifted aside, unveiling a circular opening in the wall. They all crawled through the passage, and after Ryan assisted Neville through, they found themselves in the Gryffindor Common Room. It was a cozy, circular chamber, richly decorated in hues of gold and crimson, furnished with plush armchairs. A roaring fireplace against the wall dispelled much of the castle's chill. It was evident that the newcomers were all weary. The upperclassmen, recognizing this, refrained from further conversation. Percy guided the girls through one door towards their dormitory before leading the boys through another. At the top of a spiral staircase, Ryan discovered his bedroom. Fortunately, he was not sharing it with Harry. Otherwise, during their third year, he might encounter the terrifying prospect of a 15 chance of waking at 2 in the morning to the sight of a solitary, elderly man with a knife, ominously staring at a large gift. The dormitory contained 5 beds, each draped with deep red flannel canopies. Their belongings had already been delivered. Exhausted from a day of train travel and the evening feast, everyone collapsed onto their beds, quickly succumbing to sleep. Habitually, Ryan awoke the following morning, surprised to find the sun just beginning to rise. He was the first to stir, his roommates still lost in slumber. A first-year class schedule lay on his bedside table, astonishing him, for he typically slept lightly and would awaken at the slightest movement nearby. The mere presence of this schedule at his bedside, without his notice, spoke volumes of the efficiency of house elves. Upon reviewing the schedule, he noted that first years had 8 subjects. Classes were primarily scheduled from Monday to Friday, running from 9 a.m. to 12 p.m. and 2 p.m. to 3:30 p.m., with astronomy occurring in the evening from 8 p.m. to 9 p.m. Frankly, this was significantly shorter than the study hours in Chinese middle schools. After completing his morning routine, he decided against waking his roommates, opting instead to descend the staircase to the common room. Hermione was already seated on a sofa, engrossed in a book. "Good morning, Hermione," Ryan waved. He then settled onto a sofa beside her and inquired, "Although there are no classes this morning, we should still have breakfast. Skipping it would be unwise." Hermione turned to a specific page in her book and pointed to the content, saying, "I learned from the history of Hogwarts that there are a total of 142 staircases within the castle. Some are wide and grand, others narrow and shaky. Some lead to different locations every Friday, and some will suddenly have a step disappear midway. Even worse, there are numerous doors that will not open unless you politely ask them to or poke the right spot. Some doors are mere illusions, solid walls masquerading as entrances. Remembering where everything is located proves challenging, as everything seems to be in constant motion. The figures in the portraits also frequently visit one another, and it is certain that even suits of armor can walk." Hermione closed the book and spread her hands, stating, "So now I must wait here and see if any upperclassmen can escort me to the dining hall." Fortunately, it was not long before footsteps echoed from the staircase, and a girl with black hair styled in a braided ponytail descended. Ryan promptly sought assistance, and the senior who identified herself as Angelina Johnson graciously extended her help, guiding Ryan and Hermione to the Great Hall. Along the way, she enthusiastically elucidated the methods for navigating the peculiar staircases and concealed doors. Upon their arrival at the Great Hall, she informed Ryan and Hermione that the transformations of these features followed a discernible pattern, and with diligence, they could swiftly memorize the characteristics of the staircases. During the meal, Ryan couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy towards Hufflepuff, for their dormitory was the closest to the dining hall, conveniently situated adjacent to the kitchen. After dining, Ryan initially intended to explore the castle, relishing the opportunity to visit the familiar locations depicted in the Harry Potter novels, having been an avid fan in his previous life. Alas, this plan was thwarted by Hermione. She insisted on the paramount importance of study before classes, thus inviting Ryan to accompany her to the library. The thought of facing Hermione's scornful gaze, akin to that directed at a lackluster student, weighed heavily on him, not to mention that the library was also a significant setting in the original narrative. Consequently, Ryan abandoned his leisurely exploration of the castle and joined Hermione in her scholarly pursuit. The library, located on the 2nd floor of Hogwarts Castle, boasted a lofty dome. It housed thousands of bookshelves containing countless volumes. Perhaps due to the morning hour, Ryan and Hermione observed that the library was sparsely populated by students. Hermione settled at an empty table, opened her textbook, and began to study, occasionally jotting down notes in her notebook beside her. Ryan selected several books that elucidated the current state of the magical world. After all, the information he had previously acquired was far from comprehensive, and the novels he had encountered in his past life merely provided him with a semblance of foresight. However, a thorough introduction to the magical realm served as the bedrock for existence in this extraordinary world. After a little over an hour, the morning classes at Hogwarts concluded, and a throng of students flooded into the library, busily researching and completing their assignments. It was evident that the bustling atmosphere began to irk Ryan. But noticing Hermione engrossed in her studies, he refrained from interrupting her. After completing the borrowing formalities for a few books with Madame Pants, Ryan departed from the library. Books in hand, Ryan still could not remember the route to the upper floors. Fortunately, he encountered Nick, who was almost headless on his way, which ultimately led him back to the Gryffindor Tower without further incident. Chapter 10. A first encounter with Hogwarts while studying within the halls of Hogwarts Castle. The first challenge one must confront is the fact that much of the castle's surroundings are alive. For instance, there are moving staircases, shifting steps, animated suits of armor, and portraits on the walls that seem to come to life, alongside doors that require special means to open or are cleverly disguised. Indeed, when the vivid descriptions from novels and the enchanting imagery from movies materialized before Ryan's eyes, He felt an exhilarating thrill akin to that of a child witnessing magic for the first time. However, as the initial excitement waned, the true challenges posed by the constantly shifting decor of the castle became apparent. The intricate layout resulted in Ryan spending an inordinate amount of time searching for his intended destination. One cannot help but remark that the pace of life at Hogwarts is rather languid, likely attributable to these troublesome features. Unfortunately, on Tuesday afternoon, while en route to class, he even encountered Peeves, which nearly caused him and several classmates to arrive late for Professor McGonagall's first lesson. As they breathlessly dashed into the Transfiguration classroom, they discovered that class had not yet commenced. However, some students were already settled at their desks, engrossed in their own activities. This classroom bore little distinction from an ordinary secondary school setting, save for the peculiar sight of a cat perched atop one of the desks. Hermione, who entered alongside Ryan, was clearly a cat enthusiast, attempting to scratch the chin of the feline on the lectern, only to have it evade her deftly. Ryan stared in astonishment at Hermione. Having focused solely on finding a seat upon entering, he had not anticipated this playful side of the otherwise composed Hermione. Ryan gently pulled Hermione, who still desired to pet the cat, back a little and then bowed to the feline. With a questioning gaze, Hermione looked at Ryan. After returning to her seat, she inquired across the aisle, "Why did you bow to that cat?" It appeared that Hermione was certainly not one to be slow on the uptake. The cat in question was none other than Professor McGonagall, one of the few registered animagi of this century. "Do you not see how the patterns around the cat's eyes mirror Professor McGonagall's glasses?" Ryan whispered. Hermione glanced up at the cat and was suddenly flushed with embarrassment. She buried her face in her arms and quietly murmured, "Why didn't you tell me about this sooner?" Ryan was at a loss for how to respond. Pondering to himself, the sight of a cat atop the podium is inherently peculiar. How could I have anticipated that you would reach out to touch it? This stands in stark contrast to the Hermione I know, the composed and mature Hermione. Has she been replaced? A few minutes later, the class began, and the classroom door swung open with a crash as Harry and Ron burst in. "Excellent. Professor McGonagall hasn't arrived yet," Ron exclaimed to Harry. No sooner had he spoken than the cat on the podium leapt down and transformed into a human form. "Professor McGonagall." Ron's face suddenly drained of color. "I believe I should turn you into alarm clocks so that you won't be tardy," McGonagall said, a hint of irritation in her voice. "We simply lost our way, Professor," they replied. "Then I ought to turn you into a map. You are not to be late again. Now, return to your seats." The two hurried back to their places, looking rather sheepish. "Ryan Leong, you are the first new student this year to recognize me. It seems you possess remarkable observational skills and have prepared diligently before class. Thus Gryffindor earns 10 points, McGonagall remarked, glancing at Ryan before proceeding to the podium. "Transfiguration is the most intricate and perilous magic you will encounter during your time at Hogwarts," she stated. "Anyone found misbehaving in my class will be asked to leave and barred from returning. I have warned you." She then transformed her desk into a pig and back again. The students were captivated, eager to commence their studies, yet they soon realized that transforming furniture into animals would require considerable time and effort. After taking extensive and complex notes, she handed each of them a matchstick and instructed them to attempt transforming it into a needle. As Ryan surmised, magic is not merely a matter of reciting incantations and waving a wand. It is a rigorous discipline replete with profound theories. Mastering magic demands more than mere practice. One must also grasp its underlying principles. Transfiguration is a subject that can be described as both simple and complex. For instance, first-year students can transform a matchstick into a needle. However, if a master were to perform such a feat, that needle could be crafted from various materials and styles, and the transformation could endure for centuries. The disparity in results, aside from the variance in magical power, lies in the understanding of the magic itself and the mastery of the properties of different substances. Particularly the latter requires an immense investment of time and effort, a pursuit that cannot be achieved through shortcuts. Ryan took some time to merge the knowledge acquired from his pre-class preparation and the notes taken during the lesson to comprehend the underlying principles. However, the transition from theory to practice proved to be more challenging than he had anticipated. It was only as the class was nearing its end that he managed to transform the matchstick into a needle, albeit 3 minutes slower than Hermione. And the needle he produced lacked a hole. Ryan initially believed he had embarrassed himself. However, upon surveying his surroundings, he discovered that others were progressing even more slowly, with some students showing no signs of change at all. At the end of the class, Professor McGonagall nodded at Ryan, acknowledging that for beginners, achieving any transformation was commendable. Of course, Hermione's exceptional talent was a rarity. In addition to the Transfiguration class with Professor McGonagall, Ryan flourished in several other subjects, be it charms or herbology. In charms class, Professor Flitwick, a diminutive wizard, became so exhilarated upon mentioning Harry Potter's name that he tumbled from his pile of books, a rather exaggerated display. Nevertheless, his expertise in charms was profound, and he was always eager to address students' inquiries, leading Ryan to feel that his own skills were advancing rapidly after numerous questions. In herbology, Ryan found himself adept at handling the various plants, even earning bonus points from Professor Sprout, likely attributable to his unique heritage's affinity for cultivation. Conversely, Astronomy and history of magic were less captivating. The first-year astronomy course consisted purely of observational records and rudimentary calculations of celestial cycles, rendering it quite dull. The history of magic was taught by the ghostly Professor Binns, whose monotonous voice droned on endlessly while students hastily took notes from the professor's lectures. Ryan gleaned a wealth of knowledge beyond what history books offered, including first-hand accounts of significant historical events that Professor Binns had experienced. However, the professor's unvarying and uninterrupted delivery often lulled students into a stupor, necessitating Ryan to borrow the notes of the sole alert student, Hermione, after each class. Chapter 11. First Encounters at Hogwarts. On Wednesday, the time for the first Defense Against the Dark Arts class arrived, and Ryan entered the classroom with eager anticipation to behold the enigmatic Professor Quirrell. It was a surreal experience to be seated less than 10 meters away from a character who could be likened to a final boss in a story. The professors of Defense Against the Dark Arts at Hogwarts had gained a notorious reputation for their transient tenure over the decades. Yet, despite this, each year, a few intrepid witches and wizards applied for the position, reflecting a curious phenomenon akin to the lack of foreign applicants in the wizarding world. Thus, it could be said that British wizards were not lacking in courage. More importantly, these unfortunate professors were not devoid of skill. Even the notoriously incompetent Professor Lockhart managed to execute a flawless memory charm after obtaining information from a cadre of seasoned wizards, never faltering. As for Professor Umbridge, aside from her political maneuvering that forced Dumbledore's departure, one only needed to look at her quill to gauge her formidable prowess in dark arts. Among the remaining professors were Lupin, who had survived many years among werewolves without succumbing to their hostility, the illustrious double agent, Professor Snape, and young Barty Crouch Jr., who had evaded detection beneath Dumbledore's watchful gaze for an entire year. Even the Death Eater Professor, Electo Carrow, selected by Voldemort during their 7th year, could be considered elite among elites. However, the curse cast by Voldemort was particularly potent. Ultimately, the only professors to survive the ordeal were the deranged Lockhart and the prison-dwelling Umbridge. This year, Professor Quirrell, once renowned as an exemplary student during his own time at Hogwarts, had now become known as the amalgam of Quirrell and Voldemort. Regrettably, their fusion appeared to have gone awry, as Professor Quirrell exhibited none of the strengths typically associated with such a combination. His classroom was permeated by an overpowering odor of garlic, and aside from reading from the textbook, he indulged in boastful tales of dubious adventures that lacked any semblance of credibility. Ryan surmised that Chilo was attempting to conceal himself to avoid the scrutiny of Dumbledore. However, to be frank, such a drastic deviation from the norm is more likely to attract suspicion. It seems that when two minds are incompatible, their combined intellect may indeed fall short of that of a single mind. After nearly a week of study, Friday arrived, the day dreaded by Gryffindor students, potions class. This lesson took place in a subterranean classroom, which was far colder than the castle above. The glass jars lining the walls, filled with preserved animal specimens, gave the room an eerie resemblance to the lair of a malevolent sorcerer, sending shivers down the spines of many students. Once class commenced, Professor Snape began with his renowned opening remarks before summoning Harry Potter for a private demonstration. As Ryan watched this infamous scene unfold in the film, he couldn't help but think of the adage that debts must be repaid, a principle that transcends both Eastern and Western cultures. After berating Harry and finding an excuse to deduct a point, Snape proceeded to pair the students into groups of 2, instructing them to concoct a simple potion to cure mange. Unfortunately, due to the alphabetical arrangement of surnames, Ryan was paired with Neville Longbottom. This meant that he not only had to diligently complete the potion-making task, but also keep a watchful eye on Longbottom to prevent any mishaps. Fortunately, Longbottom was merely a touch clumsy and lacked confidence, yet he approached his work with utmost seriousness. He performed admirably while following the book's instructions to measure dried nettle and crush the fangs of a serpent. As Professor Snape patrolled the classroom, Ryan's group was reprimanded for insufficient heat while boiling a slime-covered slug. Just as Ryan heard Snape commend Malfoy for his flawless technique in steaming the slug, his peripheral vision caught Neville placing a porcupine quill into the cauldron. Ryan was taken aback, grasping Neville's arm with urgency. While Neville gazed at Ryan with a look of bewilderment, Ryan whispered, "Isn't it written on the blackboard that the porcupine quills can only be added after the cauldron is removed from the fire?" Neville's mouth fell slightly agape in surprise, as it seemed he had completely forgotten this crucial detail. The system seized the moment to announce, "The shopkeeper has prevented Neville's cauldron explosion incident," earning 1 offset point. Professor Snape emerged silently from behind, then circled around Harry and Ron at the adjacent table. "Potter, why didn't you tell him not to add the porcupine quills? Do you think his mistakes reflect well on you? Gryffindor has lost a point because of you." It appeared that Professor Snape harbored a deep-seated animosity towards James Potter. An hour later, the class concluded, and everyone submitted their potions. Ryan noticed that Snape had marked an A on his potion label. Well, a passing grade is something to celebrate. Exiting the classroom, Neville continuously expressed his gratitude to Ryan, as this was one of the rare occasions when he managed not to blow up his cauldron and still produce a satisfactory potion without injury. Ryan thought Neville's performance wasn't that terrible. It was merely the immense pressure exerted by Professor Snape that affected everyone, even though he possessed the soul of an adult. Ryan felt a chill run down his spine whenever Snape walked by, let alone the impact it had on a timid boy like Neville. At that moment, Harry and Ron approached from behind, and Neville stepped forward to apologize. "I'm really sorry for costing you points this time." Harry smiled but hadn't yet spoken when Ron waved his hand dismissively, saying, "It's fine. It's not your fault. We've known for ages that Snape isn't reasonable." Potions class was scheduled for Friday, so after that, the first week of classes was officially over. There were no afternoon classes. After lunch, Ryan gathered all his study materials and headed to the library to prepare for his weekend assignments, believing that completing his work in advance would allow for more leisure time later, rather than scrambling at the last minute. Upon arriving at the library, he found Hermione already seated there. Ryan greeted her and took a seat beside her to begin his assignments. To be honest, in his previous life, Ryan was a firm believer in the notion that sufficient grades were all that mattered. In this life, after receiving the letter from the owl, he had initially planned to coast through the next 7 years. However, he had not anticipated attending Hogwarts alongside his elementary school classmates. To avoid raising suspicions due to a sudden drop in grades and to escape the disdainful gazes of acquaintances, which could even be mentioned in letters to his parents, Ryan had to dedicate the majority of his time to studying. This lifestyle reminded him of his own grueling preparations for college entrance exams in his past life, which were not fond memories. Yet, every time he recalled that knowledge is power in the magical world, Ryan found studying to be less burdensome. By dinner time, the two had completed most of their assignments and made their way to the Great Hall with their bags. This brought back memories of walking home with his classmates after school. The feeling of youth was delightful, Ryan mused silently, despite the heart of a 30-year-old man within him. Chapter 12. Flying lessons over the entire weekend, aside from a stroll by the Black Lake on Saturday morning. Ryan spent the rest of the time at Hermione's insistence in the library reading. Initially reluctant, he observed that the entertainment options in the wizarding world were limited to board games or Quidditch, which felt rather dull to Ryan, who had come from the information age. In contrast, the various magical books were far more intriguing. Besides reading, Ryan would sit by the fireplace in the common room in the evenings, chatting with classmates. Occasionally, some would approach him for help with assignments, and Ryan patiently assisted them. Through this, he finally understood why professors often appeared frustrated when grading assignments. Some students would copy extensively from the textbooks, while others presented illogical sequences in their work. In the most extreme cases, students would pad their transfiguration assignments with unrelated potions work to meet word count requirements, not to mention a multitude of grammar and spelling mistakes that even Ryan, in his past life, had seldom committed. It could only be said that Hogwarts teachers had quite a bit of patience. Had he been in their shoes, he would have certainly dealt with those cunning little miscreants more harshly. Seeing his classmates look at him with pleading eyes like little animals, Ryan could only sigh quietly. He gently guided these youngsters in their writing and taught them the format he had learned for writing papers in his previous life. However, on Sunday evening, Ryan resolutely declined the request of a few classmates to copy his assignments. Days passed, and Ryan gradually established a reputation among the Gryffindor students as a principled good person. Concurrently, Hermione Granger's somewhat reclusive bookworm persona was also cemented. Ryan had subtly hinted at this issue to Hermione a few times, but regrettably, she remained steadfast in her ways. Finally, over a month into the school year, a notice was posted in the Gryffindor common room announcing that flying lessons would commence on Thursday, with Gryffindor students attending class alongside Slytherins. Aside from the slight disappointment of sharing the lesson with Slytherins, the overall news was quite exhilarating. In the days following the announcement, every student from wizarding families chattered incessantly about Quidditch, except for Neville Longbottom. Ryan listened to numerous stories, but struggled to grasp the excitement surrounding Quidditch. Nevertheless, he learned from his classmates' conversations that every few years, there would be one or two young witches or wizards who had to apply for exemption from flying lessons due to insurmountable acrophobia, subsequently facing social ostracism as cowards within the house. He silently prayed not to become one of those unfortunate souls. Amidst the fervent discussions, Thursday arrived. During breakfast, Hermione incessantly recited flying instructions she had gleaned from a library book titled Quidditch Through the Ages. Everyone, except Neville, grew slightly irritated by her incessant chatter. Observing this, Ryan gestured for Hermione to be quiet. It was akin to swimming. No amount of theoretical knowledge would suffice without practical experience. Hermione opened her mouth, seemingly ready to retort, but her words were interrupted by an owl delivering a letter. It was a memory ball sent by Neville's grandmother, which was nearly snatched away by Malfoy. Fortunately, Professor McGonagall arrived promptly to handle the situation. At 3:30 p.m., the first-year students of Gryffindor and Slytherin gathered on the pitch, ready for their inaugural flying lesson. The weather was splendid, a perfect day for flying. Dozens of broomsticks were neatly lined up on the ground, and according to upperclassmen, these brooms had seen many years of use, with a few even considered antiques. Ryan cast a glance at the brooms and noticed that many of their bristles had considerably fallen off, while the ends where they were grasped glimmered with a smooth sheen. The condition of these brooms was indeed worrisome. Their instructor, Madame Horkin, arrived. She was a woman of striking appearance, with short gray hair and piercing yellow eyes reminiscent of an eagle's gaze. "Well, what are you all waiting for?" she exclaimed sternly. prompting everyone to stand beside a flying broomstick. Hurry, hurry, time is of the essence. Once everyone was in position, Madame Horkin commanded. Extend your right hand and place it above the broomstick's handle, then say, up. The command echoed amidst a chorus of chaotic sounds. Remarkably, less than 1/5 of the brooms responded to the instruction. It was evident that Ryan was among the 4/5, as his broom merely rolled on the ground. Fortunately, after several rounds of fervent calling, the broom finally leaped into his grasp. Subsequently, Madame Horkin demonstrated how to mount the broom without sliding off. Ryan watched intently. Aware of Madame Pomfrey's exceptional skills, she could mend even the most grievous injuries overnight. However, as a reasonable individual, he certainly did not wish to experience the advanced medical practices of the magical realm firsthand. After correcting everyone's gestures, they proceeded to the practical phase. At the sound of a whistle, all participants floated into the air, hovering approximately 1 meter above the ground. After a few minutes of experimentation, Ryan realized he might not possess the innate talent for broom riding. No matter how much he practiced, he would merely attain a modest proficiency. Just as Ryan returned to the ground as instructed by Madame Horkin, a gasp erupted from beside him. It turned out that Neville, overwhelmed by anxiety, had lost control of his broom, causing him to ascend rapidly and subsequently tumble back down from the sky. Ryan, recalling the original text, believed that Neville would encounter trouble before Madame Hooch blew her whistle, prompting him to take preemptive action to avert the incident. However, until the whistle was blown, everything seemed to be in order, leading Ryan to think that perhaps his metaphorical butterfly wings had averted the mishap. Upon witnessing Neville ascend into the air, Ryan instinctively drew his wand from his pocket and, as Neville began to fall, uttered the levitation charm. Regrettably, Ryan had self-taught the spell, resulting in less than satisfactory effects. Neville lingered momentarily in the air before plummeting heavily into the underbrush. Madame Hooch hurried over to assess Neville's condition, discovering a wrist injury, possibly a hairline fracture. Everyone heard her softly murmur, "It seems the levitation charm had some effect. This is far better than a fracture." However, it was likely that the minimal alteration led to no systemic reaction, yet Ryan felt a sense of joy knowing he had aided someone. "All right, the child is fine. You may rise," Madame Hooch encouraged Neville. She then turned to the other students in the class, warning them to return their brooms to their proper places before escorting Neville to the infirmary. Chapter 13. The Midnight Duel. After Madame Hooch departed with Neville, Malfoy began to provoke the Gryffindor students. Ryan found it difficult to comprehend how someone who prided himself on noble blood in the wizarding world could behave like a common thug. Subsequently, Malfoy, clutching Neville's memory ball, soared into the air to taunt Harry Potter. Hermione attempted to intervene and prevent Harry from following in such reckless pursuit, but her efforts proved futile. Following a tense aerial chase, Harry ultimately retrieved Neville's memory ball, only to be taken away by Professor McGonagall. As they made their way back to the castle, Hermione expressed her concerns, wondering if they might genuinely expel Harry. "That seems unlikely," Ryan reassured her. "Harry merely made a minor mistake. No sensible institution would expel someone over such trivial matters. How could he act so carelessly? Did he not consider how many points he might lose before ascending?" Ryan paused and turned to Hermione. "I understand that your reluctance to accept Harry's action stems from your dedication to the honor of the house. However, in that circumstance, Malfoy's bullying of the vulnerable is truly repugnant, and Harry acted purely out of righteous indignation. I believe it is inappropriate to condemn him for such a noble response." Hermione replied, "You may have a point, but I struggle to comprehend why boys can be so reckless. Can't we allow the professors to handle these matters?" After saying this, Hermione shook her head and made her way towards the Great Hall. As it was the final class of the day, students were gradually emerging for dinner. As Ryan entered the dining hall, he noticed that Harry and Ron were already seated at the table, while Malfoy appeared to be saying something to them. Ryan noticed Hermione beside them, so he edged closer and overheard her admonishing Harry, insisting that he must not wander outside at night. After exchanging a few heated words with the two of them, he stormed off in a fit of anger. Ryan walked over and sat beside Harry and Ron. Upon seeing Ryan, Ron inquired, "Are you also planning to persuade us like Hermione?" "No, I am not," Ryan replied. "But have you ever considered the possibility that Malfoy might not show up and instead inform the teachers to set a trap for you? After all, Ron, you often claim that the Slytherins are exceedingly cunning." "No, that can't be." Ron's face twitched slightly. "The Malfoy family is one of the oldest pure-blood wizarding families. He wouldn't be so shameless as to resort to trickery in a duel he himself instigated." Ryan glanced at Harry, who remarked, "I believe Ryan's perspective holds merit. The possibility is not entirely absent. However, if he ventures forth while we remain behind, we would endure a lifetime of his mockery." Suddenly, it seemed as if a thought struck Harry. "Ryan, I observed your impressive spell casting when you saved Neville today. Why not join us? This way, we will have an additional pair of eyes to keep watch over the professor." Ryan contemplated the significance of the day's primary quest: to secure a pivotal advantage. It was essential to cultivate a favorable relationship with the chosen one of this realm. With this thought in mind, Ryan acquiesced to Harry's request. They arranged to convene in the common room at 11:30 that evening. Ryan felt a surge of excitement. After all, how could he resist the allure of participating in the traditional Gryffindor night adventure at Hogwarts? Moreover, even if they were caught, The consequences would likely amount to a mere deduction of points and a bit of after-hours labor, which was hardly a significant concern. Upon returning to the common room, he found Neville back from the hospital, seemingly having sustained a lighter injury this time compared to the original tale. Upon seeing Ryan, Neville grasped his hand, stumbling over his words in gratitude, to which Ryan offered comforting reassurances. As the clock struck 11:30, with his roommates fast asleep, Ryan quietly opened the door. To his surprise, he spotted Harry and Ron emerging from the opposite room. After exchanging brief greetings, they stealthily made their way towards the portrait passage, only to have the lamp nearest to the entrance flicker on. Hermione, clad in a charming pink nightgown, sat there with a furrowed brow. "You actually went through with it," she exclaimed. "Especially you, Ryan. How could you mingle with them?" "Ryan, relax. Nighttime excursions are an integral part of life at Hogwarts. Just look at those upperclassmen. How many of them have never ventured out at night? After all, we must learn to adapt to our surroundings. Moreover, it is a crucial aspect of a wizard's life. And I have yet to witness a wizard duel." "Be quiet, or I shall write to your parents," Hermione retorted as she followed them through the passageway. "Don't you think we ought to have triumphed over Slytherin to secure the house cup? I cannot bear to see you squander the points I have painstakingly earned. It's all right. If we do lose points, I will help you regain them, I swear." The two engaged in playful banter while navigating the tunnel. "Fine. I won't concern myself with you any longer." She turned to return to the dormitory, only to find the portrait before her entirely vacant. The fat lady had gone out for a late-night visit, leaving Hermione stranded outside Gryffindor Tower. "Oh dear, what am I to do?" Hermione inquired. "That is your predicament," Ron replied. "We must leave. We are about to be late. Since you've already broken the rules, we might as well go together. It's certainly safer than standing here," Ryan suggested to Hermione. "Sometimes, the best way to avoid being reported is to drag the informant down with you." "Why?" Ron gasped softly. "At least with two of us. We can keep an eye on the entire corridor. If a patrolling teacher does appear, we'll be better prepared to evade them." "All right," Harry turned back and said. "Everyone be quiet, or we'll get caught on our way." After 10 tense minutes of walking, they arrived at the third-floor trophy room, where various medals glistened under the moonlight. Harry and Ron entered the room, while Ryan and Hermione crouched at the doorway, occasionally peeking out to observe the corridor. As time ticked away, Ryan spotted a cat darting out from the staircase, followed by a limping figure that emerged. It appeared to be Filch. Ryan gently patted Hermione, who widened her eyes in anxiety. They cautiously retreated to the display room to inform Harry. The four of them tiptoed towards the door, steering clear of Filch, and proceeded along the corridor lined with suits of armor. They treaded carefully to avoid making noise that might alert Filch. However, it seemed that Filch had sensed something amiss, as his footsteps grew increasingly closer. In a moment of tension, Ron stumbled over a suit of armor, the clattering sound echoing throughout the corridor. The four of them abandoned all pretense of stealth and dashed down the corridor. After ascending and descending stairs and traversing several hallways, they finally found themselves out of breath. Everyone bent over, resting their hands on their knees, gasping for air. Ron inquired, "Where have we ended up?" Ryan glanced around, his heart sinking. For they were near the fourth-floor classroom of charms, close to the forbidden territory guarded by the three-headed dog, Fluffy. Could the inertia of the plot be so profound? Chapter 14. The three-headed dog. We now stood at the entrance of the charms classroom. Ryan turned to Ron and remarked that his concerns were indeed justified. Yet, do pure-blood wizards typically act so dishonorably in the face of a duel? Absolutely not, Ron countered. Only the venomous Slytherins might stoop so low. The Weasley family would never engage in such behavior. The Weasley family? I believe I may have encountered one. An official from the Ministry of Magic named Arthur Weasley, who guided me into the magical realm, was exceptionally helpful. He is truly a kind-hearted individual. Thank you for your kind words about my father, Ron replied with a friendly smile. It seems we have successfully eluded him. Hermione wiped the sweat from her brow and added, I had said as much. Before she could finish, Harry interrupted, insisting they must hurry back to the dormitory and not linger here. Judging by Harry's expression, he likely agreed with Hermione but was reluctant to admit it in her presence. As they stood to leave, a door in the corridor swung open, and Peeves the poltergeist floated out, emitting a gleeful shriek upon seeing them. Naughty first years, wandering about at this hour. TSK, 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 so mischievous. You shall find yourselves in trouble. Just as Hermione prepared to plead for leniency, Ryan tugged at her, urging her to run forward while shouting to Harry, P.S. Peeves. Pleading is futile. We must flee. Harry, still somewhat dazed, was quickly seized by Ron, who urged him to run down the corridor. At this point, they abandoned any pretense of stealth, sprinting down the hall with all their might. Behind them, Peeves called out, students should be asleep in the charms corridor. The four of them reached the end of the corridor, only to discover that the door was locked. Meanwhile, the sound of Filch's footsteps echoed ominously from down the hall. It's over, Ron whimpered. They desperately pushed against the door, while Ryan braced himself for capture. After all, Filch seemed far more benign compared to the three-headed dog. Step aside. Hermione suddenly dashed to the door. Seizing Harry's wand, she tapped the lock and whispered, Alohomora. The lock clicked open, and the door swung ajar. Ryan's expression abruptly shifted, and before he could utter a word, Hermione pulled him inside. He sorrowfully realized that at this age, females develop more rapidly than males, and he found himself unexpectedly dragged into the room by Hermione. With a resounding thud, the door slammed shut. Indeed, Peeves was true to his nature, aside from showing a modicum of respect towards the professors in the bloodstained barrow. He disregarded everyone else within the school. Filch, having been taunted by Peeves to no avail, stormed off in frustration, cursing under his breath, ultimately left with no recourse. Harry exhaled, stating, "He must believe this door is locked. We are finally safe." "I doubt it. Take a look behind you," Ryan replied, his voice trembling. Likely possessing the lineage of a three-headed hellhound, the formidable dog Fluffy now stood before them. They found themselves gazing into the eyes of a monstrous dog. One so large it occupied the entirety of the space from ceiling to floor. It boasted 3 heads, each adorned with a pair of menacing, glistening eyes. 3 noses quivering towards their direction, and 3 drooling mouths, saliva dripping like sticky strings from its yellowed fangs. It stood there motionless, all 6 eyes fixed intently upon them. Ryan knew that the dog would fall asleep at the sound of music. Initially, he believed that exploiting this vulnerability would render the task of dealing with the beast manageable. However, upon arriving at the scene, he realized that singing before such a formidable creature was utterly impossible. His gaze swept downward, and indeed, a door leading to the basement lay beneath the dog's paws. This must be Dumbledore's test for Harry. It was rather suspicious that Peeves had deliberately directed them in this manner. Surely, the headmaster could summon the ghost within Hogwarts. If he truly wished to deter anyone from entering this location, he could easily command the spirits to redirect any students approaching this area. Reflecting on the original work, the challenges presented, aside from the final mirror, seemed rather trivial, hardly fitting for confronting the Dark Lord. Moreover, these trials appeared to align perfectly with the strengths of the 3 challengers, a circumstance that felt excessively coincidental. Nevertheless, this was merely the beginning of the main storyline. For now, there was no need to fret about being regarded as candidates for heroism by the headmaster. At least, in the original narrative, Neville was not seen as a potential hero. At this moment, the door lock clicked open. It was Harry who had turned the doorknob. They swiftly exited, closing the door behind them. Thankful that the dog was chained to the wall and unable to pursue, the 4 of them raced up towards Gryffindor Tower. En route, Ryan discreetly returned the sunlight crystal he had stowed away in his pocket before their departure to the supply shop. This was a precaution he had prepared, hoping to buy them some time to escape using the flash of the sunlight crystal. Fortunately, they arrived at the dormitory door on the 8th floor, where the fat lady had returned. Curiously, she inquired how the 4 of them had ended up in such a disheveled state. Yet, none wished to respond. After using the password to unlock the door, they stumbled back into the common room and collapsed onto the sofa. After a brief silence, Ron broke the stillness. Why would the school keep such a volatile beast within the castle? Aren't they afraid of an incident? At that moment, Hermione, having caught her breath, stood up. Did you not see it standing atop a trapdoor? It must be guarding something. She glared at the 3 boys. I hope you all feel fortunate for today. We nearly faced death or worse, expulsion from school. With that, she declared, well, if you have no objections, I'm heading to bed. Given the circumstances, Hermione's frustration was entirely understandable, especially since this escapade had nearly cost them their lives. After a few more minutes, the 3 of them ascended the stairs together, exchanging goodnights at the dormitory door before retreating to their respective chambers. Ryan felt an overwhelming sense of fatigue throughout his body, prompting him to forego his usual evening routine. He shed his clothes and slipped directly into bed. Lying there, he reflected on his actions of the day, acknowledging his own recklessness. The most significant realization was his lack of strength, which rendered him powerless to alter the course of events, even when he was aware of what was to come. With this thought, he resolved to confront his fears. For too long, he had shied away from the unfamiliar world, refraining from opening the door to new realms within the grocery store. It was clear that he could no longer avoid it. With this new goal in mind, Ryan turned over and gradually drifted into slumber. Chapter 15. The first initiative to enter the instance the following morning, as Ryan sat at the dining table, he noticed Malfoy's astonished expression upon discovering that Harry Potter was still at school. To be honest, the youthful Malfoy, displaying such a look, appeared rather endearing. Harry and Ron seemed to be engaged in a private discussion, but whenever Ryan approached, they would abruptly cease their conversation. It appeared they had begun to speculate about what lay beneath the trapdoor that the large dog was guarding, in a situation that could be deemed either fortunate or unfortunate. Hermione had ceased her conversations with Ryan. This left him feeling somewhat disheartened. However, it also afforded him more time to interact with other classmates in the common room. Several students remarked that without Hermione sitting nearby, they felt considerably more at ease. It seemed that Hermione's interpersonal skills were indeed somewhat lacking. Yet, after more than a week had passed, following an encounter in which Harry confronted Hermione about the firebolt, Ryan finally found an opportunity to apologize to her. As an adult, extending an apology to a victim after inadvertently placing them in jeopardy was nothing to be ashamed of. The relationships among children were devoid of such complexities. And after a week of cooling off, Hermione forgave Ryan for his impulsiveness, restoring their rapport. As the weekend arrived, after all the dormitory occupants had retired for the night, Ryan lowered the bed curtains to shield himself from his roommate's gaze and chose to enter the Multiverse grocery store. Previously, Ryan had attempted to wait and see if any customers would come to him. But aside from a visit from the mayor of Winterhold from the Ice Age world before his schooling commenced, he had not encountered a single visitor in over a month since starting school. It was only after re-entering the Multiverse grocery store and communicating with the system that he learned the likelihood of customers appearing was directly proportional to the strength of the store owner. The previous visit from a customer had been an extraordinary stroke of luck, given that he could not afford to wait idly. Ryan walked to the entrance of the grocery store and began to select the world he wished to traverse. The new worlds were categorized by danger level, ranging from 1 to 9. The points required to open a dimensional door began at 1, with each subsequent level necessitating double the points of the previous one. The Plant vs. Zombies world had been classified as a level 5 world. It was only logical. A realm filled with sentient plants and superpowered zombies could hardly be as simple as portrayed in the game. Ryan pondered for a moment, realizing that the first and second tier worlds might lack the necessities he sought. Even if he were to acquire firearms, they would merely be conventional weapons, and with his untrained 11-year-old physique, he would be ill-equipped to wield any formidable individual weaponry. Moreover, utilizing a gun in confined spaces against 3-headed dogs or giants would be tantamount to a suicidal endeavor, much like attempting to shoot an elephant at close range in a cage. Furthermore, Voldemort, devoid of a corporeal form, was immune to all physical assaults. As for Draco Malfoy, a classmate whose disdain was palpable, the notion of resolving conflicts through gunfire was entirely excessive. In contrast, the 5th-tier world, characterized by the Plants vs. Zombies universe, presented a fortunate scenario where he encountered relatively few adversaries. However, relying solely on luck was an untenable strategy. One could only imagine the dire consequences of encountering a horde of zombies, for with his current capabilities, Ryan would be utterly defenseless. Given that he possessed merely 6 deviation points, the 3rd-tier world emerged as his only viable option. Resolute in his decision, he expended 4 deviation points. And in a flash of light, Ryan was transported to another realm. Upon his arrival, he found himself concealed behind a large tree in a small clearing within a grove. Fortunately, it was nighttime, and clad in a black school uniform, he blended seamlessly into the surrounding darkness. As he surveyed the patch of grass beneath his feet and the trees encircling him, he noticed a sizable pit nearby from which inexplicable sounds emanated. It dawned on him that he had landed in a popular location for traversing realms, the world of the film Chronicle. It was no surprise. Such a world offered the low threshold for rapidly acquiring combat prowess, and even among the myriad films set in this universe, it remained a rarity. Ryan felt a pang of regret for the original protagonists of the film, in a world devoid of supernatural abilities. The sudden emergence of a superhero who reveals himself to the outside world painted a rather grim picture for the future. Unless the extraordinary individual formed an organization or was entirely invincible, there would invariably be factions attempting to control or eliminate him, even if he were truly unbeatable in strength. As long as he retained a sliver of humanity, methods to manipulate or even compel him to take his own life would always exist. After all, the power of an individual, no matter how formidable, could never rival that of a collective. Fortunately, Ryan had arrived early. He shed his magical robe and draped it over the pit's opening, casting a transformation spell to conceal it in the surrounding grass. He then concealed himself behind a nearby tree to observe the situation. After approximately an hour, 3 young individuals traversed the grove, 2 Caucasians and 1 African American. It seemed they were the original protagonists. They circled the clearing before departing, oblivious to the magically obscured entrance. Just as they exited Ryan's line of sight, a chime echoed in his mind. Dramatic plot twist achieved, 20 deviation points awarded. Elated, Ryan pumped his fist in triumph. However, such opportunities were scarce. And having initially averted the unfolding of the plot, he realized he could not continuously harvest deviation points. Thus, the various methods of intervening in the narrative each bore their own advantages and disadvantages. For the original protagonists, although they could not become extraordinary beings, evading untimely demise or the necessity to forsake their identities and seek refuge elsewhere was, in itself, a fortunate outcome. Once he confirmed the departure of the protagonist trio, Ryan dashed to the pit's edge, lifting the magical robe to leap down. The pit was not expansive, and after a few steps and a swift turn, he encountered a shimmering blue crystal resembling a sea urchin. Contemplating for a moment, he reached out to grasp one of the crystalline pillars sprouting from the gem. At that instant, the system projected another line of text in his mind. You have acquired a marketable item. Would you like to store it in the grocery shop? Ryan made the choice to affirm, and the crystal before him vanished. With the disappearance of the crystal that supported the cave, stones and earth from the ceiling began to plummet. Ryan swiftly fled towards the cave's entrance, scrambling to ascend to the surface. After covering a considerable distance, he ventured into the woods. At that moment, a thunderous roar erupted behind him. Grasping the trunk of a tree, he glanced back at the clearing, where a sinkhole the size of a medium van had manifested. Ryan realized that he had essentially accomplished his goals in this world, and thus returned to the Multiverse General Store. Upon examining the shelves, he discovered that the psychic crystal had been reduced to the size of a palm and placed within a partition. The label beneath read that by applying a certain stimulation to the brain, it could bestow upon the user a telekinetic power of up to 100 tons. It could be used 33 times, and its effects could not be stacked. Ryan hesitated for a considerable time over the crystal, ultimately relinquishing his desire to acquire extraordinary powers. He was uncertain of the potential repercussions such stimulation might have on his brain. What if it induced irreversible damage, jeopardizing his magical abilities? After all, magic was his foundation. And for someone already constrained by inherent limitations, taking such a risk seemed rather unwise. It would be prudent to retain the crystal as a bargaining chip. Although this venture did not yield the anticipated powers, he had nonetheless accumulated a total of 22 deviation points. After tallying his gains, Ryan resisted the urge to glance once more at the tantalizing source of rapid and formidable strength and chose instead to return. Lying in bed, he glanced at the clock. As before, only an hour had elapsed. It appeared that regardless of how much time one spent in other realms, merely an hour would pass in this world. This was indeed splendid news, as it would greatly facilitate future time management. Ryan took a moment to reflect on the day's adventures before he cast his weary body onto the bedding, quickly succumbing to slumber. Chapter 16. The battle in the world of plants versus zombies. The following morning, Ryan rose early, resolved to venture into a more perilous realm on his next outing. However, before embarking on such a journey, he recognized the necessity of acquiring further magical knowledge and augmenting his powers to ensure his safety during his escapades. After all, worlds like the one governed by the erratic powers of super energy, which yield abundant rewards with minimal risk, constitute merely a small fraction of the vast multiverse. The more likely scenario involves being besieged by a horde of monsters upon arrival in a new world. As he partook of his breakfast, a new message from the system materialized. Crazy Dave had improved several plant varieties based on the magical flora Ryan had introduced a month prior. And he now extended an invitation for Ryan to join him in testing these new plants. Testing plants? That signified battle was imminent. Nevertheless, considering his companionship with Dave and the option to return at any moment, the prospect appeared to be relatively safe. After a moment of contemplation, Ryan accepted the invitation. After all, when one cannot enhance their abilities in a short span, seeking external assistance is indeed a commendable approach. Following breakfast, Ryan proceeded to the library with Hermione, as usual. However, his mind appeared somewhat distracted, preoccupied with contemplating the evening's endeavors, a state that Hermione readily discerned. Ryan, what's troubling you today? You seem a bit off. You've been staring at that page for nearly 10 minutes without turning it, she inquired. Oh, it's nothing. I'm just not quite myself today. Thank you for your concern, he replied. No, I'm not concerned about you. Uncle Lambert simply asked me to keep an eye on you. I cannot go back on my word, she retorted, turning her head away in a huff. She then resumed her studies, diligently taking notes from her thick book. Ryan, in turn, pulled out the essay assigned by Professor McGonagall and began to write. Thus, the daylight hours of Saturday were spent in scholarly pursuits. After dinner, Ryan engaged in discussions with several classmates in the common room regarding their weekend assignments. Upon returning to his dormitory and waiting for his roommate to fall asleep, he embarked on yet another journey. Standing in his courtyard, Ryan surveyed the flourishing plants around him before making his way towards the back door of Dave's house, nestled within the garden wall. Before he could knock, the door swung open abruptly. Ah, little one, come in quickly. I've been waiting for you. Let us hurry to the lab and check out Dave's latest invention, exclaimed Dave, beckoning Ryan into the room. As Ryan followed Dave forward, he listened to his incessant chatter. The plants you discovered are unlike any I have ever encountered. They are truly extraordinary and have inspired me immensely. I have combined them with some local flora, yielding astonishing effects against those detestable zombies. I am genuinely curious about the world in which they thrive. As they conversed, they arrived in the living room, where Dave settled onto a two-seater sofa and gestured for Ryan to join him. Once seated, Dave removed his left shoe and pressed his left big toe onto a flower depicted on the tiled floor. With a click, a seatbelt sprang forth, fastening around both their waists, and the sofa abruptly tilted backward before the seatbelt retracted. Dave quickly stood up, effortlessly pulling Ryan to his feet. As they circled around the sofa, Ryan noticed a staircase descending from beneath it. Ryan gazed at Dave and inquired, "Why must one sit on the sofa when activating the mechanism?" To which Dave replied, "I believe that by shaking my head in such a manner, I can evoke fresh inspiration." Ryan then asked, "And why should I also occupy that space?" Dave felt that valuable ideas should not be hoarded alone, but rather shared with one's partners. Ryan descended the winding staircase, traversing approximately 4 or 5 flights until he encountered a metal door. Dave disregarded the nearby scanning camera, pressing his face against the glass of the fire equipment box for facial recognition verification, which resulted in the door unlocking. "See, I designed it this way to ensure no adversary could ever anticipate it. You could install something similar in your own home," Dave remarked. Ryan, at a loss for words, could only nod politely in agreement. Beyond the door lay an underground space roughly the size of half a football field, soaring to a height of 3 stories. The entire area was illuminated by sunlight crystals. "This is my laboratory, where an intelligent system I developed assists me in managing the space," Dave proudly declared. "Follow me. At the back, you'll find new varieties produced from the plants you brought." As they walked past rows of soilless cultivation troughs, Ryan encountered a plethora of familiar plant varieties reminiscent of those from his past gaming experiences, such as cherry bombs, nut walls, and potato mines. The plants seemed to curiously regard him, occasionally whispering amongst themselves. "It appears they are quite fond of you, little one," Dave said, beckoning Ryan toward another door. "Come in and meet the new members of our botanical army." Upon entering, Ryan discovered a small room of about 100 square meters. Aside from the array of sophisticated scientific instruments occupying half the space, the remainder was filled with rows of iron racks supporting various plants. As Ryan examined the plants on the racks, Dave approached from behind, ready to introduce each one. "Due to the limited time I've had with these specimens, I've only developed 3 new plants thus far." He gestured toward a cabbage that stood at half his height. "This is the cabbage boxer. Bred from the biting cabbage seeds you provided. It can continuously pummel the zombies before it, almost as if on cue." The cabbage opened its eyes and assumed a boxing stance. Isn't that a variety from Plants vs. Zombies too? Ryan wondered. Though he quickly realized that all the plants in both games were indeed cultivated by Dave. Thus, it was entirely plausible for him to have preemptively developed new varieties inspired by his creations. Dave then pointed to a bean plant beside the cabbage. "This is the spring bean. It can spring forth to repel nearby zombies, thanks to the nodules you provided from the nodule vine. I learned that elasticity can indeed inflict damage on zombies." Finally, Dave led Ryan to the back of the room, where an unusual row of plants with dragon-like heads awaited. "I always believed dragons to be mere myth until you gifted me that vial of dragon's blood." Ryan interjected, 10 gallons yield a vial the size of an adult's fingertip. "It's practically robbery." Dave continued, "I combined the capabilities of plants and animals, using the big mouth flower as a foundation to cultivate this unprecedented species, the fire dragon grass. It resembles a flamethrower." After introducing the new plants, Dave stated, "The reason I invited you here is to collaborate on testing these botanical specimens and, in the process, eliminate a recent surge of zombies encroaching nearby. Once we have cleared them out, I can offer you a portion of the reclaimed buildings along with the promised reward, especially since there are few villagers currently in need of new homes." Ryan contemplated for a moment and decisively replied, "No problem. As a human, I harbor no affection for zombies and am willing to assist you in eradicating these wretched creatures." Chapter 17. The Battle in the World of Plants vs. Zombies. Upon returning to the surface, a gust of wind swept through, and a piece of paper flew in through the open window, directly adhering to Ryan's face. He detected a metallic scent of blood emanating from it. Removing the paper, he discerned a crooked message inscribed in dark red stains. "We will visit shortly. Welcome to join us, your friends." It seemed the battle was imminent, as the electronic clock in the living room transformed to a crimson hue while emitting a piercing alarm. A 2-minute countdown then appeared. "Go to the vacant house next door. There, you won't have to confront the main horde of zombies. Simply alleviate some of my burden from the side and eliminate those scattered retreating zombies. Everything you need is prepared over there." No sooner had Dave uttered these words than he dashed out through the front door. Before the door could close, Dave rushed back in and placed a brand new iron pot atop Ryan's head. "With this, you can command the plants with your thoughts." Once the door was shut, Ryan traversed his house through the back door, making his way to the designated stronghold. In his previous life, Ryan had been an avid player of the Plants vs. Zombies series. Now, as he prepared to orchestrate a genuine battle, he felt a mix of anxiety and excitement. Upon reaching the designated position, he found 4 bags of seeds arranged within the house. The bags were labeled Sunflower, 50, Pea Shooter, 100, Cherry Bomb, 150, and Walnut, 50, according to the accompanying instructions. In battle mode, sunflowers would generate a burst of sunlight every 30 seconds. This sunlight could transform plants into temporary weapons with a lifespan of merely 3 days. The iron pot atop Ryan's head was designed to collect sunlight, and all operations mirrored those in the game. The pot was preloaded with 50 points of sunlight. Ryan swiftly planted a sunflower seed in the yard, subsequently directing sunlight towards it. In a manner reminiscent of a time-lapse documentary, the seed rapidly transformed from a tender sprout into a fully grown sunflower within mere seconds. Before long, a radiant orb of light emerged from the sunflower. Guided by Ryan's will, soaring into the iron pot above his head, a phantom numeral materialized in the upper left corner of his vision, 25. It appeared that, akin to the game, the sunflower yielded 25 points of sunlight with each harvest. Just after this accomplishment, the sound of zombies climbing up the wooden boards propped against the wall reached his ears. Soon, the first zombie peeked over the wall. The creature emitted a terrifying wail and then staggered toward Ryan's house. From a distance, the zombies lacked the endearing clumsiness portrayed in games. Yet they bore a striking resemblance: skin of a ghastly green hue, tattered clothing, bulging eyes, and a gaping mouth revealing a few yellowed teeth. Their gait was unsteady, punctuated by incoherent growls emanating from their throats. Initially, only a couple of zombies breached the yard. Ryan utilized the accumulated 50 points of sunlight to plant a new sunflower. He then unleashed petrifying spells upon the few approaching zombies. Although the spells proved somewhat ineffective, each incantation temporarily halted the zombies for 5 to 6 seconds. With the assistance of 2 sunflowers, Ryan soon summoned his first pea shooter. A few peas struck true, causing the zombie to snap its neck and collapse in the yard. As Ryan felled several zombies with the aid of his spells, he suddenly noticed a shimmering silver coin emerging from the fallen creature's body. When he willed it into his pot, he felt a sudden weight in his pocket. Reaching inside, he extracted a crystalline shard of sunlight. This world was quite intriguing. Ryan mused, although the emergence of sunlight crystals from within the zombies felt neither scientific nor magical. As time passed and sunlight accumulated, Ryan planted 2 rows of sunflowers at the back of the yard, followed by 3 pea shooters in each row, and a row of walnuts at the forefront. In this formation, the zombies became mere targets, toppling one after another before the plants. Seizing the opportunity, Ryan practiced several spells he had mastered. Occasionally, when a cluster of zombies gathered, he would deploy a cherry bomb to clear the area. Several hours later, as Ryan became increasingly adept at casting his spells, an alarm blared from Crazy Dave's house, signaling the commencement of the zombies' final assault. Hundreds of zombies, led by a flag-waving zombie, charged forward. At this moment, the delay provided by the spell seemed utterly insufficient against such a vast horde. Before long, the zombies trampled the fallen bodies of their comrades, enduring the onslaught of pea shooters, and began to gnaw at the walnuts. Ryan attempted to place a cherry bomb amidst a horde of zombies, but there were too many. Before the bomb could detonate, it was devoured by them. With no other recourse, Ryan positioned cherry bombs along the periphery of the swarm, systematically eliminating the zombies in layers, akin to peeling an onion. Eventually, after several walnuts were nearly consumed, Ryan successfully vanquished all the zombies that had invaded the yard. He initially contemplated pursuing the retreating zombies, but recalling Dave's instructions, he refrained from doing so. Consequently, once the main group of zombies had departed, several emerged unexpectedly from the ground, seemingly intent on launching an ambush. A cold sweat trickled down Ryan's spine. Coupled with the exhaustion from hours of battle, he sank onto the steps before the door, exhaling a sigh of relief. After resting for a while, Ryan noticed Dave emerging from his house, driving a tractor. He rushed to the road and saw Dave planting permanent flora along the roadside. Spotting Ryan, Dave beckoned him over, saying, "Come lend a hand. Once we establish the plants here, the zombies will be unable to approach this area en masse. We will reclaim this territory from the clutches of the undead, and I assure you, your house will be situated here as well." Initially, Ryan felt somewhat indifferent. However, upon hearing the latter remark, recalling the tumultuous experiences with housing prices in his past life, he promptly stepped forward to assist, utilizing levitation spells to help transport the items. Observing Dave mending the fence with his rough hands, Ryan found it peculiar. In the underground laboratory, there existed a highly advanced intelligent butler, which Dave had boasted was his creation. Why, then, did he not construct some robots to alleviate these mundane tasks? During a brief intermission, Ryan posed this question. After sipping from his cup, Dave replied, "Do you think I desire to toil away myself? Unfortunately, the plants can only perform simple actions and cannot move. They are of no assistance to me. As for my adversary, the leader of those zombies, he is a master of robotics. In terms of computers and robotics, I am no match for him. Only within the completely shielded confines of the underground laboratory can I ensure the system's safety. The moment I step out of that protected space, my robots would swiftly turn against me, becoming his instruments of attack." Ryan sighed, realizing that the two of them would be toiling late into the night. This labor was rather burdensome for an 11-year-old child. Suddenly, an idea sparked in Ryan's mind. "Uncle Dave, we won't have to do this kind of heavy work anymore. I have come up with a brilliant solution to the problem of robots being exploited by our enemies." Chapter 18, The Battle in the World of Plants vs. Zombies. Dave, who was seated and drinking water, was startled by Ryan's sudden exclamation. The water went down the wrong pipe, causing him to cough violently. Ryan quickly rushed over to pat his back. After a considerable time, Dave finally regained his composure. He looked up at Ryan and said, "How could you, a mere child, possibly solve a problem that even a great scientist like myself cannot?" Noticing the disbelief etched on Ryan's face, the eccentric Dave continued, "My adversary is Dr. Zomboss, an exceptionally intelligent zombie who has engineered a plethora of bizarre undead creatures. He is well versed in electronics and mechanics, capable of creating robots larger than houses. As a result of a failed evil experiment, Dr. Zomboss has amalgamated the wisdom of many scientists. The most concerning aspect," Dave lowered his voice, "is that he can siphon the knowledge of those who have been transformed into zombies, such as myself. Initially, I thought he was merely a simple zombie expert, which led me to create several robots as assistants. However, each time, those robots became his minions." As he spoke, Dave shook his head, seemingly recalling something unpleasant. "Though I may not excel in software as he does, I have discovered certain patterns in his programs that mirror the work of several renowned experts, all of whom perished during the zombie attacks. Therefore, I suspect that when zombies consume human brains, they provide Dr. Zomboss with knowledge." At this point, Dave's excitement began to swell. "When I was on the brink of despair, I stumbled upon the opportunity to study these plants, which had never been researched before. To my astonishment, I found that Dr. Zomboss lacked effective means to counter these flora. It is evident that while he can consume and digest knowledge through nefarious means, he cannot learn from new information through conventional means. This is precisely why he desperately commands his minions to attack me. Only the great Dave understands the nature of these plant defenders. Only by devouring my brain can Dr. Zomboss learn how to combat them. After sharing this revelation, the eccentric Dave glared at Ryan with his mismatched eyes, as if to say, how could you, a mere child, possess the power to confront such a formidable enemy? His expertise in this domain is akin to that of the world's leading authorities. Ryan glanced at Dave, whose face was marked by disbelief, and said, if you trust me, allow me access to your underground laboratory, where I shall present the solution to our dilemma. Observing the unwavering determination reflected in Ryan's gaze, Dave shook his head and led him back to the basement, where Ryan refrained from sitting on the sofa this time. Upon reaching the computer's mainframe in the basement, Ryan opted to extract a portion of knowledge pertaining to the Ice Age world. As a golden light shimmered, a USB drive materialized in Ryan's hand. After connecting the USB to the computer, with the assistance of artificial intelligence, a three-dimensional projection of the Ice Age world S differential machine, energy tower, and robots swiftly emerged, surrounded by various data annotations. Dave pushed Ryan aside, marveling at the display before him, exclaiming in awe, these are entirely artifacts from another civilization, reliant solely on mechanical programming, enabling these robots to perform tasks such as logging, mining, tending to greenhouses, and even caring for patients. More importantly, these robots possess an astonishing reliability, utilizing materials and craftsmanship from no later than the early 20th century, capable of operating in environments as frigid as -150°C. The most incredible aspect, however, is that the driving force behind these machines is none other than ancient steam power. After a moment of frenetic gesticulation, Dave turned to Ryan, saying, now I understand the source of your confidence. This robot relies entirely on mechanical components, even Dr. Zombie King, with his formidable electronic intrusion capabilities, would find it impossible to breach a system core constructed from gears and perforated steel plates. As long as we combine the steam energy tower with differential machine programming, I believe I can soon commence production of these robots. This way, my army of plants will rapidly appreciate in value, and I should live to witness the day when zombies are utterly eradicated. At this point, Dave crouched down to meet Ryan's gaze. This technology is of paramount importance to me. As fellow merchants, let us dispense with superfluous pleasantries. Name your price, for I am resolutely determined to acquire this. Ryan pondered. I am merely a child, lacking clarity on what this item could truly be exchanged for. Very well. Since you are willing to trust Dave, he shall prepare the trade goods for you. You will undoubtedly find this a splendid exchange. Although there exists a method to manufacture new robots, both individuals must still venture outdoors to personally construct fortifications against the zombies. Even with the aid of magic, it took them several hours to complete all the tasks, only finishing as the sun set. Shouldn't there be others in this village? Why do they not come forth to lend a hand? After completing their work, Ryan recalled certain elements from the game and curiously inquired of Dave. It turned out that my quaint little town did indeed have others, but upon realizing that the zombies had targeted me, I relocated to this forsaken settlement. And 3 years have swiftly passed since then. Upon returning to Dave's abode, Ryan proceeded to the bathroom to freshen up, while Dave prepared the items for trade. Once presentable, Ryan found Dave seated on the sofa, awaiting his return. I can offer you 10 varieties of plants, 3 of which may be upgraded. After saying this, he noticed Ryan gazing at him with an impassive expression. After a brief awkward chuckle, he added, of course, in addition to these, I shall also gift you a small greenhouse farm to serve as your plant cultivation base, which will be fully equipped once the robots are constructed. Hearing this, a smile crept upon Ryan's lips, for with a greenhouse farm, he could continuously procure plants. Observing Ryan's grin, Dave exhaled in relief and continued, furthermore, there is a complete farmhouse accompanying the farm, as well as your current residence. I will ensure everything is arranged once the robots are built. With that, Dave produced a small pouch from behind him and handed it to Ryan. Ryan extended a hand to accept the pouch, misjudging its weight and nearly dropping it on his foot. Upon opening the pouch, he discovered a collection of rough, chestnut-sized gold ingots, weighing several kilograms in total, potentially worth around 1,000 gallons. Frankly, it is quite audacious for that alloy currency to exchange pure gold at such a rate. The goblins of Gringotts are indeed unscrupulous. In addition to the gold, there was also a notebook. I surmise that your world is a complete human society, and you may find these gold pieces useful. Since I have no need for them, I shall present you with all that I have gathered, Dave remarked, rubbing his hands together. This notebook contains some insights on my plant cultivation techniques, which you may peruse. After selecting the plants to his satisfaction, Ryan bid farewell to Dave and stepped out of his home, returning to the Multiverse General Store. Chapter 19. Assessing gains upon returning to the Multiverse General Store. A voice resonated in his mind. Introducing technologies from other worlds will lead to unforeseen evolutionary directions for the Plants vs. Zombies world. You have acquired 3 deviation points. Why so few? Ryan furrowed his brow. This technological exchange could potentially alter the developmental trajectory of a level 5 world, yet only 3 deviation points seemed rather meager. Fortunately, as Ryan's strength increased, the system provided more information than before in the announcement bar. It was only after reviewing that he realized the present reward was merely provisional, a result of the world as chosen one, Dave, just having acquired the data, leading to this initial world deviation. the next time he ventured to that world. The changes would be recalculated for additional deviation points. It appears to be a long-term quest, but a steady approach is also a commendable strategy. Ryan now possessed 25 deviation points, and his next adventure could be in a world with potentially greater rewards. Beyond the crucial deviation points, he had also gained a greenhouse farm, elevating his cultivation base to a small-scale farmhouse, and a microbase yard. This arrangement was perfect for planting the newly acquired varieties without necessitating the removal of existing plants to make space for the new. The 2 rows of plants on the shelf behind the counter vividly illustrated the fruits of his labor. The bottom row was brimming. Aside from the original sunflowers, pea shooters, and sun mushrooms, it displayed 7 newly acquired common plants: walnuts, repeater pea shooters, cherry bombs, tombstone moss, lantern grass, carnivorous plants, and water lilies. Although these were merely the most fundamental varieties, they provided Ryan with a formidable plant army capable of confronting most environments. In addition to these ordinary specimens, the upper shelf showcased 3 advanced plants: fire dragon grass, twin sunflowers, and machine gun peas. Among these, ordinary plants produced 10 specimens weekly, while the advanced varieties yielded only 2. On the side cabinet near the counter, alongside the existing golden tome, the Winter's Home Industrial Manual, there now rested a new black-covered book, Dave's Beginner's Guide to Plant Cultivation. Gazing at these 2 tomes, Ryan resolved to study them. Upon concentrating on both books, he discovered differing costs for mastering them. The Winter's Home Industrial Manual could be thoroughly mastered for 1 deviation point, being an ordinary mechanical text with minimal sci-fi elements, hence a modest learning cost. Conversely, Dave's Beginner's Guide to Plant Cultivation, specifically tailored for the nurturing of extraordinary plants, required 5 deviation points for comprehension. Ryan contemplated for a moment and ultimately resolved to study both books concurrently. After all, knowledge in mechanics proves invaluable in numerous scenarios. While the extraordinary methods of plant cultivation evoke thoughts of the herbology class at Hogwarts, illustrating a direct correlation with power, the accumulated deviation points are intended to enhance one's prowess. Otherwise, holding on to these points while lacking the requisite strength could lead to regrettable consequences. Hence, hoarding deviation points without utilizing them is, indeed, the most foolish of notions. Ryan settled into the sole chair within the establishment, subsequently opting for the infusion of knowledge, which elevated his point allocation to 19. At that moment, a radiant glow emanated from each of the 2 books, intertwining with Ryan's mind. He perceived a soothing melody resonating within his consciousness, lulling him into a tranquil slumber. In his dreams, Ryan found himself beside a serene lake, where 2 streams of water cascaded from the vibrant clouds above, producing a harmonious tinkling sound. Ryan found himself reclining on the soft grass by the lake, gazing up at the sky, feeling an unparalleled sense of tranquility. One of the streams of water soon came to an end, while the other took its time to completely dissipate. Just as calmness resumed behind him, Ryan sensed a pull above his head, and then darkness enveloped him. When he awoke, he discovered he was still seated in his chair. Why was there no sharp pain akin to a needle prick as depicted in novels? Could it be that the transmission had yet to commence? He felt a twinge of confusion, but upon reflection, he quickly realized that he had retained the knowledge from those 2 books and merely needed to practice to fully master it. Indeed, no one had ever claimed that the acquisition of knowledge required the brain to endure torment. It seemed he had overly worried. Nevertheless, this was for the best. Otherwise, enduring the excruciating pain of knowledge transmission while rolling around like a pig would hardly be a pleasant affair. After contemplating these thoughts, Ryan began to meticulously review the knowledge residing in his mind. The Winter Home Industrial Handbook had endowed him with a wealth of mechanical knowledge. Yet having only previously repaired bicycles, he could not discern any significant progress in his mechanical mastery. In contrast, Crazy Dave's Beginner Plant Cultivation Guide was different. Beyond understanding how to assess the condition of the plants featured in Plants vs. Zombies and the necessary cultivation methods, it intertwined with the herbalism lessons he had learned at Hogwarts. Ryan was astonished to discover that he had achieved a profound understanding of the herbal knowledge he had previously studied. It seemed that this book had aided him far more than he had anticipated. After he had roughly organized the information that had flooded into his mind, he recalled the tension he felt when the zombies surged toward him, reflecting on the fact that indeed, effort and reward are proportional. Although his journey to the world of Plants vs. Zombies involved certain risks, the rewards were significantly greater than those from his previous adventures in other realms. Setting aside the tangible treasures he acquired, the experience gained through practical magical combat was invaluable. Fortunately, the crises he encountered were all anticipated, rendering the overall adventure less perilous than it could have been. However, the near-fatal encounter with a concealed zombie after fending off the initial wave taught Ryan a crucial lesson. In future endeavors, it is imperative to balance safety with expected gains, avoiding the temptation to pursue extreme rewards. Ultimately, he amassed an equivalent of 1,000 galleons in gold. While this sum might not be particularly substantial, when considering Harry Potter's experience in the Triwizard Tournament, where he faced a 14 mortality risk and labored for an entire semester to earn a similar amount, Ryan deemed his acquisition commendable. After reflecting on the spoils of his adventure and realizing there were no immediate matters to attend to, Ryan stood up and surveyed the quaint shop with satisfaction. His gaze lingered on the first shelf brimming with plants for a few moments before he chose to return. Reclining back onto his bed, Ryan noted that only an hour had passed, which inexplicably induced a sense of temporal dislocation within him. After all, he had fought tirelessly throughout the day in the world of Plants vs. Zombies, and the adrenaline from the initial battle kept him in a heightened state of excitement. This left him slightly restless, but the thought of attending class the next day compelled him to close his eyes. After an indeterminate period of tossing and turning, Ryan finally drifted into a drowsy slumber. Chapter 20. Transitions and discussions about the three-headed dog early the next morning. Ryan yawned as he made his way to the hall for breakfast. Due to the excitement of the previous day, his sleep had been rather unrefreshing. Nevertheless, despite his physical fatigue, his spirits remained remarkably high, even eliciting occasional smiles as he ate. This behavior caught the disapproving eye of Hermione, seated nearby. "What on earth did you do this weekend? One moment you appear lost in thought, and the next you're grinning like a fool. Are you really all right?" After Ryan repeatedly assured her of his well-being, Hermione finally relented. They then proceeded to the library for morning study. Life resumed its usual rhythm, with Ryan quietly attending classes and absorbing knowledge. He felt that before he thoroughly mastered the two new abilities he was learning, it would be unwise to venture into other worlds. After all, one cannot bite off more than they can chew to acquire new powers. One must first proficiently apply what they have already learned. Additionally, during Wednesday's herbology class, Ryan demonstrated a keen interest in magical plants, even volunteering to stay after class to assist with tidying up, solely to spend more time with those fascinating specimens. It was only through hands-on interaction with these plants that Ryan could truly assimilate Crazy Dave's knowledge into practical use. Noticing Ryan's evident affection for the plants, Professor Sprout felt a surge of satisfaction. As an educator, witnessing genuine enthusiasm from students for her subject was immensely gratifying. Consequently, she informed Ryan that he could come directly to her office with any questions regarding these extraordinary plants. Thus, aside from enhancing his abilities, Ryan unexpectedly found a way to impress the professor, which he considered a fortunate bonus. However, honing his mechanical skills proved challenging due to a rather unreasonable repair spell in the wizarding world, which left him with little opportunity to practice. Fortunately, that particular skill was not critically essential in the wizarding realm, and he could wait for a more suitable occasion to refine it. Later that evening, after completing his homework, Ryan discovered a throng of students crowded around the fireplace in the common room, where the Weasley twins appeared to be demonstrating some new contraption. Just as Ryan intended to rise and observe the commotion, the door to the common room swung open, and Hermione crawled in from the outside. Upon entering, she surveyed the room and then approached Ryan, seemingly with a matter of importance to discuss with him. Ryan settled back into his seat, and soon Hermione took a position opposite him, casting a somewhat nervous glance around the room. Most of the occupants in the common room were captivated by the latest antics of the Weasley twins, leaving this corner largely unnoticed. Hermione set down her bag and retrieved a hefty tome from within. The book appeared quite aged, encased in a cover made from the hide of some reptilian creature. The faded gilded title embossed on the cover read, "Rare Magical Creatures of Europa." Hermione exclaimed, "Look what I found." She opened the book and turned to a particular page, revealing a depiction of a three-headed dog. The artistry was remarkable, capturing the creature in a lifelike manner, its poses shifting as if it were alive. Ryan immediately discerned that the three-headed dog depicted in the illustration bore an uncanny resemblance to the creature they had encountered in the forbidden room on the 4th floor. Beneath the image was a description of this remarkable being. The three-headed dog, a creature of regional biological lineage, is a relic of the mythological era. Possessing 3 heads grants it an innate advantage in perception, resistance to faintness, panic, and unconsciousness. This creature boasts formidable night vision, and both its claws and teeth are venomous, capable of inflicting grievous and unhealable wounds upon its adversaries. Its multiple heads can alternate in resting, rendering it difficult to ambush. Furthermore, its mythical heritage endows it with exceptional resistance to both magical and physical assaults. "Why are you showing me this?" Ryan inquired. Then seemingly struck by a thought, "I swear I shall no longer engage in such reckless ventures. After all, escaping unscathed from an encounter with such a fearsome creature can only be deemed fortuitous. One cannot rely on luck indefinitely. Moreover, I inadvertently involved you in that perilous situation, for which I sincerely apologize. While your concern is commendable, my intention in presenting this book to you was not to provoke such thoughts." "Do take a look at this passage," Hermione replied, directing Ryan's gaze to a footnote he had previously overlooked. "A three-headed dog can be tamed by a powerful master. Once tamed, it obeys only its master's commands, serving as the most suitable and loyal guardian. On that day in the room, we observed a trapdoor beneath the three-headed dog, which clearly indicates that it was stationed there to guard something. What do you suppose could be so significant as to justify the school's decision to harbor such a perilous creature within its confines? When did Hermione develop such a curiosity? Wasn't it after forming friendships with Harry and Ron that she began to ponder such matters?" Ryan pondered over Hermione's transformation and soon realized that as an academic prodigy, she must possess an immense curiosity towards the unknown. It would indeed be peculiar if she did not feel intrigued by the prospect of escaping the jaws of such a formidable three-headed beast. Had Ryan not already discerned the answer, he would certainly be seeking information related to that creature. However, in the previous world, Hermione struggled to forge connections within Gryffindor and found herself devoid of anyone to consult, leaving her to contemplate alone in her thoughts. Observing Ryan seemingly lost in contemplation, Hermione pressed him, saying, "I refuse to believe that you harbor no curiosity about the three-headed dog and the trapdoor. Do share your thoughts." Although Ryan was aware of the secret beneath the trapdoor, he certainly could not disclose it outright, lest he reveal how he came by this knowledge. After a moment of contemplation, Ryan remarked, "Having perused the materials you provided today, the only certainty I have is that the dog is guarding something of great significance. Otherwise, it would not be entrusted to such a creature to watch over the entrance." However, Ryan shifted the focus of the conversation, adding, "What perplexes me is that Hogwarts is merely a school and not a vault. How could it possibly serve as a repository for treasures?" Suddenly, the notion of a vault struck him. Hermione continued, "I have been subscribing to the Daily Prophet, and I recall an article mentioning that there was an intrusion at Gringotts during the summer. However, the spokesperson for Gringotts stated that the vault that was breached was empty, as its contents had been withdrawn earlier that very day. Do you suppose that the items hidden within Hogwarts are those very same treasures that were taken?" Such astute reasoning astonished Ryan, who looked at Hermione in surprise, then realized he had momentarily lost his composure. After clearing his throat, he said, "I find your deduction quite compelling. Indeed, in the wizarding world, there is no place more secure than Hogwarts, under the guardianship of the illustrious Dumbledore. Yet, those audacious enough to rob Gringotts may also be bold enough to attempt a heist at Hogwarts. What shall we do then?" Hermione asked, her voice tinged with anxiety. Ryan waved his hand with a smile, saying, "Do not worry. We have the greatest white wizard of this century as our headmaster. Even if something were to happen, it is not something we first-year students need to concern ourselves with." Chapter 21. A visit to the Quidditch training after comforting Hermione. The two spent some time reading before bidding each other goodnight and retiring to their respective dormitories. The following morning, during breakfast, Hermione sat beside Ryan and began to gossip about a certain mysterious object. It was either exceptionally precious or incredibly dangerous, she mused, sharing her analysis from the previous night while lying in bed. Or perhaps it possessed both qualities. Ryan swallowed his cereal and chimed in, still grappling with the unfamiliarity of the greasy bacon typically consumed at breakfast in England. However, without any additional information, not even the size of the object. Such speculation seemed utterly futile. In the days that followed, Ryan resumed his routine of attending classes by day and either studying with Hermione in the library or completing assignments with classmates in the common room. The thrill of their previous nocturnal adventure lingered in his mind, leading him to forego several subsequent night excursions. During a few strolls around the castle, Ryan discreetly poured the acidic secretions from the moss on a grave marker onto a corner of Hogwarts' outer wall. He discovered that the potent acid, which could rapidly corrode a slab of marble the size of a door, had no effect on the stone walls of Hogwarts. It seemed plausible that the reports claiming every inch of Hogwarts grounds was fortified with powerful protective magic were indeed true. The castle itself was far more enigmatic than the tale suggested. Thus, it was wise to tread carefully. As the following Wednesday approached, Ryan resolved to venture outside the castle. The Scottish Highlands, where Hogwarts was situated, were shrouded in near-perpetual twilight as winter approached, often blanketed in rain. Even though the house elves tended the fireplace with fervor, Ryan felt as though he might sprout mushrooms from the hours spent confined within the castle's walls. Therefore, after finishing dinner, even with the sun having set, he decided to seize the opportunity to step outside for a breath of fresh air. After a failed attempt to persuade Hermione to join him, she had a plethora of transfiguration materials to review and an astronomy class to attend. Ryan shrugged and chose to explore the grounds alone. Being a Wednesday afternoon, he decided to observe the Quidditch team as practice. Having been immersed in the magical world for some time now, he had yet to witness this most popular of magical sports in action. Upon arriving at the pitch, he found it to be a colossal structure of wood and colorful fabric, with 3 golden poles at each end, each topped with a hoop. They resembled the plastic ones children used to blow soap bubbles, albeit each stood 50 feet tall. The surrounding stands boasted hundreds of seats, with a few scattered students occupying them. As he scanned the crowd, Ryan's gaze fell upon the familiar sight of Ron's red hair. "Ah, it's good to see a familiar face," Ryan remarked as he climbed the stands and sat beside Ron. "Hey, what brings you out here today?" Ron inquired, slightly puzzled. Given Ryan's habit of organizing study sessions in the common room, he had developed a decent rapport with Ron. "Just needed to stretch my legs," Ryan replied, then turned his attention to the players soaring across the field, asking Ron, "I know very little about Quidditch. Could you enlighten me?" Ron appeared somewhat excited, as he often felt overshadowed by his older brothers and the fame of Harry Potter. He yearned for recognition in his own right. "Quidditch is the most popular sport in the wizarding world," Ron began, clearing his throat. "The rules are quite simple to grasp, though the game itself is rather challenging. Each team consists of 7 players, 3 of whom are called chasers." He gestured towards the field where players were vying for a bright red ball the size of a soccer ball. "Look, those are the chasers. and the ball they are handling is called the quaffle. He then pointed at the golden hoops. The chasers passed the quaffle among themselves, aiming to throw it through one of the 3 hoops at the opposing end to score points. Each time they successfully navigate the quaffle through a hoop, they earn 10 points. Naturally, each team also has a keeper whose role is to prevent the opposing chasers from scoring. Our team's keeper is Wood, the captain. And what of the others? Ryan asked, intrigued. Ah, you see those 2 flying balls in the air? Those are bludgers. Ryan observed 2 black balls, slightly smaller than a basketball, darting through the air, attempting to knock down every player on their broomsticks. However, the Weasley twins, each wielding a bat resembling a baseball bat, persistently struck the balls away to other locations. The unmistakable red hair made it evident that they were the Weasley twins. These 2 were the bludgers, zipping about in an effort to dislodge the Quidditch players from their flying broomsticks. Ron puffed out his chest with pride, declaring that his twin brothers were the finest beaters, dedicated to safeguarding their teammates from the bludgers while simultaneously directing them towards the opposing players. Ryan listened intently to the resounding crack of the bat striking the quaffle. And with a hint of concern, he inquired, "Is it truly impossible for this to cause fatal harm?" Ron scratched his head, replying, "At least not at Hogwarts. The worst that could happen is a shattered jaw." This did indeed sound perilous, Ryan silently mused. Eventually, the focus shifted to the Seekers. During official matches, there is a small, winged golden ball, known as the Golden Snitch, which is even smaller than Neville's memory ball. It flies at astonishing speeds. The role of the Seeker is to dart between chasers, beaters, the quaffle, and the bludgers, trying to capture the snitch before the opposing Seeker does. Should a team Seeker successfully catch the Golden Snitch, their team is awarded an additional 150 points, essentially securing victory. Observing the players soaring through the air, Ryan felt that this sport appeared far more exhilarating than basketball or soccer. Given the limited entertainment options in the wizarding world, it was no surprise that Quidditch had become the most popular sport among wizards. Noticing Ryan's burgeoning interest in Quidditch, Ron, filled with the delight of a successful recommendation, began to enthusiastically share insights about the players' moves, interspersing anecdotes about famous Quidditch teams and the sport's history. It seemed Ron was quite knowledgeable, though his brilliance had often been overshadowed by those around him. Suddenly, Ryan spotted a slight figure racing across the field on a broomstick. "Is that Harry Potter?" he asked. Ron glanced in the direction Ryan pointed and confirmed, "Yes, he's the new Seeker. But keep this under wraps. He's our secret weapon this year." "I suspect the other teams may already be aware," Ryan replied. "I overheard 2 Hufflepuffs discussing Harry while I was in the restroom yesterday." Ron appeared slightly anxious. "What should we do?" "It's fine. They seemed skeptical about Harry's flying abilities," Ryan chuckled. As their conversation flowed, time gradually slipped away, and darkness enveloped the surroundings. After waiting for Harry to change, Ryan and Ron returned to their dormitory to collect their textbooks before heading to the astronomy tower for class. Chapter 22. The eve of Halloween. During these days, Ryan busied himself with learning various subjects to enhance his abilities. He was particularly thrilled to discover the correct application of knowledge from the Winter Home Industry Manual. This tome, as a repository of industrial knowledge, contained an extensive array of materials, which evidently provided Ryan significant assistance in his transfiguration studies. It is well known that the 3 essential elements of transfiguration are magical power, comprehension of the spell, and mastery of the properties of various substances. The knowledge of these materials was precisely what strengthened Ryan's grasp of their intrinsic properties, thus earning Gryffindor considerable points in class. Perhaps due to his current busyness, alongside homework from multiple subjects, Ryan found it hard to believe that he had written to his family 9 times already, sending a letter every Saturday. One morning, as he rose, Ryan caught a whiff of roasted pumpkin wafting through the castle. He realized Halloween was approaching. Could it be that the trolls are about to be unleashed? Best to stay vigilant these days. While contemplating how to handle the potential troll incidents, Ryan hurriedly made his way to the charms classroom with his textbooks in hand. Today, Professor Flitwick appeared particularly cheerful, perhaps due to the approaching holiday and the festive atmosphere that lingered. After class commenced, he announced that he believed they were ready to make objects fly. Ever since witnessing Professor Flitwick making Neville S. Toad soar around the classroom, the students had eagerly anticipated trying the skill themselves. The professor divided the class into pairs for practice. Harry partnered with Seamus Finnegan, while Ron teamed up with Hermione Granger. "Harry, you seem rather pleased," Ryan commented, as Neville had long wished to switch partners with Seamus. Thus, Ryan felt a twinge of annoyance, as no one relished the idea of partnering with someone prone to mishaps. Ron and Hermione, on the other hand, appeared quite irritable. Hermione had scarcely spoken to them since the day Harry received his enchanted broomstick. Previously, they had merely exchanged glances, but now they seemed to treat each other as if they were invisible. This tension made encounters with either Harry or Ron somewhat awkward for Ryan and Hermione, especially after their study sessions in the library. Now, let us not forget that subtle wrist motion we've been practicing. Professor Flitwick piped up from atop a stack of books. A flick and a swish. Remember, a flick and a swish. Pronouncing the incantation correctly is crucial. Don't forget about Baruffio, who mispronounced F as S and found himself on the floor with a buffalo standing on his chest. Magic cannot conjure food, but it can summon a buffalo. Can't wizards transform a buffalo into roast beef? Ryan pondered, intending to ask Professor Flitwick about this after class. As he retrieved his wand, Ryan prepared to practice. Having practiced privately for an extended period, he successfully levitated the feather on his first attempt. "Oh, look, mister. Ryan has succeeded," Professor Flitwick announced, his voice high-pitched with excitement. "And for your splendid floating charm in the last flying lesson, I shall award Gryffindor 5 points." In the ensuing moments, Ryan began assisting Neville in mastering the charm. In truth, as long as Neville remained calm and exuded a bit of confidence, his magical prowess was not as dismal as he believed. After several recitations of the incantation and observing Ryan's demonstrations, Neville managed to cast the spell, albeit only lifting the feather slightly off the table. Without the correct learning methods, most young wizards found magical studies quite challenging. Harry and Seamus practiced their flick and swish repeatedly, yet the feather they aimed to levitate remained stubbornly unmoved on the table. Frustrated, Seamus finally poked the feather with his wand, igniting it in a burst of flames. Fortunately, Harry acted swiftly, extinguishing the small fire. But this prompted their classmates to wave their hands to disperse the acrid smell of burnt feathers. Meanwhile, on the other side of the classroom, Ron's progress was equally lacking. "Wingardium Leviosa," he bellowed, flailing his arms like a windmill. "You've got it wrong," Hermione retorted unceremoniously. "It's Wingardium Leviosa. You must enunciate the gar clearly." Hermione had previously practiced this spell with Ryan, and she had mastered it before class began. "Since you're so clever, why don't you give it a try?" Ron shot back. Hermione rolled up her sleeves, waved her wand, and intoned, "Wingardium Leviosa." Their feather rose from the table, hovering 4 feet above their heads. "Oh, well done," Professor Flitwick exclaimed. "Everyone look. Miss Granger has succeeded. This charm is not as difficult as you imagined. With a bit of care, you too can achieve it." After class, Ryan approached the podium to inquire about the buffalo incident. Professor Flitwick responded. The wizard Baruffio did not conjure a wild buffalo out of thin air. He merely summoned one from another location. The Transfiguration Law states that one cannot create food from nothing, but one may summon food that already exists elsewhere. After expressing his gratitude to Professor Flitwick for his clarification, Ryan dashed out of the classroom. The corridor was bustling with activity as students emerged from their classes, creating a bottleneck where each individual could only advance slowly. Ryan heard Ron's voice ahead. "No wonder everyone can't stand her. To be honest, she is like a nightmare." As soon as he finished speaking, Ryan noticed a brown-haired girl walking past Ron and Harry, her head bowed, clutching a book. As she passed by them, she accidentally bumped into Harry. This girl must be Hermione, though she seemed to be crying, her head lowered. Ryan squeezed in beside Harry and Ron, listening as Ron remarked to Harry. She must have noticed by now that apart from Ryan, who hails from the same place as her, she has no other new friends. Ryan shook his head and then patted the shoulders of the two individuals. "How did you suddenly appear? You nearly scared me to death," Ron exclaimed. "I believe you two are conspiring against a girl behind her back, which shows a distinct lack of gentlemanly conduct," Ryan remarked. Harry lowered his gaze, appearing somewhat ashamed. However, Ron retorted, "What exactly is gentlemanly conduct?" It was at this moment that Ryan realized that magic had leveled the physical disparities between the genders. Thus, in Britain, the wizarding world was, paradoxically, the most gender-equal realm, which had resulted in the absence of many ordinary British customs, such as gentlemanly behavior. What I mean to say is that scheming against someone behind their back is inherently unethical, and I believe you both owe Hermione an apology. Harry and Ron nodded in agreement. Ryan overheard Ron muttering, "On your account, I might consider apologizing. I'm quite curious how you can tolerate a friend like Hermione." Subsequently, the three of them proceeded to attend their next class together. Chapter 23, Halloween Boss. The troll during class. Ryan was astonished to discover that Hermione, typically the epitome of a diligent student, had not attended. This revelation caused a pang of anxiety within him. As he recalled the troll, certainly not a foe that first-year students could contend with. Fortunately, perhaps due to the class schedule, Quirrell, the Voldemort amalgamation, was unable to make an appearance or unleash the troll. The atmosphere within the castle remained tranquil and serene. In the common room, Ryan inquired among his fellow students about Hermione's whereabouts. The Indian witch of the same year, Patil, informed Ryan that she had seen Hermione crying sorrowfully in the girls' restroom, refusing comfort from anyone. After expressing his gratitude to Patil, Ryan hurried downstairs, traversing the hall adorned with vibrant Halloween decorations, and made his way to the public lavatory on the first floor. At the lavatory entrance, Ryan spotted Angelina emerging from within and called out to her. "Good afternoon, Angelina. May I ask if you have seen Hermione inside?" "Hermione? The first-year girl from our house?" Angelina nodded. "She is locked in a stall, crying. We intended to console her, but she turned us away." "Are you her friend?" "I believe so. Could you please help me coax her out? Just tell her Ryan is waiting for her at the door." "All right." Angelina smiled briefly and turned back into the lavatory. After a few minutes, Angelina reappeared with Hermione, whose hair was somewhat disheveled, eyes reddened, and nose occasionally twitching from suppressed sobs. "Friends are among the most treasured possessions one can have. I hope you enjoy your conversation." Angelina waved farewell to them before departing. Upon seeing a familiar face, Hermione's tears began to well up in her eyes once more. Ryan promptly produced a tissue and handed it to Hermione, reassuring her, "It's all right, don't cry. Let us find a more suitable place to converse. Standing here in the corridor is rather inappropriate." With that, he gently guided Hermione towards the nearest vacant classroom. Although the restroom entrance was not overly crowded, there were still individuals passing by, and it was not ideal to be seen weeping in such a public space. Upon rounding a corner, they came upon an empty classroom. Ryan opened the door and gestured for Hermione to enter first. He then followed, procuring 2 chairs and wiping them clean with the tissue. As he was not adept in cleaning spells, the two of them sat facing each other, and as Ryan observed Hermione's swollen eyes, he found himself at a loss for words. After all, he had spent his entire life as a solitary figure, lacking experience in comforting a girl. They exchanged silent glances for a minute or two, until Hermione, perhaps noticing Ryan's discomfort, lifted the corners of her mouth into a smile. This simple gesture shattered the heavy atmosphere, prompting Ryan to inexplicably join her in laughter. A few moments later, their amusement subsided, and Ryan finally gathered his thoughts. He spoke to Hermione, "You need not feel so despondent over something that is not your fault. Weasley and Potter do not inherently wish to harm others. However, in moments of heightened emotion, they often act without thought. The hurtful words spoken today were likely not intended to wound you. Then what have I done wrong to provoke such aversion from them?" Hermione replied, dabbing the corners of her eyes with the tissue, her voice imbued with defiance. "I actively participate in every class, striving to contribute positively to our house. Yet, they dismiss my efforts entirely, effortlessly deducting points I worked so hard to earn." Ryan made a downward gesture with his hands. "Hermione, do not be overly agitated. To speak candidly, the majority of points deducted can be attributed to Professor Snape's class. At times, it is merely the professor's bias at play, rather than a complete fault of theirs. If you disregard the points deducted by Professor Snape, you would find that their level of deductions aligns with the average across the entire school. So why do the Gryffindor students seem less concerned about the House Cup?" Hermione, looking somewhat perplexed, responded, "Many students from our house lose points due to disciplinary issues or academic shortcomings. I notice they are quick to point out errors. Yet they seem indifferent about it, even growing to resent me for mentioning it." Gently shaking her head, Hermione continued, "The sorting had intended to place me in Ravenclaw. But I chose Gryffindor upon recalling that this century's most illustrious white wizard, Professor Dumbledore, graduated from here. Reflecting on it now, perhaps I do not belong in this house. Absolutely not." Ryan thought of the comforting gestures he used to offer his young niece in his previous life and instinctively reached out to pat Hermione's head, only to be met with a fierce glare. In truth, the sorting hat allocates students based on their personalities while also considering their own aspirations. Since you were placed in Gryffindor, there must be a facet of you that aligns with this house. The hat speaks of bravery, but I would argue it more accurately refers to an emotional volatility. Harry and Ron epitomize this trait. Therefore, I urge you not to take their remarks to heart. Often, they speak without much thought, and your assertions are indeed correct. But if what I say is right, why do I sense a certain alienation from my peers?" Hermione inquired with curiosity. "It is quite simple. Although your statements hold truth, your manner of expression leaves much to be desired," Ryan articulated, drawing upon insights gleaned from novels he had perused in his past life. "As far as I know, you have struggled with communication since primary school, where your well-meaning attempts to assist others often come across as condescending. I recall hearing about you back then, often prefixed with the term arrogant. If you were speaking to a Ravenclaw, they might ponder your true intentions privately, but one cannot expect the impulsive Gryffindors to engage in such reflection. Both Harry and Ron are fundamentally good-hearted. Yet Harry's abrupt transformation from an orphan to a savior likely amplifies his emotional responses. As for Ron, being the least favored among his many siblings, it is understandable for him to exhibit some extremities in his behavior. Hence, evaluations made in moments of heightened emotion by a volatile individual and an impulsive one are not inherently accurate. There is no need for you to dwell on their words." After an afternoon of persuasion, Hermione finally found solace. She recognized the futility of punishing herself for the errors of others and acknowledged the areas in which she needed to evolve. As twilight descended, Hermione adjusted her mindset and stood up. She extended a hand, saying, "Thank you for spending the afternoon comforting me. I believe you are my first true friend at Hogwarts." "Are you not?" Indeed, they had merely been acquaintances until now. Ryan stood, grasping Hermione's hand, affirming, "Indeed, we are friends." Chapter 24, Halloween Boss. The troll. After successfully reassuring Hermione, Ryan suggested they study together in the library. However, Hermione felt her swollen eyes, indicative of recent tears, rendered her unfit to face her classmates and preferred the solitude of the empty classroom. Consequently, Ryan ascended to his dormitory to retrieve his bag before returning to the vacant classroom. Hermione had washed her face and cleared 2 desks. She took out the notes Ryan had transcribed for her from the class she missed earlier that day, beginning to catch up. As she copied, she muttered to herself, "I cannot believe I missed a class over this. The levitation charm is quite significant, and it may very well appear on the final exam." Time passed gradually as they studied. Upon completing all the assignments for the day, Ryan glanced out the window and realized dusk had settled. Oh no. Dinner time has surely passed. Tonight is the Halloween feast, and I have heard it is a splendid affair with beautiful decorations. Moreover, this is our first festive banquet at Hogwarts. We simply cannot miss it. Let us hurry. Perhaps we can still make it in time. After packing their books, they prepared to exit when suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from the other end of the corridor. Ryan, seemingly struck by a thought, grabbed Hermione's arm just as she was about to open the door and peered through a crack. Upon spotting Harry and Ron approaching, Ryan pushed the door open and stepped out. Following their morning classes, Harry and Ron noted Hermione's absence throughout the afternoon, while Ryan had merely disappeared after hastily retrieving his bag. As they descended for dinner, making their way to the Halloweeny feast, they overheard Parvati speaking to her friend Lavender, mentioning that Hermione was in an empty classroom with Ryan, working on assignments. Although her eyes were still slightly puffy, she no longer resembled the girl who had hidden in the restroom crying earlier. Parvati expressed her envy for Hermione having such a friend. Ron appeared somewhat unsettled by this revelation. He remarked to Harry, "I suppose Ryan's bookish nature is what allows him to befriend Hermione." Harry countered, "I understand that Ryan's insistence for you to apologize to Hermione earlier made you uncomfortable, but if it weren't for him organizing study discussions in the common room, I might not have managed my assignments amidst Quidditch practice." Moments later, as they entered the dining hall and beheld the vibrant Halloween decorations, they forgot all about Hermione and Ryan. 1,000 bats flitted across the walls and ceiling, while another 1,000 swirled like a low cloud above the dining tables, causing the candle flames within the pumpkins to flicker. Delectable dishes materialized on golden plates, reminiscent of the feast at the beginning of the term. Just as Harry and his companions were savoring the festivities, Professor Quirrell burst into the hall, his scarf askew and a look of terror etched on his face. All eyes turned to him as he staggered to Professor Dumbledore's chair, leaning heavily against the table, gasping, "A troll has made its way into the dungeons. I assumed you ought to know." With that, he collapsed onto the floor, unconscious. The hall erupted into chaos. Professor Dumbledore had to cast several loud fireworks from the tip of his wand before the crowd settled down. "Prefects," he said in a low voice, "immediately escort your students to their dormitories." Percy, naturally, took charge, leading the Gryffindor students toward their tower. As they traversed the corridors, they encountered several hurried crowds heading in different directions, many faces etched with anxiety, and a few timid girls quietly sobbing. After navigating through a throng of bewildered Hufflepuff students, Harry suddenly recalled, clutching Ron's arm, "We must inform Hermione and Ryan. They are unaware of the troll." Ron bit his lip. "Oh, very well," he declared resolutely. "But it is best if Percy does not catch sight of us." They lowered themselves and blended into the throng of Hufflepuffs, making their way in the opposite direction. They traversed the vacant side corridor, and just as they turned a corner, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed behind them. "Percy," Ron whispered, pulling Harry behind a large stone statue of a griffin. Peering from their hiding place, they were startled to find it was not Percy, but Snape, who strode through the corridor and vanished from their view. "What is he doing?" Harry whispered. "Why isn't he with the other professors in the underground classroom?" "How should I know?" They followed the receding footsteps of Snape, quietly advancing down another corridor, striving to remain silent. The remainder of their path was uneventful until they turned a corner and arrived at the door to the classroom where Ryan and the others were studying. Just then, Ryan emerged from the back entrance of the classroom. "It's mealtime now. What are you two doing here?" Harry opened his mouth to respond when suddenly, a foul odor reminiscent of stinky socks and an unkempt public restroom assailed their senses, followed by a low murmur and the sound of heavy footsteps dragging across the floor. Ryan's expression changed dramatically as he immediately beckoned Harry and Ron to take refuge in the classroom. They held their breaths, hiding in the shadows of the dimly lit room. Through the glass of the classroom door, they beheld a colossal creature lumbering past, illuminated by the moonlight streaming through the corridor window. They discerned that it was a troll. Towering at 12 feet, its skin dull and lifeless, resembling a grayish granite. Its enormous, clumsy body resembled a mound of colossal rubble, topped with a small head akin to a cocoa bean. Its legs were as thick as tree stumps, ending in flat, calloused feet. The noxious odor emanating from it was utterly repugnant. It clutched a hefty wooden club, dragging it along the floor due to its long arms. Hermione stifled a gasp, covering her mouth, and after the sound of the troll's footsteps faded, the four of them cautiously approached the door to peer into the corridor. They observed the troll halting beside a door, peering inside. It twitched its long ears, made a decision with its small head, then lowered itself to slowly enter the room. "The key is in the lock," Harry murmured. "We can lock it in there to prevent it from causing harm." "Good idea," Ron replied nervously. They sidled up to the open door, their mouths dry, desperately hoping the troll would not suddenly emerge. Harry leaped forward, grasped the key, and slammed the door shut, locking it firmly. Done. As Harry and the others reveled in their triumph, their faces flushed with excitement, they began to retrace their steps down the corridor when suddenly, there was a loud bang. Harry turned to see the door they had just locked being smashed open by the troll's club. A shard of wood flew directly towards him. Just as Harry braced himself for impact, he was abruptly pulled to the ground by Rian, the debris soaring harmlessly past his head. Rian had followed them and, upon seeing the danger, had yanked Harry aside. Indeed, the troll possessed a certain degree of intelligence. If the restroom was unoccupied, it would prioritize attacking the nearest individuals, namely those who had just locked it inside. Rian assessed the situation and thought to himself, the restroom door cannot withstand the troll. he shouted to Harry. The noise from locking the door startled the troll. We must find a way to trap it inside, or we will never outrun it in this place. With that, Rian unleashed an offensive spell he had recently mastered, Incendio. Unfortunately, the spell had little effect. The troll merely swatted it away with its arm and continued to force itself against the small door. At that moment, Ron and Harry reacted, casting their spells in unison. Tarantaligra. The spell struck the troll, but it merely paused momentarily before resuming its aggressive attempts to break free, demonstrating the formidable magical resistance attributed to trolls in their textbooks. Hermione, having steadied herself, directed a levitation charm at the faucet that the troll had just smashed. She caused it to collide with the bathroom floor, creating a thunderous noise. The troll, with its limited intelligence, ignored the 4 living beings before it and turned to investigate the source of the sound. Seizing the opportunity, the 4 of them quietly retreated, attempting to escape the troll's range of attack, just as they had distanced themselves by about 20 meters. A deafening roar erupted from the restroom. It appeared the troll had realized it had been deceived, and the small creatures that had just provoked it were fleeing. Run! Rian shouted, and the 4 of them sprinted down the corridor. The enraged troll forcefully demolished the walls on either side of the restroom door. Bursting through in pursuit of them, its sharp edges piercing its own palm and leaving a trail of foul, dark blood along the corridor. What do we do now? Ron asked nervously, noticing the troll gaining ground. We need to circle around and find a place where the troll cannot follow. We can't run to the Great Hall. There may be other students there, and we can't lead the monster towards them, Rian replied. Turning a corner, they spotted a tightly shut door. It was small. An old wooden door clad in iron, only about 1 meter wide and 2 meters tall, likely a good hiding place. After Harry used the unlocking charm, they discovered the space inside was surprisingly roomy, resembling a storage area filled with old brooms, rusty buckets, and assorted debris. The 4 of them squeezed inside and shut the door behind them, retreating deep into the room. Soon, they could hear the heavy footsteps of the troll pausing outside, followed by its repulsive snorting. Will it find us? Hermione inquired, her voice trembling with fear. It might, but it cannot fit through such a small door, Rian reassured her. No sooner had he spoken than the door was smashed open with a resounding crash. The troll frantically attempted to squeeze itself inside, but the door's dimensions permitted only its head or an arm to enter. The troll tried the same tactic again, but this time, the wall remained steadfast. The frenzied troll could only flail its club wildly with the arm that had entered, sending nearby objects flying, occasionally probing its bloodshot eyes into the room in search of the 4 hidden children. Yet, none of its efforts could harm those sheltered behind the shelves. Ryan observed the towering creature that occasionally peeked in, then glanced around the cluttered storage room, and suddenly conceived a daring idea. Could you possibly sever the ring holding that iron chandelier above? Ryan inquired. The 3 of us should be able to manage it, Harry responded. All right, prepare yourselves. On the count of 3, we shall strike at that ring together, and then I will devise a way to deal with the creature. Ready, they echoed thrice. 1, 2, 3, go. Accio chandelier. Their combined magic successfully severed the ring supporting the chandelier, yet it remained suspended in midair by Ryan's spell. Ryan gradually maneuvered the chandelier towards the doorway with his magic, and at the precise moment when the giant's head peeked in to investigate, he ceased the spell. The angular iron chandelier, accompanied by the sound of rushing air, plummeted from a height of 5 to 6 meters, striking the giant's head with a resounding crash that echoed through the room. One corner of the chandelier collided with the back of the giant's skull, creating a gaping wound from which a mixture of crimson and white fluid began to flow. The giant's neck contorted at an unnatural angle, appearing to be broken. Subsequently, the giant's lifeless body collapsed, blocking the doorway. All done. It's safe now, Ryan declared, and the 4 of them slid down against the wall, gasping for breath. They realized that their legs had turned to jelly from the tension and fear of the recent ordeal. After sitting quietly in the darkness for a few minutes, Hermione trembled and asked, "Is the monster dead?" "Perhaps," Ryan replied. "I don't think that the giant could still be alive." Suddenly, a thunderous banging on the door followed by loud footsteps echoed through the room, causing all 4 to look up. They had not realized the commotion they had caused. Surely those downstairs had heard the violent collisions and the giant's roars. Moments later, Professor Flitwick magically removed the giant's body from the doorway. Professor McGonagall illuminated her wand and rushed into the room, closely followed by Snape, with Quirrell bringing up the rear. Quirrell merely cast a glance at the giant before letting out a weak sob and collapsing onto a box, clutching his chest tightly. Snape bent down to examine the giant, while Professor McGonagall regarded the 4 students, her expression one of unprecedented anger. At that moment, Professor Snape stood up, revealing an unexpected expression. "The giant is dead." Was it the levitation charm? Yes, Ryan managed to respond, now able to see the splattered remains of the giant's brain matter in the light. A wave of nausea washed over him, and he grimaced as he answered, "You have slain a giant, a feat that poses considerable difficulty even for an adult wizard. For you first-year students, I must commend your courage in spell casting. However, before we proceed, I require you to accompany me to find Headmaster Dumbledore, as this incident has resulted in the death of a magical creature, and 4 students nearly lost their lives. The headmaster must be informed personally." With that, Professor McGonagall Her face stern, guided the visibly trembling Hermione ahead, while Ryan and the others followed, making their way to Headmaster Dumbledore's office. Chapter 26, Transition. On the staircase leading from the 7th to the 8th floor, Professor McGonagall's group encountered Headmaster Dumbledore, who was dressed in formal robes and had just emerged from the dungeons. "Minerva, what brings you and these students here? Were you not in search of the escaped giant?" "Albus, the giant is dead, and these students behind me are the ones responsible. I believe they need to explain the situation to you." "Oh, thank you. I shall take it from here." After Professor McGonagall departed, Dumbledore ushered the 4 students into a vacant room on the 7th floor, where he waved his wand. A table and 5 chairs appeared, along with 5 steaming cups of red tea. "Very well, everyone take a seat," Dumbledore instructed, settling into the head position at the table and looking at the 4 students. "Relax with some tea. Being chased by a giant is hardly a pleasant experience." Once he observed that they had calmed down, Dumbledore began to inquire about the events that had transpired. Hermione stood up, explaining that she had been feeling overwhelmed by academic pressures and had sought a place to cry alone. Ryan had comforted her, and they had spent the afternoon studying together. Thus, they missed the Halloween feast and were unaware of the giant's escape. While on their way upstairs, they encountered Harry and Ron, who had come to inform them, only to tragically cross paths with the giant on their way to the Great Hall. Hermione proceeded to recount their battle against the giant, detailing how, through a series of fortunate circumstances, they ultimately defeated it. The 3 boys added their own insights to the narrative. After they finished recounting their experience, Dumbledore praised their wisdom, courage, and friendship, awarding each of them 5 points. "I imagine you must be quite hungry," Dumbledore continued after the points were awarded. "If you have not sustained any injuries, it would be best for you to return to Gryffindor Tower. The students are enjoying the Halloween feast in their respective houses." The 4 students bowed in farewell to the headmaster before leaving the room. Dumbledore took a sip from his tea, revealing a satisfied smile. After climbing a flight of stairs, Ryan and his companions arrived before the fat lady's portrait. "Pig snout." They uttered the password and entered. The common room was crowded and boisterous, filled with students enjoying the food that had been provided. Harry and Ron, having collected their food, noticed Ryan and Hermione seated at a table waiting for them. An awkward silence fell upon the 4 of them as they avoided eye contact, each hastily expressing a grateful thank you before rushing to their plates. However, Ryan and Hermione could discern the others' uplifting spirits. Harry and Ron had braved the danger of the giant to seek them out. This act demonstrated not only courage but also the essence of friendship. Especially for Hermione, it meant gaining 2 friends, alleviating her sense of isolation. In truth, Ryan had initially intended to merely blend into the background, not to forge such deep connections with the protagonists. Yet, as the saying goes, one cannot remain indifferent when faced with adversity. Defeating a 12-foot giant was a matter of life and death, and this bond forged in peril was invaluable to Ryan. Thus, he had come to regard Harry Potter and Ron Weasley as true friends. As November arrived, the weather turned bitterly cold. The surrounding mountains were shrouded in a gray haze, blanketed in ice and snow, while the lake's surface resembled tempered steel, both frigid and hard. Each morning, frost blanketed the ground. From the window above, one could see Hagrid, bundled in a long coat made of mole fur, donned with rabbit fur gloves and enormous beaver fur boots, clearing frost from the Quidditch pitch. The Quidditch season had commenced. After weeks of training, Harry was set to participate in his very first match on Saturday, with Gryffindor facing Slytherin. Should Gryffindor triumph, they would ascend to 2nd place in the House Cup standings. As it stood, the current rankings among the houses were as follows. Ravenclaw took 1st place, the scholars excelled in their studies. Slytherin followed in 2nd, considering the advantages of being from wizarding families. The young wizards clearly had a stronger foundation. Hufflepuff was 3rd, the Badgers were honest and untroublesome. And their collective presence, although each individual earned few points, elevated their total score. And lastly, Gryffindor, who had the most mischievous students, earning and losing points in equal measure. If calculated by average points lost per person, Gryffindor would rank 1st. Nonetheless, the good news was that competition among the 4 houses was fierce, making this match particularly significant. For this reason, everyone, from Headmistress McGonagall to each student, placed great importance upon the upcoming game, allowing Ryan to experience a stark contrast to the sports culture in his previous life, where schools had little regard for athletics. Gryffindor regarded Harry's participation as a seeker in the competition as a secret weapon, and his presence during regular training sessions was notably scarce. Yet, as Ryan had previously remarked to Ron from the stands, in an outdoor team training environment, even the most discreet undertakings could be observed by the keen-eyed. Consequently, some expressed to Harry their belief in his exceptional skills, while others humorously suggested they would be ready with a mattress to catch him should he fall. Ryan found both sentiments equally disheartening, hoping that Harry would not succumb to the mounting pressure. Now, Hermione had learned to interact harmoniously with others. She no longer roamed about reprimanding her peers for their errors and had softened her once rigid stance on school regulations. "You are right. I believe everyone should take responsibility for themselves. As long as I do not harm others, I need not interfere in their lives," she confided to Ryan during a study session. Hermione and Ryan remained eager to assist their classmates with inquiries, but they refrained from sharing their assignments. This put Harry in a quandary. To excel in his work, he needed ample time for after-class discussions, yet his commitment to Quidditch left him with little despair. Thus, he occasionally resorted to borrowing Ron's homework. When Harry sought assistance from Ron, he learned that Ryan and Hermione had effectively organized group discussions on assignments, significantly enhancing everyone's understanding. They could answer most questions posed by their peers, and when stumped, they would call upon Ron's brother, Percy, for help. However, Ron noted that occasionally his work would be seen by Percy, leading to inevitable reprimands. Yet, for the temptation of completing assignments swiftly and proficiently, a scolding from his brother seemed a trivial matter. Subsequently, Ron handed Harry a notebook, claiming it was brought by Ryan. The notebook contained class notes and summaries of pertinent topics, interspersed with encouraging notes from their classmates. Upon reading these notes, a warm feeling surged within Harry. He resolved to win the upcoming match. Chapter 27. The Quidditch Match. Regarding Quidditch, Ryan was a complete novice. It was evident that the cinematic portrayal bore little resemblance to reality. Thus, as his classmates engaged in animated discussions about Quidditch, Ryan felt an inexplicable awkwardness standing by. However, Hermione, also unfamiliar with Quidditch, discovered a solution. She borrowed a book titled Quidditch Through the Ages from the school library. The book proved engaging, covering nearly all aspects related to Quidditch. For instance, it detailed the 700 ways to commit fouls, all of which occurred during a World Cup match in 1473. What transpired in that match? It also revealed that seekers were typically the smallest and fastest players, with the most severe accidents often involving them. Indeed, Harry seemed to sustain injuries annually while playing, although fatalities during Quidditch matches were rare. It was said that referees frequently vanished, only to reappear months later in the Sahara Desert, a consequence of corrupt officiating, perhaps. Fortunately, with this book in hand, Ryan could finally engage in discussions about Quidditch with his classmates as an enthusiastic fan. Quidditch was of great significance within the school, yet for Ryan, a non-athlete, other pursuits also held importance. During this period, he frequently visited the greenhouse to hone his skills in cultivating and controlling magical plants. This delighted Professor Sprout. As most students shied away from getting their hands dirty, Professor Sprout expressed that if Ryan maintained this attitude, gaining admission to his N.E.W.T. class would be assured. In addition to this, Ryan practiced spells and potion making alongside Hermione. They crafted various small items. For instance, Hermione conjured a portable ball of bright blue flame, while Ryan transformed an empty jam jar into a brass hand warmer, carrying the flame with him for warmth and essential comfort in the chilly, damp winters of the Scottish Highlands, particularly when venturing outside. The day before Harry's match, Ryan and Hermione decided to cheer him on. They encountered Harry and Ron in the courtyard, and the four formed a circle, leaning against one another while chatting and warming themselves with the conjured brass hand warmer. At that moment, Snape walked through the courtyard. Harry immediately noticed Snape's limping gait. He felt a twinge of anxiety and lowered his head, attempting to appear invisible. Unfortunately, his guilty demeanor caught Snape's attention, who limped over, seemingly in search of a reason to chastise him. "What do you have there, Potter?" he inquired. "It's Quidditch Through the Ages," Harry replied, showing him the book. "You are not permitted to take library books out of the school," Snape stated. "Hand it over." 5 points from Gryffindor. He fabricated a rule on the spot. Watching Snape limp away, Harry muttered in frustration, "What is wrong with his leg?" "I don't know, but I hope it hurts like hell," Ron replied, taking delight in Snape's discomfort. However, with the match approaching, Harry needed the book to unwind. After completing his assignments, Hermione handed Harry the borrowed Quidditch Through the Ages. Harry read for a while, feeling somewhat anxious. Remembering Madame Pance's furious admonishments of careless students in the library, courage suddenly welled within him. Why should he fear Snape? Thus, he stood up and announced to the others that he would inquire if Snape would return his book. "You are brave, Harry. Good luck," Ryan encouraged, giving him a reassuring pat on the shoulder. Afterward, Harry crawled out through the corridor, while Ron remarked to Harry's retreating figure, "I wouldn't go if I were you." Ryan and Hermione nodded in agreement. Nearly 10 minutes later, while Ryan and his friends were discussing strategies to minimize point deductions in potions class, Harry awkwardly entered through the entrance. Ryan inquired, gazing at the breathless Harry, "What transpired?" Harry lowered his voice and replied, "I just witnessed a leg of Snape's, drenched in blood and mangled." Filch was tending to him. He even remarked, "How could one possibly keep an eye on 3 heads simultaneously?" After a brief pause, allowing them to absorb this information, Harry continued, "Do you comprehend what this signifies? On the eve of Halloween, he intended to pass by that 3-headed dog. When we spotted him, he was headed in that direction, searching for the object that the beast was guarding. I would wager my broomstick that he was the one who unleashed that giant troll to divert attention." "No, he wouldn't," Hermione interjected swiftly. "I know he is not the best, but he would never attempt to steal something that Dumbledore holds so dearly." "To be honest, Hermione, you always assume that all teachers are paragons of virtue, yet I believe Snape is capable of such deeds," Ron retorted bluntly. Ryan interjected, "However, there exists a point of contention. As the head of Slytherin, Snape should be well aware of all that transpires within the school. Moreover, as a professor at Hogwarts and a master of potions, I find it hard to believe he would lack for anything. Besides, the last time we encountered that dog, It attacked all who entered indiscriminately. Thus, the wounds could merely suggest that Snape might have ventured into that house. But they do not substantiate any claim of his intent to steal. Well, you might be right, Harry replied. I'm heading to bed now. We have a match tomorrow. With that, Harry wobbled his way upstairs. Hermione fixed her gaze upon Ryan. Do you truly believe Professor Snape is not a thief? I'm uncertain, Ryan shrugged, shaking his head. Yet, without concrete evidence, these few findings certainly do not confirm that Professor Snape has engaged in any wrongdoing. After sitting in silence for a while, the two bid each other good night and retired to their respective beds. The following morning dawned bright and brisk. The tantalizing aroma of roasted sausages wafted through the dining hall. As everyone eagerly anticipated an exhilarating Quidditch match, engaging in animated conversation, Ryan, too, found himself buoyed by this atmosphere, feeling a thrill akin to that of attending a sports day in his previous life. Upon entering the great hall, Ryan noticed that others had already gathered. Hermione was attempting to console the solitary, unhappy figure at the long table. Harry, who appeared tense and wound up with anxiety. You must eat something for breakfast. I don't want anything. Just a bit of toast, please, Hermione coaxed. I'm not hungry. Ryan approached, remarking, engaging in physical exertion is quite taxing. One cannot embark on a flight with an empty stomach. At that moment, Simon chimed in. Harry, you must maintain your vitality. The Seeker is always a primary target for the opposing team's defense. Thank you both, Harry replied, observing Simon generously slathering thick ketchup onto his sausage, as is customary for the British. As the clock neared 11, everyone made their way to the pitch, for the match was about to commence. Chapter 28, The Quidditch Match, Part 2. In truth, during his previous life while reading novels, Ryan had sensed a certain self-destructive tendency among wizards. The commencement of the Quidditch matches each year falls between Halloween and Christmas, specifically from November to December. One can only imagine the scene. A throng of spectators braving the biting winter winds of the Scottish Highlands, standing atop lofty platforms. The players, too, endure the brunt of the elements, soaring through the sky without any shelter. From any perspective, it is an arduous endeavor. However, upon truly entering this world, Ryan discovered the fervor that wizards possess for the sport of Quidditch, a passion that renders all preceding concerns trivial. As he arrived at the Quidditch pitch alongside his companions, he was astonished to find nearly the entire student body gathered in the stands surrounding the field. Many students had even brought binoculars, and while the seating was elevated, it remained a challenge to clearly discern the unfolding match. A large group of first-year students, led by Ryan, gathered at the highest row to encourage their classmate Harry. They crafted a magical banner that proclaimed Potter prevails, adorned with an animated depiction of a lion chasing a serpent. Madame Hooch served as the referee, standing at the center of the pitch with her broomstick in hand, awaiting the team's arrival. As the players emerged from the changing rooms and stepped onto the field, Madame Hooch addressed them. Listen, I hope everyone participates in this match with fairness and integrity. At that moment, Seamus remarked to the group. Madame Hooch is warning the Slytherin team. Their style of play tends to be rather unscrupulous, especially under their captain, Marcus Flint. Slytherin often resorts to underhanded tactics. It seems that, regardless of the setting, there are always those who disregard the spirit of sportsmanship, Ryan commented. Hermione, Seamus, and several others who had grown up in the Muggle world nodded in agreement. Now, everyone, mount your brooms. With that, all took to their brooms. Madame Hooch blew her silver whistle with vigor, and 15 broomsticks soared into the sky. The match commenced. The quaffle was immediately seized by Gryffindor's Angelina Johnson, a remarkable chaser with both skill and charm. Jordan. My apologies, Professor. Ryan believed that the most captivating aspect of the Quidditch matches at Hogwarts, aside from the players' remarkable performances, was the commentary provided by Lee Jordan. Not only did he swiftly and accurately convey the events unfolding on the field, but his humorous interjections also enlivened the entire narration. However, due to his occasionally biased and overly emotional commentary, Lee Jordan was now under the close scrutiny of Professor McGonagall while commentating. Look at him soar, he exclaimed, as a stunning pass was made to Elias Spinnet, a talent discovered by Oliver Wood, who had only been a reserve player last year. The ball was then passed to Johnson, but alas, the Slytherin team intercepted the quaffle. Slytherin's captain, Marcus Flint, seized the quaffle and sped away, soaring through the air like an eagle. Would he score? No. Gryffindor's goalkeeper, Wood, executed a magnificent maneuver to block the shot. Now, Gryffindor had possession, with Katie Bell, the Seeker, darting around Flint with agility. Ouch, that must hurt. She was struck on the back of the head by a bludger. The quaffle was snatched by Slytherin, and it was Delian Pewes rushing toward the goalposts, but he was brought down by another bludger. The bludger was deflected aside by Fred or George Weasley. Those twins were indeed hard to tell apart. Gryffindor's beater performed exceptionally well, and Johnson regained possession of the quaffle, racing forward unimpeded, as if she were flying, dodging a bludger. The goalposts were right ahead. Come on. Yes. Angelina shouted as the Slytherin goalkeeper, Blatch, dived but missed, allowing Gryffindor to score. The cheers of Gryffindor echoed through the cold sky, mingled with the furious roars and curses from Slytherin. Harry circled above, seemingly unaware of the golden snitch. Slytherin regained possession, and Lee Jordan remarked, Chaser Pew's ducks to evade two bludgers, dodging the Weasley twins and Chaser Bell, racing towards. Wait, is that the snitch? DeLeon Pew's turned his head to catch a glimpse of a golden flash that whizzed past his left ear, neglecting the quaffle, which prompted a murmur among the crowd. It appeared Harry had also spotted the snitch, diving swiftly to pursue the golden light. Slytherin seeker, Terrence Higgs, noticed it too, and both raced side by side towards the snitch, while the chasers seemed to have forgotten their duties, hovering in the air and watching. Harry's speed surpassed Higgs, and he looked poised to catch the snitch. Suddenly, a roar of anger erupted from the Gryffindors below as Marcus Flint deliberately collided with Harry, causing his broomstick to veer off course. Yet, Harry held on with determination. Foul! The Gryffindors shouted vehemently. Ryan also roared in the biting wind, as he seemed to gradually grasp the allure of this sport. The match continued, and the situation appeared exceedingly favorable for the Gryffindor team, with possession firmly in their hands. Suddenly, Harry began to perform a brown maneuver in midair, and Ryan, who had been closely observing him, immediately recognized the unfolding situation. Ryan aimed his telescope at Harry and noticed that his expression had turned exceedingly tense. It appeared that his broom had gone awry. Hermione, observing Ryan's serious demeanor as he held the telescope, turned her gaze toward the direction he was fixated upon. At that moment, Harry began to drift slowly away from the pitch, and several students had already sensed that something was amiss. What is happening? Could the recent collision have damaged the broom? Hermione exclaimed anxiously. That seems unlikely. The Nimbus 2000 could not be easily compromised by a few bumps. It is far more probable that someone is using dark magic to interfere with the broom, and given the Nimbus 2000's resilience to such disruptions, the perpetrator must possess considerable skill in the dark arts, something that an ordinary student could not accomplish, Ryan elucidated. Look, it's Snape, Hermione remarked as she tapped Ryan's arm. He is casting a spell on Harry. Meanwhile, Ryan, still peering through the telescope, replied, observe closely behind him. Quirrell is also gazing at the sky and incanting. What should we do now? Hermione inquired, peering in Quirrell's direction. Follow me, Ryan beckoned, leading Hermione stealthily toward the staff area. After a minute or so, they reached the back of the faculty stand. Following their earlier plan, when Ryan raised his thumb, the two simultaneously ignited the robes of Snape and Quirrell. Within mere seconds, chaos erupted at the staff table, allowing them to seize the opportunity to return to their seats. Chapter 29, Post-match analysis. As Ryan and Hermione hurried back to their seats, they discovered that the match had concluded. According to Ron's account, just minutes after their disappearance, Harry's broom had returned to normal. He had executed a dive and caught the golden snitch, thereby finishing the match, with Gryffindor triumphing 170-60. At that moment, Ryan also received a system notification indicating that he had altered the course of the match, causing Hermione to harbor suspicions about Quirrell, earning him 2 deviation points. Ah, what a splendid outcome. Ryan cheerfully called to a few friends to join him on their way back. As Ryan, Hermione, and Ron were preparing to return to the castle, they coincidentally encountered Harry, who was on his way to Hagrid's for tea. Consequently, the four of them proceeded together toward Hagrid's wooden hut. A few minutes later, the quartet settled by the cozy fireplace, each cradling a cup of fragrant red tea. It was Snape, Ron explained to the group. I saw him. He was casting a spell on Harry's broom, muttering to himself, his eyes fixed intently on Harry. No, the suspicious one is not only Snape, Hermione interjected. Ryan and I also witnessed Quirrell, seated behind Snape, casting a spell. At this moment, Ryan remarked, one of them must be cursing, while the other is providing protection. Otherwise, Harry could not have remained aloft for such an extended period. Nonsense, Hagrid interjected. Why would the professors engage in such activities? The four exchanged glances, and Harry gestured for Ryan to elaborate. Both professors are connected to the incident that occurred before Halloween, Ryan said, carefully choosing his words. The troll was Professor Quirrell's, and the circumstances surrounding its escape are solely Quirrell's account, with no witnesses to corroborate his claims. At this juncture, Harry could no longer contain himself. I've uncovered some troubling information about Snape. On Halloween night, he attempted to use that 3-headed dog. It bit him. We suspect he aimed to steal whatever the dog was guarding. Hagrid slammed the teapot down heavily. How do you know about the 3-headed Fluffy? He inquired. 3-headed Fluffy? Yes, it's mine. I purchased it from a Greek fellow I met at a hotel last year, and I lent it to Dumbledore for guarding purposes. What? Harry asked eagerly. Enough. No further questions, Hagrid replied gruffly. That's classified information, understand? But someone is trying to steal it. Nonsense, Hagrid countered. Snape and Quirrell are both teachers at Hogwarts. They would never engage in such deeds. Then why would anyone wish to harm Harry? Ron shouted. That could merely be a coincidence. You must be mistaken, Hagrid responded irritably. I cannot explain why Harry's broom behaved as it did, but the professors chosen by Dumbledore would never wish to endanger a student. Now, all four of you listen to me. You are meddling in matters that do not concern you. This is perilous. Forget about that dog and what it guards. This is between Professor Dumbledore and Nicholas Flamel. Aha, Harry exclaimed. So this involves someone named Nicholas Flamel, does it? Hagrid, enraged, was fuming. Soon, the four were forcibly expelled from the hut. Upon returning to the common room, after Harry dealt with a throng of well-wishers. He noticed Ryan and the others engaged in hushed discussion in a quieter corner. Harry approached, and upon seeing him, Ron said, "I believe Snape is the mastermind behind this." While the others think both Quirrell and Snape are suspicious. After listening to Ron's account, Harry remarked to Ryan and Hermione, "It feels more like Snape. I can sense his animosity towards me." Ryan silently scoffed to himself, wondering why Ron bore such a striking resemblance to the man who had once stolen love from his father. He then halted Hermione, who was eager to debate, and cleared his throat, stating, "The question of who wishes to pilfer has become secondary. Today, we have gleaned significant information from Hagrid. We now know that the three-headed dog is named Fluffy, belonging to Hagrid, and has been lent to Dumbledore to guard something. This something is connected to an individual named Nicholas Flamel. Furthermore," Ryan added, "the troll that pursued us was wielding a weapon befitting its stature. According to the book Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, certain intelligent trolls can be trained for guarding purposes. This indicates that the troll was likely intended to guard a specific location. After all, if it were merely a teaching aid for defense against the dark arts, it would not be armed. Thus, it is plausible that beneath Fluffy's trapdoor lies a substantial space, replete with multiple layers of defenses." Hermione, catching on, continued, "Indeed. However," Harry interjected, interrupting their speculations about the defenses, "what we need to ascertain now is the identity of this Nicholas Flamel. I don't know. I've never heard of him. Wait, I think I might recall something. My father mentioned him once," Ron replied. The remaining trio turned their gaze towards Ryan. With Ron being the first to voice his skepticism, "How is that possible? Your family has no wizards. Some wizards may not be known solely within the wizarding world. For instance, Merlin is quite renowned in the Muggle realm as well. My father is a writer and has researched extensively. If this Nicholas Flamel is indeed well known and has lived in the Muggle world for a considerable time, then it is likely my father encountered his name during his research." Ryan explained to Ron, "By your logic, Nicholas Flamel cannot be someone from the last 200 years, given the stringent enforcement of the Statute of Secrecy. Who could possibly live for over 2 centuries? However, it is also possible that there are Muggles with the same name," Ron pondered. "Could you perhaps write a letter to your father?" Harry suggested. "I think it would be best to wait until Christmas when I return home to inquire. After all, the one attempting the theft might be a professor who could intercept our correspondence," Ryan replied. Noticing the somber atmosphere, Hermione proposed, "Let us use our free time to investigate this individual. Remember, Hagrid mentioned that this concerns Professor Dumbledore and Nicholas Flamel, though he didn't finish his thought. We can ascertain that Professor Dumbledore knows Flamel, so we should start by looking into Dumbledore's contemporaries." That's a splendid idea," Harry said. "Since I have no upcoming matches until Christmas, we can take this opportunity to peruse the library for information. After Christmas, when Ryan has consulted his father, we can decide our next course of action." With everyone having spoken, Ryan stood and addressed Harry and the others. "All right, today marks our Quidditch team's first victory, as well as your first triumph, Harry." He gestured toward the raucous crowd in the common room. "So, any tasks can wait until tomorrow. For now, it's time to celebrate." Chapter 30, Christmas is fast approaching. One morning in mid-December, Hogwarts awoke from slumber to find several feet of snow blanketing the grounds, the lake frozen solid. The Weasley twins faced punishment for enchanting snowballs to chase Quirrell, pelting him mercilessly on the back of his turban. Ryan gazed upon the scene with profound admiration for the valiant act of the Weasley twins as they confronted Voldemort. As the holiday approached, certain classes became rather intolerable, particularly Professor Snape's potions lesson. The classroom, situated underground and devoid of any heating, rendered it so frigid that one could exhale visible breaths. To exacerbate the situation, enduring Snape's biting remarks while one's limbs felt numb from the cold was truly lamentable. During one potions class, Draco Malfoy provocatively remarked that some students would remain at Hogwarts for Christmas because their families did not want them. However, Harry appeared unfazed, even somewhat elated. The prospect of not returning to the Dursleys for the holiday thrilled him, and Malfoy's taunts could not tarnish his good spirits. Last week, when Professor McGonagall took attendance for students staying at school, Harry and several members of the Weasley family opted to remain. Harry's motivation was to escape the Dursleys, while the Weasley brothers were staying because their parents were visiting Charlie in Romania. Hermione and Ryan chose to return home for Christmas, as it was their first extended separation from their families. Naturally, they assured Harry and Ron, who were remaining at Hogwarts, that they would prepare gifts for them and eagerly anticipated their own presents in return. Although they had perused numerous books for information about Nicholas Flamel without success, this did not diminish their excitement for the holiday. 10 days before Christmas, the long-awaited break arrived. After breakfast, Ryan shouldered his bag and, along with his classmates heading home, made his way to the Hogsmeade station. Exiting the school through the wrought iron gates adorned with wingboars, they walked for about 10 minutes before arriving at the platform, where the Hogwarts Express awaited. With fewer passengers than usual, Ryan and Hermione managed to secure an empty compartment, shortly joined by Longbottom. Initially, Ryan hoped to relax, but Hermione produced her homework and began to write, prompting Ryan and Neville to cease their unfinished game of wizard's chess and follow suit. After a day of travel, the train arrived at King's Cross Station. In the square outside, they encountered Neville's grandmother, who expressed her gratitude to Ryan and Hermione for their support of Neville at school, leaving them feeling somewhat bashful. After bidding farewell to the Longbottoms, Ryan and Hermione each took a taxi home. Before parting, Hermione repeatedly urged Ryan to consult his father regarding the origins of Nicholas Flamel and to inform her if he found anything. Upon returning home, Ryan opened the door to find his parents had prepared dinner, enveloping him in a long-missed sense of familial warmth. The evening was spent in conversation, sharing experiences from school and updates from home. A piece of good news surfaced. Mr. Lambert's new novel was selling well, leading to a busy few days ahead with book signing events before Christmas. After a brief period of reading, Ryan opted for an early bedtime, as the day's train journey had left him fatigued. What followed was a delightful Christmas holiday, marked by daily homework and brief phone calls with Hermione to discuss their assignments. With his parents occupied and away from home, Ryan seized the opportunity to practice with various mechanical contraptions around the house, thereby enhancing his proficiency in the industrial handbook for winter. Fortuitously, Ryan found that practicing magic in the realm of the Multiverse Emporium would not attract the attention of the Ministry of Magic, granting him ample time for practice. As Christmas approached, Ryan visited the community library to meet Hermione. During their previous phone call, Ryan had disclosed that he had uncovered information regarding Nicholas Flamel. When one is aware of the answer, finding a reasonable line of evidence in a sea of information becomes a less daunting task. With the knowledge that Nicholas Flamel was a French medieval alchemist, the challenge of sifting through extensive material to locate relevant details was significantly mitigated. In but a few moments within the library, Ryan observed Hermione entering, clad in a striking blue down jacket. She then took a seat opposite Ryan and inquired, "You mentioned that you have discovered the answer. How did you accomplish that?" Ryan recounted, "Upon returning home, I inquired with my father. He mentioned that he had encountered this name while researching for a fantasy novel set in the medieval period, though he couldn't recall the specifics at that moment. Consequently, I perused the materials my father had amassed during his writing process and unearthed these documents." With that, Ryan removed his backpack and produced a bundle of papers. He opened a page, pointed to the text, and read aloud, "Nicholas Flamel, a Frenchman, renowned alchemist of the 14th century. His most celebrated contribution is the reputed creation of the Philosopher's Stone, a magical artifact that purportedly enabled him to transmute mercury into gold. Furthermore, according to legend, he attained immortality, with sightings of him reported as late as 1929, despite public records indicating his demise in 1427 in his native town. When avaricious individuals excavated the tomb of him and his wife, they discovered it to be empty, further substantiating the claim of his eternal life." Additionally, Ryan continued, producing a map. "This is a map of Paris." Hermione leaned in, intrigued. "What significance does this map hold?" she inquired. "Observe this." Ryan indicated a circled location on the map. 51, Montmorency Street, the house of Nicholas Flamel. This indicates that Flamel was an alchemist residing in medieval Paris. "I surmise that the Philosopher's Stone is concealed within," Hermione gasped softly. "When we were researching in the library, Harry mentioned his suspicion that on the day he visited Diagon Alley, Hagrid retrieved a small package from the deepest vault of Gringotts, which might be the very object hidden beneath the trapdoor. Thus, considering its size and the existing documentation, it is highly plausible that the concealed object is indeed the Philosopher's Stone." Chapter 31. Discussions on the Philosopher's Stone and a new arrival. "Thus, it is entirely reasonable that someone would covet the Philosopher's Stone," Hermione remarked, "an entity that bestows immortality and the ability to generate limitless gold. Who wouldn't desire such a treasure? However, if such a remarkable object exists, why not create more?" Hermione queried, her brow furrowed in confusion. "I believe it is not a matter of desire but of capability," Ryan responded. "Why so? If the first can be created, what difficulty could there be in producing a second?" While perusing several texts on the practice of alchemy in the Hogwarts library, I gleaned a vital principle. The essence of alchemy is the principle of equivalent exchange. Ryan nodded at Hermione, acknowledging her understanding, and continued, "Now consider this, from the perspective of equivalent exchange. What kind of entity could defy the laws of nature to enhance life while simultaneously altering the essence of matter to create gold?" After pondering for a moment, Hermione suddenly gasped, covering her mouth with her hand. "You've arrived at the same conclusion, haven't you? Only by sacrificing a life can such a potent effect be achieved." But, Hermione stammered, "Nicholas Flamel is a friend of Professor Dumbledore. He cannot be a malevolent individual." Upon hearing this, Ryan immediately realized that Hermione had misunderstood. "I did not claim that Nicholas Flamel was a murderer. Rather, during the era in which he created the Philosopher's Stone, Paris was ravaged by a significant outbreak of the Black Death and smallpox. Given the scientific knowledge of that time, infectious diseases led to a staggering number of fatalities. For instance, during the outbreak of the Black Death in 1353, the mortality rate in Paris soared to 40 times the norm. Furthermore, the smallpox epidemic of 1418 resulted in at least 60,000 deaths in Paris within just a month and a half. The loss of these lives likely provided ample materials for the creation of the Philosopher's Stone. However, such opportunities were scarce thereafter. I recall that this was mentioned in my elementary school history class." Hermione nodded in agreement. Let us hasten to write a letter to Harry, informing him that we have made our discovery. This way, he and Ron need not dwell on the matter during their Christmas holiday. I suspect they have probably forgotten about it by now, Ryan remarked. Ultimately, due to Hermione's prior commitments, Ryan ventured alone to Diagon Alley, where he penned a letter detailing their findings and sent it to Harry via post. As Ryan had anticipated, Harry did not utilize his holiday to conduct any research. Instead, he and Ron enjoyed themselves thoroughly during their break, with little inclination to ponder the matter regarding Flammel. The dormitory was entirely at their disposal, and the common room was considerably less crowded than usual, allowing them to commandeer several more comfortable armchairs by the fireplace. When they received Ryan's letter, they were seated there, feasting on all manner of food that could be skewered with a roasting fork, bread, pastries, mushrooms, while devising plans to have Malfoy expelled. Although these schemes were unlikely to come to fruition, discussing them was a source of amusement. "Hey, Harry, there is a letter outside," Ron exclaimed. Noticing an owl pecking at the window, a letter clasped in its talons. Harry opened the window, and a gust of wind carried snowflakes to his face. He accepted the letter and broke off a small piece of buttered bread to feed the owl. After consuming the morsel, the owl flapped its wings and took flight. "Who is it from?" Ron inquired. Harry tore open the envelope and replied, "It's a letter from Ryan. He and Hermione have looked into Nicholas Flamel, and they'll fill us in once the holiday concludes. See, I told you. Such matters are better suited for bookworms like Ryan and Hermione. You can always count on them." Ron lazily reclined in his armchair, addressing Harry. Thereafter, they mentally set aside the issue entirely. Ron began teaching Harry how to play wizard's chess, which was identical to Muggle chess, except that the pieces were alive, creating a sensation akin to commanding an army in battle. However, Harry, using Ron's pieces, found himself at a disadvantage compared to Ron, who employed his family's heirloom wizard's chess set. The animated pieces vociferously criticized Harry's playing skills, leaving him feeling quite overwhelmed. After sending the letter to Harry, Ryan returned to the tedium of completing his assignments in the final days leading up to Christmas, engaging in casual conversations with his parents during breaks, decorating their home, and repairing various broken items in the storeroom. As he interacted with more mechanical devices, Ryan's proficiency with the Winter Home Industrial Manual increased significantly. On the eve of Christmas, he even managed to restore an ancient typewriter found in the corner of the storeroom, much to Mr. Lambert's delight, as it had once belonged to his grandfather and was gifted to him upon graduating from elementary school. Mrs. Sherry diligently polished each button and component of the typewriter until it gleamed, placing it in the living room display cabinet as a decorative piece. By afternoon, Ryan decided to take a stroll, having remained indoors for the past few days while completing his assignments. Upon arriving at the park and before he could take in his surroundings, the Universal Emporium notified him of a new customer's arrival. Ryan hurriedly located a public restroom, ensuring the vicinity was clear before slipping into a stall and securing the door. He then made his way to the Multiverse General Store. Upon entering the establishment, Ryan discovered that a patron was already present, patiently waiting. This individual was a somewhat portly middle-aged man, exuding an air of timidity. He was clad in a coarse cotton jacket, his head shaved in an Enyong style, with a small braid trailing behind. Upon spotting Ryan's sudden appearance in the store, he hastily knelt down and cried out for divine assistance. Ryan quickly urged the man, who had circumvented the counter, to rise. After all, it is quite difficult to accept the sight of someone of an elder generation kneeling before him. "All right, you must have come here for a reason. Please, articulate your concerns. How can I assist you if you do not express your needs?" Upon hearing this, the man appeared ready to kneel again, but he remained standing under Ryan's stern gaze. "My name is Defu. My master was wrongfully accused, leading to both of us being exiled to Heilongjiang. Now, both my master's wife and my own have recently given birth, and we are all residing in a frigid dwelling, which has caused the infant to fall ill. In desperation, I found myself wandering the yard at night, when I heard a voice calling me from the void, guiding me here. Great One, I implore you to save us." Ryan found the matter familiar. Upon further reflection, a fragment of his past life as a middle-aged individual born in the 1990s began to resurface. "Is your master the renowned healer, Shililu?" he inquired. "Huh?" Defu exclaimed in astonishment. "Even divine beings are aware of my master?" Ryan waved his hand mysteriously, recalling how the transient beings had lamented during their drinking sessions about the numerous fruitless endeavors caused by his master. "Is my master unscathed?" Defu inquired. "Fear not, for your master has amassed considerable merit. All they can do is complain." With that, Ryan took a seat behind the counter, propping his chin on one hand. Deep in thought, Defu stood there, holding his breath, cautiously awaiting his response. Moments later, Ryan clapped his hands, exclaiming, "I know what to do." Chapter 32, New Skills and Christmas. Defu was startled by Ryan's sudden exclamation. Before he could fully process the moment, Ryan produced a large vial of sunlight crystals from behind him. "This is solar essence. Dissolve one in water, and your dwelling will be as warm as a summer's day for half an hour. This bottle contains 300 crystals, ample to see you through the entire winter." Then, with a pained expression, Ryan produced a gold ingot the size of a chestnut. "This is 1 pound of gold. Come spring, you may reopen your medical practice." However, Ryan continued, There is a rule I uphold, equivalent exchange. What shall you offer in return for these gifts? Diffu replied. As long as the divine beings are willing to assist me, I shall gladly part with my £100+ Ryan shook his head in bemusement, stating, I do not require a living person here. Well, then I have nothing else to offer. Diffu despondently squatted down. Your master is a divine physician. His medical skills must be exceptional. Would you be willing to exchange the techniques you have learned? Ryan inquired. Of course, I would be willing. But how can I present them to you? A look of confusion crossed Diffu's face. Your willingness is sufficient. With that, Ryan waved his hand. And a stream of white mist emanated from Diffu's temple, soaring to the shelf and transforming into a blue-covered, thread-bound book. Now we are even. Afterward, Ryan handed Diffu the sunlight crystals and gold ingots, leaving Diffu in a state of bewilderment as he exited. Upon returning to the courtyard, Diffu still believed he had merely dreamt the encounter, but upon glancing down, he spotted the bottle filled with sunlight crystals and the gold in his hands. Instantly, he dashed excitedly into the shed, exclaiming, Master, I have encountered a celestial being. We shall survive this winter. At that moment, Ryan heard the system's prompt in the grocery store, slightly alter the fate of a dimensional child and gain 1 point of deviation. Well, even the smallest of mosquitoes is still meat. After comforting himself, Ryan turned his attention to the new book. The blue cover bore the title Elementary Traditional Chinese Medicine Manual. Defoe Edition. According to the system's notification, mastering this required 2 points of deviation. Although Defoe's medical skills could only be deemed average, they were still at the level of a primary care physician in the present context. Moreover, considering that he might venture into worlds set in ancient China in the future, it was essential to grasp the knowledge of acupoints and meridians. Otherwise, he might find ancient texts utterly incomprehensible. Thus, Ryan ultimately decided to study this manual of traditional Chinese medicine. After expending 2 points of deviation, a torrent of information began to flow into his mind. 15 minutes later, the knowledge infusion concluded, and Ryan felt he had acquired a substantial amount of traditional Chinese medical knowledge. However, to truly become a proficient practitioner, practice would be indispensable. Ryan found it exceedingly difficult to practice this in reality, for who would believe that an 11-year-old child could diagnose ailments? After expending considerable effort for a skill that might prove temporarily useless, he sighed inwardly, acknowledging a certain loss. Upon returning to the real world, Christmas Eve swiftly approached, an important shopping day for the British, with stores offering significant discounts. As was customary, Ryan's adoptive parents ventured to Regent Street for their purchases. In contrast, Ryan made his way to Diagon Alley to procure gifts for his friends, where the festive atmosphere was palpable. Each shop was adorned with charming Christmas decorations, and the streets resonated with a medley of celebratory carols. After completing his gift shopping and sending the parcels via the owl post, Ryan dove into a second-hand bookstore, rummaging through a collection of old tomes. After more than an hour, he acquired 2 books, one on the crafting of common potions, published in 1893, which contained numerous recipes he had never encountered in his textbooks, such as a rapid hair dye potion and modified age-altering elixirs, simplified in preparation and requiring less expensive ingredients, yet only effective for a mere 15 minutes. The other was evidently the notes of an exemplary student from Defense Against the Dark Arts, and Ryan felt that with these notes, he might attempt to self-teach the stunning spell. On the evening of Christmas Eve, Ryan retired to bed early, for Christmas Day promised the most delight, with gifts to receive and a grand feast at noon. Upon awakening the next morning, he discovered an abundance of presents awaiting him, a new outfit from his parents, a string of sandalwood prayer beads from his grandfather in the East, and various gifts from classmates, including a brand new quill set from Hermione. Was this a subtle hint about his writing habits? A box of assorted candies from Harry, and a package of calming spice tea from Longbottom, presumably prepared by his grandmother. Most astonishing was the gift from Professor Sprout, who had generously copied her herbology notes from her student days for Ryan, expressing her hope for his future success in the field. Thankfully, out of courtesy, Ryan had sent each professor a box of chocolates, sparing himself potential embarrassment. At noon, Ryan enjoyed a Christmas feast of roasted goose. Mr. Lambert, being of Chinese descent, found turkey too coarse and unpalatable. Thus Mrs. Sally opted for the more traditional goose, pudding, and an array of dishes. He pondered what Christmas at Hogwarts might be like. Unlike the intimate family gathering at Ryan's home, the festivities at Hogwarts were grandiose. Harry had experienced the best Christmas of his life at school, where the Great Hall was adorned magnificently. Holly and mistletoe garlands hung from the walls, and 12 towering Christmas trees graced the room, some glimmering with icicles, others illuminated by hundreds of flickering candles. On Christmas morning, Harry awoke to find a small pile of packages at the foot of his bed, astonished as he had not anticipated receiving gifts. After exchanging holiday greetings with Ron, he began to unwrap his presents. Ron gasped in amazement, exclaiming about a Pottermore card, marveling at Ryan's good fortune, as he had seldom seen him enjoy a chocolate frock. Harry soon uncovered his gift from Ryan, a beautifully crafted broomstick pruning shears. Indeed, Ryan always seemed to think ahead, reminiscent of an uncle at times. Lastly, as Harry unwrapped another parcel, a silvery liquid-like substance spilled onto the floor, shimmering as it pooled. Ron inhaled sharply, later revealing to Harry that it was an exceptionally rare invisibility cloak. Upon trying it on, Harry discovered a note inside. Inscribed in a handwriting he did not recognize. Your father left this for me before he died. It is time to return it to you. Use it wisely. Wishing you a Merry Christmas. Subsequently, at the behest of the Weasley twins, Harry donned a sweater knitted by Mrs. Weasley and joined the Christmas feast, which featured at least 100 roasted turkeys and an abundance of roasted potatoes. Chapter 33. Return to life at Hogwarts once Christmas had passed. Ryan dedicated the majority of his time to studying the defense against the dark arts notes. In the final days before the holiday break concluded, he finally mastered the stunning spell, a feat closely tied to his relentless practice at the Multiverse Emporium. The only regret was that his proficiency in spellcasting was currently limited to mere casting, with insufficient strength to truly incapacitate an individual. Ryan now harbors an intense yearning for a swift method to augment his magical prowess, otherwise, even with a wealth of knowledge, he remains unable to transmute that wisdom into power. On the final day of the holiday, Ryan bid a reluctant farewell to his parents and, accompanied by Hermione, boarded the Hogwarts Express back to school. Upon arrival, he learned from Ron that Harry had been visiting a mirror capable of inducing illusions for 3 consecutive nights. After Hermione expressed her concerns regarding Harry's reckless behavior, what if Filch catches you? Ryan cautioned Harry that being caught by the caretaker was a minor issue compared to the danger of the illusions blurring the lines between reality and fantasy, which could eventually lead to madness. Ron and Hermione nodded in agreement, prompting Harry to once again swear that he would refrain from seeking out the mirror. The days that followed were marked by a steady rhythm of studies. Though Ryan discovered that the beginner's manual on traditional Chinese medicine he once thought would be of little use unexpectedly proved beneficial. In potions class, he made significant strides in handling ingredients, regulating the heat, and brewing potions, ultimately receiving an E from Snape. It dawned on Ryan that the process of concocting traditional medicine shared numerous similarities with potion making. Given that Defoe's medical skills were rather mediocre, he often relied on choice guidance for gathering herbs and brewing potions. This skill, honed through prolonged practice, was now imparted to Ryan, which he deemed fortunate, especially since Gryffindor students consistently faced reductions in Snape's class, and he feared losing points in his final exams. While Ryan's days unfolded pleasantly, Harry's were considerably less favorable. The Quidditch season was about to commence, and Wood's demands of the team were more stringent than ever. Even in the relentless downpour following heavy snowfall, training sessions did not cease. Each evening, as Ryan immersed himself in books in the common room after dinner, he frequently encountered exhausted Quidditch players, occasionally drenched and muddy. One day, as Ryan and his companions worked on their potions homework in the common room, Harry burst in, plopping down beside Ron. "Wait, I'm almost done with my assignment. Then I can have some fun," Ron said, before noticing Harry's pallor. "What's wrong with you? You look dreadful. It's not like the Slytherin Seeker is Snape, right?" Haha. Harry's complexion soured further, and Ron's smile faltered. "It can't be that Snape is actually going to be the Seeker, can it?" "Close enough," Harry grimaced. "For the next match, Snape is the referee." "Why? Isn't Quirrell the professional?" Ryan interjected. "Take a sick day," Hermione suggested immediately. "Just say you're ill and can't play," Ron added. "A broken leg would work," Hermione chimed in. "Just break it for real. Madame Pomfrey can fix it by morning." Ron followed suit with another ill-fated idea. "I think there's no need to be so anxious," Ryan countered. "The match will be under the watchful eyes of the entire school, even if Snape wished to harm him. He wouldn't choose such a public setting to act, or else he would have done so during potions class long ago." Harry insisted he would participate because there were no substitutes for the Seeker position, and if he did not play, Gryffindor would forfeit. During their discussion, Neville stumbled into the common room, his legs stuck together. They speculated how he had managed to emerge from the portrait hole in such a state, quickly deducing he had been subjected to the leg locker curse. He must have hopped up the stairs like a rabbit to enter Gryffindor Tower. Laughter erupted among the group, save for Ryan and Hermione, who remained serious. Hermione stepped forward to lift the curse, and as Neville's legs separated, Ryan helped him to his feet, noticing he was trembling. "What happened?" Hermione asked as she guided him to sit with Harry. "Malfoy," Neville stammered. "I ran into him outside the library. He said he was looking for someone to practice that curse on. Luckily, Ryan had warned me about Slytherin's penchant for targeting Gryffindor students. When he leaned in to mock me, I instinctively sprayed him with pepper spray, and then I ran back while he went to wash it off," Hermione urged. "You could report him." Neville shook his head. "I don't want to stir up trouble. After all, I didn't really suffer this time." "But Malfoy might retaliate," Ron warned. "You need the courage to tell Professor McGonagall." "I know I lack that courage." "Malfoy has already made that clear," Neville mumbled, choking back emotion. Eventually, comforted by his friends, Neville managed a feeble smile before departing. In the days that followed, training and studying continued. One day, Hermione produced an ancient tome, announcing she had discovered the Wizarding World's account of Nicholas Flamel. The three gathered around, gazing at the open page that read, "Nicholas Flamel, the sole known creator of the Philosopher's Stone. Ancient alchemy involves the crafting of the stone, a remarkable substance with astonishing properties. The Philosopher's Stone can transform any metal into pure gold and produce the elixir of life, granting immortality to the one who consumes it. For centuries, there have been numerous reports regarding the stone, but the only known philosopher's stone belongs to the renowned alchemist and opera enthusiast Nicholas Flamel. He celebrated his 665th birthday last year and now resides in Devonshire with his wife, Perinelle, who is 658 years old. This aligns closely with our findings, essentially confirming our suspicions. It is now certain that the stone is concealed within the school, Ryan remarked after reading. Harry interjected. No wonder Snape covets it, a stone that can generate gold and grant immortality. Who wouldn't desire it? You can't solely suspect Snape due to his bias against you. Quirrell might wish to exploit it to concoct a potion to cure his stutter, Ryan replied. However, Snape poses a more immediate threat. Harry, consider your match this week. Harry's spirits plummeted. The prospect of having Snape as a referee for the match was daunting, and he feared even surviving the match would be a challenge. As the match approached, Harry, despite his companion's reassurances, felt increasingly anxious, and the rest of the team shared in his unease. The thought of defeating Slytherin in the House Cup ignited their excitement, particularly since no one had managed to best them in nearly 7 years. Yet, with such a biased referee overseeing, could they truly succeed? On the day of the match, Ryan, Ron, and Hermione found a spot in the stands. Neville, seated nearby, curiously observed their tense demeanor as they gripped their wands as if in preparation for battle. Hermione incessantly muttered spells they might need, heightening the tension in the air. As the match was about to commence, Ryan decisively interrupted Hermione's ramblings. Look at the staff box, he pointed out. Professor Dumbledore is here to watch the match, so there should be no safety concerns today. Hermione and Ron also caught sight of Professor Dumbledore's iconic silvery white beard and simultaneously let out a long sigh of relief. The competition commenced, and just as they began to relax in anticipation of the match, someone poked Ron on the back of his head. It was Malfoy. Oh, pardon me. Weasley, I didn't see you there, Malfoy sneered, sharing a laugh with Crabbe and Goyle. I wonder how long Potter can stay on his broom this time. Care to place a bet, Weasley? The crowd largely ignored Malfoy as their collective focus was on Harry's performance. However, Malfoy grew increasingly brazen, provoking Ron to the point where he lunged at Malfoy, bringing him down. Meanwhile, Ryan adeptly cast a novice stunning spell, incapacitating Goyle temporarily. What ensued was a chaotic melee. But fortunately, even an immature stunning spell was effective enough to render Goyle momentarily out of the fray. Subsequently, Ryan, Ron, and Neville engaged in a physical altercation with Malfoy and Crabbe. In the air, Snape had just activated his broom when a golden object zipped past him, mere inches away. Following that, Harry halted his dive, triumphantly raising his arm as he grasped the golden snitch tightly in his hand. The stands erupted with excitement. It would be a new record. Never before had the snitch been caught so swiftly in a match. Ryan, Ron, where are you? The match is over. Harry has won. We have triumphed. Gryffindor is in the lead. Hermione screamed, bouncing on her seat and tightly embracing Pettigrew in the front row. Ryan and Ron exchanged a hearty laugh upon seeing each other's bloodied noses and darkened eyes, before joining the jubilant throng. After nearly an hour of celebration, the revelers prepared to return to the castle, at which point Harry approached slowly from a distance. Harry, where have you been? Hermione exclaimed sharply. We won. You won. Ron shouted, clapping Harry on the back. Malfoy and his cronies are unconscious. Ryan incapacitated Crabbe right from the start with a spell, and we triumphed 3-2 with only minor injuries. Everyone is waiting for you in the common room. They are throwing a celebration. And Fred and George have pilfered some cake from the kitchen. Never mind that for now, Harry panted. Let's find an empty room. You need to hear what I have to tell you. Once Harry was certain that Peeves was not within the room, he turned to shut the door and recounted to them the interaction he had witnessed between Snape and Quirrell while on his broom. So, we should ascertain that our judgment is entirely accurate. That object is indeed the Philosopher's Stone. Snape intends to coerce Quirrell into aiding him in obtaining it. He inquired whether Quirrell knew how to subdue Fluffy and mentioned Quirrell's little secret. I suspect that, aside from Fluffy, there are likely other mechanisms guarding the stone. Possibly a multitude of magical enchantments. Perhaps Quirrell has cast some counter curses. Snape needs to nullify them. Are you suggesting that the Philosopher's Stone is only safe when Quirrell can resist Snape? Hermione asked in a state of alarm. Ryan applied a compress to his swollen eye, tilting his head as he remarked, No, one cannot be so hasty. The murmurs that reached Harry were devoid of any clear reference. It seemed as though Professor Snape had discovered Quirrell's machinations and was cautioning him to behave himself. Forget it, Ron interjected. You can't just think Snape is a good person because he's recently given you high marks on your assignments. I suspect that the potions brewed by a few Slytherins are far inferior to yours, yet Snape has preferentially awarded them an outstanding. Harry interjected, the way you both speak. I find myself rather perplexed. Nonetheless, I still believe that Snape intends to steal the Philosopher's Stone. Ultimately, the group reached a consensus of mistrust towards Snape, although Ryan maintained a cautious stance. Naturally, this was merely a reservation. While Harry and the others were convinced that Snape sought to pilfer the stone and that Quirrell was the guardian, Ryan remained a silent observer as they engaged in various activities they believed would thwart Snape's sinister plot. From Harry's perspective, upon encountering Quirrell for the final time, he would offer him a smile imbued with encouragement. Ron, too, began to persuade others not to mock Quirrell's stutter. Ryan found himself utterly speechless at this. believing that when Harry ultimately faced Voldemort, who was indistinguishable from Quirrell, he would deeply regret his naivety. For Ryan, aside from matters pertaining to the Philosopher's Stone, the most pressing concern was preparing for the final examinations. After all, as a student, examinations were of paramount importance, particularly at Hogwarts, as they directly influenced future employment prospects. Hermione also commenced her preparations for the final exams. While studying with her, Ryan noted that her notes were meticulously marked with various colors to denote different subjects. And she had even devised a rigorous study schedule. Under Hermione's incessant prattling, Ryan found himself continually revising his own study plan. Truthfully, he felt that her organization surpassed even the meticulous planning he had undertaken before his own college entrance examinations in a previous life. Yet, considering that an 11-year-old girl could accomplish such feats, Ryan could only grit his teeth and persevere. In contrast, Harry and Ron were rather indifferent to the entire affair. During one of Hermione's lengthy monologues, a frustrated Harry voiced his dissent. "Hermione, we have several hundred years until the exams." 10 weeks, Hermione countered, not several hundred years. For Nicholas Flamel, it's merely the blink of an eye. But we are not 600 years old, Ron reminded her. And besides, why do you need to study at all? You already know everything. Why do I need to study? Are you out of your mind? Don't you realize we must pass these exams to advance to the second year? They are crucial. I should have started reviewing a month ago. I simply cannot fathom what was going through my mind. Ryan observed the heated argument, curling up in his chair and pretending to be invisible. Indeed, true scholars not only excel in their own studies but also endeavor to uplift those who struggle academically, despite the latter's often ungrateful demeanor. Chapter 35. Troubles. It was evident that the teachers wished for their students to be high achievers, or at least assumed that they were. Following the conclusion of that competition, the academic schedule transitioned into the final sprint towards the end of the term, with an abundance of homework assigned. The Easter break was far less enjoyable than the Christmas holidays, with Hermione reciting the 12 uses of dragon's blood or practicing wand movements beside him. It became quite difficult for Ryan to find a moment's respite. The sole consolation was that Ryan had absorbed much of Hermione's attention. He appeared fatigued, not only from the classroom material but also from continually assimilating knowledge acquired earlier in the apothecary. For instance, he would sit by the fireplace in the common room, using the pretext of a mysterious heritage from the East to allow curious classmates to take his pulse. Fortunately, being only 11 spared him from being perceived as a lecherous opportunist. Moreover, Ryan diligently sought to keep pace with Hermione's progress. This was beneficial for Harry and Ron, as Ryan's proactive engagement meant Hermione had less time to focus on them. However, the assignments from their teachers were overwhelming, compelling them to spend most of their free time in the library, sighing heavily, yawning incessantly, and striving to complete their burdensome tasks. "I can never remember this," Ron exclaimed one afternoon, finally reaching his limit. He tossed aside his quill and gazed longingly at the forget-me-not blue sky outside. Such splendid weather. Yet their homework confined them to the library. Harry, engrossed in a volume about magical herbs and fungi, was searching for the properties of the white fresh, when he suddenly heard Ron exclaim, "Hagrid, what brings you to the library?" Hagrid approached with a heavy tread, concealing something behind his back, clad in an ill-fitting moleskin coat. He seemed out of place. "Just taking a look around," Hagrid replied, his voice evasive, immediately piquing their curiosity. "What are you all doing here?" he suddenly inquired, suspicion flickering in his eyes. "Still searching for Nicholas Flamel, are you?" "Oh, we figured out who he is centuries ago," Ron declared proudly. "We even know what that dog is guarding. It's the Philosopher's Stone." "Hush," Hagrid cautioned. "Listen, come find me later. Remember, I never promised to tell you anything. But don't make a fuss here. Some things students ought not to know. They might think it was me who spilled the beans." "All right, see you later," Harry replied as Hagrid lumbered away. At this moment, Ryan was disturbed by the commotion and raised his head, looking at Hagrid with a hint of suspicion. In his memory, Hagrid was not the type to indulge in reading, particularly as the library seemed to be entirely alien to him. Moreover, with a certain event looming in his mind, he resolved to investigate what book Hagrid was perusing. A few minutes later, Ryan thrust a large pile of books onto the table, startling Hermione, who was engrossed in her writing. "What are you doing?" Hermione inquired, somewhat irked, while Harry and Ron looked at Ryan with puzzled expressions. "Dragons," Ryan whispered. "Hagrid is researching information about dragons. Look at these. Types of dragons in Great Britain and Ireland, from egg to rebirth, a guide to raising dragons." "I can't fathom why he would be looking into this. Could it be that he has actually acquired a dragon?" "That's impossible," Ron interjected. At the Wizarding Conference of 1709, a law was officially enacted prohibiting the possession of dragons. This is common knowledge. If we were to raise a dragon in the backyard, it would be nearly impossible to avoid attracting the attention of muggles, and taming them is exceedingly perilous. You should see Charlie's wounds. They are all from wild dragons in Romania. Not to mention, live dragons and dragon eggs are strictly regulated commodities. Even if they do exist on the black market, Hagrid, as a gamekeeper, would hardly be able to afford them. Hagrid has always desired a dragon. He told me as much the first time I met him. Perhaps he has managed to procure one, Harry suggested. "What on earth does Hagrid intend to do?" Hermione asked, feeling somewhat confused by the boys' discussion. I think we should just ask him. Our wild speculations here are of little use, Ryan concluded. An hour later, they knocked on the door of the hunting lodge. To their surprise, they found all the curtains drawn tightly shut. Ryan found this rather suspicious, after all, given the height of Hagrid's windows and the opacity of the glass. As long as the windows were closed, no one outside would be able to see anything. Drawing the curtains, however, would only arouse further suspicion. Hagrid first called out, "Who is it?" before allowing them inside, promptly shutting the door behind him. The cabin was stiflingly warm, and despite the sunny day outside, a roaring fire blazed in the fireplace. Hagrid poured them tea and brought out some ferret sandwiches, which they politely declined. Then, Harry began to devise a strategy to extract information from Hagrid, attempting to discern the defenses surrounding the Philosopher's Stone. Under Hermione's somewhat naive flattery, Hagrid revealed that each professor had set up their own protective measures. However, to Ryan, it appeared that Hagrid was intentionally disclosing this information, despite his large physique, which gave an impression of simplicity. He was, after all, over 60 years old, with Hagrid's life experience. It was improbable that a first-year student could easily elicit information from him. Indeed, this seemed to be part of Dumbledore's plan to cultivate a savior. Yet in the original world, Dumbledore likely believed that Quirrell was merely attempting to steal the Philosopher's Stone on his own accord or under someone else's instruction, unaware that Voldemort was lurking behind Quirrell's head. Otherwise, given Dumbledore's character, he would not have risked Harry Potter facing the ultimate adversary directly, knowing Voldemort could immediately use the killing curse upon their encounter. As Harry and the others concluded their inquiries with Hagrid, Ryan feigned curiosity, pointing at a large black egg resting beneath the kettle in the center of the fire. "What is this? Is it edible?" Hagrid appeared somewhat uneasy and hesitantly remarked, "Oh, that is a Class A restricted trading item as per ministry regulations." Ron crouched by the fire, scrutinizing the egg more closely. "And it's something that will soon become a Class S item," Ryan remarked after a careful examination. "What?" Harry asked, perplexed, unsure of what riddle Ron and Ryan were playing at. Ryan observed the bewilderment on Hermione and Harry's faces and provided an explanation. Within the Ministry of Magic's classification of dangerous items, dragon eggs are categorized as Class A controlled goods, while live dragons are classified as Class S. "How can that be?" Harry exclaimed. "Every student possesses a pair of dragon hide gloves, and an ounce of dragon liver costs but a galleon. Such commonplace items are subject to such stringent regulations?" "It is quite simple. The vast majority of dragon-related products on the market are derived from lesser dragon species," Ryan clarified. Subsequently, Ron turned to Hagrid. "It must have cost you quite a bit." "Won it," Hagrid replied. "Last night, I was drinking in the village and playing cards with a stranger. To be honest, that fellow was likely eager to rid himself of it." Observing the gleeful expression on Hagrid's face, Ryan sensed that yet another complication was about to arise. Chapter 36. The Norwegian Ridgeback. It is a well-known fact in the magical world that raising dragons is illegal. However, as Ryan watched Hagrid's current exuberance, he doubted that Hagrid would heed any counsel to abandon his aspiration of nurturing a dragon. Indeed, when Hermione pointed out that Hagrid resided in a wooden house and that the presence of a fire-breathing dragon could potentially obliterate it, Hagrid remained undeterred and excitedly shared his knowledge about the dragon. "I read that raising dragons for leisure and profit requires placing the egg in the fire, as their mothers breathe warmth upon them. You see, it says here that once it hatches, you must feed it a bucket of brandy mixed with chicken blood every half hour. And look here, this is how to identify different eggs. I have a Norwegian Ridgeback. Quite rare indeed." Ryan observed Hagrid as he tended to the fire, merrily humming a tune, and felt that Hermione's persuasion had proven utterly futile. Perhaps only after Hagrid had nurtured the dragon for a while and faced some misfortunes would he come to his senses. Moreover, Ryan had nearly mastered the Novice Plant Cultivation Guide by Madcap Dave. He now intended to cultivate a unique plant of his own, hoping to acquire something related to dragons for his botanical endeavors once the dragon hatched. In the ensuing days, Harry and Ron began to embrace the revision schedule that Hermione had devised for them. However, this only heightened their agitation, as now, alongside the Philosopher's Stone, there was a dragon to worry about. They felt that this relentless pace would surely drive them to madness. One morning during breakfast, Hedwig delivered a note from Hagrid, which bore only 4 words: "It's about to hatch." Ron was reluctant to attend herbology class, yearning instead to rush to Hagrid's hut, but Hermione and Ryan firmly disagreed. Ron attempted to argue, yet Ryan brusquely interrupted him. "Be quiet. This is not the place for such discussions. Can't you see a group of Slytherins is approaching for breakfast?" Disheartened, Ron munched on his jam sandwich until the midday break, when they finally found a moment of respite. As soon as the bell rang, Harry and the others quickly discarded their small shovels and hurried across the grounds towards the edge of the forbidden forest. Hagrid welcomed them, his face aglow with excitement. "It's about to come out," he exclaimed, ushering them into his hut. "Where's Ryan?" Hagrid inquired. Ryan had some questions for Professor Sprout. "He tends to spend a considerable amount of time in the greenhouse during each herbology class. He will join us shortly," Hermione replied. When Ryan hastily arrived from the greenhouse, the hatchling dragon had already emerged. The newly hatched dragon had crumpled wings and was roughly the size of a chicken, occasionally sputtering a spark of fire. "Hagrid, delighted despite having been nipped on the finger while attempting to pet the little dragon, exclaimed, "Goodness, look, it recognizes its mother." Upon witnessing this, Ryan swallowed the advice that was already on the tip of his tongue. At least today, Hagrid, enveloped in joy, would be utterly resistant to counsel. It would be wiser to offer guidance through facts once the little dragon matures and various issues arise. As they departed from Hagrid's hut and returned to the castle, the system issued a notification to Ryan. Malfoy had not discovered the dragon's birth. He gained 2 offset points. Now, he had a total of 22 offset points. And a satisfied smile graced Ryan's face as he contemplated this number. However, the thought of Hagrid attempting to raise a dragon indoors caused him to retract his smile. After all, persuading a fervent enthusiast of fierce creatures to abandon the notion of dragon rearing would undoubtedly prove to be an arduous task. Ryan's conjecture materialized into reality. The dragon, indeed, was not a creature suited for domestication, at least not for Hagrid. Nevertheless, Hagrid remained undeterred. Within a mere week, the dragon's length had tripled. Puffs of smoke billowed from its nostrils. Hagrid abandoned his duties overseeing the hunting grounds, as the little dragon left him in a state of disarray. The ground was littered with empty brandy bottles and feathers. During one of their visits to Hagrid, a maternal glow illuminated his large face as he playfully interacted with the dragon. "I have decided to name it Norbert," Hagrid said, gazing at the dragon with tear-filled eyes. "It truly recognizes me now. Just watch. Norbert, Norbert, where's Mama?" Ryan felt a sense of discomfort upon witnessing the scene, as it was rather unsettling to hear such a sound emanating from a robust figure like Hagrid. Nevertheless, he approached Hagrid with a plea. "Hagrid, at this rate of growth, in just 2 weeks it will be as large as your house, and you will not be able to conceal it at school. Moreover, I have perused the wizarding laws, and raising a dragon without authorization is a serious offense that could lead to a sentence in Azkaban. Not to mention, dragons are inherently creatures of the sky. Their nature is ill-suited to confinement within your dwelling. For the sake of, well, for Norbert, you must consider releasing it." It was evident that Ryan's words struck a chord with Hagrid. He bit his lip, acknowledging, "I know I cannot keep it forever, and I should expedite its release. Dumbledore has aided me greatly. I ought not to impose upon him any further. Yet, I cannot simply abandon it. It is far too small to survive on its own." Hagrid's genuine affection for these creatures was apparent, setting him apart from those who impulsively acquire pets only to discard them at the first sign of trouble. However, this predicament required resolution. Ron contemplated for a moment before speaking up. "My brother Charlie is raising dragons in Romania. We could entrust this dragon to him. I am certain he would know how to care for it properly. This would be the best course of action for Norbert." As Hagrid wept, he occasionally retrieved a large handkerchief to dab his eyes. Ultimately, Ron penned a letter to his brother in Hagrid's presence, inquiring about the matter. The ensuing week felt interminable. On Wednesday night, around midnight, Ryan and Hermione were immersed in their studies in the common room when Harry and Ron entered, cloaked in invisibility. They had just returned from feeding Norbert at Hagrid's. "Ryan, could you check on Ron's hand?" Harry immediately asked upon entering. Having observed Ryan's apparent aptitude for healing in the common room, where he had been taking pulses, to Harry, traditional Chinese medicine bore little distinction from magic. It was clear that they sought Ryan's assistance because Ron's condition was unsuitable for Madame Pomfrey's attention. Ron extended a bloodied hand wrapped in a handkerchief. Ryan unwrapped it to reveal a wound that appeared to have been inflicted by a dragon. The bite marks were tinged with green and accompanied by swelling. "Damn, does this dragon have venomous teeth?" Ryan exclaimed. "Wait a moment, I need to fetch something." With that, he dashed upstairs, leaving the other 3 to exchange bewildered glances in the common room. Chapter 37. Sending off the young dragon within a few minutes. Ryan descended the stairs carrying a small box. Upon opening it, he revealed that it was divided into 2 compartments. The left side contained various medical instruments, while the right held numerous small vials filled with different liquids. This box was the result of his studies in botany and traditional Chinese medicine, with the equipment having been sent by his parents. Some of the liquids were extracts from plants in the Plants vs. Zombies world, while others were potions he had crafted during his regular practice. Ryan opened the box and extracted an acupuncture needle from a syringe, carefully removing a tooth about the size of a grain of rice from Ron's wound. "What is this?" the others inquired, astonished. Ryan placed the slender fong into an empty vial and elaborated. "From my readings, many young fire dragons develop a unique set of teeth that secretes venom, serving as a means of self-defense. These delicate fangs gradually dissolve in the wounds of their adversaries after biting, releasing toxins that complicate the healing process. Subsequently, Ryan utilized tweezers to dip cotton in both alcohol and soapy water to cleanse Ron's wound, ultimately applying a concoction of his own design, primarily composed of white ash and enhanced with powdered roots of sunflowers. There we go, all done. Whether it takes effect remains to be seen. After all, my medical training did not encompass treatments for dragon bites. It's all right, brother, it feels much better now," Ron remarked, observing the wound neatly wrapped in fresh gauze. At that moment, as Ryan concluded his treatment and began to tidy up, a series of knocks resonated from the darkened window. Hedwig had delivered a letter from Charlie. In the correspondence, Charlie expressed his eagerness to adopt the Norwegian Ridgeback. but informed Ryan that they needed to bring the dragon to the highest tower at midnight on Saturday. He had several trustworthy friends who could assist in discreetly transporting the dragon away under the cover of darkness, for it was imperative that the creature remained undetected. Ryan and the others exchanged glances, aware that traversing the entire castle under the cover of night with a dragon was an exceedingly perilous endeavor, easily susceptible to discovery by patrolling professors. However, Harry ultimately suggested that he possessed an invisibility cloak, ample enough to conceal both the two bearers and Norbert. Thus, the plan was set. By the following morning, Ron's finger exhibited only slight redness and swelling, appearing on the verge of complete recovery. After another day, his finger was entirely healed, prompting Ron to lavish praise on Ryan's medical skills, leaving Ryan somewhat bashful from the compliments. Ryan sought a moment at noon to inform Hagrid about the specific time of the dragon's departure. Upon arriving at Hagrid's door, he discovered Fong, the massive hound, seated outside, his tail wrapped in bandages. Hagrid opened the window to converse with him. "I cannot allow you to enter," he gasped. "Norbert is currently quite difficult, and I am at a loss." Ryan relayed Charlie's letter to him, tears welling in his eyes, although this could also be attributed to Norbert having just bitten his leg. "Oh, it's nothing," he chuckled. "It merely nibbled at my boot. It was just playing. After all, it's still a little cub." The little cub thumped its tail against the wall, causing the windows to rattle. Ryan displayed a look of resignation as he bid farewell to Hagrid. On his way back to the castle, he increasingly felt that the best course of action was to ensure the dragon was dispatched without delay on Saturday. When Saturday arrived, the night was shrouded in darkness, with the sky thickly overcast. Ryan and his companions set out to Hagrid's to retrieve the dragon. Initially, Harry and Ron insisted that the two of them would suffice, but Ryan cautioned them that should any obstacles arise along the way, they might find themselves delayed. He volunteered to divert any hindrances, allowing them to proceed directly. Ultimately, the three of them ventured forth, cloaked in invisibility. Indeed, Peeves was found in the entrance hall, engaged in a game of tennis against the wall. Ryan slipped out of the invisibility cloak, stealthily maneuvering in another direction to create a noise that lured Peeves away. After successfully evading him, Ryan returned to the entrance hall, only to discover that Harry and the others had already departed. Standing there, Ryan suddenly felt a pang of disinterest at the thought of simply returning to the dormitory. Despite having attended the school for so long, he had yet to visit the Forbidden Forest. With the end of term approaching, this might be his last opportunity. Contemplating the array of magical plants at his disposal, he reasoned that as long as he did not venture deep into the heart of the forest, he should encounter little danger. Resolute, Ryan exited the entrance hall and stealthily made his way toward the Forbidden Forest. As he passed Hagrid's hut, he could hear the sound of deep sobbing emanating from within. It was evident that bidding farewell to the little dragon weighed heavily on Hagrid's heart. At the edge of the Forbidden Forest, Ryan spotted a narrow path gradually disappearing into the dark, dense thicket. Following this trail, the vegetation grew increasingly lush, and the once expansive sky faded from view, with only the occasional beam of moonlight piercing through the clouds and cascading down from the branches above, illuminating the pathway. Yet, this illumination offered no sense of security, rather, the dim light rendered the surrounding branches more menacing and claw-like. Ryan emerged from the shop holding a lantern flower, and the surrounding darkness was swiftly transformed into light. He sensed that some of the prying eyes lurking in the shadows had vanished. It appeared that the lantern flower possessed a peculiar ability to dispel malevolence. After traversing the path for a while, Ryan suddenly noticed a silvery blue glow on the ground. Approaching it, he realized that it was not the reflection of moonlight, but rather a peculiar liquid. If Voldemort had not slain the unicorn recently, then what could explain the presence of this liquid, which resembled the blood of a unicorn? As Ryan pondered, he weighed the decision of whether to pursue and investigate further. Ultimately, curiosity triumphed over fear, prompting him to follow the trail of blood. The suspected bloodstains, illuminated by the glow of the lantern grass, emitted a distinctly vivid light. This was not merely a reflection of brightness. It also possessed a luminescent effect resulting from the magical essence inherent in the light of the lantern grass. Ryan traversed a moss-covered tree stump, the gentle sound of flowing water evident, suggesting the presence of a nearby stream. Along the meandering path, scattered traces of blood remained, though fortunately, the quantity appeared minimal, indicating that the unicorn was likely not in grave danger. After several minutes of walking, as he approached the edge of the Forbidden Forest core area, Ryan had yet to behold anything unusual. Just as he contemplated abandoning his pursuit due to the late hour, he was startled by peculiar sounds emanating from the thicket behind him. Crouching low, he cautiously parted the bushes, and the sight that greeted him left his mouth agape in astonishment. Ryan found himself captivated by the most exquisite scene he had ever witnessed in his 2 lifetimes. Several unicorns nestled closely together, affectionately nuzzling one another with their necks, while the moonlight bathed their silky coats in a shimmering silver glow. This tranquil and sacred sight left Ryan momentarily entranced. Chapter 38. The Unicorns of the Forbidden Forest. As Ryan was lost in admiration of the enchanting landscape, the lead unicorn suddenly seemed to sense something, letting out a piercing whinny. At the sound of this cry, all the unicorns turned their heads towards the direction where Ryan was concealed. Ryan nervously swallowed, acutely aware that in a one-on-one confrontation, even a solitary adult unicorn werewolf would pose a formidable challenge. To think of facing a small group of 5 or 6 was daunting. Even a dragon would likely find the situation overwhelming. In such circumstances, retreat was not an option, within the confines of the woods. Humans could never hope to outpace these natural spirits. Thus, Ryan resolved to confront the unicorns directly. After all, unicorns were creatures of the benevolent alignment, unlikely to indulge in the senseless slaughter of innocents. With this thought in mind, Ryan parted the branches and stepped into the clearing where the unicorns congregated. He locked eyes with the group from across the open space. Anxiety dulled his sense of time. It could have been an eternity or merely a fleeting moment. At last, the lead unicorn averted its gaze, and the remaining unicorns visibly relaxed, though they still lingered in the clearing. Ryan exhaled deeply, choosing to sit upon the grass as he observed the movements of the unicorns. After all, even for wizards, the chance to encounter a herd of unicorns in the wild was exceedingly rare. As the unicorns jostled against one another, Ryan noticed that one of them appeared to have sustained an injury to its right leg, a wound emanating tendrils of black mist, with silvery blood trickling down. Witnessing this scene, Ryan rose to his feet and slowly approached the group of unicorns. The unicorns began to stir restlessly, then regarded him with wary gazes. Ryan approached to within 4 or 5 meters of the unicorn and spoke. "I see one among you has an injury on his leg, likely inflicted by a form of dark magic. This wound is difficult to heal, but I believe I possess something that may aid him." According to legend, unicorns are intelligent and pure magical beings, so Ryan endeavored to convey his intentions, hoping the unicorns would comprehend and respond. After several moments, the lead unicorn emitted 2 friendly calls toward Ryan, indicating acceptance of his goodwill, yet it refused to allow him to come closer. It turned out to be true that unicorns only permitted the approach of females, which puzzled Ryan, as he had assumed they would act pragmatically in urgent situations. He could not fathom the distinction between humans of different genders from the perspective of unicorns, considering they were not of the same species. Since he could not approach, Ryan placed a new lantern plant on the ground, alongside a leaf holding dozens of sun crystals. With his growing knowledge of botany and traditional Chinese medicine, he discovered that these sun crystals, produced by sunflowers, contained not just sunlight but also the essence of light and life. This power could effectively dispel and neutralize dark magical harm. After arranging these items, Ryan stepped back several paces, extending his hands to demonstrate his lack of malice. Clearly, the magical beings sensed the light and life emanating from the offerings. The lead unicorn picked up the lantern plant and placed it against the injured unicorn's hind leg, then brought the leaf laden with sun crystals to the injured unicorn's mouth. The wounded unicorn extended its tongue, lapping up the sunlight crystals and swallowing them. Soon, the entire unicorn radiated a silvery light akin to moonlight. As this illumination spread, dark mist began to emanate from the wound on its hind leg. The mist, seemingly conscious, attempted to seep back into the injury, but was swiftly drawn towards the lantern plant, transforming into light within its blossoms. As described in the lantern plant's introduction, whereas other plants absorb light and release oxygen, the lantern plant absorbs darkness to emit illumination. Although this defies both scientific and magical understanding, the lingering dark magic had impeded the healing of the unicorn's wound. When the remnants of the insidious dark magic were entirely eradicated, a gentle silver light flashed, and the wound on the unicorn's leg was completely healed. Witnessing this, the lead unicorn emitted a grateful call toward Ryan before leading the small group of unicorns into the forest, gradually disappearing from sight. As Ryan observed, the silvery glow surrounding the unicorns diminished as they exited the clearing. Upon reaching the shadows beneath the trees where moonlight could not penetrate, the silvery light vanished altogether. It became apparent that the unicorns had harnessed the moonlight to amplify their magical essence for the purpose of dispelling the dark magic afflicting the wound. Following this realization, Ryan quickly pieced together the entire narrative. The Voldemort-Curlo coalition must have emerged seeking the blood of unicorns to prolong their lives. However, it seemed that the coalition had not yet deteriorated to the most critical extent, as they did not resort to killing and draining a unicorn's blood, likely to avoid drawing Dumbledore's attention. Alternatively, it was possible that after injuring one unicorn, the coalition had attracted a group of unicorns, realizing they could not swiftly resolve the situation and thus chose to retreat, while the unicorns sought a safe place to tend to their injured companion. Upon confirming the departure of the unicorns, Ryan discovered several unicorn tail hairs where the group had previously stood. Each of these precious silvery strands was worth 10 galleons, and he knew he could not afford to waste them. After tucking the shimmering tail hairs into his robe pocket, Ryan felt an unexpected sense of accomplishment from the day's endeavors. He decided it was prudent to return to his dormitory and rest. However, just as he turned around, he heard a large creature approaching from the direction of the forest. Before he could find a place to conceal himself, a white silhouette darted past him from the woods. Could it be that the unicorns had not yet departed? Or was it another creature? The forbidden forest was vast, and even Hagrid could not accurately describe the multitude of magical creatures residing within. Unable to ascertain the creature's intent, Ryan chose to lean against a stone, drawing his wand while surveying the surroundings. He also positioned 2 pots of lantern plants, 2 pots of fire dragon plants, and 2 pots of machine gun peas as a defensive barrier before him. As he anxiously scanned the darkness of the forest, a light laugh suddenly echoed from within. Tension surged through Ryan, nearly compelling him to command the plants to attack the source of the sound. Yet, he ultimately restrained his impulse. Acting rashly without knowledge of friend or foe was unwise. Moreover, launching an attack might expose their strengths, placing them at a disadvantage should actual conflict arise. The atmosphere grew increasingly oppressive, and just as Ryan contemplated a hasty retreat, the voice resounded once more, this time speaking in English. "Hi there, little one, don't be alarmed. I mean you no harm." Chapter 39. The centaur. Ryan was taken aback by this remark, for it emanated from the voice of an adult female. Yet it bore no resemblance to that of any professor he had encountered at school. Fortunately, the ability to converse signified the potential for dialogue, thus offering hope to avert futile conflict. Summoning his courage, Ryan called out, "I harbor no ill will and have no intention of causing harm to anyone. I can withdraw from the forest at once." "Oh, do not be so anxious," came the reply. "I merely wish to express my gratitude for your assistance with the unicorns." No sooner had the words left her lips than a figure emerged from the thicket. A centaur. Ryan gasped softly, astonished to behold a female centaur. A character he had never encountered in any novel. Yet, upon reflection, it was only logical. After all, centaurs do not sprout from the earth. And it was improbable that they existed solely as males. This female centaur appeared to be in her 30s, clad in exquisite brown leather armor, with a black mace hanging at her waist. The equine portion of her form was a striking white, with a round shield in her bow and arrows affixed to either side of her horse-esque body. Ryan observed her lack of weaponry and reciprocated her gesture of goodwill by setting aside the plants. She approached him with a graceful stride, then bent down to speak to Ryan, saying, "Mars is gradually becoming luminous, and many believe this to be a dire omen, stubbornly asserting that fate is immutable. However, I contend that at times, aiding the innocent is our duty and an integral part of destiny. This is precisely why I ventured out today. And here I find you having healed that unicorn. It is what I ought to do, after all. Any capable and decent person would instinctively assist those woodland sprites when they are in peril." Ryan tilted his head and replied, "Indeed. What sort of creature do you suppose would dare to attack the unicorn?" The centaur inquired. "I am uncertain. Yet I noticed that the injured unicorn appeared to have lost a significant amount of blood. Goodness, how dreadful. Could it be that this prophecy is indeed true? Yet, the centaur's prophecies have not always been accurate. I fervently hope this one is a mistake," the centaur mused to herself. Ryan observed the centaur seemingly lost in thought, and thus spoke up. I nearly forgot to introduce myself. I am Ryan Leong, a first-year student at Gryffindor. During my nocturnal wanderings, I stumbled upon a mysterious silver liquid, and out of curiosity, I followed it. By a stroke of fortune, I ended up healing a unicorn. This was no mere coincidence, for unicorns do not easily trust humans." The female centaur replied, "I am Betty, hailing from a nearby centaur tribe. I am here to safeguard this group of unicorns from the encroaching darkness of malevolent forces. Since unicorns harbor distrust towards males, I have been designated to protect them." "But why did that unicorn permit you to heal it?" Ryan inquired, puzzled. "Quite simply, on one hand, you are still a colt. Male unicorns who have yet to reach maturity can still be somewhat accepting. On the other hand," Betty paused, gazing skyward, "I can sense a profound gratitude for life emanating from you. You have undoubtedly saved countless innocent lives. I can even perceive a natural appreciation stemming from your battles against numerous destructive, unnatural beings, albeit this gratitude differs slightly from the kind I am accustomed to. My rational mind tells me this is implausible, yet I firmly believe the secrets revealed to me by the stars are genuine. Thus, it is understandable that the unicorns would accept your healing as a friend of nature." At this juncture, the centaur Betty leaned closer, scrutinizing Ryan as she continued. "I am most curious about how you, little fellow, accomplished this. After all, our leader has devoted a lifetime to the fight for nature and has not garnered as much gratitude as you. Not to mention the peculiar plants blessed by nature that accompany you. Well, I have my reasons for not disclosing the specifics of my actions. I can only affirm that what you see is indeed true," Ryan replied, feeling somewhat embarrassed. "That suffices. I believe I can trust those favored by nature entirely, and I shall keep what I have witnessed to myself, for everyone possesses their own secrets," Betty solemnly stated. "However, as a student, you should not be out here, especially not so close to the perilous heart of the forbidden forest. Allow me to escort you out." With that, Betty retrieved a large basket from behind a tree and placed Ryan inside. "Fear not. This was originally intended for gathering hay for sleeping. It is quite clean," she reassured him, then secured all weapons to one side while hanging the basket on the other. Ryan discovered that the centaur was indeed a race deeply connected to nature. Even as Betty dashed forward, she effortlessly maneuvered around the densely intertwined branches that obstructed their path, traversing the forest as if walking on solid ground. "By the way, what was that you mentioned about the unicorn losing a substantial amount of blood and the prophecy? Of course, if this pertains to any secrets of yours or your kin, feel free to disregard my inquiry." After settling comfortably in the basket, Ryan voiced his inner curiosity. "This is certainly not a secret. Let me ponder from where to begin." "Well, do you know the significance of unicorn blood?" Betty inquired. "I do not," Ryan replied, somewhat perplexed by the question. In our potion classes, we only utilized its horn and tail hair. I too am curious, yet the text I have perused suggests that the use of unicorn blood is an act of malevolence. This is because attacking a unicorn to procure its blood is a heinous act, and the power derived from draining its life force is the most formidable, albeit an act of utmost wickedness, Betty explained. Only the most cruel and malevolent individuals would commit such a grave sin, seeking to defy the laws of nature and perpetuate their existence beyond the realm of normalcy. At this juncture, Betty shuddered, as if recalling something dreadful. After a brief pause, she continued, as long as you draw breath, unicorn blood can restore your life. However, this too comes with a curse from nature. The drinker shall possess a life half-lived. A life shrouded in malediction. Such a grim choice is likely only made by those desperate for survival and devoid of alternatives. As far as I know, the Philosopher's Stone seems to be hidden within the castle of Hogwarts. So, as Ryan was about to finish his sentence, Betty placed her finger before her lips, signaling for silence. We observed as Mars regained its brilliance. I sensed that you were aware of what was to unfold, yet I implore you to refrain from voicing it. For we prefer to remain uninvolved in your wizardly affairs for the time being. Moreover, you are but a foal and should not be burdened by such matters. At that moment, Betty approached a path less than 20 meters from the forbidden forest, lifting Ryan from the frame and setting him gently on the ground. I wish to avoid encounters with others. The remaining journey is yours to traverse alone. With that, she retrieved a small silver ring from her quiver and tossed it to Ryan. You have aided the unicorns, and I wish to extend their gratitude on their behalf. Should you find the opportunity to travel to Greece, there exists a temple of Chiron on the island of Crete, and this ring will reveal its precise location. Present this ring upon your arrival, and my mentor shall bestow upon you the gifts you rightfully deserve. With those words, Betty gracefully flicked her tail and vanished into the depths of the forest. Chapter 40. The approaching examination. As Ryan emerged from the woods, illuminated by the soft glow of the moon, he glanced at his pocket watch, only to be astonished to discover that it had already passed midnight. In a flurry, he hastened towards the castle. Passing by Hagrid's quaint hut, he noticed that the lights had dimmed, suggesting that Hagrid had begun to recover from the anguish of losing the little dragon and had since retired for the night. Upon entering the castle's grand entrance, Ryan felt a heightened sense of tension envelop him. He cast upon himself an imperfect disillusionment charm and deftly navigated around several imposing staircases. Gradually, he made his way back to the Gryffindor Tower via a series of winding, lesser staircases. Yet, until he reached the portrait of the fat lady, he encountered no sign of any patrolling professors. Ryan was astonished by his own fortune. Upon returning to the dormitory, he swiftly attended to his hygiene before retiring to bed in the darkness. The following morning, he sat at the Gryffindor table in the hall, bearing the evidence of sleeplessness in the form of dark circles under his eyes. Indeed, being in one's 20s does not equate to being able to endure sleepless nights at the age of 11. Perhaps next time he should return from his nocturnal escapades a tad earlier. During breakfast, the chatter around him seemed unusually boisterous, and he overheard several mentions of Harry Potter. What has transpired? Ryan inquired of Percy, who sat beside him. You appear rather unwell. No wonder you were unaware. Last night, my brother Ron and Harry together lost a staggering 100 points, Percy lamented, shaking his head in exasperation. How could this happen without Malfoy's meddling? What on earth led to their deduction of points? Ryan pondered in confusion. He realized that mere speculation would yield no answers. So he resolved to seek out Harry and the others for clarification. However, during class, Harry and Ron had been avoiding their peers. It was not until the afternoon lessons concluded that Ryan discovered Harry and his companions in an empty classroom. Hermione was already present, diligently reprimanding Harry and Ron. Ryan sat quietly on the side, listening to Hermione's admonishments, and finally grasped how Harry and the others had been captured. After parting ways in the entrance hall, Harry and his companion went directly to Hagrid, where they received the dragon contained within a wooden crate. Their journey to the astronomy tower was remarkably smooth. By the time they brought the dragon into the castle, Ryan was still meandering with peeves. It was no wonder that when Ryan arrived at the entrance hall later, he did not encounter Harry and the others. They had already ascended the stairs. However, after sending the dragon away, the two overly exhilarated individuals forgot to take the invisibility cloak with them. Consequently, as they strolled boldly through the castle, they were effortlessly caught by Filch. It was understandable that Ryan did not encounter any patrolling staff upon his return last night. At that time, Filch had already taken Harry and the others to seek out Professor McGonagall, leaving the corridors unguarded. After Hermione finished scolding Harry and the others, she turned to Ryan and remarked, "You were merely fortunate. Do not be so reckless next time. If Peeves had summoned a patrolling professor yesterday, we would have lost not just 100 points, but rather 150. Ryan initially believed that the uproar caused by the deduction of points from Harry and his friends would soon dissipate, but to his astonishment, the situation escalated. Harry, once one of the most popular figures in the school, suddenly found himself the target of widespread disdain. Even the students from Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff offered him no kindness, as they had long hoped to witness Slytherin's defeat in the House Cup. Wherever Harry went, he was met with pointed fingers and loud insults that were not whispered but shouted openly. Conversely, whenever he passed by the Slytherins, they would cheer, clap, and whistle in mockery, exclaiming, "Thank you, Potter, you've done us a tremendous favor." Ron, too, felt the weight of despair, for apart from his brothers, no one was willing to engage with him. Ryan considers this situation to be a form of bullying prevalent within the school, which he finds utterly deplorable. However, he is powerless to alter the malice directed towards Harry and his companions. In Ryan's view, this animosity stems purely from the jealousy of their peers, fueled by Harry's previous notoriety, compounded by the emotional tendencies of Gryffindor students, resulting in a rather toxic atmosphere within the institution. For Ryan, who possesses a mental maturity akin to that of a 30-year-old, witnessing a group of children tormenting another child evokes an instinctive urge to intervene, particularly as this bullying starkly contradicts his moral compass. Thus, during an evening study session, he suggested to his fellow classmates that Harry deserves an opportunity to rectify his mistakes, emphasizing that as Gryffindor students, losing points is a common occurrence. If they treat Harry this way today due to point deductions, who will they target tomorrow? Furthermore, Gryffindor students should refrain from internal strife that provides other houses with fodder for ridicule. This plea had a modicum of effect. Although the students continued to shun Harry, they no longer openly insulted him. Additionally, Ryan and Hermione endeavored to answer questions diligently in every class, striving to recover some of the lost points. Nevertheless, Harry appeared to remain in poor spirits, seated in a secluded corner of Ryan's study group alongside Ron, diligently reviewing until the late hours of the night. They tirelessly memorized intricate potion formulas, spells, significant magical inventions, and the dates of the Goblin rebellions. One day, while Ryan and Hermione were engaged in a question-and-answer session in the library, Ron quietly studied a celestial chart beside them as the examinations loomed just a week away. Suddenly, Harry entered, informing Ryan and Hermione that he had overheard Quirrell possibly yielding to Snape, having heard Quirrell uttering words of surrender to dark forces. Upon hearing this, Ron remarked that this implied the path to the Philosopher's Stone was now clear before Snape, given that he was a professor who had repeatedly sought the position of defense against the dark arts. This suggested he must possess sufficient means to confront the three-headed dog. What should we do now? Ryan rubbed his forehead and replied that, after all, the Philosopher's Stone was placed in the school by Dumbledore, the greatest white wizard, who holds the power to combat all malevolent forces that covet the stone. Hermione added that if Harry acted alone again, he risked expulsion. Yet, Harry remained opposed to informing Dumbledore, believing that the cowardly Quirrell would not stand with him to testify. If Quirrell were the mastermind, he would be even less likely to testify, Ryan muttered, but his words went unheard. Everyone understood their enmity with Snape, and without sufficient evidence, it would be impossible to elicit a confession from him. Most importantly, Harry felt that, in principle, students should remain oblivious to the existence of the Philosopher's Stone and the three-headed dog. Explaining everything to Dumbledore would be exceedingly difficult. Indeed, such is the mindset of children, unable to discern the gravity of matters. Dumbledore must have already been aware of what everyone did during their nighttime escapades. However, to avoid disrupting Dumbledore's plan for cultivating brave individuals, Ryan chose not to point this out, allowing Harry to proceed as he wished. Chapter 41. The examinations. The day following their discussion in the library, Harry and Ron received detention notices. That night, Ryan and Hermione were practicing transformation spells at their table when Harry and Ron burst in, breathless, recounting their encounter in the Forbidden Forest. Indeed, they had come across Voldemort, who was engaged in vampiric activities. However, as no one had interfered this time, Harry and his friends encountered the unicorn earlier than in the original story. Though the unicorn had sustained grave injuries, it had survived and was now recuperating in the Centaur colony. Furthermore, the Centaurs delivered an ominous prophecy foretelling Voldemort's return, as they had perceived from their astrological observations. Harry, filled with excitement, exclaimed that he had believed Snape merely sought to profit from the Philosopher's Stone, only to realize he intended to deliver it to Voldemort in the Forbidden Forest to aid in his resurrection. "Please, don't utter that name," Ron stammered. Yet Harry, still exhilarated, continued, "Once Voldemort obtains the Philosopher's Stone and storms the castle to kill me, the prophecy will be entirely fulfilled." "Harry," Ryan interjected, raising his voice to interrupt Harry's tirade. "As far as I know, all prophecies are vague and open to multiple interpretations. One should not draw such a definitively pointed conclusion. Moreover, Dumbledore is also within the castle. I doubt anyone could breach the defenses to kill you. With less than a week before the exams, I believe it is paramount to get some rest to ensure a good performance tomorrow." Dwelling on these thoughts is futile. Harry appeared momentarily speechless, and thereafter, they ascended the stairs to their dormitory to rest. Time does not slow for anyone, even if someone is anxious about Voldemort's movements. As the week progressed, Ryan faced the final examinations of his first year at Hogwarts. Examinations, the bane of every student's existence, are nevertheless an indispensable aspect of academic life. This has been true throughout history, even in the remarkable magical school of Hogwarts. Fortunately, Ryan hailed from a country adept at examinations and frequently subjected to them. The pre-exam reviews in Hogwarts' first year were a walk in the park compared to the weekly assessments and monthly exams he had endured in preparation for the college entrance examinations. Thus, as he sat in the examination hall, wielding a freshly enchanted feather quill, he felt a sense of confidence wash over him. However, the most significant distinction between examinations in the ordinary world and those at Hogwarts was the inclusion of practical magical components. Each professor had different requirements. For instance, Professor Flitwick instructed them to enter the classroom one by one to demonstrate whether they could make a pineapple perform a tap dance across a desk. When Ryan first encountered this in the novel, he had been puzzled as to how a pineapple, lacking legs, could dance. Yet, after observing his classmates' demonstrations, he realized that one simply needed to make the pineapple sway while bouncing in rhythm across the desk. This was far simpler than Ryan's initial conception of affixing legs to the pineapple. Professor McGonagall graded them on how exquisitely they could transform a mouse into a snuff box. The more intricate the box, the higher the score. If any whiskers remained on the box, points would be deducted. Ryan managed to conjure a steampunk-style box adorned with intricate gears and springs, which interlocked and operated in harmony. This technical skill had been acquired after studying the Industrial Manual of Winterhome. Ryan noticed Professor McGonagall nodding in approval at his creation. In the basement potion classroom, Ryan meticulously brewed a forgetfulness potion. Thankfully, Harry had completely drawn Snape's attention away. Otherwise, being scrutinized by the professor would have been enough to induce a mistake. Harry seemed to be struggling severely in the days leading up to the exams, appearing as anxious as Neville, who suffered from pre-exam jitters. Conversely, others remained composed, having engaged in thorough and diligent reviews. Therefore, at least Ron and Hermione entered the examination room with a measure of confidence. The final exam was history of magic. They only needed to endure one more hour, answering questions about the eccentric old wizards who invented the self-stirring cauldron, and they would be free, able to revel in a full week of leisure until the exam results were announced. As Professor Binsghost urged them to set down their quills and roll up the parchment, Ryan could not help but join his classmates in a chorus of cheers. "This was far easier than I had anticipated," he remarked as they emerged into the sunlit courtyard. Hermione chimed in, "I really didn't need to memorize the Werewolf Code of 1637 or the details of the Goblin Rebellion. I told you during our revision, but you didn't believe me." Ryan replied, "Those events involve intricate histories and political machinations that even influence the current distribution of power within the magical community. Such complex issues would not be presented to first-year students." Hermione began to exuberantly recap the exam content, which instilled in Ryan a sense of trepidation reminiscent of his previous life when facing overachievers. Ultimately, after several reminders from Ryan, Hermione finally ceased her discourse. They gradually descended a gentle slope and plopped down beneath a tree by the lakeside. Nearby, a large squid basked in the warmth of the shallow waters, while the Weasley twins and Lee Jordan gently prodded its tentacles. "I've never quite understood why a squid would inhabit such a freshwater lake. What do you think?" Hermione nudged Ryan with her elbow. "Perhaps it's due to its magical lineage, like that of a kraken," he mused. "But honestly, every time I see it, I can't help but think of grilled squid or squid in sauce. However, I believe such a large squid must be quite ancient, best suited for making dumplings. My mother has a signature dish of squid dumplings." "Ah, I remember now. The squid dumplings your mother made last time were truly delicious," Hermione interjected, recalling her experiences at various community events in elementary school where she had tasted Mrs. Sally's culinary creations. Just as Ryan and Hermione's thoughts began to wander, Harry's frustrated voice suddenly broke through. "My scar has been hurting continuously. It has never hurt this often before. Perhaps you should consult Madame Pomfrey," Hermione suggested. "I am not ill," Harry replied. "I believe it is a warning, indicating that danger is imminent. But Professor Dumbledore is here, and Hagrid would never betray him. No one can pass through the guardianship of the fat lady, so you need not worry. Your scar may simply be a result of your anxiety." "Indeed," Hermione added. "This is all the stress of exams. I woke up last night, frantically reviewing my notes for Transfiguration, only to suddenly remember that we had already taken that exam." Harry sat in silence, seemingly deep in thought. Suddenly, he sprang to his feet, prompting Ryan and the others to share their concern for Harry's state and rush after him toward the castle. Chapter 42, the final challenge begins. As Ryan ran, he inquired of Harry what happened. "Why did you suddenly leap up and startle us?" "I just remembered something," Harry replied, his complexion paling. "We must seek Hagrid at once." "Why?" Hermione gasped, struggling to keep pace with him. "Don't you find it rather peculiar?" Harry continued, hastening down the grassy slope. "Hagrid's greatest desire is to possess a dragon. And coincidentally, a stranger's pocket happens to contain a dragon egg? How many individuals meander about with a dragon egg in tow? It is, after all, a violation of wizarding law. Is it not astonishing that they were able to locate Hagrid?" He pondered, "Why had I not considered this sooner?" "What exactly do you intend to do?" Ron, lagging behind, breathlessly asked, but Harry was too preoccupied with racing across the grounds towards the forest to respond. They encountered Hagrid at his hut, engaged in household chores. After a series of inquiries, Harry learned that Hagrid had won a dragon egg while playing cards with a suspicious individual. Under further questioning, they discovered that the three-headed dog, Fluffy, had a significant weakness. It would fall asleep at the sound of music. Hagrid had unwittingly divulged this weakness to the dubious character while inebriated. Following this revelation, Harry proceeded towards the castle, with Ryan and the others trailing behind. Upon reaching the chilly entrance hall, Harry paused. "We need to inform Professor Dumbledore that suspicious individuals have discovered a means to subdue Fluffy," he asserted. However, it became apparent that none of them knew the whereabouts of Professor Dumbledore's office. At that moment, Professor McGonagall appeared, and Harry approached her to express his concerns and warnings. Yet, Professor McGonagall was skeptical of his claims. She reassured Harry that even in Dumbledore's absence, the Philosopher's Stone was under impeccable protection and that he need not worry. After McGonagall departed, they encountered Professor Snape, who issued further warnings. Subsequently, Harry attempted to surveil the room containing Fluffy and Professor Snape, but Ryan intervened. After all, as first-year students, it was imprudent to monitor professors and trespass into forbidden areas. Even if they uncovered something amiss, they would lack the means to intervene effectively. Such actions could provoke unnecessary harm or alert their adversaries. Moreover, as a professor, Snape possessed countless excuses and spells to evade or distract students, rendering mere observation futile. After considering Ryan's reasoning, Harry reluctantly abandoned his immature plan. Ultimately, he resolved to retrieve the Philosopher's Stone before it could be stolen, thwarting the would-be thief's intentions. Ryan expressed profound admiration for Harry's Sima Guang-style perspective shift, considering it an excellent method to achieve maximum gain with minimal cost, worthy of experimentation. However, Hermione and Ron voiced their objections, deeming the idea excessively perilous, with the potential consequence of expulsion for all involved. At this moment, Ryan advised Ron and Hermione, "This is no longer a matter of expulsion. It concerns the peace of the entire magical realm." At this point, Ryan's rather melodramatic statement sent shivers down his spine. Yet he maintained his composure and continued. "Moreover, it pertains to our friend Harry's life, which is undoubtedly more significant than our education. Besides, we are here to safeguard the property of the school. The professors would not expel students for such a reason." "We?" Harry inquired, somewhat astonished. "Of course," Ryan shrugged. "Are we to stand idly by while you venture forth alone? You should also share some of the glory of saving the world with us." Hermione and Ron nodded in agreement. Thank you all. "However, I fear my invisibility cloak may not accommodate 4 individuals," Harry stated, a hint of excitement in his voice. "Do not fret about that," Ryan replied. "I recently mastered the disillusionment charm, which should suffice. Therefore, your cloak need only conceal 3 of us." Having made their resolution, it was now time to prepare. After dinner, the group discreetly gathered in a corner of the common room to commence their various preparations. In truth, the other students had been largely ignoring Harry lately, which facilitated their efforts. As the corner fell into a quiet stillness, conversation ceased, leaving only Hermione's voice as she tirelessly recited incantations. Finally, as the clock neared 9, fatigue from the recent examination settled over them, prompting many to retire to their dormitories. Ultimately, only Harry and his 3 companions remained in the common room. "Now we can retrieve the invisibility cloak," Ron said. Harry dashed upstairs to collect it, while Ryan retrieved a rudimentary canvas belt from his bag, which bore 2 stuffed canvas pouches and a row of small glass vials. "When I first received my acceptance letter to Hogwarts, I envisioned that the training of wizards would be akin to the adventures in Dungeons and Dragons, necessitating real-life combat and numerous escapades, hence I crafted this. Little did I anticipate that the wizarding world would mirror the mundane world in so many ways." As Ryan adjusted his harness, he spoke to Ron and Hermione, who were gazing at him in astonishment. At that moment, Harry descended the stairs and paused at the sight of Ryan's attire. He then produced the invisibility cloak. "We should don the cloak here to see if it can conceal all 3 of us. If Filch spots a pair of feet walking on the ground." Once Ryan confirmed it was safe, the trio donned the cloak and proceeded forward, while Ryan cast a disillusionment charm, trailing behind them at a distance of 5 or 6 meters. Upon exiting, an air of tension enveloped them as they prepared for the significant endeavor ahead. They felt that every statue and shadow might harbor a patrolling professor or Filch. As they traversed the corridor, they encountered the fat lady, who seemed to catch a glimpse of Ryan. However, perhaps due to the effects of the disillusionment charm, she failed to perceive anyone was present, merely turning her head before settling back down. Shortly thereafter, at the stairway to the 4th-floor corridor, they faced their greatest peril, Peeves the Poltergeist. Fortunately, Harry quickly mimicked the voice of the Bloody Baron, sending Peeves fleeing in fright. However, Ryan mused that, as a Hogwarts poltergeist, Peeves had coexisted with the Bloody Baron for centuries, making it improbable that a mere imitation from Harry could deceive him. Perhaps this was a remnant of Professor Dumbledore's previous instructions, for within these hallowed halls, only the headmaster wielded the authority to command Peeves. After evading the poltergeist, they soon arrived before the slightly ajar door of the 4th-floor corridor. It seemed that despite their decision to retrieve the Philosopher's Stone in advance, they had nonetheless arrived too late. After all, navigating the castle post-curfew was far more convenient for professors than for them sneaking around. Chapter 43. The challenge. "Did you see that?" Harry whispered. "Snape has successfully passed through the barrier." Observing the half-open door, They became acutely aware of the impending challenges that awaited them. Now, if anyone wishes to leave, I shall not hold it against them, Harry declared. You may take the cloak with you. I no longer require it. Having come this far, I shan't retreat now, Ryan asserted. Don't speak nonsense, Ron replied. We shall go together. Let's do this, Hermione added. Harry pushed the door open. With a creaking sound, they were immediately met with low, menacing growls. Though the great three-headed dog could not see them, its three noses were fervently sniffing the air in their direction. What is that thing by its feet? Hermione inquired softly. It appears to be a harp, Ron replied. It must belong to Snape. Clearly, once the music ceases, it will awaken instantly. As Harry prepared to play the flute gifted by Hagrid, Ryan retrieved an object from his small pouch on his belt, producing a tinkling melody. The moment the sound filled the air, the dog's eyes began to droop. Gradually, its barking ceased, and it swayed unsteadily before collapsing onto the floor, falling into a deep slumber. The sound emanated from a music box, a practice piece Ryan had used while studying the Winter Home Industrial Manual. Once wound up. This music box plays for 3.5 minutes, Ryan informed Harry and the others. This gives us a moment to act freely. Remarkable, Hermione remarked, gazing at the slumbering beast. The book claims that a three-headed dog can even contend with a dragon. If such a creature can be subdued by a mere music box, what then can frighten a dragon? Could it too be lulled by something equally mundane? Now is not the time for such musings. The dog will awaken soon. We should seize this opportunity to pass through, Ryan urged, stepping towards the trapdoor and pulling it open. Below lay an abyss of darkness, devoid of any footholds or the anticipated ladder. Ryan utilized the fluorescent flicker to gaze downward, yet regrettably, he still discerned nothing. Fortunately, having read the original work, he was aware of what lay below. Ryan turned and crawled into the entrance of the cave, then grasped the edge with both hands. Addressing Harry and the others, I have mastered the levitation charm, so I shall descend first. If I encounter any trouble and fall silent, you must promptly seek out a professor to rescue me. With that, he released his grip and plummeted into the abyss below, which felt at least 4 or 5 stories deep. Midway through his descent, Ryan cast the levitation charm upon himself to slow his fall, ultimately landing upon something soft, presumably the devil's snare. Seizing the moment before Harry and the others arrived, Ryan applied a potion with a suppressive effect on magical plants, a small amount he had pilfered while assisting Professor Sprout, to his dagger. Utilizing the faint light from the entrance, he swiftly cut off slender twigs the size of chopsticks and placed them into his crystal vial. Thanks to the potion's influence, the devil's snare exhibited no violent reaction. Having completed this task in haste, Ryan soon discovered that his ankle was ensnared by the devil's snare. He immediately shouted upward, "There's a large patch of devil's snare below. It will cushion your fall, but be prepared with a fire spell, or it could become quite troublesome if you get ensnared." No sooner had his words left his lips than he noticed 3 dark figures descending simultaneously. He instinctively leaned away, hoping to avoid being struck. Yet, one shadow hurtled towards him. Quick-witted, he aimed at the figure and cast the levitation charm. Fortunately, the charm provided a buffer, and as he grasped the shadow, he merely felt a slight tug on his arm. Then came 2 sounds of impact, signaling that everyone had landed safely. At that moment, the recently released shadow spoke. "Sorry, Ryan, are you all right?" It was Hermione. After Ryan assured her that he was fine, Hermione's wand began emitting a cascade of blue flames, causing the tendrils to recoil in avoidance of the light and warmth, loosening their grip on the group. The plants twisted and writhed, autonomously freeing themselves from their entanglement. "Thanks for scouting ahead, Ryan. Encountering these creatures unexpectedly would have been quite a headache," Ron remarked as he observed the retreating vines. "But why did you manage to catch Hermione?" "Naturally, I would catch whoever was nearest to me," Ryan replied. Just as his words faded, Harry pointed in a direction and exclaimed, "This way." Ryan followed the direction indicated by his finger and discovered a stone corridor, the only path available. With no other choice, the 4 of them emerged from the clutches of the devil's vine and began their descent along this corridor. The atmosphere within the passage was eerily quiet, with only the sound of their footsteps and the gentle drip of water cascading down the walls breaking the silence. Ryan harbored doubts that they might have ventured deep into the lake's depths. As they proceeded further, a new sound emerged, soft rustling and a melodic tinkling seemed to resonate from the other end of the corridor. It resembled the sound of a multitude of golden coins fluttering about with wings. They followed the enchanting sound until they arrived at a brightly illuminated chamber, adorned with a lofty arched ceiling. Countless birds, shimmering like precious gems, flitted about the room, their wings aglow. Opposite them stood a heavy wooden door, perfectly aligning with the descriptions of dungeon entrances found in adventurous tales. "Surely, these birds want to attack us," Ron speculated. "I'll give it a try." However, Harry intervened, shielding his head with his hands as he sprinted towards the wooden door. Remarkably, the birds remained unperturbed until Harry reached the door, indicating they would not assail those below. Observing this, Ryan and the others emerged from the tunnel, traversing the room to the base of the wooden door. Upon reaching it, they endeavored to open the door, yet neither pushing nor pulling yielded results. Hermione attempted her unlocking spell, but to no avail. Ryan retrieved a flat, palm-sized steel rod from his waist pouch and attempted to pry at the crevice, hinges, and lock of the door, but to no avail. Ultimately, he struck the wooden door and the surrounding walls with the rod, only to find no marks left behind. He then turned to Harry and remarked, "This door and the adjacent walls must be under protective enchantments. Otherwise, my efforts would have left some trace on the wood and stone." Harry scrutinized the gleaming figures overhead and responded, "It seems we must comply with the intentions of the designer of this challenge to unlock the door." Upon hearing Harry's words, the others also gazed upwards at the ceiling. Upon closer inspection, they realized that the shimmering creatures flitting about were not birds at all, but rather keys adorned with wings. Suddenly, Harry exclaimed with delight, "Eureka! A flying broomstick! We must ascend and capture the key to the door." Observing the broomstick set aside and the keyhole on the wooden door, they swiftly comprehended the secret to overcoming this obstacle. As Ryan handed a small vial of acid secreted from grave moss to the stone beside the doorframe, while Harry searched for the enchanted broom, the stones remained utterly unyielding. Indeed, this challenge proved to be far from straightforward. To unlock the magic binding the door and walls, one required immense power and profound knowledge. Otherwise, one would be left to pursue the elusive keys on a broomstick. It is likely that Voldemort would not adhere to the intentions of the individual who designed this challenge. Given his inherently suspicious nature, he would certainly refrain from following the enemy's prescribed methods, fearing it might be a trap. Historically, Voldemort has always preferred to maintain control over his own destiny, thus he would attempt to capture the keys using his own magic. This endeavor, however, would deplete the already scant magical reserves he possessed. This strategy mirrors the mechanism of the bloodletting door at the entrance to the cave where he hid his Horcruxes, both designed to exhaust the enemy's strength before they could reach their objective. Yet, Dumbledore's approach appears far more forthright compared to Voldemort's. At this moment, Harry and Ron had mounted their broomsticks, while Ryan and Hermione, lacking in flying proficiency, refrained from adding to the chaos. They stood back to back in the center of the hall, observing the myriad keys in the air, searching for the desired one. Our target was an antiquated key, possibly silver, resembling a doorknob, as Ron exclaimed before taking flight, noting it should closely match the style and color of the door lock. Ryan observed as the two individuals dashed into the dense swarm of enchanted keys. They desperately grasped and snatched. Yet those bewitched keys evaded capture with such swiftness that it seemed nearly impossible to seize one. As the tension among the onlookers mounted, Ryan felt he had pinpointed a target. He called out to Harry, "I've spotted the key, positioned to your upper right." The key was silver, adorned with sky blue wings. Its feathers askew as though it had previously been caught. Ron evidently noticed the key before Harry. He rushed forward, only for the key to make a sharp turn, causing him to nearly collide with the ceiling. "Let's drive the key down. Ryan, be prepared," Harry commanded, and he and Ron flanked the key, hurting it downward. The key swiftly descended, attempting to elude their pursuit, but it failed to realize it had flown too low, distancing itself from the main group. Ultimately, the key was cornered near the ground, and Ryan leaped, extending his hand to capture it. Ryan thought, "Thanks to my recent studies in mechanics and medicine, my hand steadiness and precision have significantly improved. Otherwise, today would have been quite embarrassing." Ryan clutched the key tightly, as it writhed in his grip like a living creature. After Harry and Ron landed, they approached the door together. Ryan inserted the key into the lock and turned it, producing a satisfying click that signified they had chosen correctly. Releasing the key and watching it dart away, Ryan turned the doorknob. The four of them entered the next chamber in single file. Upon crossing the threshold, they were engulfed in darkness. Ryan harbored concerns about stumbling and falling. However, the moment they stepped into the room, it was instantly illuminated. The door behind them clicked shut, locking them in. This reminded Ryan of a soap opera where the heroine felt neglected on her birthday, as the hero paid her no mind. Eventually, after a long day at work, she returned home, closed the door, and the light sprang to life, revealing a surprise birthday party prepared by the hero and her friends. Unfortunately, what awaited Ryan and his companions was not a celebratory cake, but rather the imposing sight of Professor McGonagall's gigantic chessboard. Ryan mused that if Professor McGonagall were to be replaced by someone from the Celestial Empire, she might conjure a colossal mahjong set. However, he genuinely believed that these challenges were merely a means of ridiculing Voldemort, mocking the fact that he had descended to the level of first-year students. After all, the modes of entertainment within the wizarding world are rather limited. Wizard chess is arguably the second most popular pastime after Quidditch, with at least half of the population being familiar with it. It is likely that Professor McGonagall, in her youth, bore a resemblance to Hermione. Therefore, her proficiency in wizard chess would probably be only average. Regardless of how formidable the stone pieces might be, the skill of the player remains the most significant flaw in this challenge. The chess pieces are nearly life-sized, crafted from black and white stone. One can ascertain without trial that their magical resistance would undoubtedly be quite formidable, impervious to spells such as the Shattering Charm. More importantly, these pieces lack facial features. And when combined with the brightly lit chessboard and the shadows of the surrounding room, an overwhelming sense of horror akin to a chilling film emerges. Ryan could not help but recall the faceless, lipless monsters from horror films of his past life, feeling a chill creep over him. However, upon glancing around, he noticed that Harry and the others were trembling, evidently more frightened than he was. A door opposite the chessboard indicated that victory in this match was the sole means of passage. To make matters worse, each participant was required to assume the role of a chess piece, and the larger the group, the greater the disadvantage. Ultimately, Ryan and Ron took on the roles of knights, while Hermione portrayed the queen, and Harry assumed the position of the castle. The match was to be led by Ron, the most skilled wizard at chess among them. As the game commenced, Ryan observed that while the chess pieces appeared ferocious in their attacks on one another, their method primarily involved rendering opponents unconscious rather than delivering fatal blows with their weapons. It seemed that Professor McGonagall's challenge was merely intended to buy time while safeguarding Harry from potential harm, were Voldemort to force his way through using magic. The chess pieces would likely not exhibit the same degree of restraint for the Voldemort currently possessing Quirrell. A relentless assault through these obstacles would likely leave him with little magical energy remaining. Reassured that there was no imminent danger to life, Ryan relaxed, allowing himself the leisure to assess Ron's chess-playing skills. Ron's abilities appeared commendable, yet his need to consider the safety of Ryan and the others hindered his full potential, often compelling him to pay a greater price in the game. Ryan shouted to Ron, "I have learned an ironclad spell. It should pose no danger to me when cast, so you need not worry." "Is that truly the case?" Ron inquired. After receiving repeated assurances from Ryan, he instructed, "You should move diagonally to the right and eliminate their most formidable queen. After that, you will inevitably fall to their knight. This will simplify the subsequent moves." It appeared that the more individuals involved, the more constrained Ron felt. Contemplating this, Ryan concluded that if he were willing to make a sacrifice, the situation would likely improve significantly. Chapter 45, the challenge. Ryan perceived himself as an adult, even if only in spirit, believing that sacrifices should be made in front of the children. Thus, when Ron inquired about the necessity of a sacrifice, Ryan readily acquiesced, following Ron's command. He eliminated the opposing queen, only to witness the adversary's knight charging towards him, armored and fierce. In response, Ryan cast the ironclad charm, but soon saw the knight swing its sword horizontally, forcefully knocking him off the chessboard and shattering the protective spell. "Are you all right, Ryan?" Harry and the others asked in unison. "I'm fine, nothing to worry about. Allow me a moment to sit, as your match may extend for some time." "Good luck," Ryan replied, sinking into a seat while discreetly clutching his ribs, hidden from Harry and the others' view. The spell he had just cast was self-taught from a notebook, but due to his tender age and the unclear instructions, the magic merely offered a fleeting respite. Seizing the opportunity while Harry and the others were engrossed in their game, Ryan lifted his shirt to examine his ribs, utilizing his knowledge of traditional medicine. To his dismay, he discovered that 2 ribs on his right side were fractured. Fortunately, in the wizarding world, such superficial injuries were the easiest to remedy. However, he found himself unable to speak loudly or move freely. Before long, Ryan heard Ron resolve to sacrifice himself to secure victory in the game, prompting him to rise despite the pain. Perhaps due to the hastiness of his movements and the forceful gesture while casting, it felt as though his ribs punctured his lung. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth as he directed an ironclad charm towards Ron. Shortly thereafter, the White Queen struck Ron on the head, rendering him unconscious and dragging him off the board, with the spell failing to shield him from this assault. Once Harry secured victory, Hermione gasped, "Ryan, I saw you spit blood. How are you now?" It seemed Hermione had witnessed his earlier distress while casting the spell. "Do not fret over me," Ryan reassured her. "It is merely some external injuries. I believe I may not be able to accompany you further, but do not worry. Madame Pomfrey in the hospital wing will tend to me swiftly. I will keep an eye on Ron. You must hurry along." Though Hermione and Harry appeared somewhat concerned, they soon opened the door and proceeded down the corridor. Once they had departed, Ryan rose slowly and made his way towards Ron, navigating around a fallen castle piece. He arrived at Ron's side, noticing a large, purplish bruise on his forehead. Upon examination, Ryan concluded that either the chess piece had shown mercy or his half-hearted ironclad charm had been effective, for Ron had merely succumbed to a concussion without any broken bones. Ryan lifted Ron's eyelid, scrutinizing his pupils before checking his pulse. It appeared that there was no significant issue, and he would soon regain consciousness. However, Ryan was concerned that he might need to leave the vicinity shortly, so he drew his wand and aimed it at Ron's face. Uttering the incantation, pure water like a spring, a stream of water erupted from Ryan's wand, splashing onto Ron's face, prompting him to awaken swiftly. Shielding his eyes with his hand and mumbling, "Is it raining?" This seemed to be a symptom of a concussion, yet Ron's recovery was remarkably rapid. Within 2 to 3 minutes, he sat up unaided, propping himself against a fallen statue while observing Ryan transform debris into a wooden stick. Noticing the blood on Ryan's chin, Ron expressed his astonishment. "Ryan, you're bleeding. It's nothing serious, merely a superficial wound. I wager Pomfrey will have me healed in a minute, now that I'm stabilized." "I'll be just fine," Ryan replied. The two then leaned wearily against the statue, engaging in conversation. "Do you think Harry and the others have reached the chamber of the Philosopher's Stone? What if they encounter Snape? I believe the challenges they face should not be insurmountable for them. Besides, if Harry managed to escape from him once, he could certainly do so again." "Even twice or thrice," Ryan remarked, silently contemplating. After all, this was merely a trial for Harry. Dumbledore must have made adequate preparations. Otherwise, for the sake of safety, Dumbledore could have simply kept it in his own pocket. Who could have taken it then? Moreover, if the obstacles could be circumvented by following hints, the difficulty would not be formidable, as they were not tailored for an adult dark wizard. However, Ryan surmised that Dumbledore likely did not foresee Voldemort possessing Quirrell. Otherwise, while he could not vanquish Voldemort, with Dumbledore's capabilities, he could have set up enchantments to weaken Voldemort's powers, allowing him to slumber peacefully for several years, rather than merely suffering a 2-year weakness due to the loss of his physical form as depicted in the original narrative. Furthermore, being a wise man, Dumbledore would never gamble with Harry's life on such a futile risk. While Ryan and Ron exchanged idle chatter, Hermione burst through the door from the chessboard room. Upon seeing Ryan and Ron alert and sitting there, she excitedly exclaimed, "We must hurry to the Ollery and inform Dumbledore." The three then sprinted towards the room where the flying broomsticks were stored, filled with keys. Along the way, Hermione informed Ryan of their progress. After the chessboard, there was a troll, but it had already been knocked unconscious. She and Harry had successfully reached the final challenge, only to discover that the potion to allow passage through the flames to confront the thief attempting to seize the Philosopher's Stone had only 1 dose left. Ultimately, Harry chose to face the thief himself, asking her to call Ryan and the others to relay the message. As soon as she finished speaking, they arrived at the room containing the flying broomsticks. Upon reaching the trapdoor while riding the broom, Ryan used a music box from his waist to hypnotize the large dog. They then made their way to the Ollery, but upon entering the hallway, they encountered Professor Dumbledore. Observing their disheveled appearance, the professor inquired, "Harry has gone to keep an eye on him, hasn't he?" Before hastily making his way to the 4th floor. Watching Dumbledore's retreating figure, Ryan and the others felt a sense of safety wash over them. As their tension eased, the pain from their injuries surged forth. They supported each other as they ambled towards the courtyard. Madame Pomfrey seemed to have received advance notice. She stood at the hospital entrance in her nightgown, draped in a robe, waiting for them. Observing their disheveled state, she muttered while commanding Ryan and the others to lie down for examination. Ryan removed his tattered and soiled coat at the checkpoint, then carefully reclined on the bed. Just as his head met the pillow, he heard the system's voice, slightly altering the challenge process grants you 2 offset points. With 24 offset points, he could surely discover a world that would bestow upon him considerable strength. Ryan firmly resolved to embark on an adventure in this new realm to acquire power. Otherwise, relying solely on close calls to gain meager offset points, as had occurred today, felt rather disappointing. Yet, on the other hand, adhering to one's hard-ass choices seemed more prudent in the absence of strength. After all, as long as one lives, hope remains, does it not? Chapter 46. The mundanities at the end of term. Once everyone had settled, Madame Pomfrey approached Ryan's bed to examine him, for he appeared to be the most grievously injured. After casting a spell upon him, she expressed her annoyance. "I fail to comprehend why the headmaster would place such perilous items within the school, resulting in students getting hurt. For instance, you, Ryan, have 2 broken ribs on your right side, 2 cracked ribs, and a bruised lung. This is no trivial injury. But you will undoubtedly be able to heal me, won't you?" Ryan replied, with a hint of flattery in his tone. "Of course, your injuries are all external. They can be treated within a night. However, you may need to stay here overnight." After speaking, she cast a spell to stabilize Ryan's ribs and subsequently produced a hospital gown. To be honest, given your age, your first aid skills are commendable. You have prevented more severe injuries from occurring. May I inquire where you acquired such knowledge? You see, I am from the Celestial Empire. My grandfather used to sell medicinal cuisine in London's Chinatown and had some knowledge of traditional Chinese medicine. I learned these techniques from him. Oh, I see. During my time at St. Mungo's, I heard some healers mention that many traditional healing methods in the Far East were imparted to Muggles by local wizards. It is indeed a wonderful place. For thousands of years, wizards and ordinary folk have coexisted harmoniously. As she spoke, Madame Pomfrey retrieved a large bottle labeled bone regrowth potion. She poured a cup and handed it to Ryan. Upon drinking it, he felt as if a flame ignited in his mouth and surged into his stomach, accompanied by an indescribable, peculiar taste similar to an enhanced version of a well-known herbal remedy. Madame Pomfrey observed Ryan finishing the potion and remarked, "In truth, I could mend your bones with magic in a second, but that would overextend your body. In your current state, consuming the potion is far more beneficial. You now need to spend the night in the infirmary." Afterward, Madame Pomfrey proceeded to tend to Ron's wounds. Shortly thereafter, Dumbledore directed a stretcher to float over, upon which lay Harry Potter. "Professor, is Harry all right?" Ryan and the others inquired anxiously of Professor Dumbledore. Dumbledore reassured them there is no need for concern. Harry has merely succumbed to magical injuries and will recover after resting for a while. After listening, Ryan bid farewell to Hermione, who was returning to the dormitory. He then exchanged a few words with Ron, who was required to stay for overnight observation due to Madame Pomfrey's concerns about potential concussion after effects. After saying goodnight to each other, he turned over and fell asleep. The following morning, Ryan visited Harry, who remained unconscious in the adjacent bed. And after offering a silent prayer for him, he left the hospital with Ron. The subsequent days were rather monotonous, notable only for the final Quidditch match. Gryffindor suffered a dismal defeat against Ravenclaw due to the lack of a substitute seeker. However, it seemed that the team was not overly disheartened, as they had given their all. Every midday, Ryan and his companions would visit the hospital to inquire about Harry's condition. On the third day after their adventure, the eve of the end-of-year feast, they returned to the hospital entrance to question Madame Pomfrey once more. This time, Harry finally awakened. Madame Pomfrey graciously permitted them 5 minutes of conversation. Approaching Harry's bedside, they found him propped up against his pillows. "Harry, are you feeling better now?" Ryan asked, intercepting an excited Hermione who attempted to embrace Harry. "Much better. I should be discharged by the afternoon," Harry replied with a smile. "Oh, Harry." "We all thought Dumbledore must be extremely worried. The entire school is talking about it," Ron said. "What exactly happened?" "Sometimes, the truth is more bizarre than the rumors." And Harry recounted everything: Quirrell, the Mirror of East, the Philosopher's Stone, and Voldemort. Ryan and the others listened intently, gasping in tension at the thrilling moments. And when Harry described the face beneath Quirrell's turban, Hermione gasped in horror. "It seems that person has returned. We cannot afford to let our guard down," Ryan concluded. The others nodded in agreement, feeling the weight of his words. "So, the Philosopher's Stone is gone?" Ron asked at last. "Is Quirrell dead?" "That's what I said." But Dumbledore seems to believe he said something like, "For those of sound mind, death is but another great adventure. I've always thought he was a bit eccentric," Ron remarked, shocked that his idol had become so incomprehensible. "No, I think it's not that. It's just that we are too young to fully understand," Ryan replied. He then turned to Hermione. "Do you remember the story of the maiden Marpessa from Greek mythology?" Hermione slapped her forehead. "Yes. Legend has it she chose to forsake immortality because she believed she was mortal and needed the sorrows of the human realm. While I cannot comprehend it, I understand that immortality is not necessarily an unequivocal blessing." Harry and Ron looked bewildered, and to cover the awkwardness, Ron quickly changed the subject, recounting what they had done while Harry faced the final challenge. Finally, Ron posed a question. "Do you think Dumbledore intended for you to do this? To give you your father's invisibility cloak, guiding you to undertake that task?" "Oh," Hermione interjected, unable to contain herself. "If that is the case, it is truly terrifying. You could have been killed." Ryan expressed a contrary opinion. "I believe Dumbledore might have merely intended to guide and train Harry. Yet he did not foresee that individual would infiltrate in such a manner. After all, the headmaster is merely a powerful wizard, not a deity, and cannot possess knowledge of all events." I concurred with Ryan's assertion. Harry remarked, "I believe Dumbledore is aware of our actions and continually guides us, imparting a plethora of knowledge and secrecy. Ultimately, he perceives that I have matured to confront the challenges posed by Voldemort, no longer a naive child. Thus, I contend that Dumbledore is the greatest wizard of this century." Ryan added, "However, what you most urgently require now is to recuperate swiftly, for tomorrow is the year-end feast. I have heard from the seniors that this is one of the most sumptuous banquets at Hogwarts, and it is an event not to be missed." At that moment, Madame Pomfrey burst in, declaring, "You have been here for nearly 15 minutes. You must leave at once." After bidding farewell to Harry, Ryan and the others departed from the infirmary. Chapter 47. The conclusion of the term. The grand end-of-term banquet commenced the following evening. Ryan and his classmates hurried to the hall early and reserved a seat for Harry at the long table of the college. "Do you think Harry will come today?" Hermione inquired, glancing at Ryan beside her. "I believe he will definitely make an appearance. After all, we saw him recovering quite well yesterday. And he should be discharged today without any issues," Ryan replied. At that moment, Ron, seated opposite Ryan, chimed in, "Indeed, I'm certain Harry will come. How could he possibly miss such a magnificent feast? I feel that even if my leg were broken, I would still crawl over." Hermione shot Ron an exasperated glare, then turned her attention to the evening's special decorations within the hall. The entire venue was resplendently adorned in green and silver, representing Slytherin, to celebrate their 7th consecutive victory of the House Cup. A massive banner depicting the Slytherin serpent hung prominently on the wall behind the guest of honor. "If only we had a bit more time, perhaps we could reclaim those lost points," Hermione remarked, somewhat discontented. Ryan maintained a rather open-minded perspective. On one hand, it was certain that Dumbledore would soon bestow additional points, and on the other hand, at least we were not in last place. We were ahead of the bottom-ranked Hufflepuff by more than 30 points. After all, the absence of one person during the night outing had resulted in a deduction of 50 points, and Hermione had not lost any points in class due to guilt, as she had contributed significantly alongside Ryan. However, after hearing Ryan's words of consolation, Hermione appeared even more dejected. Just as most of the attendees were arriving, Harry hurriedly rushed in through the grand entrance of the hall. The sounds within the hall momentarily ceased, only to crescendo into a louder clamor thereafter. Ryan waved to Harry from their position, prompting Harry to run over and take a seat beside Ron, who had saved a spot for him. The onlookers turned their gazes toward Harry, making him feel somewhat uncomfortable. Fortunately, Dumbledore arrived shortly thereafter, and the chatter in the great hall gradually subsided as everyone's attention shifted to the headmaster. Dumbledore joyfully summarized the events before commencing the awarding ceremony for the House Cup. The scores for each house were as follows. 4th place, Hufflepuff with 352 points. 3rd place, Gryffindor with 384 points. Ravenclaw with 426 points. and Slytherin leading with 514 points. A thunderous cheer erupted from the Slytherin table, accompanied by the sound of stomping feet. Ryan noticed Draco Malfoy vigorously banging a goblet against the table, a display that seemed utterly at odds with the supposed elegance of a so-called platinum aristocrat. It was perplexing how the customs of those pure-blood families were learned. Dumbledore cleared his throat and continued, however, certain recent events must also be factored in. The hall fell silent, and the smiles of the Slytherins diminished somewhat. Ryan understood that Dumbledore was about to award points, a practice he had found somewhat unfair in his previous life while reading. Yet, as the saying goes, one's perspective is often shaped by their circumstances. Now that he found himself in Gryffindor, he thought, the more points, the better. By the time Ryan refocused, Dumbledore had already announced the additional points. First, he awarded 50 points for the wisdom, courage, and sacrifice displayed by Ryan and Ron at the chessboard. This elicited a wave of cheers from the Gryffindor table, causing Ryan's face to flush with excitement, while Percy S.'s voice could be heard nearby, exclaiming, "That was my brother." He made it past Professor McGonagall's chess set. Next, Dumbledore awarded 30 points for Hermione's deductive reasoning, prompting her to bury her face in her arms in tears of joy. Finally, Harry received 60 points for his remarkable bravery and extraordinary courage. This news sent the Gryffindor table into a frenzy of jubilant cheers, as their score now stood at 524 points, a full 10 points ahead of Slytherin. Dumbledore transformed the decorations within the hall, changing the green ribbons to a vibrant red and the silver to gold. The enormous Slytherin serpent was replaced by a majestic Gryffindor lion. Ryan noticed Snape shaking hands with Professor McGonagall, a strange smile plastered on his face. Following this, a sumptuous dinner was served, marking a truly delightful evening. A few days later, the final exam results were announced, with Ryan securing second place, while Hermione naturally claimed the top spot. He saw her approaching to flaunt her report card, seemingly to settle the score for having always been second in their earlier years. It appeared that Hogwarts' final exams were not particularly challenging, as everyone had passed. However, Harry and his friends expressed regret over the performance of certain dim-witted Slytherin students. With the end of the term finally upon them, all belongings were hastily packed into trunks, and notices prohibiting the use of magic during the holidays were distributed to each student. Ryan thought, I have plenty of places to practice magic anyway. Hagrid was responsible for leading them onto the boats across the lake. Now, they had boarded the Hogwarts Express, engaging in lively conversation as they gazed at the increasingly lush and tidy countryside through the windows. The train passed through various Muggle towns, and they enjoyed Bertie Bott's every flavor beans, shedding their wizarding robes in favor of jackets and short-sleeved shirts. Finally, the train came to a stop at Platform 9 at King's Cross Station. It took quite a while for them all to exit the platform. A gaunt old guard stood at the ticket barrier, allowing only 2 or 3 individuals to pass at a time to prevent a large crowd from emerging simultaneously through the solid wall, thereby attracting the attention of Muggles. You must come over to my house this summer, Ron said. If you 3 come, I'll send an owl to invite you. Thank you, Harry replied. I could use something to look forward to. It seemed that Harry's life with the Dursleys was far from pleasant, and Ryan sincerely hoped this holiday would be a bit kinder to him. As Ryan and his companions passed through the exit, he spotted a little girl with red hair, presumably Ron's sister Ginny, the future Mrs. Potter. She pointed at Harry Potter, exclaiming, "He is over there, Mum, look." Following this, Mrs. Weasley engaged in warm pleasantries with Harry, but the Dursleys rudely interrupted their conversation. "Hurry up, kid, we can't waste the whole day," Mr. Dursley declared before turning away. "You live with them?" Ryan expressed disbelief, having rarely encountered such rudeness. Hermione mirrored his astonishment, wishing him a pleasant holiday. Fortunately, Harry appeared to be in good spirits. "Oh, I will have a lovely time," he replied. Little did they know, magic was strictly forbidden at home, and this summer, he intended to thoroughly enjoy teasing Dudley. Chapter 48, the beginning of summer vacation. Ryan was hunched over the toilet, retching, when he heard his mother Sally's voice from outside. "Ryan, are you all right?" "Mom, I'm fine. I'll be out in a moment," he replied, gagging. The reason Ryan is currently experiencing nausea is due to his misfortune of encountering a tempest while aboard a cruise ship, resulting in seasickness. As for the circumstances surrounding his presence on the cruise, it began as follows. After returning home from Hogwarts for the summer break, Ryan and Hermione would meet daily at the community library to complete their assignments. Hermione, the quintessential scholar, likely intended to finish her homework in order to prepare for future lessons, while Ryan, on the other hand, contemplated exploring the multiverse grocer after completing his tasks, in search of a new realm that might harbor legacies capable of enhancing his abilities, if such opportunities existed. He hoped to devote the remainder of his vacation to mastering those skills, for the knowledge acquired at school had proven woefully insufficient. It is imperative to recognize that in the magical realm, knowledge equates to power. Last semester, Ryan's lack of power had relegated him to a mere bystander for the majority of the time, yielding minimal significant deviations in his learning journey. Thus, Ryan resolved to elevate his capabilities. He had anticipated spending the summer immersed in intensive study. However, circumstances swiftly took an unexpected turn. Mere days into the holiday, Ryan's father, Mr. Lambert, received an invitation from a college friend in Reykjavik, who had finally found his destined partner and was set to wed, requesting Mr. Lambert's presence as a guest at the wedding. During their university days, Mr. Lambert had shared a close bond with this friend, who, after graduation, embarked on a career with National Geographic, traversing the globe while capturing its beauty through photography. Nevertheless, their friendship remained steadfast, with the friend consistently sending postcards to Mr. Lambert from each new destination. Ryan had often seen numerous postcards sent by this uncle from around the globe displayed in his home. Thus, Mr. Lambert ultimately decided to seize the opportunity to embark on a family cruise to Iceland, coincidentally attending the wedding of his close friend. However, he was wholly unprepared for the fact that, after a bout of mild turbulence, his son would succumb to seasickness. Fortunately, after vomiting, Ryan accompanied his parents to the deck to breathe in the fresh sea air, which alleviated his discomfort. They were fortunate to have boarded in Scotland, as it required only 2 days at sea to reach Iceland. Once he felt somewhat better, Ryan finally found the energy to plan his itinerary in Iceland. Observing their son's recovery, his parents chose to refrain from disturbing him and retreated to the ship to indulge in a traditional Nordic sauna. Upon learning of their imminent journey to Iceland, Ryan had eagerly visited the only wizarding travel agency in Diagon Alley, the 7 Stars Travel Agency, to acquire a plethora of travel brochures about Iceland. Unlike England, the entire Nordic Ministry of Magic operates as a cohesive entity. Considering Iceland's population, it is evident that the wizarding community there could scarcely support a full-fledged Ministry of Magic, even if one were to count all the sentient magical beings. And exaggerating the population ratio to 1, Iceland might only boast around 250 sentient magical beings, given that the population in 1991 was just over 250,000. If we assume that 13 of those beings are wizards, then the number of wizards in Iceland would be fewer than 100. As a wizard, entering Iceland posed little challenge, especially for a young student like Ryan, who did not even require to report to the local wizarding authorities. The primary source of income for the Icelandic wizarding community stems from tourism and the sale of unique local products, resulting in lenient regulations for foreign wizards. Iceland is home to the largest wild puffin sanctuary in Europe, where, in addition to puffins, various wild giants and fairy tribes reside. Furthermore, the waters surrounding Iceland are inhabited by massive sea monsters and colossal krakens. The International Confederation of Wizards has established several observation points here to monitor these rare magical creatures and ensure they remain concealed from muggles. Additionally, Iceland harbors remnants of ancient Norse wizards, with some contemporary wizards still searching for potential treasures that may have endured through time. After perusing the materials regarding Iceland, Ryan felt considerably better and retrieved a stack of parchment from his luggage to continue his assignments. Thankfully, during his research in Diagon Alley, Ryan had stumbled upon an old shop where he discovered a bag that had been enchanted with a stretching spell, enabling him to carry a substantial number of textbooks and study tools during his travels. The bag, adorned with exquisite lace trimmings, possesses an antiquated charm and now resides in the far corner of Ryan's suitcase. Externally, the bag appears to be no larger than the spread palms of 2 adult men, yet its interior is capable of accommodating the contents of 2 large suitcases. Ryan felt that his fortunate find was due to the fact that he had acquired the bag for merely 5 gallons. The shopkeeper believed it to be an ordinary bag enchanted with the charm of undetectable expansion. However, upon returning home and utilizing it, Ryan discovered that no matter how heavy the contents, if they exceeded 5 kilograms, the bag's weight remained fixed at 5 kilograms, indicating that it was a more advanced magical artifact. Naturally, this trip was primarily for relaxation. Sequestering himself indoors to complete assignments had become rather dreary. Moreover, the cruise ship offered a plethora of intriguing activities. For instance, Ryan had previously perused the ship's brochure, which detailed yoga lectures, a small theater for short plays, a cinema, and duty-free shopping. Having resided in an inland city in his past life, Ryan had never experienced such a mode of travel. Thus, after completing his assignments for the day, he began to meander about the ship. In this era, tourists from the Celestial Empire were still relatively scarce. Several staff members greeted Ryan in Japanese upon seeing him, which made him feel somewhat uncomfortable. After exploring the ship, Ryan realized that, being a minor, many of the services were not available to him, and he had brought only a modest amount of pocket money, rendering him unable to purchase any souvenirs. Consequently, he returned to their guest room in solitude, half reclining on the bed to watch television. Suddenly, a news segment captured his attention. The broadcast reported that a volcano in eastern Iceland was on the verge of eruption. Ryan recalled from the materials he had acquired at Diagon Alley that there was an ancient Nordic wizarding relic near that volcano, seemingly linked to it. Thus, he resolved to visit the site when the time came. Shortly thereafter, Ryan's parents returned from the sauna, appearing quite refreshed. Upon entering, they expressed displeasure at Ryan lounging in bed watching television, deeming it a waste of their travel opportunity. Consequently, Mr. Lambert took it upon himself to guide Ryan on a jog around the ship's sightseeing route. Fortunately, after completing the circuit, Ryan felt a significant improvement in his physical well-being, finally alleviating the discomfort of seasickness. Chapter 49. Arrival in Iceland and new guests. After 2 days of maritime travel, the ship finally docked at Reykjavik, the largest port in Iceland and its capital. Standing on the deck, Ryan observed that the city nestled between mountains and the sea. As their vessel entered the harbor of Reykjavik from the east, it was morning, and the rising sun cast a vibrant purple hue upon the nearby peaks. The most striking impression of this place was the azure sky, as the lack of industrial activity allowed for pristine air quality. Even the city's heating was provided through environmentally friendly geothermal energy. The abundance of geothermal resources in this area had even inspired the city's name, as Reykjavik in Icelandic translates to Smoky Bay. Once disembarked, Ryan and his family headed directly to their pre-arranged hotel for some rest. Although Iceland has its own language, the long-standing presence of American military personnel has resulted in a commendable proficiency in English among the locals, facilitating communication without difficulty. After arriving at the hotel and dropping off their luggage, Mr. Lambert suggested they rest for a while. Ryan, however, sought permission from Mr. Lambert to explore the local wizarding marketplace. Given the commendable safety of Iceland in the early 90s, the manageable size of Reykjavik, and Ryan's status as a wizard, Mr. Lambert consented to Ryan's solo venture, providing him with the equivalent of 150 British pounds in Icelandic krona, with the stipulation that he return by noon. After Ryan made his promise, he departed from the hotel and took a taxi towards the city center, arriving shortly thereafter. After all, this was merely a small city with a population of around 100,000, and the urban area was not extensive. According to the guide map and description provided by the 7 Stars Inn, Ryan located the entrance to the local Sorcerer's Commercial District, a quaint 5-story building adorned with a sign for the Aurora Inn. Guests were seen entering and exiting this establishment. Ryan turned to the side of the inn, where a decorative panel engraved with a Viking longship adorned the wall. He drew his wand and struck the third shield from the left on the carving 5 times, causing a brick-carved archway to materialize beside the engraving. As Ryan was about to enter, the system suddenly notified him of the arrival of new guests at the Multiverse grocery store. With no other option, he hurried a few steps forward, turning the corner into a deserted alley. After scanning the surroundings to ensure safety, he chose to enter the grocery store. Upon entering, Ryan first examined the fire dragon grass displayed on the counter. This particular specimen was unlike the ordinary fire dragon grass. The dragon head that typically grew atop the plant had vanished, replaced by a football-sized red fruit in its stead. This was a new breed of plant that Ryan had cultivated since the beginning of summer, having thoroughly absorbed the techniques of the eccentric Dave. Utilizing the fire dragon grass as a base, Ryan combined it with fragments of Nobur's eggshell, scales, blood, and venomous fangs, thanks to Ron's invaluable contribution, along with tendrils of devil's vine acquired during the final exam challenge, to nurture this new plant, due to the excessive incorporation of magical elements. This was an endeavor Dave had never encountered in his plant cultivation, rendering it impossible to draw upon past experiences. Consequently, much of the process was an experimental journey for Ryan, with only fragmented advice gleaned from Professor Sprout to serve as guidance. The endeavor relied heavily on fortuitous circumstances. Yet Ryan's luck prevailed, and the plant thrived. Now, he awaited the maturation of the seeds within the fruit to see what they would yield. After observing the plant, Ryan allowed the new guests to enter the store. As footsteps echoed, the guests stepped inside, prompting Ryan to emit a soft gasp of surprise. This time, the visitors were not one but two. The man leading the way appeared to be in his 30s or 40s, donned in a grand maritime costume reminiscent of those seen in numerous European period films. Despite his attire, his face bore the marks of hardship, suggesting a life filled with trials. Upon noticing Ryan, he slightly bent forward, adopting a protective stance for the individual behind him. The person behind him was a girl, seemingly around 11 or 12 years old, dressed in a blue dress and approximately the same age as Ryan. "Sir, please relax. I harbor no ill intentions," Ryan reassured him. "This is the Multiverse grocery store, and I am the proprietor, Ryan. Every patron who visits here seeks to resolve their most pressing issues. Could you share your predicament? Perhaps I might be of assistance." The man, perceiving that the child seated behind the counter posed no threat, relaxed his posture. He and the girl then sat on the floor, gazing in astonishment as Ryan emerged from behind the counter. He retrieved a large tablecloth from a small satchel and then produced a bottle of whiskey, likely forgotten by his father in the storage room, a jug of juice, and 3 glasses. Ryan always felt that since he possessed a spatial bag, it ought to be filled, leading him to stash a plethora of miscellaneous items within. As the middle-aged man took a sip of the whiskey Ryan poured into his glass, he began to recount his tale. "My name is Edward Kenway. I was once a captain, but now I am retired, striving to raise my daughter." He gestured towards his daughter, who sat quietly beside him, sipping her juice. "This is my daughter, Jennifer Scott. In my pursuit of wealth, I neglected her and her mother. Now, all I desire is to quietly nurture my daughter." Ryan found himself unable to recall the name, yet he mused that with so many worlds existing, it was quite normal not to recognize every one of them. A smile of understanding graced his lips as he glanced at the girl, who appeared to be of a similar age. Noticing Ryan's gaze, the girl nestled closer to her father. Turning to Kenway, Ryan remarked, "She seems somewhat reticent in social interactions." "Indeed," Kenway replied. "During my tenure as a captain, I inadvertently offended numerous individuals, prompting me to conceal our whereabouts. She may simply have had limited exposure to others. What you require is a completely unfamiliar locale, a place where no one can track us down, a sanctuary where my daughter can flourish, Kinway elucidated to Ryan. Could you elaborate on your world? This would enable me to ascertain what type of environment meets your criteria, Ryan inquired. You should discern that I am not from your world. Hence you need not concern yourself about me divulging your secrets to anyone you know. To demonstrate his point, Ryan drew forth his wand, casting a flickering light and conjuring a stream of clear water from its tip. As you can see, I am a wizard. Your world likely lacks individuals of my kind, does it not? Well, you bear some resemblance to the precursors of our world, yet you are undoubtedly quite different, Kinway responded. Precursor? Ryan expressed his confusion regarding the term. Upon observing the look of bewilderment on Ryan's face, Kinway provided a succinct explanation of what he understood about the precursors. Ryan concluded that they were advanced beings possessing high-level technology and supernatural abilities, indicating that his world was not devoid of sophistication, and suggesting that Kinway himself wielded powers surpassing those of ordinary individuals, likely marking him as an extraordinary being. Kinway then began to describe his world, which appeared to be a parallel universe to Earth, situated in the age of exploration. Perhaps the safe environment allowed him to relax. Or perhaps he had concealed certain secrets for far too long. It might also be due to the effects of alcohol. Kinway began to ramble about his past experiences. He had faced conflicts with his wife over financial matters, leading to her departure to her family home. In an attempt to win her back, he resolved to venture into the Caribbean. Ultimately, he did acquire wealth, but tragically, his wife passed away due to illness, leaving him with only a daughter. He eventually realized that what he truly yearned for was not riches, but the presence of family. Thus, he resolved to create a nurturing environment for his daughter. Unfortunately, with numerous enemies lurking, he was reluctant to allow her much interaction with outsiders, resulting in her developing a somewhat reclusive demeanor, a situation that deeply troubled him. He continuously pondered the possibility of discovering a haven where he could evade his adversaries while ensuring a wholesome upbringing for his daughter. One day, while contemplating this dilemma and enjoying a day at the beach with his daughter, they encountered a mysterious fog. Once the mist dissipated, they found themselves at a quaint shop. Kinway then began to recount his maritime experiences, sharing tales of battles on the high seas. His daughter, sitting nearby, listened with wide-eyed astonishment, clearly taken aback by the revelations her father had never before shared with her. Although Ryan does not consider piracy a legitimate profession, he finds it acceptable in an era where indiscriminate slaughter of innocents is absent. However, he deems it inappropriate to discuss such matters in the presence of children. Thus, Ryan presents a set of wizard chess to the young girl, Jennifer Scott, encouraging her to sit at the counter and play. He then resumes his conversation with Kinway. As their dialogue unfolds, Kinway speaks of his ship, a robust brigantine, sailing both steadily and swiftly. Armed with over 50 formidable cannons and reinforced with iron plating for protection, it moves with the swiftness of the wind and the agility of a bird. Alas, it ultimately sank near the shores of Haiti. Oh, my poor Jackdaw. Suddenly, Ryan heard a familiar name emanating from within, Jackdaw. He recalled a renowned internet meme from his previous life, the Jackdaw, soaring from heaven to earth. Although this phrase was a peculiar way of describing certain gaming companies that exchanged bugs for games, it immediately led Ryan to think of the world from which this individual hailed, Assassin's Creed. Unfortunately, in his past life, he had merely skimmed through articles related to Assassin's Creed and had never actually played the game. Thus, he could not fathom the experiences this person had endured. However, one thing was certain. As he was aboard the protagonist's ship, he must be the protagonist himself. In the Assassin's Creed series, the only protagonists are assassins, which implied that the individual before him was indeed an assassin. With this thought in mind, Ryan recited a phrase he had memorized in his previous life to impress others. Nothing is true. Everything is permitted. Kinway, somewhat dazed, instinctively uttered the next line. Suddenly, he snapped to attention. How do you know I am an assassin? Calm down, Ryan replied, gesturing for Kinway to take a seat with a downward motion of his hands. He then pointed towards the counter, where Jennifer, startled, had accidentally knocked over the chessboard. Your daughter was nearly frightened by you. As I mentioned, this is the Multiverse General Store. As the name implies, it can connect countless worlds, and it is entirely normal for some stories from your world to have reached me. Kinway pondered this for a moment, realizing that if Ryan had malicious intent, he would have acted long ago. Thus, he relaxed and sat back down. He then inquired, since you know who I am, you must also be aware that the Templars are relentlessly pursuing me. Although I have exchanged a life for my safety, this arrangement merely places my security in the hands of others, which does not guarantee absolute safety. What can you do to ensure that my daughter grows up healthy and safe? Do not forget, this is the Multiverse General Store. Ryan replied proudly. It can connect to myriad realms, and I possess the ability to transport you to the various worlds linked to this store. I refuse to believe that the Templars from your world could follow you into another realm. That is an intriguing proposition, Kinway responded thoughtfully. But what price must I pay? After all, no one helps others without reason. Everything can be a bargaining chip. Your abilities, your strength, your wealth, your knowledge. None of these will diminish through our transaction. Rather, you will merely impart them to me. That seems fair. I am willing to exchange everything I possess for a stable future for my daughter and myself. However, you must first inform me to which world you will send us. It is my pleasure to introduce you to these worlds, Ryan said, his expression brimming with joy as the transaction neared completion. He began to detail the worlds to which he could transport Kinwei and his daughter. The first world was one engulfed in a frozen apocalypse, requiring a struggle for survival. Absolutely not. Kinwei vehemently rejected this option. The second world was quite similar to Kinwei's, but represented a future several centuries ahead of his own. However, if he were to venture there, he might find himself embroiled in 2 world wars during his lifetime. Ryan then briefly outlined the death tolls of these wars. I truly wish to avoid any involvement in warfare, especially not for my daughter. The third world was an entirely ordinary one, a few years beyond Ryan's own. This is worth considering, Kinwei noted. The final world featured reanimated corpses, yet humanity had cultivated a special plant to combat them. I previously aided that world significantly, and I have recently received word from my allies there that they have successfully reclaimed a substantial territory. One day, they will eradicate the zombies entirely. After speaking, Ryan showcased the plants from that world, prompting Jennifer to set aside her wizard chess and approach to observe them closely. After introducing the 4 worlds, Ryan turned to Kinwei and said, I only have these 4 worlds available. If you wish to choose one, then the deal is sealed. If not, you are free to leave with your daughter. The choice is entirely yours. It was evident that Kinwei was somewhat indecisive between the worlds of plants versus zombies and the world of uncontrolled powers. He requested a detailed explanation of the nuances of these 2 realms. Ultimately, after a rather prolonged and somewhat awkward silence, Kinwei finally reached his decision. Chapter 51. The Assassin's Legacy Within Reach. Can you transport us to the world where one battles zombies? Kinwei inquired. Of course, Ryan replied. As a merchant, the desires of my customers guide my endeavors. However, may I ask why you opted against the ordinary future world in favor of this potentially war-torn realm? If you prefer not to disclose your reasons, that is entirely acceptable. Ryan's curiosity was palpable. Kinwei smiled and responded, Firstly, from the plants you just showcased and your words, I gather that you have a connection to the world where one fights zombies, perhaps even a long-standing one. This suggests that the world is not as dire as it may seem. Secondly, evading the bounty on my head in the Caribbean will consume a considerable amount of time. I suspect that future population checks will be much more stringent, making it challenging for my daughter and me to blend into that world. In contrast, the proprietor of the Plants vs. Zombies realm could serve as my advocate, facilitating my integration into that society. Furthermore, you are aware of my current expertise. What could I possibly achieve in a peaceful world? Lastly, sometimes the living can be far more terrifying than the animated dead. At least in the world where one battles zombies, there is less concern regarding the living, as that realm should possess a more straightforward and unrefined social fabric. After listening to Kinwei's reasons for choosing Plants vs. Zombies, Ryan nodded thoughtfully and inquired, Is there anything else you wish to bring? I can grant you a few hours to gather your belongings. After all, once one immigrates to another world, returning becomes quite a challenge. Once you have finished packing, silently recite the name of my Multiverse Emporium and simply push open any door to arrive here. I will return within an hour, Kinwei replied. With that, he called his daughter over, and together they departed hand in hand. Ryan observed as they exited, turning his attention back to the peculiar fruit blossoming from his mutated fire dragon plant. The fruit pulsed slowly, resembling a heartbeat, and Ryan felt a sense of possibility that he might cultivate a wholly unique species of plant, one that had never been seen before. Half an hour later, a wisp of fog flickered at the entrance, and Kinwei returned with her daughter, clad in a leather-armored assassin's hooded cloak, fully equipped. Behind her, a large bundle appeared to be wrapped in a tablecloth. Her daughter carried a small package and clutched a soft teddy bear in her arms. You are remarkably swift, Ryan exclaimed with surprise, not anticipating that their complete relocation could be accomplished in such a short time. In truth, due to safety concerns, I am always prepared to relocate with my daughter. Thus, many items were pre-packed, allowing us to leave at a moment's notice, Kinwei explained. Subsequently, Ryan and Kinwei inscribed a contract on a piece of parchment, stipulating that Kinwei would impart all her knowledge to Ryan in exchange for his assistance in transporting her and her daughter to the world of Plants vs. Zombies. Upon signing the contract, a wisp of crimson mist emanated from Kinwei's head, transforming into a thick tome with a red cover that settled onto the bookshelf, bearing the title Kinwei's Assassin's Creed. Upon noticing the book, Ryan nodded appreciatively and then pinned a note on a blank sheet of paper, which he handed to Kinwei. Dave, the leader of that world and one of my closest collaborators, will receive this letter. It provides a brief overview of your situation, and I hope he will extend his support to you. I have also informed him that you may temporarily reside in my house. As I will largely be absent from that realm, the house would otherwise remain vacant, hence it would be more beneficial for you to occupy it. Lastly, please convey my regards to him. Kinwei accepted the letter with a nod, and Ryan then opened the portal to the Plants vs. Zombies universe. Simultaneously, the system's voice announced, transporting 2 individuals to another world. Adult male, minor extraordinary power, 15 deviation points. Minor female, no extraordinary power, 5 deviation points. Is there a fee for this? Ryan exclaimed, taken aback, as Kinway and her daughter hummed a parting tune while crossing through the portal. He prepared to investigate the nature of these charges when the system unexpectedly relayed another message, detected significant fate alterations in the guest world. Multiple fates altered. Overall world condition shows slight change. Acquired 35 deviation points. With his deviation points surging to a total of 39, Ryan felt a surge of exhilaration. Nonetheless, he resolved to delve into how these points were being expended, lest he face unexpected deductions in the future. After several minutes of sifting through the extensive system guidelines, he finally uncovered the relevant terms regarding this matter. Firstly, transporting characters from different worlds requires deviation points to ensure accuracy and safety, with the energy level of each character determining the necessary points for their transport. Secondly, the transport can only occur if the shopkeeper has opened a portal to that world. Thirdly, the shopkeeper can directly inquire about the energy required for transport within the general store. Fourthly, the shop prohibits credit, ensuring the contract takes effect only upon confirming an exchange. It appeared that the Multiverse General Store was quite reasonable, at least avoiding usurious practices and the potential for being swindled. Grasping his 39 points, Ryan resolved to invest them promptly to enhance his strength, for that was what he currently lacked. He chose to study Kinway's Assassin's Creed, discovering that acquiring all the knowledge required merely 3 points. This encompassed combat techniques, multiple languages, sailing skills, disguise, and various item crafting, all of which were indeed affordable as they did not involve extraordinary powers. Next was Eagle Eye, a method to develop one's sixth sense. Due to Ryan's absence of certain genes from Kinway's world, he found 2 paths to acquire this ability. The first involved altering his genes to obtain the same Eagle Eye capability as Kinway, costing 5 deviation points. The second was to utilize Ryan's own magical energy to replace certain bloodline powers, enhancing his sixth sense and other sensory acuteness, albeit far less effectively than the original Eagle Eye. This option was considerably cheaper, requiring only 3 points. The final option was Leap of Faith, allowing one to jump from any height without injury as long as there was a haystack below. Mastering this technique required modifications to the world's inherent laws, demanding a steep price of 300 deviation points. Ryan pondered for a moment and opted for the comprehensive knowledge acquisition and the magical alternative to Eagle Vision. After expending 6 offset points, he settled into a chair and underwent a thorough infusion of knowledge for several minutes, ultimately mastering the concepts presented to him. Rising from his seat, he prepared to experience the newfound powers he had acquired. After all, having watched countless videos in his previous life, Ryan had always envied the protagonist's graceful movements in Assassin's Creed. Note: I highly recommend the closing piece Farewell from Assassin's Creed 4, Black Flag. Chapter 52. All things are illusory, all matters are permissible. Ryan's recent experiment with power took place within the confines of the Multiverse General Store, a locale that promises to save time, regardless of how long he remained inside, as long as it exceeded an hour. Stepping outside would only result in the passage of that singular hour. After neatly organizing his attire, he commenced his inaugural attempt, guided by the abilities etched in his memory. Naturally, his objectives were modest. He merely intended to sprint to the reception desk, leap upon it, and then propel himself towards the shelves behind. To be candid, many parkour enthusiasts could accomplish this feat with ease, rendering it far from arduous. Yet, in this world, many endeavors do not unfold as planned. At the very first step, Ryan encountered a miscalculation. His limbs failed to synchronize, and he could not achieve the anticipated height, resulting in his shins colliding painfully with the edge of the reception desk. Consequently, he collapsed to the ground, clutching his legs and curling his body like a shrimp, emitting a piercing wail of anguish. After a brief respite, as the pain gradually subsided, Ryan rolled up his pant leg to reveal a bruised and swollen calf. Hastily, he retrieved some white ointment from his spatial pouch and applied it to the injury. He then began to reflect on how the sudden influx of power had clouded his judgment. After all, previous experiences had repeatedly demonstrated that mastering knowledge necessitated persistent practice to transform it into power. Why should this instance be any different? Not to mention, the inheritance he was attempting to harness demanded a higher level of physical resilience, clearly requiring more time to cultivate. Just as Ryan was grappling with frustration over his inability to swiftly acquire strength, the system conveniently displayed a new notification. It seemed that as his interaction with the system extended, it became increasingly intuitive. Perhaps his rapport with the system was developing quite favorably. While musing over this, he perused the new information. Within the Multiverse General Store lay a method to infuse power, albeit at a considerable cost. Furthermore, to avoid any lingering repercussions, it was advisable to adjust the infusion method according to one's personal condition, as suggested by the system. For instance, the legacy of the assassin could enable the general store to assist Ryan in elevating his physical and muscle memory coordination to a level commensurate with 5 years of practice, while his eagle eye could be enhanced to that of 1 year of training. The information provided clarifications regarding the derivation of these metrics. The so-called physical enhancement and muscle memory pertained to simple bodily transformations, devoid of any extraordinary powers, thus imposing lower demands on the recipient. Consequently, Ryan's physique could withstand the changes equivalent to 5 years in one go. In contrast, the eagle eye required the intervention of extraordinary power, which meant that the general store could only infuse him with the proficiency of 1 year's practice at most. Faced with this reality, Ryan decisively opted for the infusion, as he was in urgent need of strength. The 5-year power infusion would consume 1 deviation point per year, while the eagle eye enhancement required 3 points. Following the prompts, Ryan settled into a chair and confirmed the expenditure of 8 deviation points. A beam of light cascaded from the ceiling, enveloping Ryan entirely within its luminous embrace. Ryan felt a transformation beginning within him. His muscles and bones gradually warmed, accompanied by waves of tingling and discomfort. This sensation did not linger for long. Just as Ryan thought he could bear it no longer, the discomfort began to wane, ultimately vanishing with the disappearance of the luminous column, marking the conclusion of the infusion of strength. Once he confirmed that it had ended, Ryan commenced an examination of his body. He discovered that his appearance had not significantly altered, but he could sense that his bones felt sturdier, his muscles more supple, and his cardiovascular capabilities enhanced. He then resumed the previous experiment, this time effortlessly leaping onto the reception counter and nimbly climbing to the top of the shelves. It appeared that his strength had indeed been significantly augmented, reaching at least the level of an ordinary parkour athlete. However, he understood that such power required continual training to prevent regression. After tidying up his belongings, Ryan chose to depart from the Multiverse General Store and return to his original location. 5 minutes later, he found himself strolling along Saga Street, Iceland's renowned magical commercial thoroughfare, savoring dried cod with cream while glancing at the surrounding shops. This street truly lived up to its reputation as a tourist destination and a transit hub between Europe and America, facilitating long-distance journeys through the international magical travel network. The goods here originated from various regions. Ryan noted that not only were there items showcasing Nordic characteristics, but also trinkets from the Americas. He purchased a few small stone pendants engraved with runes, intending to present them as gifts to several friends upon his return. However, in addition to the vendors selling these trinkets, the street was rife with a diverse array of individuals, particularly con artists. Within just half a street's walk, he had already encountered several swindlers, such as those peddling fur-coated trout that supposedly could enable men to conceive. If such a thing were effective, Dumbledore would have acquired one long ago. There were also palm-sized totems claimed to ward off vampires and werewolves, and even a so-called treasure map of Merlin's, which Ryan found particularly dubious, especially since the corners of the parchment bore the trademark of a local scribe. Nonetheless, this did not significantly impact Ryan. He had learned from his previous life that finding genuine bargains in tourist hotspots was nearly impossible. Rather than squander money on such items, he preferred to rummage through second-hand bookstores to uncover any worthwhile old tomes. Although the tales spun by these merchants were quite captivating and seemed plausible, one had to recognize that if their words held any truth, Merlin would have scarcely had time for anything beyond treasure hunting throughout his life. In addition to discovering a complete set of black magic textbooks for the 1st through 5th years from Durmstrang, indeed, Durmstrang specialized in black magic, not merely defensive arts. Though the advanced class lacked textbooks, he also purchased several boxes of confections from a whimsical candy shop to gift to his friends, as a mere pendant felt too insubstantial. Just as Ryan was reveling in his exploration, he suddenly felt a shadow pass by and bump into him from behind. Ryan instinctively reached for the spatial pouch at his waist, only to find it absent. The word thief sprang to his mind. Without hesitation, he pursued the direction in which the figure had fled. After all, the pouch contained not only money but also the summer assignment he had painstakingly completed. Its loss would indeed be a significant inconvenience. The individual appeared quite familiar with the surroundings, weaving through the crowd in an attempt to evade Ryan. Ryan activated the counterfeit Hawkeye mode, locking onto the thief. He swiftly climbed the wall and sprinted across the rooftop in pursuit. After covering more than 30 meters, the thief veered into a concealed alley beside the commercial street, leaning against his knees and gasping for breath, perhaps due to his previous successful escapades. The thief appeared to have grown complacent. Upon noticing that no one was trailing him, he stood there, retrieving a spatial pouch to examine his spoils. Just as he was about to open the pouch, before he could catch a glimpse of its contents, he heard a rush of wind above him, followed by a heavy object crashing down, rendering him unconscious. Just before losing consciousness, the thief faintly heard the words, "All things are ephemeral, all matters are permissible." Chapter 53. The mysterious map. Ryan, utilizing the inherited skills of an assassin, pursued the thief who had pilfered his spatial bag across the rooftops. Seizing the opportunity when the thief paused to inspect his spoils, Ryan leapt from the second-story rooftop, incapacitating the thief with a swift blow. After reciting a somewhat juvenile catchphrase, Ryan finally fulfilled his lifelong ambition of displaying bravado, feeling a profound sense of satisfaction as he began to examine the thief. He first reclaimed his spatial bag, then poured the prepared hallucinogenic mushroom spore powder into the thief's mouth, ensuring he would remain peacefully unconscious for at least half a day. Only then did Ryan proceed to assess the thief's condition. Upon lifting the thief's eyelid and confirming his state of unconsciousness, the crimson hue of his irises revealed his vampiric identity, which struck Ryan with a hint of disillusionment. Where was the promised elegance of the nocturnal aristocrat? How had he descended to the level of a common street mugger? Not to mention, the visage beneath the hood was that of a scruffy old man, utterly lacking in charm, appearing more suited for robbery than thievery. Yet, contemplating the physical prowess of vampires, one could argue that seizing bags amidst chaos in a place unsuitable for spellcasting was indeed an exploitation of racial advantages. However, the notion of a beautiful female thief seemed to be nothing more than a fantasy confined to the pages of literature. As Ryan lamented this reality, he began to search the old man's person for any treasures. After thoroughly rummaging through the thief's attire, he unearthed a mere 2 sickles and 6 gnat. Ryan found this illogical. Individuals in this profession typically carry all their possessions on their person, and it was improbable for such a seasoned thief to possess merely this meager amount of money. After carefully ensuring that no one would approach the alleyway, Ryan began to strip the thief of his clothing in search of hidden pockets. Ultimately, he discovered a pouch sewn into the thief's undergarments, which bore an enchantment for spatial expansion. Ryan found it exceedingly challenging to navigate this place, yet the allure of wealth proved to be a potent temptation. Ultimately, he suppressed the urge to vomit and, with a small knife, severed his undergarments to retrieve them. After securing his prize, he draped the clothing of the thieving elder over himself to avoid any appearance of impropriety. He then clambered onto the roof by gripping the windowsill and sought a bustling area to discreetly descend and blend into the crowd. With this newfound acquisition, Ryan lost interest in further shopping. He hastily traversed the remaining half of the street and soon departed from the wizarding commercial district, turning into an unoccupied alley. Ryan entered the Multiverse General Store to inventory his spoils of the day, as this location could nullify all tracking magic. Given that the enchantment on the pouch was not permanent, Ryan was concerned that over time, the spell's effects might wane, resulting in the loss of its contents. Inside the store, he produced a piece of cloth and levitated it in midair using a floating spell. He then inverted the pouch, pouring its contents onto the cloth. There was quite a considerable amount within, and upon organizing it, Ryan discovered that the space pouch the thief had hidden in his undergarments held an abundance of items, both numerous and chaotic. Eventually, the extracted items were sorted into 3 piles. The first comprised money, predominantly in the form of sickles and nuts, with a sprinkling of galleons, totaling approximately 120 galleons, a commendable haul. The second pile contained several pieces of jewelry, many adorned with crests, likely belonging to certain pureblood families. Ryan resolved to seek opportunities in other realms to avoid potential complications. The third pile consisted of 3 items exhibiting magical properties. The first was a knight's sword inscribed with sharpness and rust-proof runes. For an ordinary person, it would be a formidable weapon, yet regrettably, it lacked magical damage, rendering it ineffectual against wizards. The second item was a book, its cover inscribed with the art of flames in Spanish. Ryan flipped through several pages, relieved that his current mastery of Spanish from his assassin heritage allowed him to comprehend it. He discovered it to be a tome detailing the use of fierce fire, a rare and valuable grimoire. However, his current magical capacity precluded him from learning its contents. The third item was an ancient piece of parchment, distinctly different from what he had observed on the street. This was a genuine artifact of considerable age. It depicted several oddly shaped mountains encircled together, with a skull symbol rendered in red between the peaks. Despite the realistic quality of the illustration, akin to a photograph, Ryan could not discern its location. He longed for the internet age of his previous life, where a smartphone would have swiftly revealed the coordinates. This realization, though it sparked immense curiosity about the parchment's contents, led Ryan to abandon the pursuit of unraveling its mysteries, as he was in Iceland for leisure and treasure hunting should be left to chance. With this in mind, Ryan discarded all the items he had acquired into the Multiverse General Store and hastily made his way towards the hotel. He had promised his father, Mr. Lambert, to return by noon, and time was of the essence. Fortunately, the sparsely populated Icelandic roads seldom encountered traffic, allowing Ryan to arrive at the hotel just 3 minutes past noon. His parents awaited him in the lobby, and upon seeing him return punctually, they refrained from any remarks. After enjoying a leisurely lunch and a day of rest, the following day, the Lambert family set off for Akureyri to attend a wedding of Mr. Lambert's friend. After a brief 45-minute flight, they arrived in this small city, known as Iceland's second-largest city and dubbed the northern capital. Nestled at the end of Eyjafjallajökull, it lies at the edge of the Arctic Circle, flanked by snow-capped mountains and facing serene blue lakes, presenting a picturesque landscape. When Ryan and his companions arrived in July, the city, situated near the Arctic Circle, was enveloped in the phenomenon of the midnight sun, allowing the sun to grace the sky for nearly 24 hours a day. Ryan felt that the most profound impression the city left on him was its desolation. It seemed as though no one inhabited it, with the streets appearing eerily vacant. This was perhaps understandable, for a city of merely 10,000 inhabitants had been constructed to a scale typical of a metropolis housing hundreds of thousands. The emptiness was, therefore, inevitable. The wedding took place at the Akureyri church, perched upon a small hill. From the church's entrance, one could gaze out over the urban expanse, the fjords, and the mountains across the sea, creating a breathtaking vista. The ceremony itself bore little distinction from an ordinary Western wedding. Ryan felt that holding the event in such a location, with its stunning scenery, indeed imparted a sense of sanctity. Yet, the atmosphere was rather too desolate for his liking. Fortunately, once the wedding concluded, Ryan's family was free to explore. They rented a cottage in Reykjavik and embarked on a 10-day holiday. The European style of vacationing and tourism starkly contrasts with that of China. Europeans tend to prefer a tranquil stay in one place, fully unwinding, rather than rushing from site to site. However, for Ryan, this kind of relaxation became somewhat tedious, as he found himself with little to do beyond reading after completing his writing each day. Seizing the opportunity while his parents enjoyed the local hot springs and relaxation, Ryan decided to traverse several attractions in Iceland via a travel network. His father, Mr. Lambert, supported this plan, believing that a young man should venture out on his own. Yet, Ryan suspected his father merely wished to expedite his departure as an unwelcome third wheel, allowing him and his mother to relish their time together. In the subsequent days, Ryan explored numerous locales, acknowledging the undeniable convenience of the travel network, which afforded him the chance to witness many splendid sights, from the vibrant wooden houses of the local residents, appearing even more enchanting under the midnight sun's rays, to the snow-laden glaciers and the glistening icebergs floating down the rivers. These vistas enriched Ryan's travel experience immensely. At the magical side of the attractions, he visited and fed the colossal sea trolls, marveling at their size, which might even rival that of the giant squid from Hogwarts, and admired the endangered birds in the sanctuary. Naturally, Ryan captured many photographs. He meticulously selected a few to be transformed into postcards at a local photo shop and sent them to his friends through the Arctic Owl Post on Saga Street. This gesture resulted in an influx of owl-delivered letters the following day, some from envious roommates and others from the Weasley twins, who requested that Ryan procure certain magical ingredients unique to Iceland, having established a friendship with them after casually answering a question they discussed, drawing upon his extensive reading. However, in Ron and Hermione's letters, aside from expressing gratitude for Ryan's postcard, they mentioned their concern over not receiving a reply from Harry, which made them feel somewhat anxious. In this batch of correspondence, Ryan did not encounter Harry's reply. He speculated that his letter, much like those of Hermione and Ron, had been intercepted by the house elf, Dobby. Thus, Ryan penned a note to Hermione and the others, assuring them that Harry's safety was under the vigilant watch of Professor Dumbledore, and there was no cause for alarm. However, he suggested that if silence persisted, they might consider visiting Harry's home. Time drifted languidly in this serene exploration, a tranquility unparalleled in other locales. Ryan felt that the fatigue his parents typically bore from work had noticeably diminished. One day, while strolling along the streets of Reykjavik, he ambled about, preparing to visit a particular museum. Suddenly, a painting caught his eye. This artwork belonged to an artist selling paintings by the roadside. Its quality was rather ordinary, yet the mountains depicted bore an uncanny resemblance to those on the treasure map he had acquired. He approached the artist and inquired, "Sir, may I ask where exactly this painting depicts? I have been traveling for several days, yet I have never encountered the mountains illustrated here." The artist set down his brush and replied, "This scene is one I beheld several years ago while hiking near the Asja volcano. It was a splendidly clear day, and I, along with a few companions, was en route to Lake VTI to relish the experience of bathing in geothermal waters. However, as we ventured halfway, the weather took a sudden turn. At this juncture, the artist appeared to shiver as if recalling some harrowing memory. Before continuing, the winds were ferocious. We were concerned that our vehicle might be swept away. After half an hour, the tempest subsided, and I witnessed a multitude of devilish peaks emerging from the previously barren ice cap. They materialized before me for less than a minute before vanishing. Later, I inquired with local residents, who informed me that these are known as the Devil's Mountains, a place where it is said the devils reside. Most of the time, they are concealed in the depths of hell, surfacing only on rare occasions to the mortal realm." After listening to the artist's words, Ryan fell into deep contemplation. Most of the time, things remain unseen, only to be discovered on rare occasions. This truly resonates with the situations that arise when wizards employ magic to conceal certain locations. If certain hidden magical arrays are not properly maintained, they may indeed falter over time. It appears that a thorough investigation is warranted. After bidding farewell to the artist, Ryan sought a secluded spot and retrieved the cosmetics he had previously purchased, applying them to his face to disguise himself as a Native American, being of Asian descent. He could barely manage the impersonation. This was part of the legacy of the assassin's craft. Subsequently, he made his way to Saga Street in search of information. Ryan disguised himself as a native wizard from the Americas, speaking English with a Caribbean Spanish accent, to inquire about the matter from shopkeepers. His efforts soon bore fruit. The location in question was a natural nexus of magical energy, shrouded by a magical barrier to deter unwanted discovery. It was only over 30 years ago that wizards first stumbled upon this site. Prior explorers had merely uncovered an abandoned altar, finding nothing else of significance. Subsequently, numerous wizards visited this site for research, yet none reported any notable discoveries. Consequently, it had become uncommon for wizards to venture there. However, reaching it was not particularly difficult. One could utilize the Flu network to arrive at the mountainous giant sanctuary near Vatnajökull and then rent a broom to fly for approximately 10 minutes. After gathering this information, Ryan felt a profound sense of frustration. He had initially believed he had uncovered an extraordinary treasure location, only to discover that it had long been known to others and even developed into a tourist site, albeit one lacking in distinctive features and popularity. This realization left him with a palpable sense of disappointment. Nevertheless, in any endeavor, it is essential to see things through to completion. Since he had identified a target, it would be a pity not to explore it. The following morning, after completing his homework, the plight of a beleaguered student, Ryan prepared his belongings and set off for the Devil's Mountain altar. After spinning in the Flu network for several seconds, Ryan emerged in a small house concealed by magic. On the walls were notices stating, "If you wish to swim in Lake Viti, please change into Muggle clothing here." Not far from the fireplace stood a counter, where a middle-aged wizard in his 50s dozed off. Ryan had previously awakened him. "I wish to visit the Devil's Mountain altar. Do you rent rooms here?" "Ah." Yet another young soul ensnared by the legend of treasure, the middle-aged wizard replied, rubbing his bleary eyes. "Regrettably, such individuals are becoming increasingly scarce. The rental fee is 12 sickles for a day, with a deposit of 5 galleons. Having spoken, he placed a reasonably decent-looking broom upon the counter. After Ryan completed his payment, he spent 3 more sickles to rent a heated robe and a pair of goggles, as it could be quite frigid while soaring through the skies. He had been preoccupied with mastering the coma spell and various combat-related incantations, leaving him little time to self-study practical charms such as the warming spell. This location was not far from the Devil's Mountain altar, and he could even catch a distant glimpse of the grotesquely shaped peaks that resembled demons. Ryan soared through the air on his flying broom, reaching his destination in a mere 10 minutes, albeit hindered by the age of the broom and his somewhat lacking piloting skills. Had Harry been riding his Nimbus 2000, he would likely have arrived in just 5 minutes. Upon landing, Ryan discovered that the broom parking area was situated at the beginning of a small gravel path. He set down his broom and followed the direction indicated by a signpost at the roadside, making his way along the gravel path towards the altar. Chapter 55, Nightmare? The path meandered through a gorge, enveloped in an eerie tranquility. The only sounds that accompanied him were the whisper of the wind against the rocky walls and the gentle trickle of water from melting ice and snow. Perhaps due to its proximity to the ice cap, the environment was harsh and unforgiving. The ground bore no trees, flowers, or grasses, save for a few resilient patches of moss clinging to the stones. After walking along the gravel path for about 10 minutes, he rounded a significant bend and a clearing emerged before him. At the center of this clearing stood an altar constructed of 3 tiers of stone, intricately carved with symbols reminiscent of ancient runes. In the distance, bizarrely shaped peaks rose majestically against the sky. Ryan extracted the treasure map and discovered that the terrain of this location closely resembled that depicted on the map. The open space marked with a red cross was precisely the area indicated. What, however, could this treasure map possibly signify? Surely, it could not be a mere jest. Yet, if there were secrets to uncover, they would not be easily revealed. The marks on the map suggested that the thief had frequently handled this very document, likely having searched this spot numerous times before. Given that the cross location was this open ground, Ryan resolved to commence his search here. At first glance, he noticed a substantial wooden sign affixed to the mountainside. The sign elaborated on the altar, stating that it boasted a history of over 1,000 years. The inscriptions detailed the ancient Viking sorcerers' hymns of praise for the natural world. The natural world? Such a focus is rare. Typically, ancient Viking sorcerers were more preoccupied with thunder, lightning, storms, and even the enhancement of the human body, with little attention devoted to the broader aspects of nature. This could potentially be a pivotal clue. Contemplating this, Ryan retrieved an assortment of plants from his shop and arranged them around the area, initiating a dialogue with the flora. The plants conveyed a sense of joy, suggesting that the environment was indeed conducive to the thriving of various life forms. Ryan himself felt a certain lightness envelop him in this place. However, his heightened sixth sense, augmented by his experiences, sensed an underlying discord. This area should not be as tranquil as it appeared. Circling to the rear of the altar, Ryan stumbled upon a small mound of earth, with a sign nearby indicating that it was the burial site of bodies following ancient sacrifices. This revelation aligned with the conversations he had previously engaged in along the commercial street, where others had discussed the reasons for the influx of scholars studying this phenomenon. At least within the realm of sorcery, the invocation of certain ancient magics sometimes necessitated the offering of human life as a sacrifice. Nevertheless, there had never been any discovery of spells related to the natural world that required human offerings. It was precisely this peculiar aspect of the altar that had drawn the attention of numerous sorcerers to investigate further. Ryan spent over half an hour inspecting the area, yet regrettably found nothing of significance. Meanwhile, the plants, probing the earth, uncovered nothing peculiar aside from the skeletal remains of humans within the sacrificial pit. This left Ryan feeling somewhat disheartened. However, considering that many illustrious sorcerers had found no revelations, it seemed quite natural that a novice wizard, having studied magic for merely a year, would also uncover nothing of note. On a brighter note, at least he had experienced an adventure, which he could boast about to his classmates upon his return. With this thought, Ryan felt a sense of relief wash over him. Having embarked on this expedition early in the day, he had been tirelessly occupied since awakening. Now, with his mind finally at ease, he was overtaken by waves of drowsiness. After all, the guidebook had not indicated any dangers in this locale. In fact, it suggested that there were scarcely any living creatures present. Thus, the idea of taking a nap under the open sky seemed quite appealing. With this notion, he acted promptly, feeling increasingly fatigued. He retraced his steps to the path, surrounding himself with a circle of plants for protection and utilizing sunlight crystals submerged in water for warmth. Once all was prepared, Ryan nestled into his sleeping bag in a sheltered nook and soon succumbed to slumber, though there was sunlight above. The presence of buried bones made sleeping directly on the ground unwise. Just as he drifted into sleep, Ryan sensed that something was amiss. It appeared he had vacated his original position. Though he lay in the sheltered spot, all the plants he had arranged around him had vanished. Turning his head, he was astonished to perceive wisps of crimson mist swirling through the air, accompanied by a distinct scent of rust. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Ryan nervously extracted himself from the sleeping bag. Upon standing, he was startled to discover that his physique had inexplicably reverted to that of a person in their 20s. Was this merely a dream? Yet, it felt far too vivid to be mere fantasy. Ryan felt he might have landed himself in a considerable predicament. It was quite possible that he had unwittingly walked into a trap from the very beginning. After all, given his usual habits, he would not typically choose to sleep outdoors unprepared. Fortunately, the Multiverse General Store had merely been strongly disturbed, mistaking Ryan's state for one of combat. Although this prevented him from seeking refuge within the store, he was still able to retrieve items from it. Ryan began to summon plants, only to discover that what emerged was not flora, but a series of small green orbs of light. As these luminescent orbs adhered to him, he realized he could harness the skills of these plants. Where was he? An inexplicable sense of strangeness gripped Ryan. However, with the backing of the system's power, he resolved to explore his surroundings for any clues that might aid in his escape. He noticed that the sanguine mist was drifting from a vacant area, prompting him to grip his wand and cautiously approach that direction. Upon reaching a corner, Ryan cautiously peeked out to observe the state of the open space. Upon gaining clarity of the scene, he involuntarily gasped and stumbled back several paces. He beheld the altar, now animated, with the like of Nivern beginning to rotate slowly, emanating an ominous crimson glow. Surrounding the altar were a dozen or so shadowy figures, leaping and cavorting as if engaged in some ritualistic ceremony. On the altar itself, several dark shapes were obscured, their activities unknown. After regaining his composure, Ryan ventured to observe more closely. It was then that he discerned that the frenzied shadows beside the altar were not the humans he had initially presumed, but rather grotesque entities merely resembling humans, formed from clumps of flesh bound together by a viscous red liquid. The figures atop the altar bore an uncanny resemblance to mummies, their desiccated skin adorned with eerie black tattoos that flickered in rhythm with their kneeling motions, as though they were breathing. Suddenly, a shrill and bizarre howl pierced Ryan's ears, enveloping him in an overwhelming sense of desolation. With the sound of the howl, crimson lines erupted from the monsters beneath the altar, soaring towards the circle of mummies, coalescing into a sinister blood-red sphere. At last, with a resounding pop, the sanguine sphere ignited in black and red flames. The surrounding scarlet mist thickened ominously. A voice within Ryan urged him to swiftly venture forth and halt the continuation of this nightmare, lest dire consequences ensue. Chapter 56. The Battle of Nightmares and Moments of Utter Bewilderment. When one feels utterly at a loss, intuition often serves as the solitary beacon guiding one's way. Any action, however small, is preferable to passive resignation. Thus, as ominous black-red flames ignited upon the blood orb, Ryan took decisive action. He conjured a cherry bomb in his hand and subsequently nestled it within a vial brimming with sunlight crystals. With a countdown grasped tightly in his hand, he hurled the vial directly towards the monstrous beings upon the altar. Empowered by the legacy of the assassin, Ryan exhibited an unparalleled athletic prowess, allowing the vial to soar unimpeded into the clearing encircled by the mummies. The explosion that ensued left no time for the creatures to react. Instantly, it appeared as though a sun had risen upon the altar, eliciting anguished wails from the monsters, now bathed in the vibrant life of sunlight. As the most intense radiance dissipated, Ryan squinted towards the altar, discovering that the blood orb had vanished completely, seemingly purified. Both the creatures upon the altar and those dancing around it had suffered grievous injuries, their bodies appearing as if scorched. Even a significant portion of the amalgamated monstrosities beneath the altar had sustained fatal damage, reduced to scattered remnants of charred remains. The mummies atop the altar, though somewhat more resilient, had nearly absorbed the full force of the sunlight explosion. Yet, among the 7, for still survived, their appearances now resembling nothing more than charred husks. Naturally, these monsters soon became aware of Ryan, the unwelcome intruder, and with a furious roar from the mummies on the altar, the amalgamated creatures surged towards his concealed position. Upon witnessing the unfolding scene, Ryan swiftly turned and fled. After all, the real world is not akin to a game. The strategy of remaining stationary as a turret is unequivocally ill-suited for most scenarios. He believed that leveraging his agility to gradually wear down the monsters was the most prudent approach. As thoughts raced through his mind, Ryan adeptly maneuvered along the mountainside, utilizing his grappling hook to navigate the narrow path, occasionally hurling sun crystals at the approaching amalgam creatures. It is worth commending the enchantments at play, the assassin's grappling hook. with its intricate design, was originally crafted to retract neatly, but a simple resizing spell elegantly resolved the conflict between length and volume. The resulting bursts of sunlight from the collisions impeded the creature's advance while inflicting damage upon them. During this pursuit, two amalgam monsters, previously battered, charged too recklessly forward and fell victim to repeated assaults. After sustaining numerous injuries, it appeared that they had reached their threshold of pain. Upon receiving one last sun crystal each, they halted in their tracks. Gradually, charred marks began to spread from the points of impact, enveloping their forms until, with a resounding crack, they disintegrated into a heap of carbon remnants. Encouraged by this victory, Ryan was poised to continue employing his kite-flying strategy to eliminate the remaining amalgamations. However, a sudden scream emanated from the altar, causing all the amalgamations to halt their pursuit of Ryan as if responding to an unseen command. And they swiftly turned to race back to their original point of departure. Ryan sensed something amiss and attempted to hurl sunlight crystals at the retreating monsters. The creatures merely evaded his attacks without turning to retaliate. It was evident that they were concocting some nefarious scheme or preparing to unleash a formidable strike. Ryan was no oblivious protagonist from an animated series, passively awaiting the completion of an opponent's actions before facing a tremendous blow. It was clear that their retreat would undoubtedly culminate in trouble, thus, seizing the moment to unleash as many assaults as possible on the amalgamated monsters before they could escape was undoubtedly the wisest course of action. As he pursued them, he flung sunlight crystals at several of the amalgamated beasts. However, the flesh masses upon them shifted incessantly, diffusing the positive energy intended to harm them. After shedding some of the severely injured flesh, the amalgamated creatures accelerated their flight, resulting in a diminishing accuracy on Ryan's part. Recognizing the futility of this tactic, Ryan took a calculated risk and launched a grappling hook tethered with a rope to ensnare one of the amalgamations, striving to draw it closer. Yet, the creature merely shifted its fleshy appendages, causing the hook to grasp at nothing but air. The force of Ryan's pull sent the hook hurtling back towards him, nearly resulting in self-injury. Ryan once again experimented with launching peas, flames, and psychedelic mushroom spores, only to awkwardly discover that the pea launch had a recoil effect, causing him to distance himself further from the creatures. The pure physical damage proved ineffective against the monsters, while the range of both flames and spore powder was woefully insufficient. At a corner, Ryan clung to the stone wall and took a shortcut to reach the front of the amalgamated monsters. He attempted to set a snare at waist height with his grappling hook to impede their advance, but the remaining 6 creatures charged together, snapping the rope effortlessly. Seizing the moment when the monsters slowed, Ryan unleashed several spells. However, despite hitting their marks, the spells had no effect whatsoever. It became evident that, aside from the radiant energy of light and life within the sunlight crystal, other forms of magic inflicted minimal damage on these creatures. All efforts to obstruct and preemptively eliminate the monsters were in vain, apart from leaving numerous scorch marks on their bodies and forcing them to shed some blood. He failed to vanquish a single foe during the pursuit. Ryan could only watch helplessly as they turned the last corner and successfully fled into an open area. Upon following them around that bend, he was met with a disheartening sight. The blood orb, which he had believed to be entirely purified, was once again floating in the air, releasing a mist of blood into the surroundings. As the monsters absorbed this mist, they began to regenerate, the charred marks on their bodies gradually fading to reveal grotesque flesh and withered skin. Was all his previous effort in vain? Ryan thought in despair. However, upon closer inspection, he realized the situation was not as dire as it seemed. The monsters that had been destroyed did not resurrect, nor did the missing flesh from the amalgamated creature reappear. The few mummies appeared to recover, yet their bizarre tattoos had vanished. Most importantly, the blood orb Ryan had seen moments ago, which had been at least the size of a football, had now shrunk to no more than that of a baseball. Upon noticing Ryan's pursuit, the monsters did not attack him. Instead, they began to encircle the altar once more, continuing their eerie ritual. Ryan attempted to intervene, but alas, a crimson mist enveloped the altar, obstructing everything he cast forth. Not only were the crystalline rays of sunlight thwarted, but his magic too was ensnared by this sanguine barrier. Ryan attempted to throw a few stones, which effortlessly passed through the barrier and struck the altar. This protective shield appeared to be solely effective against energy-based attacks. Sunlight crystals, in essence, are merely a solidified form of energy, thus incapable of breaching the defense. To his dismay, his sole trump card proved ineffective. Did this mean he would have to charge into the barrier and engage in hand-to-hand combat with those monstrous beings? Chapter 57. The colossal beast in the open space. Regardless of the circumstances, panic serves no purpose. Ryan took several deep breaths to calm his mind, and then his thoughts began to race. Suddenly, he noticed a multitude of stones near the surrounding cliffs, likely remnants of glacial erosion. These stones were abundant, varied in size, and possessed sharp edges. Upon observing these stones, an idea swiftly took shape in his mind. Levitate, Ryan intoned, directing the spell towards a boulder approximately his height. As the stone floated above the altar, he dispelled the enchantment. The stone plummeted from a height equivalent to 3 stories, crashing down upon a nearby mummy, causing it to stagger and momentarily halt its eerie howling. This disruption also caused the pulsating light emanating from the altar to falter. Noticing the effectiveness of his tactic, Ryan utilized his wand to summon more stones from the vicinity, hurling them toward the altar. It was plausible that the altar had exhausted its energy reserves for defense, leaving the monsters to endure the impacts. Consequently, the vibrant blood orb, which had been glowing ever more intensely, began to gradually lose its luster. The mummies atop the altar recognized the shift. However, due to the ongoing ritual, they were unable to command the other creatures to attack Ryan. Just as the ritual appeared on the brink of failure, the 4 mummies on the altar suddenly plunged their claws into their own chests, releasing wisps of dark crimson smoke that ascended toward the baseball-sized blood orb above. With the mummies' actions, the creatures beneath the altar underwent a transformation. They swiftly disintegrated, merging into a torrent of flesh and blood that flowed up the steps surrounding the altar. This spectacle unmistakably resembled an extreme act of malevolent sacrifice. Ryan sought to interrupt this process. However, as the sacrifice commenced, a translucent blood-red barrier emerged from the altar, repelling all subsequent stones hurled his way. With no other options available, Ryan retreated to the mountain path at the entrance of the clearing, gripping his wand in one hand and a spare grappling hook in the other. After all, even the lesser monsters he had encountered earlier were beyond his capacity to confront directly, let alone the formidable creature that loomed ahead. Thus, the agile tactics he had employed on the mountain path became his sole recourse. As time progressed, the surrounding crimson mist thickened ominously. The creatures upon the altar underwent a transformation. The amalgamated beast's flesh enveloped a blood sphere, forming a massive, blood-red cocoon, while the mist emanating from the mummy's chest drifted toward the sanguine chrysalis. As the vapor gradually flowed from the mummy to the blood cocoon, the mummy itself rapidly disintegrated into fine ash. Simultaneously, the blood cocoon emitted a blinding radiance, compelling Ryan to shut his eyes. When the brilliance subsided, Ryan beheld that nearly everything upon the altar had vanished, leaving only a towering crimson wolf standing erect. It appeared nearly 2 stories tall, its sharp teeth dripping with saliva that corroded the stone altar beneath. The colossal wolf let out a howl that reverberated through the air, then fixed its unmasked malice upon Ryan's hiding place. Ryan's pupils contracted. His newly acquired 6th sense detected the wolf's intense murderous intent. This was a matter of life and death. A wry smile crossed Ryan's lips as he came to the realization of the day's unfortunate events. His actions near the altar had likely awakened this long-slumbering entity, which had been intended to resurrect a specific monster. However, due to Ryan's interference, a portion of the awakening ritual had been disrupted. Consequently, the creature had not risen as originally planned, leading to its relentless pursuit of Ryan. How could I encounter such a calamity while merely seeking a respite? He lamented, observing the wolf assume a pouncing stance. Ryan swiftly employed his rope and grappling hook to swing across the rocky walls, deftly evading the beast's attack. Despite its immense size, the wolf exhibited a surprising agility, able to claw at the stone walls and navigate nearly vertical cliffs with ease. While dodging, Ryan also retaliated in various ways, yet to little avail. His spells struck the wolf with no discernible effect, akin to a drop in the ocean. Only the flames of the fire dragon grass and sunlight crystals inflicted any damage, leaving only faint scorch marks on the wolf's fur, which healed within moments. Fortunately, this wolf, while possessing astonishing defensive capabilities and strength, appeared devoid of even the basic intellect expected of its kind. In instances where it could have evaded, the beast stubbornly charged through the stone obstacles. This allowed Ryan to elude its attacks by frequently changing direction as he fled. Witnessing the wolf smash through at least 7 or 8 stone walls while still in pursuit, Ryan pondered whether every formidable force, when faced with unforeseen disruptions to their plans, shared a common inclination to eliminate the source of the disturbance. Whether it be Tom Riddle from the Triwizard Tournament or the creature responsible for this altar's contingency, the priority was clear: dispose of the unexpected intruder. Even though the wolf had evidently lost its intellect due to the ritual's mishap, it remained fixated on Ryan, as if its sole purpose since birth was to eliminate him. The creature's lack of intelligence rendered all of Ryan's diversionary tactics ineffective. It paid no heed to anything other than the relentless pursuit of its quarry. Ryan realized that continuing in this manner was unfeasible. After all, he was human, not a machine, incapable of maintaining an unyielding stamina. Observing the muscular form of the colossal wolf, he understood that in a contest of physical endurance, he would undoubtedly be outmatched. At that moment, he had no choice but to take a perilous gamble. From his earlier observations, he discerned that although the giant wolf incessantly swung its forepaws, it did not exert its full strength with every strike. On average, only 1 out of every 5 swipes left marks upon the stone, leading Ryan to believe that he could withstand the remaining 4 even with his iron armor spell. It was time to take a chance, as he could not afford to prolong this struggle, and the likelihood of success was not negligible, even in the event of failure. There was an 80% chance he would not be instantly annihilated. It was worth a try. Although Ryan could almost ascertain that he was within a vivid dream, he knew that in the realm of magic, dreams could indeed be lethal, and he had no desire to become a casualty of such a bizarre nightmare. With this thought in mind, Ryan slowed his pace, and something slipped into his right hand. The giant wolf, noticing Ryan's deceleration, wasted no time in launching its attack. At this moment, Ryan dangled in midair, suspended by a rope, unable to evade the lethal claws of the colossal wolf within this narrow range of attack. Thus, After bestowing upon himself a spell of iron armor, he relinquished the rope and plummeted toward the ground. The colossal wolf, with its instinctive reflexes, did not hesitate. Upon witnessing it strike miss, it continued its assault, dragging its claws downward. This motion depleted the wolf's recently accumulated kinetic energy. Ryan successfully thwarted the strike with the iron armor spell, yet as the distance between them diminished, the colossal wolf opened its massive jaws and lunged at him. Chapter 58, The Forgotten History. Ryan gazed as the gaping maw of the colossal wolf loomed larger in his field of vision, yet he did not flinch or retreat. Instead, he raised his right hand and hurled the object he held into the beast's throat. Simultaneously, he awkwardly lunged to the left. The wolf snapped at the air, its jaws colliding with a resounding clash. It turned its right eye towards its prey, realizing that the human now lay on the ground, within mere inches of its grasp. However, the man's face bore no trace of fear. Rather, it was adorned with a peculiar smile. Just as the wolf prepared to deliver a fatal bite, an excruciating pain suddenly surged through its chest, a gaping wound materializing upon its torso, as if all its strength were seeping away through that very opening. Unable to sustain itself any longer, it collapsed onto the ground. The human rose, brandishing a sword to pry open the wolf's jaws, and tossed another object inside. In that final moment, the wolf's mind, which had been shrouded in chaos since its awakening, finally cleared. It recalled a time when it had also been human. At that instant, the object in its mouth detonated, plunging it into darkness as it completely lost consciousness. Upon witnessing the colossal wolf's head obliterated beyond recognition, Ryan finally exhaled and settled onto the ground. He then cast aside the corroded, pockmarked sword with a sense of finality. His previous gamble had involved hurling a canister brimming with sunlight crystals and cherry bombs into the beast's gullet, wagering that the creature's internal defenses would not rival its external fortitude. Fortune favored him. As the wolf attempted to swallow the canister, it detonated within its esophagus, violently rupturing its chest. The outcome exceeded Ryan's expectations, incapacitating the monstrous foe. Subsequently, he opted to use the final canister to deliver the coup de GRC, ensuring the creature's complete eradication. Fortunately, the endeavor proved successful, yet Ryan now found himself with fewer than 100 sunlight crystals remaining. Had he hesitated any longer, he would have undoubtedly faced a dire predicament of depletion. Indeed, indecision breeds defeat. However, a pressing question loomed: how to escape this peculiar realm? As Ryan pondered this conundrum, the sanguine mist enveloping the heavens gradually dissipated, allowing sunlight to cascade downwards. Ryan turned his gaze around, noticing that the environment began to come to life, shedding the oppressive atmosphere that once enveloped it in a crimson mist. However, the corpse of the giant wolf underwent a transformation under the sunlight. Fragments rose from its remains, which, illuminated by the sun, morphed into golden specks that scattered throughout the surroundings. The giant wolf's carcass gradually vanished. Was such a significant trophy simply gone? Ryan felt a pang of regret as he approached the giant wolf's body, scrutinizing how it dissipated. He discovered that the corpse melted away rapidly, akin to snow under sunlight. Even as he daringly plucked a handful of wolf fur, it swiftly transformed into glimmers of gold, slipping through his fingers. Worse still, these remnants could not be contained within any spatial equipment. Was this merely a dream? Even in slumber, it denied him the pleasure of reveling in the acquisition of treasures. Ryan muttered to himself, oblivious to the fact that the heart of the giant wolf still radiated a faint crimson glow, which did not fade in the sunlight but gradually transformed into gold, resembling an eye. When this entity ultimately transformed into pure gold, it shot towards Ryan with a whoosh. He felt a chill at the back of his head as a burst of golden light exploded in his mind. Subsequently, he found himself a mere observer, witnessing the life of an ancient Viking sorcerer from a third-person perspective. This Viking sorcerer lived over 1,000 years ago and was among the first humans to set foot on Iceland. During that era, sorcerers coexisted with ordinary people as their leaders and protectors. In those wild times, the distribution of magical creatures was far more extensive than it is today, with many posing threats to humanity. In an unfamiliar land, without sorcerers, survival in harsh conditions was nearly impossible for mankind. In such a hostile environment, survival took precedence, and the means to achieve it became secondary, which is why ordinary people and sorcerers experienced little conflict. Initially, this Viking sorcerer used a series of natural magics to soothe nature and ease relations with the local magical creatures. The island's first altar was erected during this time. Though termed an altar, it resembled a mage's tower, allowing sorcerers to perform ritual magic and amplify the effects of their spells. This harmonious existence with nature lasted for 30 years. During this time, the Viking sorcerer transformed from a youthful man into an elder with graying hair. The favorable conditions of these 3 decades doubled the tribe's population, significantly increasing the demand for resources. Consequently, conflicts between humans and magical creatures escalated, nearing the brink of war. Even though the sorcerer and his apprentices repeatedly mediated relations, the local fragile ecosystem thwarted their efforts. Following an unexpected blizzard, resource scarcity ignited widespread conflict. Under the magical assaults of the creatures, humans lacking magical abilities suffered defeat after defeat. Witnessing the demise of familiar faces, the Viking sorcerer chose to abandon the path of natural balance and retaliate. He repurposed the magic once used to soothe the dead to summon vengeful spirits and employed spells for healing to strengthen his kin and awaken the deceased. At first, the sorcerer maintained a peaceful mindset, summoning only those willing to fight and bolstering the resolute. However, as the war intensified, the blood of his kin pushed him further into obsession. He began to bind unwilling spirits to the battlefield and eventually resorted to mass sacrifices, not only of captives and animals, but also of the weak and innocent within the tribe. Though the Viking sorcerer occasionally pondered the righteousness of his actions, the brutal war and the surge of power twisted his thoughts, transforming him into a power-obsessed sorcerer. Despite his considerable efforts, the human population in Iceland remained far too sparse, and magical creatures maintained an overwhelming advantage, causing the human front to recede day by day. Ultimately, the remaining humans were forced to retreat from the fertile western plains to the mountainous center of the island, abandoning rich fishing grounds and arable land to cling to survival in the rugged terrain. After another harsh winter, the starving humans dwindled to fewer than 100. Clearly incapable of continuing the fight. However, they found themselves entirely surrounded by the majority of the island's magical creatures. In their desperate plight, they made a bold decision. Even if they were to sacrifice themselves, they would drag all the magical creatures on this island down to hell with them. Chapter 59. The final truth: the surviving humans established their last altar near a volcano, the very one Ryan now beheld. It was the only surviving altar in all of Iceland, as the others had been destroyed in the war. They first used this altar to communicate with the surrounding environment. Then, apart from the sorcerer and his apprentices, the others, filled with hatred, committed suicide, desecrating the altar, which transformed from a natural altar into one of blood. Harnessing the resentment of lives lost, the Viking sorcerer connected with the immense energy contained within the volcano. By polluting and channeling this power through the hastily created blood altar, he and his apprentices temporarily acquired incredible strength, allowing them to breach the barrier between the world Ryan inhabited and the realm of reality. This overwhelming power ultimately transported the sorcerers and the magical creatures into this new world. With the barrier shattered, turbulent spatial currents filled all areas except for this small space. Most magical creatures were swept away by the chaotic currents, perishing, while the remainder engaged in a brutal battle with the sorcerers. In the end, the Viking sorcerer consumed the sole treasure he had carried away from his homeland, the blood of a mythical giant wolf. He transformed into the giant wolf and perished alongside the few remaining powerful magical beings. As time passed, the spatial turbulence subsided. However, the vengeful souls of the deceased continued to wander this world. Ryan, as a result of releasing immense sunlight crystals and various plants in the real world, activated the vengeful spirits within this realm. Upon awakening, these spirits, driven by their past obsessions, performed ritual magic, leading to Ryan's arrival. Being vengeful souls, their instincts compelled them to attack all living beings, which forced Ryan into a fierce battle against them. Ryan simultaneously discovered that this world exists in a delicate balance between reality and illusion, leaning more towards the realm of the soul. Consequently, his plants could not thrive in this environment, and his physical form was influenced by the age of his spirit, rendering him approximately 20 years old. Upon absorbing this fragment of memory, Ryan awakened, reflecting upon the arduous struggles and sacrifices of humanity, who toiled diligently to carve pathways through the wilderness. He unearthed the remnants he could find beneath the altar, excavated a pit, and reverently bowed 3 times, expressing his deep respect for these pioneering souls of humanity. Although he vehemently disapproved of the sorcerer's heinous act of sacrificing his brethren and indulging in indiscriminate slaughter, it was evident that the initial group of humans who set foot on the island had, in their sacrifice, eradicated over 90% of the island's wondrous creatures. This paved the way for subsequent generations of humans to firmly establish their roots on the island. However, due to the influence of magic, later inhabitants had entirely forgotten that a previous group had once arrived on this isle, only to meet their demise. In that era, maritime technology was such that it was not uncommon for ships to vanish without a trace after setting sail. Perhaps their homeland presumed they had perished in a maritime disaster. After all, it was a time devoid of air traffic networks, phantasmagoric manifestations, and even the invention of flying broomsticks. For the sorcerers, venturing far from home was no safer than for ordinary folk. Both wizards and muggles alike were equally vulnerable in the face of nature's wrath. After lamenting this lost truth, Ryan began to meticulously recall the memories he had just absorbed, seeking a means to escape this place. As he clarified his recollections, he stumbled upon a newfound understanding, the life magic wielded by that Viking sorcerer. Indeed, it was life magic, not the necromantic arts one might envision. This Viking sorcerer, known as a shaman in his time, was adept at communing with nature and the cycle of life and death to harness power. However, due to his madness in life, all magic that connected him to nature had perished, leaving only the life magic associated with the realms of existence and mortality. The life magic he mastered was divided into the corporeal and the spiritual. Upon thoroughly examining the legacy and discovery, Ryan realized that this life magic bore no inherent bias. It merely manifested the forces of life and death. When employed for benevolent purposes, this magic could heal the ailing, enhance oneself, soothe souls, and banish malevolent spirits. It even possessed formidable destructive power against all twisted, unnatural forms of life. Yet, should it be directed towards malevolence, this magic could ensnare souls, animate corpses, and even conjure countless grotesque abominations, such as the amalgamated monstrosities composed of flesh and blood he had witnessed. Ryan initially perceived these creatures as profoundly malevolent and harbored a deep disdain for the magic that wrought such chaos. However, upon closer examination, he found himself in a state of ambivalence. He wavered on the brink of acquiring this arcane knowledge, torn between an insatiable thirst for power and a paralyzing fear of the potential consequences should this power spiral out of control. After a brief contemplation, Ryan ultimately resolved to embrace this knowledge. After all, he held the keys to an interdimensional emporium, destined to encounter countless worlds and myriad forms of power. To hesitate would yield nothing. Moreover, he discovered that this power was not inherently malevolent. Rather, it manifested differently, depending on the user's inclinations. Much of the magic Ryan was learning at Hogwarts belonged to this category, alleviating much of his concern. For instance, the levitation charm, seemingly innocuous in nature, could transform into a lethal weapon if employed to elevate a person and then dispelled, yielding effects akin to a killing curse. This resonated with an ancient adage Ryan had encountered in his previous life: one must not forsake action for fear of potential missteps. With this realization, Ryan delved into the lore of this world, seeking a pathway back to reality. This realm was not the world of Viking sorcerers he had envisioned. Rather, it was a small segment of the original world, cloaked by the sorcerer's manipulation of natural forces for his own purposes. As time wore on and the restless spirits within began to fade, the barriers of confinement gradually weakened, simplifying Ryan's departure. The essence of this world was, in fact, a spiritual realm composed of the consciousness of all natural life, serving as a vital component of the world's collective awareness, or what might be termed the Gaia consciousness. This realm was far from desolate. It teemed with ethereal beings. Wizards sensitive to the soul or the natural world could easily traverse this space. Remarkably, even some muggles, under certain fortuitous circumstances, might stumble upon this domain. Many mythic tales stem from the experiences of ordinary individuals who ventured into this world, weaving narratives from the extraordinary events they witnessed. After receiving the inheritance, Ryan swiftly mastered the methods of entering and exiting this realm. With a gesture and an incantation, he successfully departed from that world. Chapter 60. The adventure concludes. It felt as though he had been soaring through a vibrant tunnel for what seemed like an eternity, until a brilliant light flashed before him, and Ryan finally sensed his emergence from the tunnel. Upon opening his eyes, he discovered himself still lying in the sleeping bag nestled within the sheltered nook. As he surveyed his surroundings, he noticed the plants appearing somewhat wilted, likely due to the excessive energy they had expended during the battles in that world. Ryan promptly returned them to the Universal Emporium. Subsequently, he began to examine the Emporium, only to find that the sunlight crystals were nearly depleted. Indeed, there existed a certain connection between the previous world and the realm of reality. Ryan once again drew forth the knight's sword, only to discover that, while the exterior appeared intact, the intricate magical runes within, as well as the very structure of the blade, had suffered catastrophic failure. Merely tossing the sword onto the ground caused it to shatter into countless fragments, resembling glass. It became evident that the events occurring in that otherworldly realm had repercussions extending into the tangible world. Fortunately, Ryan had managed to escape that realm with great effort. Otherwise, his demise would have been certain. One cannot help but commend the Multiverse General Store, for even amid such bizarre circumstances, it was able to reach out to Ryan and offer assistance. Without that aid, he would undoubtedly have faced dire consequences in a world where most of his possessions were rendered useless. After meticulously examining all his items, Ryan pulled out his pocket watch, only to be astonished to find that it was already 4 in the afternoon. Casting a final glance at the altar, which bore no distinction from a mere pile of ordinary stones, he hastened down the narrow path towards the entrance. Following a series of transitions involving a flying broomstick, aerial transport, and a taxi, Ryan ultimately returned to his lodging just before dinner. After a hearty meal, utterly fatigued, Ryan retired to bed early. Lying there, he pondered the origins of the treasure map, for none of those associated with the altar had survived to relay any information. How then did this ancient map come to be, and how did they acquire knowledge of its existence? Determined to uncover the truth, Ryan resolved to inquire about the matter on Saga Street the following day. Exhaustion soon overtook him, and he fell into a deep, dreamless slumber. Upon rising the next morning, Ryan felt invigorated. After enjoying breakfast, he bid farewell to his parents and promptly set off for Saga Street, intent on locating the vampire thief to inquire about the true nature of the parchment. Before entering Saga Street this time, Ryan transformed his appearance once again. Utilizing a quick-drying hair dye, colored contact lenses, and an array of cosmetics, he fashioned himself into the visage of a Eurasian individual, fluent in American English. He adeptly disguised himself as a tourist from the United States, thanks to the fortunate legacy of his previous English lessons, which had endowed him with an American accent. Upon entering the street, Ryan did not immediately commence his search. Instead, he began to leisurely stroll through areas that he had previously overlooked. As he meandered, he remained vigilant of the happenings around him, There were many intriguing shops in the places he had not yet explored, such as a store specializing in unique foods, where most items could serve as biochemical weapons. This included Swedish herring, locally fermented shark meat, and kiviak, a delicacy that requires stuffing seabirds into the stomachs of seals to ferment for 2 to 3 years. Although these delicacies were characteristic of the North, Ryan deemed them unsuitable as gifts for friends, fearing such offerings would lead to irrevocable estrangement. Conversely, he did procure some items from another shop, specifically fish oil derived from deep-sea fish captured using magic and crafted through potion making. This artisanal product surpassed industrially produced fish oil and was also suitable for muggles. Thus, he utilized his pocket money to purchase several jars, intending to present them to his parents upon his return. This commercial street, situated at the intersection of Europe and America, attracted numerous wizards. Ryan even spotted a 6th-year Hufflepuff student shopping there. However, as he was currently disguised as another person, he could not approach her to say hello. Finally, just as Ryan was finishing his lunch, he encountered the thief from earlier. It must be said that wizards do not exhibit a robust sense of vigilance against thieves. A figure clad in a hoodie, with the brim pulled low, skulking down the street would be swiftly apprehended on a muggle street. Ryan savored the final morsel of the pepper-crusted lamb leg, then set aside his cutlery and ventured forth to pursue the thief. Truly, the tracking expertise inherited from his assassin lineage proved remarkably effective. The thief remained blissfully unaware of the shadow trailing him. The thief swiftly pilfered a wallet, with the victim oblivious to the loss, for not every wizard employs enchanted wallets with anti-theft charms. As the thief prepared to conceal his ill-gotten gains in a passageway obscured by a large poster between 2 houses, Ryan descended upon him with practiced precision, incapacitating him once more. After stripping the thief down to his undergarments, Ryan bound him with ropes and blindfolded him with a handkerchief before forcefully pouring a substantial portion of whiskey down his throat. Following a bout of violent coughing, the thief regained consciousness, only to find himself engulfed in darkness, struggling futilely against his restraints. Ryan, adhering to the methods of his assassin heritage, wielded a crowbar and began to strike the thief. "Who are you? What do you want?" "Ouch!" the thief screamed, but alas, this location he had meticulously chosen for concealment rendered his cries inaudible to the outside world. "What was depicted on that parchment map you had last time?" Ryan inquired, lowering his voice with a raspy tone. "Are you that same person from before?" The thief's voice suddenly took on a higher pitch. "No questions, just answer me," Ryan retorted, continuing to rain blows upon him. The vampire thief's lips quivered slightly, as if he were preparing to utter a vile curse. In a decisive moment, Ryan struck his mouth with the crowbar, shattering one of the vampire's distinctive fangs, along with half of his teeth. A flicker of crimson light flashed within his throat, confirming that the vampire thief indeed intended to cast a malevolent spell. Perhaps it was a magical backlash, or perhaps the impact to his head, or the effects of alcohol. But Ryan sensed through his recently acquired life magic that the thief's soul was descending into chaos. Seizing the moment, Ryan unleashed the newly learned soul-soothing spell upon the dazed thief. Although this magic was typically employed to calm troubled spirits, it could, under certain circumstances, elicit the truth. The spell's efficacy surpassed his expectations, likely due to the thief's delirium. Urgently, Ryan posed his question. "Where did that parchment map originate?" "I made it myself." The thief mumbled incoherently. Chapter 61. Coincidence? What coincidence? Ryan had previously believed that the parchment treasure map might originate from a mysterious organization or a secretive cult. Perhaps even from a group of intrepid adventurers. They might have discovered such a treasure map through arduous quests or by meticulously sifting through ancient documents. Only a treasure map obtained through such painstaking endeavors would merit the perilous adventure and the invaluable knowledge passed down upon its successful completion. This conviction was further solidified when Ryan discovered that the thief was, in fact, a vampire. After all, in the anime he had watched in his previous life, vampires were often depicted as erudite beings, possessing a wealth of secrets regarding treasures. However, the thief's claim that he had crafted the map himself struck Ryan as utterly incredulous. Yet, the magic of life affirmed the truth of the thief's words. Reluctantly, Ryan questioned the vampire thief. "If you created this, how does the parchment appear so ancient?" The vampire explained, "I used old ink and aged parchment." This revelation illuminated Ryan's understanding. It was a common ruse in the antiques market that he had failed to consider. Just as he began to reflect on this oversight, another question arose. Why would you carry a map on your person? At this juncture, the vampire thief hesitated, and Ryan sensed a disturbance in his soul, indicating a potential recovery. Observing this, Ryan, without a second thought, raised his crowbar and unleashed another barrage of strikes. In truth, Ryan was a pacifist, disinclined to resort to violence. However, having narrowly escaped with his life, his response to the culprit was tinged with a measure of aggression. Physical persuasion proved effective. Even a legendary vampire could not withstand Ryan's compelling approach. This also subtly underscored that, in most respects, vampires were akin to humans, not the insensate, animated corpses of lore. Had they been truly mindless, convincing them would have posed a far greater challenge. After once more casting a spell to soothe the vampire's soul, The thief fully divulged his motive for possessing such a map. He intended to use it to lure solitary tourists, subsequently teaming up with a few accomplices to rob them. The choice of the altar as a target was deliberate, for it was indeed a genuine tourist attraction, verifiable in various sources, thus unlikely to raise suspicion among victims. However, its remote location and rugged terrain made it an ideal site for ambush. Upon hearing this, Ryan found himself at a loss for words. The perilous adventure he had undertaken stemmed merely from a robber's counterfeit map coinciding with a genuine location. The sheer improbability of such a coincidence struck him as astonishing, yet, upon reflecting on the numerous historical coincidences, it was not entirely unfathomable. Having uncovered the truth, Ryan searched the thief, confiscating 7 galleons, and then securely bound the vampire once more, leaving him in that spot. He placed the 2 stolen wallets he had retrieved in the lost and found at Saga Street before returning home in a state of discontent. During the remainder of his time in Iceland, Ryan refrained from aimless wandering, opting instead to stay with his parents at a guest house, diligently completing his assignments while absorbing the knowledge gained from his adventure. Soon, the tranquil days of vacation came to an end, and the Ryan family packed their belongings, boarding a flight from Reykjavik International Airport back to London. After a mere day's rest in London, Ryan received a call from Hermione, arranging to meet at the library. "Thank you for the gift you sent me. Those Nivean charms are fascinating. I've seen them in some books. However, my parents confiscated the candies you sent. You know they're dentists and always discourage me from consuming too much sugar," Hermione remarked after their initial pleasantries. They then retrieved their completed assignments and began to discuss them. Hermione expressed her admiration for Ryan's ability to finish his work during his travels. Noting that such a thirst for knowledge was commendable, Ryan thought to himself, "I just wanted to finish quickly to have time to relax." After addressing the challenges they faced in their assignments, the two of them exited the library and took a seat on a nearby bench, exchanging updates on their recent lives. Ryan refrained from sharing his adventurous experiences with Hermione, believing that she was too young to comprehend such harsh realities, particularly considering her establishment of the House Elf Rights Advocacy Group. He knew she would vehemently oppose the Viking wizard's heinous plan to annihilate all magical creatures on the island. Therefore, he retrieved a complete album from his backpack, pointing to various photographs as he recounted the sites he had visited: wetlands, glaciers, volcanoes, and the elusive songbirds perched atop the treetops, as well as his underwater journey aboard a special vessel to observe the colossal North Sea Kraken. He also reminisced about the vibrant cultural tapestry of Saga Street. "Oh, it was magnificent. Unlike my recent days spent cooped up at home with nothing but books, and I can't even wield my wand. I worry that without practice, my skills may falter," he lamented. After listening to Ryan's travel tales, Hermione interjected, "By the way, have you written to Harry recently?" "Indeed. I've sent him more than one letter," Ryan replied. "Regrettably, Harry has yet to respond, which I find rather peculiar." "I feel the same," Hermione remarked. Ron mentioned he would seek a way to ascertain Harry's whereabouts. His silence is quite concerning. Subsequently, Ryan shared the textbooks from Durmstrang's 1st to 5th years that he had procured, recalling their agreement to share any interesting finds. Upon seeing the books, Hermione's brow furrowed. "Ryan, I believe we should refrain from examining these texts. After all, they pertain to the dark arts. However, these are Durmstrang textbooks, not the chaotic and perilous tomes of dark magic," Ryan clarified. As one of Europe's prestigious institutions, Durmstrang's curriculum should pose no significant threat. Moreover, pureblood families often impart some of this knowledge to their children. As wizards of Muggle descent, we have limited access to such information. I've heard the Weasley brothers mention that many ministry employees can't even cast a complete ironclad charm, likely due to the unfamiliarity with combat spells among those from Muggle backgrounds. Given the adversities we faced last year, I believe we should learn at least a modicum of these combat spells. Yet, there is no necessity to delve into the dark arts. Hermione steadfastly maintained her position. Ryan straightened his posture, resolved to elucidate the matter to Hermione with utmost clarity, for he wished to avoid any quarrels over such trivialities. Chapter 62. A Discourse on Dark Magic. What constitutes dark magic? Ryan commenced his discourse with this fundamental query. Destructive and malevolent magic is referred to as dark magic, Hermione pondered before responding. This was a direct quotation from the textbook on defense against the dark arts. No wonder she was our encyclopedia, capable of recalling all the texts. Ryan, with a teasing tone, praised Hermione. Then, adopting a serious demeanor, he stated, "In truth, the core criterion for identifying dark magic lies in its malevolence rather than its destructiveness. For instance, the incendio spell can ignite a fire for warmth, yet it can also unleash a catastrophic and deadly conflagration. However, we cannot label the incendio spell as inherently evil. Indeed, I believe the essence of dark magic resides in its wickedness, a malicious intent directed towards the target," Hermione replied. "This is precisely why I oppose your study of it. I do not wish for my acquaintances to become malevolent dark wizards. The issue at hand is the definition of malicious magic. Any spell that elicits negative emotions towards the intended target is deemed evil," Ryan contended. Undeniably, magic imbued with negative sentiment often possesses greater lethality. Furthermore, as negative emotions intensify, so too does the potency of the spell. What are you trying to convey? Hermione inquired. Somewhat perplexed. I merely believe that certain levels of negative emotions ought to be permissible, as they do not inherently signify malevolence, Ryan remarked. Flipping to the bookmarked page in the third-year defense against the dark arts textbook and pointing to a specific spell. Observe. This incantation necessitates a sense of disdain towards the target to create a force field from your wand that repels it. Disdain is indeed a negative emotion. Yet I do not perceive it as evil. Compared to the formidable powers these spells can wield, a modicum of negative emotion should not pose a significant issue. After listening to Ryan's explanation, Hermione retrieved a textbook and began to leaf through its pages. Indeed, as one of the foremost institutions in the European magical community, the textbooks utilized here do not showcase overly cruel spells. I also believe that even Hogwarts professors possess some knowledge of such incantations, albeit learned for the purpose of defense against them. I worry that, given our age and maturity, we may be seduced by power and stray onto a perilous path. This is why I believe Hogwarts restricts access to certain texts related to dark magic to upper-year students enrolled in advanced defense against the dark arts classes. In our later years, we will naturally study relevant knowledge under the guidance of our instructors, yet this should solely be for the purpose of defense. What do you propose regarding this knowledge? Ryan queried. I merely wish to learn formidable spells to protect myself and my friends. After all, the feeling of helplessness in the face of evil, as we experienced last year, is utterly dreadful. I believe that only through practice can one learn to resist the powers of dark magic. Mere theoretical knowledge is insufficient. We ought to practice defensive spells. However, I maintain that we should not delve into the contents of these books, for they pertain to dark magic. I do not think our current situation warrants a desperate pursuit of power. Last year's events were merely unfortunate accidents. I do not oppose your reading these texts, Hermione conceded. Since you have resolved to learn the means of self-protection, understanding dark magic will enable you to recognize it and respond appropriately, as well as learn spells capable of countering it. That should suffice to combat malevolent forces and safeguard oneself. It is crucial to recognize that not all other forms of magic are inherently inferior to dark magic. There is no need to cross that perilous line to study dark magic. I believe we should explore these books together to ensure that no one takes an imprudent step into danger. Hermione contemplated for a considerable time before pursing her lips and articulating her perspective to Ryan. Upon hearing Hermione's response, Ryan was somewhat taken aback, for he realized that not only had she not been swayed by his arguments, but she was also endeavoring to persuade him. However, Hermione's words struck him profoundly, leading him into a moment of introspection. After a period of contemplation, Ryan suddenly discerned the flaws in his thinking. Indeed, while he possessed knowledge of the narrative, which was an advantage, at times such awareness could also constrict one's thoughts. He recognized that war was on the horizon, which occasionally rendered him overly eager for immediate results. He overlooked the fact that he owned a vast interdimensional emporium, affording him ample time and resources to acquire formidable power without resorting to potentially perilous methods to enhance his abilities. As an individual with a psychological maturity exceeding 30 years, it was disconcerting that he was outshone in clarity by a mere girl. This realization filled him with profound embarrassment. Thank you. I nearly veered off course. I appreciate you guiding me back to the right path. I vow never to delve into those dark arts, Ryan solemnly promised after listening to Hermione's answer. To demonstrate his resolve, he entrusted her with the black magic textbooks. Hermione appeared visibly relieved. Subsequently, the two engaged in a discussion on various other topics before parting ways to enjoy their respective lunches at home. Ryan believed that Hermione was correct. The dark magic that could potentially cause irreversible psychological damage was not worth the considerable risk of learning. However, he needed to practice the other forms of magic he had mastered. It was akin to swimming, no matter how solid one's theoretical knowledge. One could not truly acquire the skill without getting into the water. Since practice was essential, he needed to find a location beyond the monitoring of the Ministry of Magic. After some contemplation, Ryan concluded that the world of Plants vs. Zombies would be an excellent place to hone his skills, as it offered ample targets. Moreover, it had been quite some time since his last visit, and he was curious to see how his house had fared in his absence. Ryan, seizing the opportunity of a leisurely afternoon, ventured into the library to peruse and photocopy a plethora of industrial materials pertinent to daily life, intending to present them to Dave as a thoughtful gift. After all, they resided in a post-apocalyptic world plagued by zombies, where humanity was gradually regaining its strength and reconstructing their homeland. Yet, the restoration of many aspects proved to be a formidable challenge. Thus, Ryan resolved to gather information related to daily chemicals to assist the inhabitants of that world in rebuilding a modern civilization. During dinner, his mother, Mrs. Sally, inquired, "I've been meaning to ask, why do you go to the library every morning since the summer vacation began? I hardly believe the community library houses any tomes related to magic." "It's because I'm collaborating on assignments with a classmate, Mom," Ryan replied, savoring the plate of pasta before him. "A classmate? The daughter of the Granger dental couple? I recall you mentioning she ranked first in your entire grade last semester," interjected Mr. Lambert. "Ah, yes. I didn't score as high as she did last term," Ryan murmured softly. "Therefore, when you work on assignments together, you ought to learn from her strengths. We've been somewhat concerned that your exceptional performance in elementary school might lead to a sense of arrogance, Mrs. Sally remarked. Following this, the two offered Ryan a lesson on his attitude towards learning. It dawned on Ryan that he might have been misled by certain propaganda. Who says Western parents do not prioritize their children's education? This phenomenon is quite universal. Note, in the final book, Professor McGonagall once controlled a Death Eater using the soul-sucking curse, a spell of unforgivable caliber, suggesting that at least the professors possess knowledge of dark magic. However, the majority of them study it primarily for the purpose of developing defenses against it, with the exception of professors like Snape, who hail from a dark wizarding background. Chapter 63, The True War. As night fell and his parents succumbed to slumber, Ryan packed a multitude of items and made his way to the Multiverse grocery store. Utilizing the life magic he had recently mastered, he examined the fire dragon grass on the counter and soon comprehended why the new plant had yet to flourish. It became evident that he had infused the plant with energy far beyond its capacity, dragons being among the apex creatures of the magical realm, leaving it devoid of a soul, which explained its inability to mature. After all, for a plant to develop a soul, it requires an extensive passage of time. Nonetheless, Ryan speculated that his expedition to the world of Plants vs. Zombies might yield some elements conducive to the plant's soul development. Having concluded his examination of the flora, Ryan opened a spatial portal and journeyed to the realm of Plants vs. Zombies. Upon his arrival, he discovered it was already afternoon. Surveying the quaint town, Ryan noted that it bore little resemblance to its former state. The zombies that once littered the streets and the barricades had been cleared away, and the houses lining the roads had been refurbished, now bustling with the presence of humanity. The most striking transformation was evident in the town square, where a colossal energy tower loomed where Dave's house once stood, visible even from several houses away. Ryan quickened his pace as he approached Dave's doorstep. Just as he reached the entrance and was about to knock, the door swung open. "Ah, my friend from another world. The plants have already informed Dave of your arrival," Dave exclaimed, a hint of nostalgia in his voice. "It has been quite a while since I last saw you, and I must admit, I have missed you. Welcome, welcome." With a warm gesture, Dave patted Ryan on the shoulder and ushered him into the room. Ryan discovered that the house was considerably tidier than during his previous visits. Dave proudly explained, "Ever since I created these robots, I've expanded the defensive perimeter significantly. Now, even the ordinary folks who once hid in the mountains can return. At least I can enjoy hot, fresh meals again." Just then, a small robot ambled past, diligently wiping surfaces with a cloth. These robots exhibited remarkable agility, and Ryan was genuinely impressed by this civilization that had managed to create such intelligent machines using perforated steel plates and steam engines. "By the way, let me show you my latest invention, which I believe will astonish you," Dave said as he led Ryan to the plaza where the energy tower was situated. At first glance, Ryan noticed that this energy tower appeared somewhat different from what he had seen before. The chimney at the top emitted only a wisp of white steam. It was known that even in the birthplace of this energy tower, during the Ice Steam Age, the chimneys would belch forth thick black smoke and sparks when burning coal at peak efficiency. "How did you manage to eliminate all the black smoke from the energy tower?" Ryan inquired, turning to Dave. "Ah, that involves my secret weapon," Dave replied, nodding while greeting the engineers monitoring the energy tower. As they approached the structure, Ryan realized that the design of this energy tower deviated from what he was familiar with. The base, which should have housed the combustion chamber, was encased in a thick ring of fireproof glass, resembling not an observation window but rather a greenhouse beneath. "Wait a moment, a greenhouse." Ryan suddenly had an epiphany and hurried to the glass. Sure enough, inside was a collection of torch stumps flickering with blue flames. Dave, catching up, placed a hand on Ryan's shoulder and pointed at the flaming stumps, saying, "My friend, look, as long as I periodically provide them with coffee beans and sunlight crystals, they can burn indefinitely. This is far more environmentally friendly than the original coal-burning design, and I needn't worry about an energy crisis. I feel like a genius for devising this improvement." "Indeed, it is a brilliant notion," Ryan concurred. "By the way, I have come to share some production processes and technologies regarding daily necessities, along with some marvelous plant seeds I discovered during my recent travels to a Nordic country. Additionally, I am seeking zombies to practice my magic." Dave accepted the items Ryan offered, handing the seeds to a robot while examining a bundle of paper documents. These materials are quite useful. Now that everyone is safe, the concern shifts to the need for daily essentials. Unfortunately, with the disaster occurring so long ago, many everyday items produced before the catastrophe have expired. Your supplies come at just the right time. However, next time, you might consider bringing a portable storage device. These paper documents can be rather cumbersome. Alas, the world I come from is at least a decade behind yours, and I doubt there are any ancient computers here capable of reading floppy disks," Ryan explained. Dave nodded at this rationale, passing the documents to his staff. "You mentioned wanting to confront those zombies? I must say, your timing is impeccable. I've just amassed enough strength to reclaim the first city. Stay here for the night. We shall set forth tomorrow, and you may accompany us. Oh, by the way," Dave continued, as if struck by a thought, "your house has been thoroughly organized. The friend you introduced last time is currently residing there. But do not worry, the house is quite spacious." After bidding farewell to Dave, Ryan made his way to his own residence situated behind Dave's house. It was then that he took a moment to carefully observe his new home. It was a two-story dwelling constructed of red bricks, boasting 3 bedrooms and a cozy fireplace. Ryan approached the door and knocked. The door swung open, revealing a young girl, most likely Jennifer, the daughter from the father-daughter duo he had encountered previously. Jennifer, surprised to see Ryan, shouted into the house, "Dad, the brother who brought us to this world is back." Shortly thereafter, Ken, dressed casually, emerged from the room and greeted Ryan warmly. "Hello, Mr. Ryan. Please come in quickly. I imagine you haven't had dinner yet. In a moment, I will use the telephone." "Yes, that is the term, to order dinner from a restaurant." Ryan entered the living room and settled onto the sofa, addressing Kenvi. "It appears that you have adapted quite well to this new lifestyle, even mastering the art of ordering takeout. Thanks to you." Kenvi poured a cup of red tea for Ryan and replied, "After my arrival, Mr. Dave, upon reviewing your letter of introduction, expressed a desire for me to join the investigative team. I believe that position suits me well, at least this time. I can ascertain that none of the adversaries are innocent. He also arranged for my daughter to attend school alongside other children. She seems to be faring much better now, and I am truly grateful to you. As long as you feel that you are thriving, that is what matters. I certainly do not wish for any complications regarding my commitments," Ryan responded, genuinely pleased to have successfully aided those in need. Chapter 64. The True War. Preparation. After a brief conversation with Kenway, Ryan was interrupted by a knock at the door. A spider-like robot stood at the entrance. Kenway inserted a perforated steel plate he carried into an opening on the robot, which then revealed a drawer containing a meal and a food box. How advanced, Ryan mused. For he had never experienced such convenience in his previous life, where even food deliveries were not facilitated by robots. Dave, truly a genius, had managed to create so many innovative applications with his technology. After enjoying dinner and engaging in further conversation, Ryan and Kenway exchanged goodnights and retired to their respective rooms early, for they both needed to prepare for the impending battle the following day. The master bedroom had been kept ready for Ryan's arrival. Upon entering, he discovered a suit of armor tailored to his physique laid out on the bed. A gesture of kindness from Kenway, although Ryan felt a tinge of regret, considering his age and how quickly he was growing. He could use this outfit as a template to commission a more adaptable costume in Diagon Alley that would accommodate his growth. This suit would allow him to harness his strength far more effectively than the Hogwarts uniform, providing greater mobility. Additionally, atop the suit lay an iron box. Upon opening it, he found a gilded perforated steel plate, identical to the one Kenway had used to retrieve the meal. This must surely be the identification card devised by Dave. Ryan meticulously affixed the small, palm-sized gilded steel plate before practicing a series of spells, ultimately retiring to bed. An air of anticipation enveloped him as he prepared for the following day's genuine conflict, causing him to toss and turn restlessly until slumber finally claimed him. At dawn the next day, Ryan arose early to freshen up, donning the intricately designed armor. It is worth noting that such specialized attire is far more conducive to agility and combat than ordinary garments. After partaking in breakfast and bidding farewell to Jennifer, Ryan, accompanied by Kenvi, proceeded to the designated square for assembly. Upon arrival, he discovered that the contingent preparing for departure was nearly gathered. Due to demographic constraints, approximately 500 individuals were set to embark on this expedition, each accompanied by a robotic steed. Ryan was particularly astonished to observe that these robots were equipped with specialized cultivation pods, brimming with various plants. Evidently, these flora were intended as instruments of warfare. At that moment, Dave concluded his pre-battle address and approached Ryan, stating, "In the past, our offensives faced considerable challenges due to the immobility of the plants. Gradually planting them proved too sluggish, and we were short on manpower. Furthermore, with the passage of time, the majority of our vehicles became inoperative, rendering us incapable of organizing a mechanized force, let alone mounting a counterattack against the zombies." Ryan inquired with a hint of curiosity, with only 500 individuals operating 500 robots. It seems rather meager compared to the thousands of zombie hordes. Can this counteroffensive truly succeed? Dave, brimming with excitement, responded, "In truth, there are an additional 5,000 robots stationed outside the town. We merely direct them in battle. Since the advent of robots, we have been able to cultivate more plants while bestowing upon them unparalleled mobility. It is no wonder that our combat personnel encompass individuals of all ages and genders. On one hand, the nature of combat does not necessitate close-quarters engagement, thus imposing minimal physical demands. On the other hand, our current population is so sparse that we must mobilize every capable individual. This is precisely why the integration of plants and robots has proliferated so swiftly. Given the stark reduction in human numbers, Ryan contemplated that the future of human civilization might evolve into a unique blend of botanical and steampunk aesthetics. Kenway, accompanied by 5 others and 50 robots, set out in advance as the vanguard, tasked with paving the way for the main force. Meanwhile, Dave extended an invitation for companionship aboard a robot. Upon reaching the outskirts of the town, Ryan realized that the doctor and his contingent of 100 robots were unlike the ordinary ones. Each robot towered 2 stories high, a significant contrast to those he had encountered in the square. They bore immense iron boxes on their backs, from which slender tendrils of white steam emerged. The multitude of robots released steam, enveloping the area in a misty haze, rendering it reminiscent of an ethereal realm. Noticing Ryan's curious gaze, Dave elucidated. Conventional robots require regular and precise replenishment of high-temperature, high-pressure steam, yet their dimensions preclude the incorporation of a boiler. Thus, I devised this large-scale robot, on one hand. It can engage in combat against the enemy's mutated giants, and on the other, it is capable of carrying a boiler to supply steam to other robots on the battlefield. Ryan expressed his admiration for Dave, the eccentric scientist, who was able to grasp such a multitude of technologies in such a brief span of time and even make improvements. It was nothing short of astonishing. As they conversed, the two ascended a colossal robot and subsequently joined the main force, embarking towards the designated battlefield. The objective of this operation was to create a significant commotion in the outskirts of Greenleaf City, thereby luring the zombies from the urban center and annihilating them in open combat. This strategy would facilitate the effortless occupation of Greenleaf City, securing essential resources and industrial capabilities for the next phase, while also accommodating a larger population. A piece of good news was that during Ryan's last visit to the war, the zombie leader of Greenleaf City had been decimated alongside numerous high-ranking zombies while attacking Dave's small town. Currently, Greenleaf City was leaderless, with only a few high-ranking zombies barely managing to guide a horde of instinct-driven zombies. This was why Dave devised a plan to draw the zombies out of hiding. With so few high-ranking zombies, their control over the horde would be exceedingly clumsy. The Steel Army surged forward, racing towards the city 30 kilometers away. During the journey, Ryan felt somewhat bored and began to inquire about various issues regarding this world. From Dave's responses, Ryan learned that this world might have originally been about 5 to 6 years more advanced than his previous life. However, the fall of a meteorite and subsequent research by several conglomerates led to the spread of a biochemical crisis. It appeared that the meteorite had also transformed this world, enabling Dave to cultivate these remarkable plants. In contrast to Ryan's previous world, this realm seemed to have never encountered nuclear weapons, likely due to differing physical laws. For the zombies, conventional weapons were evidently insufficient, especially against the mutated variants. Moreover, the outbreak of the biochemical crisis had been abrupt and fierce, leaving humanity with an inadequate number of personnel to operate conventional arms. On the zombie side, only a handful of high-ranking zombies possessed the intelligence to wield weapons, while the rest could engage in only rudimentary actions. Thus, there was virtually no room for conventional warfare in the current world. The nature of conflict had transformed into a contest between plants and zombies. As time passed during their conversation, Ryan suddenly sensed the giant robot coming to a halt. They had arrived at the predetermined battlefield, where war was on the brink of erupting. Chapter 65, The True War Begins. The terrain of this designated battlefield was superb, with a river flowing through the left side, originating from the valley town they departed from, and coursing through Greenleaf City towards the sea. The river was tumultuous at this point of emergence, allowing only a small fraction of zombies to threaten their flank by swimming upstream. To the right of the battlefield lay the rugged foothills of a mountain, which restricted the possibility of a zombie swarm charging forth. This operation represented a full mobilization of humanity. Failure would mean dire consequences. This was why Ryan observed a mixed group comprising the elderly, weak, ill, and disabled. Engaging the zombies demanded swift action and a decisive strike in the final confrontation. Delays were utterly unacceptable, as every fallen warrior would bolster the strength of the undead. At that moment, Kenway returned with his subordinates, reporting that the number of zombies in the suburban vicinity was overwhelming, making it exceedingly difficult to infiltrate. Consequently, they could not proceed any further to ascertain the specific timing of the zombies' arrival. At this moment, Ryan volunteered to venture forth for reconnaissance. He and Kenway piloted a robot to the nearest safe point to the city. Upon reaching this haven, Ryan summoned all his newly acquired life magic. He immediately sensed the overwhelming presence of numerous foul and unnatural entities within the city. Focusing his perception into a singular line, he extended it toward the city. However, due to his recent studies in magic and his insufficient skill level, this perception was limited in range and rather vague, rendering it incapable of discerning specific units. Nonetheless, it was sufficient to ascertain the distribution of zombies within the scanned area. Realizing the constraints of Ryan's scanning range, Kenway maneuvered the robot around the periphery of the city. After circling the urban expanse, Ryan roughly delineated a map depicting the distribution of zombies within the city, marking several points that resonated more strongly than others in his perception. Given the presence of higher-level zombies, Ryan surmised that the scattered zombies surrounding them were likely drawn toward the more powerful ones. His senses indicated that the number of zombies far exceeded the population of Greenleaf City prior to the calamity. Upon returning to the camp, Ryan relayed his findings to Dave. After listening to their report, Dave promptly instructed Kenway to return to the town and use the steamship to transport all available plants from the outside. Once the orders were given, Dave turned to Ryan, expressing gratitude for the intelligence he had provided. This information bore both good and bad news. The good news was that the zombies might not launch an attack for another 48 hours, granting the human forces ample time to fortify their defenses. The bad news was that following the failure of the last zombie decapitation operation, The remaining high-level zombies in Greenleaf City had attracted a multitude of wandering zombies to bolster their ranks during this precarious phase. Had these circumstances not been uncovered through reconnaissance, the human side could have suffered significant losses. Subsequently, the construction of fortifications commenced. The humans operated robots to erect watchtowers and defensive walls within their stronghold, excavating extensive trenches in front of their positions and diverting water from the river to inundate the low-lying areas at the forefront, creating marshes to impede the zombies' movements. As lunchtime approached, a steamship arrived from the town, laden with various plants. Thanks to Kenway's expertise as an experienced captain, others would have struggled to navigate the tumultuous waters. Don't these plants possess combat modes? Why then do we need to bring in more plants from behind? Ryan inquired, puzzled, addressing Dave. It's quite simple. Only in areas rich with plants can they activate their combat modes. Here, the plants cannot enter that state. Initially, I underestimated the number of zombies, believing we could manage with just the plants on the robot, thus conserving some seeds for use after reclaiming Greenleaf City. Unfortunately, we must now prepare to deploy plants in this region, bracing for the worst. Moreover, plants exhibit diminished combat efficacy in combat mode. While they may perform adequately in urban skirmishes, the original plants are far more suited for open warfare situations. Having said this, Dave assigned tasks, ensuring that every combatant was equipped. Shortly after finishing lunch the following day, and not long after Ryan settled in the tent to practice the life magic left behind by the Vikings, an alarm rang out from the watchtower. Ryan dashed out of the tent and ascended the defensive wall, spotting an endless horde of green zombies advancing along the road that had existed before the disaster. Heading toward the camp, tens of thousands of zombies swarmed across the small plain before their position. Among them, Ryan discerned particularly towering zombies swaying amidst the throng. Fortunately, thanks to the relentless efforts of over 5,000 robots working through the night, the human camp had been fortified sufficiently. The marshes at the forefront and the surrounding areas were strewn with potato mines. The trenches were equipped with torch stumps and various pea shooters, while a wall of walnuts provided cover in front of the trenches. Around the core of the camp, a protective wall standing 7 or 8 meters high was connected to towers approximately 10 meters tall. The walls and towers were brimming with an array of projectile plants and corn cannons, their elevation granting them extended range to shield the plants within the trenches during combat. Additionally, robots filled with plants were operated by humans, serving as a reserve force, ready to reinforce any areas suffering from inadequate firepower. In the midst of battle, Ryan's mission was to engage in combat alongside the reserves at the forefront, consistently relaying the evolving situation of the zombies to Dave, who commanded from the rear, thus facilitating the strategic adjustments of the human forces. Ryan observed that the morale among the humans was notably high, as this marked their inaugural counteroffensive. Any lingering fears had long been extinguished after enduring years of the apocalypse. With a chilling scream from the opposing zombies, the horde surged forth like a relentless tide, signaling the commencement of battle. The initial wave consisted merely of expendable zombies, who swiftly crumbled under the relentless fire of the plants. Subsequent waves saw a slight increase in their numbers, but they were decimated before even reaching the trenches. It appeared that this was a reconnaissance mission orchestrated by the more advanced zombies. However, Ryan noted that their assault lacked the organization he had encountered previously. Likely due to the scarcity of higher-ranking zombies, which rendered their command rather rudimentary, this was a welcome piece of news. Eventually, during the fourth wave of the zombies' assault, they launched a significantly threatening charge, spearheaded by several ice vehicle zombies, followed by a line of football zombies. They barreled towards the human defenses, and despite incurring some losses, they managed to traverse the marshy terrain and reach the vicinity of the first trench. Witnessing this, Ryan's reserve squad sprang into action, rushing towards the forefront of the zombie assault, poised to eradicate this wave with the advanced plants mounted on their robots. Chapter 66, The True War, Intense Combat. Upon arriving at the sturdy wall of nuts, Ryan found that the vanguard of the zombies was less than 50 meters away. The robots lowered their centers of gravity, preparing to unleash the plant's assault. Ryan too readied his wand to cast spells. In the Viking sorcerer's tradition, the most effective tool for spell casting was not a wand, but rather cold weapons adorned with gemstones etched with runes, forming magical arrays crafted from enchanted metals, such as battle axes, spears, or swords. Regrettably, Ryan lacked such implements, and thus had no choice but to rely on his wand as a makeshift substitute. Compared to specialized weaponry, the wand was deficient in close combat capabilities and did not amplify combat spells to the same remarkable extent. However, its advantages lay in its affordability and versatility. For instance, casting the same combat spell with a magical weapon could yield effects more than double that of a wand. But the cost of such a weapon was at least 3 to 5 times that of a wand and required customization. Most crucially, these weapons were singularly designed for combat. They could not brew potions or assist with household chores. Even when casting transformation spells, which were not purely combat-oriented, the wand proved superior. Before long, the zombies entered firing range, and the robots on the human side began to unleash a torrent of firepower upon them. Concurrently, Ryan waved his wand to cast spells. He initially experimented with some ordinary spells, but the slumber curse had little effect on the undead. merely pushing them back for a moment before they resumed their advance. The binding spell was somewhat effective, yet when faced with the ocean of zombies, it seemed painfully inadequate, only proving useful against individual foes. Other spells, such as Shatter and Obliterate, were effective only on those already felled and completely vanquished. Employing flames against zombies was counterproductive. The ignited zombies would not burn away quickly, and their fiery advance would only create further complications for the humans. Ultimately, Ryan resorted to his newly acquired ancient Viking life magic to combat the zombies. He raised his wand, tracing a semicircle, and recited the incantation in ancient Viking. Impurity returns to silence. A pale ray shot forth from the tip of Ryan's wand, striking a football-clad zombie. The thick protective gear afforded it no defense. At the moment of impact, the zombie was reduced to a pile of ash, leaving only its football uniform on the ground. Recognizing the efficacy of this spell, Ryan began targeting the more resilient football zombies. During the skirmish, some spells inadvertently struck the plants. However, as he had learned from tradition, these spells posed no threat to non-evil beings. With no fear of collateral damage, Ryan's casting frequency surged, particularly after his comrades obliterated the ice vehicle zombie, shielding the front line, significantly alleviating the pressure on his allies. Initially, Ryan's teammates had been hesitant to allow this young boy into their ranks, especially since he had not commanded any robots. They perceived him as a potential hindrance. But they could not dispute the orders of their leader, Dave. Now, witnessing Ryan's magical prowess, they began to coordinate their efforts with him, continuously reporting the positions of various special zombies to direct his attacks. After several minutes of fierce combat, this contingent of zombies was utterly vanquished, and fortunately, the sturdy nut wall had sustained minimal damage. Seizing the moment before the next wave of zombies arrived, Ryan and his team ventured beyond the protective barrier to replenish their potato mines on the ground. Behind them, the resounding fire of corn cannons erupted as Dave and his comrades utilized their formidable firepower to secure the battlefield, granting Ryan and his frontline team precious time. The war unfolded in this tug-of-war for several hours. Even as darkness descended, the zombies continued their relentless waves of assault. Ryan could only rely on the intervals between the zombie onslaughts to nibble on rations and sip water, taking turns with his comrades to steal brief moments of rest. Ryan discovered that the number of attacking zombies had far exceeded the figures reported during the reconnaissance. Fortunately, a batch of scouting balloons released by Dave had managed to survey numerous areas under the cloak of night. Although they were ultimately shot down, the reconnaissance yielded invaluable information. The findings indicated that the zombies had concentrated their forces across the entire Greenleaf Plain. This signified that the zombie strength would be threefold of what had been anticipated. The silver lining was that once they were completely eradicated, the entire Greenleaf Plain would be within their grasp. This revelation invigorated everyone at the front line, especially as the night wore on and Kenway undertook the perilous task of navigating the waters under the veil of darkness. He brought forth reinforcements in the form of plants and robots, significantly uplifting the morale of the troops. On the following morning, the rising sun cast its golden rays upon the battlefield. The scene was one of devastation, with the dismembered remains of zombies strewn across the land. Ryan's eyes were tinged with bloodshot hues as he and his comrades gathered by the robot's heat vent, savoring freshly brewed coffee. Since 4 o'clock that morning, the relentless onslaught of zombies had abruptly ceased every half hour. Only a few trivial zombie nuisances were tossed in to create disturbances, momentarily alleviating the pressure on the front line. Yet, Ryan and his fellow warriors remained vigilant, sensing that this tranquility resembled the calm before a storm, with the final confrontation poised to erupt at any moment. Just as he finished his cold sandwich, accompanied by the warmth of his coffee, a piercing scream erupted from the horde of zombies before them. Grotesque, greenish forms surged like a tidal wave, a chaotic amalgamation of various zombies charging forth, indicating their strategy of a concentrated assault aimed at delivering maximum impact in a short span of time, exerting immense pressure on the weary human defenders who had fought tirelessly for a day. The corn cannons atop the elevated platform roared to life first, followed by a cacophony of whistling projectiles and thunderous explosions as colossal kernels rained down upon the zombie throng, sowing further disarray among their ranks. The towering giant zombies collapsed in succession, significantly alleviating the strain on the front lines. Subsequently, an array of projectile plants unleashed their own offensive, hurling watermelons, frozen watermelons, cabbage, and corn kernels through the air. These attacks peeled away layers from the horde as though they were stripping an onion, gradually weakening the mass of zombies. Yet, undeterred, the remaining zombies continued their relentless advance, trampling over the fallen bodies of their comrades as they surged toward the human stronghold. Ryan stood atop a robot, his expression grave as he gazed upon the advancing horde of corpses. He clutched his wand tightly, bracing himself for this final round of battle. Chapter 67, The True War, Epilogue. Ryan gazed as the zombies surged forth like a relentless tide, obliterating the already disheveled barricades and, with some sacrifices, clearing the potato mines that lay before their stronghold. Approximately 20 meters away from the fortified wall, a cadre of colossal zombies emerged from the rear of the decaying horde. In their impatience, they even trampled over the ordinary zombies that obstructed their path. Unlike the typical giant zombies, these creatures were significantly larger. adorned with makeshift armor fashioned from car parts and remnants of buildings, which considerably diminished the efficacy of the plant's assaults. Ryan attempted to employ the unclean return to silence in order to assault these colossal zombies. However, their tough skin and substantial magical resistance rendered his efforts futile. Each magical strike merely created a diminutive ash-gray area upon impact. Ryan endeavored to concentrate his attacks on the leg of a colossal zombie. Although his repeated strikes left a substantial grayish-white mark on the creature's limb, thereby impeding its movements, the zombie soon discerned the cause of its sluggishness. With a swift swipe of its claw, it removed the offending flesh and resumed its usual pace. Nearby, a squad had managed to bring down one or two of the towering undead through concentrated fire, yet the advancing horde quickly filled the gaps left behind. Observing the massive forms charging towards him, Ryan understood that this was not the moment for restraint. He drew forth a vial of psychedelic mushroom spore powder from his belt and scattered it into the air before him. Then, aiming his wand at the approaching giant zombie, he traced a sigil in the air and intoned an ancient Viking tongue, "Deter the filth." The trajectory of Ryan's wand traced through the spore powder, igniting swiftly with the incantation, forming a letter in pale flames reminiscent of the ancient Norse rune is. The simplest interpretation of this letter denotes ice, while deeper connotations reflect the beauty, delicacy, and elegance of snow. Yet, it also embodies deception and may serve as an obstacle. On a more profound level, it signifies potential delays in plans. The fervor has cooled, but it may also indicate the quelling of anger. This letter, composed of flames, swiftly transformed into a luminous sphere the size of a ping-pong ball, soaring towards the colossal zombies under Ryan's command. Upon encountering three clustered giants, the sphere erupted, enveloping them in a cloud of white mist. This mist rapidly penetrated the bodies of the giant zombies and their nearby counterparts, causing them to freeze in place. Moments later, they turned and began to assault the other zombies around them. The sudden betrayal of these undead instigated chaos among the horde, momentarily stalling their assault. Ryan's companions swiftly assisted him, who appeared somewhat weakened, onto the robot. They directed the machine and surrounding flora to intensify their firepower amidst the chaos wrought by the zombies, hoping to eliminate as many of the undead as possible. Despite the collective efforts of the team, the onslaught of zombies was overwhelming. After all, the horde had emerged in full force, vastly outnumbering the humans. Minutes later, as Ryan felt himself regaining strength, an order reverberated from the camp, instructing the frontline squads to abandon the nut walls and retreat behind the trenches. The assault from the zombie legion had reached an unprecedented ferocity, with numerous minor zombies breaching the nut walls, causing considerable disorder in the rear. Meanwhile, the main force of zombies launched a relentless attack on the nut walls, crashing against the barriers like a green tide, with several sections already breached. Many autonomous robots suffered losses while attempting to seal the gaps. Consequently, the camp's commander decided to consolidate their forces for enhanced defense. Under the cover of cherry bombs and explosive peppers, Ryan's squad successfully retreated to the trench area to re-establish their position. The unguarded nut walls were quickly demolished, despite the valiant efforts of the plants. Ryan witnessed countless zombies fall every second. Nevertheless, the relentless momentum of the zombie offensive remained formidable, as the trenches, originally designed for delay, soon became choked with the fallen corpses of the undead, rendering their original form unrecognizable. The zombie assault surged with ferocity, claiming a devastating toll on the majority of the attackers as they advanced on the human stronghold. A dense network of plant firepower created a symphony of bloody warfare. Echoing the chaos of battle, Ryan continuously unleashed a myriad of magical assaults upon the formidable, mutated zombies. Although he endured numerous instances of exhaustion that left him incapacitated, each time he collapsed, he rose again after a brief respite, resolutely resuming his magical onslaught to aid his comrades. During this process, Ryan felt his magical prowess ascending rapidly. Indeed, the speed at which he cast frequently used spells during combat had doubled compared to before. Simultaneously, he accumulated a wealth of combat experience, leading him to believe that his battle acumen now surpassed that of many clerical officials within the Ministry of Magic. Finally, in the afternoon, the high-ranking zombies commanding from the rear could no longer endure the stagnation of their advance. Shielded by a legion of colossal zombies, they surged to the front lines, hoping to break through the human defenses with their formidable strength and protection. Yet, zombies are still zombies. Even the more intelligent high-ranking ones lack the comprehensive strategic thinking of humans. Upon noticing the arrival of the high-ranking commanding zombies at the forefront, the concealed, rapidly spawned combat mode corn cannons began firing swiftly at their position. Concurrently, several pre-identified weak points in the defensive walls were breached, as Dave led his giant robotic troops in a fierce charge toward the high-ranking zombies. Nearby combat teams hastily converged toward Dave, clearing the obstacles that lay before him. Ryan's team melded seamlessly into the larger force, and he observed the horde of zombies, layered before the formidable advanced undead, poised to collide with the robotic battalion. In that critical moment, he swiftly retrieved a glass vial containing sun crystal from his waist. There was no time to delicately open the bottle. Ryan forcefully struck the steel components of the robot with the vial. With a resounding shatter, the glass broke, ignoring the shards within. Ryan extended his left hand to grasp the sun crystals tightly, simultaneously uttering an incantation in ancient Viking tongue, directing it towards the zombie ranks. Sunlight purification. A luminous entity, representing light, emerged from Ryan's grasp, transforming into a small sun that radiated gentle sunlight. Ryan exerted considerable effort to raise his left arm, aiming it towards the front line. The warmth of the sunlight enveloped the humans, invigorating their spirits and lifting their morale. In stark contrast, the zombies were severely afflicted by the radiant energy contained within the sunlight, compelled to relinquish their attempts to thwart the advancing human forces. They shielded their vulnerable areas with their arms, seeking to avoid further harm. This circumstance significantly aided the human troops in their assault. At long last, they penetrated the formidable layers of protection erected by the zombies, arriving before the high-ranking zombie commander, the orchestrator of this conflict. The final showdown was imminent, with victory or defeat hanging in the balance. Chapter 68, The True War, Conclusion. Ryan discovered that the commanding high-ranking zombies were nearly the same size as ordinary zombies, seated upon the backs of colossal zombies that were even larger than the usual giants. Faced with the encroaching humans, they frantically commanded the zombies in various directions to regroup. Unfortunately, the plants capable of ranged attacks had established a formidable isolation zone, preventing the surrounding zombies from providing timely support. The giant robots, under Dave's command, swiftly engaged in a fierce struggle with these zombies, immobilizing the colossal ones while the plants unleashed a torrent of relentless assaults upon them. At this moment, Ryan was also busy, using magic to strike at the commanding high-level zombies. However, he soon discovered that these advanced zombies possessed magical resistance, even the targeted ancient life magic. Unclean rest could only momentarily hinder their movements. Consequently, Ryan resolved to fully cooperate with his comrades in providing support. He noticed a giant zombie entangled with a massive robot, atop which a high-level zombie was preparing to flee. Ryan aimed at that zombie and unleashed unclean rest, causing it to pause briefly. Seizing the opportunity, Ryan's ally maneuvered the robot forward and incinerated the zombie with the fire dragon grass attached to it. Before the two could exchange nods of acknowledgement, Ryan used his grappling claw to swing swiftly in another direction, tossing a protective armor onto a warrior who had inadvertently fallen from his robot during the battle, shielding him from a zombie-esque assault. On the battlefield, each individual exerted themselves in a concerted effort to eliminate the enemy. After less than 10 minutes of fierce combat, humanity had completely eradicated the high-level zombies that served as commanders within the zombie horde. As the last high-level zombie was thoroughly crushed by a massive robot, Ryan knew that victory in this war was secured. Indeed, without the leadership of the high-level zombies, the rest of the undead reverted to aimlessly wandering. Although the life force of humans continued to attract them, the pressure from their assaults diminished significantly in the absence of a commander. Zombies without direction became a disorganized mob and were swiftly eliminated by humanity. As the sun began to set, the conflict had drawn to a close. In the aftermath, a coalition of over 700 humans and more than 5,000 robots, accompanied by a plethora of magical plants, had entirely vanquished over 100,000 zombies across the Green Leaf Plains where Green Leaf City was located. However, the cost was steep. While no lives were lost, at least 10 individuals would suffer permanent disabilities. Half of the robots were destroyed, particularly the colossal ones, of which only 110 survived. Most significantly, the magical plants sustained a loss of 50%, with some close combat plants nearly decimated. Additionally, the previously stockpiled resources had been substantially depleted, leaving humanity without offensive capabilities for at least 6 months. Nevertheless, the gains were considerable. With the acquisition of coastal Greenleaf City, humanity had regained fundamental industrial capabilities. It is noteworthy that to assemble these 5,000 robots, the town had exhausted nearly all available steel, including several pre-catastrophe steel warehouses and an abandoned train station housing multiple trains. The remarkable plants that refined steel without the need for fuel had been crucial in achieving this feat now, with ample territory for industrial development and plant cultivation. Humanity was poised to reclaim its status as the dominator of this world. As darkness enveloped the land, they refrained from entering the city for safety reasons. Following the ancient Viking sorcerer-esque customs, Ryan commanded the robots to construct an altar on the battlefield, performing an ancient ritual to dispel the resentment of the fallen zombies, liberating and purifying the souls trapped within their decaying flesh. As Ryan stood on the altar, waving his wand and chanting spells in ancient Viking tongue, glimmers of silver light emerged from the fallen zombies, coalescing in the air into indistinct, translucent souls. With the incantations, the expressions of the spirits gradually calmed, ultimately bowing to Ryan on the altar before dissipating into mist. The purification ceremony persisted throughout the night, fortunately, as these were merely zombies, their strength residing in their corporeal forms. Once their bodies were destroyed, the strength of their souls was even weaker than that of ordinary humans. Had they been vengeful spirits, the ritual would have proven both troublesome and perilous. Others witnessed the multitude of ghosts, with some even spotting their own relatives and friends, moved to tears. The following morning, Ryan noticed a newfound respect and gratitude in the gazes of those around him. After tidying up, everyone set forth towards Greenleaf City, and by noon, Those who had fully recovered proceeded into the city. After clearing out the remaining few zombies within Greenleaf City, Ryan and Dave bid farewell to Kenway, who was preparing to set sail on a steam-powered sailboat as part of the reconstruction plan to search for survivors on the surrounding islands. As they watched the sail fade into the distance, Dave turned to Ryan and remarked that he felt his friend was soon to return home. Indeed, Ryan replied. The tasks at hand have been accomplished, and it is time for me to return. Next time I come, I shall seek out potions that might restore those valiant warriors who now bear disabilities. Dave expressed his gratitude for Ryan's assistance, acknowledging that his magic had vanquished many formidable foes and saved countless lives. In this era, every individual who survives brings a glimmer of hope. After which, Dave patted Ryan on the shoulder, signaling for Blue to follow him. Upon reaching the riverbank, Ryan noticed a steamship laden with numerous parts approaching from upstream. I will erect the second energy tower in this city, Dave stated, for the original township is suitable for refuge, but lacks the space necessary for development. He pointed towards a high ground along the riverbank, where a multitude of robots were busily engaged in construction. Given the current scarcity of personnel, and in anticipation of a potential zombie counterattack, Dave resolved to construct a colossal fortress capable of housing everyone to ensure safety. This would serve as their base henceforth, with materials sourced from the urban area. Upon arriving at the construction site, Ryan meticulously examined the building materials and discovered that many had indeed been directly salvaged from the city's structures, indicating that for safety's sake, some sacrifices would have to be made. Dave entered a recently completed small room and emerged holding a laptop, an external hard drive, and a bag of seeds. These are gifts for you. In addition to my lifelong insights and notes, there are some seeds. You deserve this. Furthermore, I am gifting you a vast tract of farmland as a token of gratitude for your contributions to our world. Dave said earnestly, shaking Ryan's hand with a rare solemnity. Thank you. I have also gained much from you. I hope that when I return next time, I will witness a beautiful world. Ryan replied, firmly grasping Dave's hand before stepping back to open a portal through time and space, waving goodbye as he departed from this world. Chapter 69. The final moments of summer vacation. Upon returning to the Multiverse General Store, Ryan received a message from the system. Further alter the fate of a world. Acquiring 30 deviation points in this phase. Obtain a medium-sized planting base, large farm. Reputation in the Plants vs. Zombies world has reached the required level. A portal can now be opened outside the store at a certain cost, with no cooldown period required. In non-combat scenarios, direct remote trade can be conducted with designated friendly personnel from the main world, currently available with 2 individuals, Dave and Kenway. Subsequently, the laptop and external hard drive in Ryan's possession levitated to the shelf, transforming into 2 blackbound tomes, inscribed with Mad Dave's In-Depth Plant Cultivation Guide and Mad Dave's Ultimate Plant Cultivation Guide. Each book required the expenditure of 5 and 9 deviation points respectively to learn. Ryan chose to study them immediately. This time, he noticed that beyond the infusion of knowledge, his demeanor transformed, becoming more attuned to the plants. No wonder the Ultimate Guide was so expensive. Due to the infusion of certain extraordinary powers, the Ultimate Guide significantly enhanced Ryan's proficiency and efficiency in plant cultivation. The remaining 41 offset points are capable of addressing a myriad of potential challenges that may arise in the future. At the end of the bag, there are several seeds, namely those of the torch tree stump, energy coffee bean, pumpkin, jet mushroom, and frozen pea. This addition has augmented Ryan's botanical legion, equipping it to confront a broader spectrum of circumstances. After inventorying the spoils, Ryan nodded in satisfaction and opened the time portal to return to his world. Upon arriving back in his bedroom, Ryan felt as though he had traversed through time. After enduring such an intense battle, he was astonished to discover that only an hour had passed. The peculiar sensation left him feeling somewhat disoriented. Consequently, Ryan chose to retreat to bed and envelop himself in slumber, hoping to recalibrate through rest. Fortunately, he slept dreamlessly until dawn, assuring himself that he had not succumbed to PTSD and would not suddenly harm others or himself. This was indeed a stroke of good fortune. Awakening early the next day, Ryan delved into the Multiverse General Store and soon realized that his proficiency in magic had significantly improved. However, after receiving Dave's inheritance concerning plants, he discovered numerous flaws in the specimen he had cultivated, necessitating considerable time and various remedial measures to rectify the issues. Ryan estimated that this new plant would likely flourish shortly after the commencement of the academic year, and he eagerly anticipated its emergence. The most significant gain from this experience was the complete assimilation of the assassin's legacy along with the ancient Viking witchcraft acquired in Iceland during practical application. He now adeptly wielded the abilities commensurate with his current level of power. What remained was the gradual mastery of the intricate techniques that would develop alongside his strength. This newfound capability instilled in Ryan a fleeting sense of invincibility. However, contemplating the formidable adversary he would face the following year, a serpent creature with a head larger than a door, Ryan's fleeting pride dissipated swiftly. He soon realized that employing his life magic against such inherently resistant, grotesque beings like the colossal zombie would be exceedingly challenging. Confronting the serpent creature would present its own set of hurdles, as it was a living embodiment of darkness, thereby diminishing the efficacy of his life magic. Additionally, Being a pet of Slytherin, Ryan could wager that it boasted countless specialized magical defenses. Moreover, having existed for over a millennium, the strength it had accrued over the years would undoubtedly be formidable. Engaging in close combat using assassin techniques against such a creature seemed ludicrous. Ryan even questioned whether his hidden blade could penetrate its hide. The sheer size of the beast rendered the act of attacking with a hidden blade akin to attempting to prick an elephant with a needle. Thus, Ryan resolved to dedicate time to devise a reliable strategy to address the serpent creature's menace. In light of the tension wrought by the warfare, Ryan decided to embrace the remaining days of vacation as an ordinary student enjoying the summer, seeking to soothe his frazzled nerves. Thankfully, his soul was not that of a true child. Otherwise, he might have been left with lasting psychological scars. Ryan felt a wave of relief wash over him. Nonetheless, the prospect of engaging in study sessions with Hermione 3 to 4 times a week, coupled with preparing for the upcoming academic year, was daunting. The experience of masquerading as an academic overachiever while facing a genuine prodigy was indescribable. This predicament compelled Ryan to study independently in advance, lest he reveal his shortcomings before Hermione, the true scholar. Although Ryan believed he could easily best 3 Hermiones in combat, being a sharpshooter did not equate to expertise in firearm manufacturing theory. With just over a week remaining before the start of the school year, Ryan and his companions had yet to receive any word from Harry, which naturally sparked their concern. One day, while Ryan and Hermione were engrossed in their studies at the library, a sudden thud echoed as what appeared to be a gray feather duster collided with their window and tumbled to the ground. "Oh, dear," Ryan exclaimed, recognizing it as Ron S.L. He and Hermione hastily dashed outside. Upon reaching the window, they discovered it was indeed Errol, who had fainted while carrying a letter. Poor creature. Hermione shook her head and urged Ryan to hold the owl as she unfolded the letter to read its contents. In the letter, Ron mentioned that they intended to visit Harry's residence to uncover what had transpired, hoping to bring Harry back. "Let us hope they do not engage in any illicit activities," Hermione remarked, before settling on a bench in the park center to draft a reply to Ron. At that moment, Errol began to stir back to consciousness. Ryan concealed the owl in his backpack and then purchased a skewer of unseasoned chicken and a cup of water from a nearby eatery. When he returned to the park, he found Hermione had nearly completed her letter. Carefully, Ryan retrieved Errol from his backpack and fed it shredded chicken mixed with water. After finishing a skewer of chicken, Errol had sufficiently recuperated. Hermione then finalized her letter and entrusted it to Errol for delivery to Ron. Ryan gazed at Errol, who was wobbling in flight while clutching a letter, silently offering a prayer for its safe return home. 2 days later, Ryan received a letter from the school. The parchment adorned with elaborate calligraphy, presenting a full page of required reading for the academic year. At first glance, Ryan thought Hogwarts was demanding that all the books for several years be procured at once. Most professors' reading lists posed no significant issue, however. The flamboyant Gilderoy Lockhart's requirements surpassed the combined total of all others. Lockhart was indeed a star, particularly in this exceedingly dull magical realm. His adventure novels constituted one of the few sources of entertainment for wizards. Remarkably, in a bid to render his narratives more authentic, he risked his life to acquire first-hand accounts from daring adventurers within the wizarding community. Those who venture into danger are not lacking in combat prowess. Lockhart's ability to subdue them with memory charms without fail indicates he possesses his own set of skills. Although Ryan recognized Lockhart's relentless efforts to achieve idol status, the thought of those hefty, expensive novels being mandated for everyone to purchase in their entirety left him seething with indignation against this charlatan. Chapter 70. A New Year in Diagon Alley. The time arrived on the final Wednesday of the holiday, as the Granger couple drove Ryan and their daughter to Diagon Alley for shopping. With Ryan's mother occupied with work and his father claiming to have a brilliant idea that necessitated the swift completion of a new book, he readily abandoned Ryan. Upon Ryan's arrival in this world, he soon discerned that, although the general trajectory of history bore a striking resemblance to that of his previous existence, numerous subtle variations were evident. For instance, many renowned literary works that had flourished in his original world had morphed into similar creations by different authors in this realm, while others had never materialized at all. However, Ryan struggled to recall the specific contents of the books he once read and lacked the time to engage in literary mimicry. Thus, during casual family conversations, he shared some of the imaginative works that had never existed in this world with his father, Mr. Lambert. Perhaps inspired by these flights of fancy, as well as the existence of magic in this realm, Mr. Lambert resolved to dramatically alter his writing style and compose a grand epic of fantasy. Consequently, while secluding himself to write, Mr. Lambert entrusted Ryan to the Granger couple, requesting them to take him shopping. From Ryan's perspective, Mr. and Mrs. Granger epitomized cultured individuals, exuding grace and refinement. Notably, Mr. Granger turned out to be an ardent admirer of Ryan's father's literary works, which fostered an abundance of shared topics during their journey. Upon arriving at Diagon Alley, Ryan and Hermione decided to visit Gringotts first to exchange currency. As they ascended the pristine white marble steps of Gringotts, they spotted Hagrid approaching with Harry. "Hey, Harry. Over here," Ryan called out. Upon hearing his voice, Harry looked up to see Ryan and Hermione standing on the gleaming steps of Gringotts. Ryan greeted Hermione as they descended the steps to welcome Harry. Have you been camping? You look rather disheveled. Hagrid, it's wonderful to see both of you. Are you heading to Gringotts, Harry? Harry replied, I will go after I find the Weasley family. You won't have to search for long, Hagrid chuckled. Soon, the Weasley family appeared, with the twins and Ron expressing their envy of Harry's adventure in Knockturn Alley. Seizing the moment while Mr. and Mrs. Weasley exchanged pleasantries with Harry, Ryan discreetly handed a small pouch to Fred. What are you doing, Ryan? Ron inquired upon witnessing their exchange. You know I went to Iceland during the summer. Your brothers asked me to bring back some local delicacies, Ryan responded. As they ascended the steps to Gringotts, Harry informed Ryan that he had encountered the Malfoy father and son at the dark arts shop. Mr. Weasley, trailing behind, felt compelled to gather evidence against the Malfoys for their dealings in dark magic, leading to a debate with Mrs. Weasley, who urged him to prioritize safety. Before long, Mr. Weasley's attention was diverted as he greeted the Granger couple standing in the hall. It appeared he was indeed a warm-hearted individual towards Muggles, though the Grangers seemed somewhat taken aback by his enthusiasm. After a brief farewell, the Weasley family and Harry proceeded to the underground vault to retrieve money, while Ryan and Hermione exchanged currency in the hall. This year, everyone's allowance was set at 250 galleons due to the increased cost of textbooks at Hogwarts. The goblin, displaying a hint of impatience, informed them, likely having repeated the same line numerous times that morning. When Harry and the others emerged, they agreed to reconvene at Flourish and Blots in an hour, after which they were free to explore the streets. Ryan and his companions strolled along the cobblestone streets, admiring the splendid array of goods on display while indulging in generous scoops of nutty cream ice cream. They spotted the Weasley twins and Lee Jordan procuring a vast quantity of fireworks, only to be subsequently drawn away by Hermione to purchase parchment and ink. As per usual, Ryan intended to rummage through the thrift store in search of valuable old books. After Hermione had caught sight of Ryan's 1893 edition of 100 Common Potions, she too felt a stirring curiosity for such treasure-hunting endeavors. Unfortunately, Harry and Ron showed little interest in this pursuit, opting instead to part ways with Ryan and Hermione to explore the Quidditch specialty shop. Knowledge is immensely valuable. Why do they find that barbaric sport of soaring on broomsticks more enticing? Hermione pondered aloud. You must understand, they all have familial ties to this sport. Besides, those who derive joy solely from reading are but a small fraction of society, Ryan replied, pushing open the shop door and glancing back at Hermione. Upon entering, they discovered Percy Weasley engrossed in a rather tedious tome entitled How Heads of House Acquire Power. Ryan observed the page detailing the professions pursued by heads of house after graduation. Noticing Ryan's curious gaze, Percy sheepishly closed the book and greeted him. In truth, Percy shared a good rapport with both Ryan and Hermione, particularly during their collaborative study sessions, where he had offered considerable assistance. This book is rather simplistic, Ryan remarked with a hint of disdain. Yet, one must consider the magical realm is not vast enough to warrant intricate political maneuvering. I find this book quite well written. Why do you deem its content simplistic? Percy inquired with curiosity, his expression suggesting he believed Ryan, at his age, lacked understanding and was merely speaking out of turn. I recommend you peruse the Comprehensive Mirror of Governance from the Celestial Empire, a work penned over a millennium ago by a prime minister for the emperor, containing case studies far superior to those in this book. I recall someone having translated it into English, Ryan suggested. Percy, indeed intrigued, requested Ryan to write the book's title in Chinese, expressing his intent to search for it in Chinatown. After bidding farewell to the somewhat excited Percy, Ryan and Hermione began sifting through the pile of old books. Most of the previous owners had carelessly scribbled in them, and one volume even emitted an unpleasant odor, perhaps due to being soaked in some potion. However, perhaps due to beginner's luck, Hermione eventually unearthed a valuable tome, the spell notes of a Ravenclaw student, which she deemed filled with useful knowledge. While checking out, Hermione turned to Ryan and said, I used to think these second-hand books were merely for those facing financial difficulties, offering no advantages aside from their affordability. Thanks to your insight, I now realize they contain the invaluable knowledge left behind by predecessors. Ryan smiled. For within the realm of second-hand goods, invaluable treasures often lie concealed. This wisdom, acquired from his previous life scouring for second-hand items on platforms like Xinyu, presented a novel concept to Hermione, a girl of considerable means who never had to resort to purchasing pre-owned items for financial reasons. Particularly when she unearthed gold from a heap of discarded items, the exhilaration of such a discovery was entirely unprecedented for her. After settling the bill, Ryan glanced at his pocket watch and realized the appointed time was approaching, prompting him and Hermione to hasten towards the Lehan Bookstore. Chapter 71. Lehan Bookstore. Upon reaching the entrance of Lehan Bookstore, Ryan and Hermione were met with a throng of people gathered outside. A banner above the door proclaimed that today marked the book signing event for Lockhart's new release. The fervor exhibited by the crowd far surpassed that of his father's admirers. Ryan murmured to himself while observing the multitude of middle-aged witches jostling for position. We might actually get to meet him, Hermione exclaimed to Ryan, considering that nearly all the books on their reading list were penned by him. He must be quite remarkable. But treating novels as textbooks is rather, well, you have a point. Mr. Lambert's novels are quite well written, yet they have never been deemed suitable as textbooks. Hermione seemed to regain clarity in her thoughts. Ryan observed Harry and Ron standing in the queue ahead, clutching their books in anticipation of autographs, while Mrs. Weasley nervously adjusted her hair at the end of the line, with Ginny by her side. As Ryan and Hermione approached Mrs. Weasley, they overheard her softly say to Ginny, "Oh, I'm sorry, dear. Most of the things can only be bought secondhand, as Lockhart's novels are rather expensive." "It's fine, Mum. Textbooks are still quite important." "I don't mind," Ginny replied quietly. At that moment, a throng of people surged forward, pushing Ryan towards the entrance, just as the twins strolled in from outside. Ryan addressed the twins. "How did you find the items I brought this time?" "I didn't make any mistakes, did I?" "Everything is splendid," Fred replied. "But could we postpone the payment for a bit?" "Finances are a tad tight at the moment," George added. "No worries, you can pay me whenever you have the funds. However, I do feel your family leans towards favoritism for boys. Last year, when Ron started school, he at least received a new robe. Yet this year, Ginny, being a girl, only got an old one. That's merely due to Lockhart's new book. We had to purchase 5 sets all at once. So we could only afford to buy Ginny a second-hand robe. That's also why we need to delay your payment. We wish to gift Ginny a few new quills and ink," they explained. "Wait, why do you need 5 sets of books?" Ryan inquired. "We have 5 people in school." "That's 5 sets," Fred replied. "No, what I meant was, since the required books are the same this year, and you are not in the same year, you want to be taking defense against the dark arts together. Why not share among yourselves? Just take notes in a notebook. 1 or 2 sets would suffice." Ryan suggested to the twins. Indeed, how did we not think of that? The twins exchanged glances and hurriedly squeezed into the shop, seemingly in search of their mother. Ryan stood at the entrance of the store, observing Lockhart as he wrapped his arms around Harry for a photograph, seeking to bask in the limelight. This behavior mirrored that of Mr. Lambert, Ryan's father, when he posed for a picture with members of U2 at a book signing event, also attempting to garner attention. It is no wonder Lockhart has amassed such a multitude of fans. His skill in crafting a public persona rivals that of promotional teams from decades into the future. One could say he is a pioneer, far ahead of his time. Moreover, it cannot be overlooked that Lockhart possesses a strikingly handsome appearance. If one were unaware of his vacuous nature, it would be all too easy to be captivated by him. Ryan managed to squeeze into the shop, where he witnessed a memorable scene of Harry charming a lady. He placed an entire set of Lockhart's new novels into Ginny's cauldron. Soon after, a brawl erupted between Mr. Malfoy and Mr. Weasley, fueled by their personal animosities. In the midst of this chaos, Ryan guided the Granger couple to a secure corner of the bookstore to evade the turmoil. Standing at the corner, Mr. Granger inquired with a hint of concern. "Has the wizarding world always been this tumultuous, and is such discrimination still prevalent?" Ryan understood their concern for their daughter's life here, and thus reassured them, stating that such racially prejudiced individuals were relatively few in number. In the wizarding world, knowledge equates to power, and Hermione was a diligent student, so generally, no one dared to provoke her. Upon hearing Ryan's explanation, Mr. Granger appeared to breathe a sigh of relief. At that moment, the altercation between Weasley and Malfoy was halted by the arrival of Hagrid. Ryan, along with the Grangers, joined the throng exiting the bookstore. Mrs. Granger still seemed somewhat apprehensive, while Mr. Granger continued to comfort her. At the entrance, Ryan encountered the Weasley family and Hermione. Hermione hurriedly approached, inquiring about her parents before expressing her gratitude to Ryan. "Thank you for helping to reassure my parents. I truly fear their excessive worry upon witnessing these events." "No need for thanks. We are friends," Ryan replied. Subsequently, the group made their way toward the leaky cauldron, with Ryan intentionally lagging behind to walk alongside Ginny. He feigned a sudden discovery of an old book in Ginny's cauldron and remarked, "Do you also appreciate the knowledge contained within old books?" Ginny, startled, turned to face Ryan, recognizing him as a friend of her brother's. "Hello, I am Ryan Leong. You may call me Ryan. Whenever I visit Diagon Alley, I search through second-hand shops for intriguing or useful old books, from which I have garnered much valuable knowledge. However, such pursuits are often misunderstood by others. Today, noticing your collection of old books, I thought I might find a kindred spirit. If I have intruded upon you, I sincerely apologize." "I know you," Ginny responded, lifting her gaze. "Ron mentioned you were second in the entire year last year and one of his best friends. He also wondered why, despite being able to afford new books, you rummaged through old bookstores." After a brief conversation with Ginny, as they approached the leaky cauldron, Ryan snapped his forehead, exclaiming, "You are starting Hogwarts this year. As a friend of your brother, I ought to present you with a gift." With that, he retrieved a well-prepared old notebook filled with notes from the previous year from his bag and handed it to Ginny. "These are my organized notes. I hope they will prove helpful to you." Ginny joyfully accepted the gift and placed it in her cauldron. At that moment, Ryan noticed a tattered Transfiguration textbook in Ginny's cauldron, with a black notebook wedged within it. He pointed to the notebook, feigning astonishment, and exclaimed, "My goodness. You have begun preparing notes even before starting school. How impressive." Ginny pulled out the notebook, examined it, and then shook her head, saying, "This doesn't seem to be my notebook." Upon opening it, she discovered it was entirely blank. Ryan gazed at the faded date on the cover of the notebook, indicating it was from 50 years prior. On the first page, he could barely make out a name written in indistinct ink, Tom Riddle. The back cover bore the name of a newsagent on Vauxhall Road in London, suggesting that this was indeed an antique notebook. Who was Tom Riddle? Ginny inquired with a hint of curiosity. Perhaps it was inadvertently added by someone at the thrift store. Noticing Ryan's unwavering focus on the notebook, Ginny handed it to him, saying, "Since you seem to cherish it, consider it a gift from me, a token of my appreciation for your thoughtful present." After expressing his gratitude, Ryan placed the book into his backpack, remarking to Ginny that it was quite rare to find an ordinary notebook from 50 years ago in such pristine condition. It would make an excellent gift for his father, who had a penchant for antiques. Chapter 72. Back to school at the Leaky Cauldron. Everyone waved their goodbyes and agreed to meet on the platform on September 1st. Mr. Weasley appeared eager to inquire about Mr. Granger, but was gently pulled back by Mrs. Weasley. The Weasley family and Harry returned home through the fireplace, while Ryan traveled with the Granger family by car. The journey home was steeped in silence. As the car halted at the Granger residence, Ryan retrieved his belongings from the trunk and bid farewell to Mr. and Mrs. Granger, preparing to head home when Hermione hurried a few steps forward to call out to him. Upon seeing Mr. Granger assist Mrs. Granger into the house, Hermione whispered to Ryan, "When we return to school, could you teach me how to fight with magic? I noticed you spent the entire holiday studying that." "Why?" Ryan replied, surprised by Hermione's request. "I remember you were somewhat averse to fighting. Just a few days ago, you told me it was the right time to learn combat." Ryan, upon hearing Hermione's plea, expressed his astonishment. "Because today, in the bookstore, when Mr. Weasley was in a scuffle with Malfoy, you were the only one who thought to move my parents to safety. I realize there aren't many good people like Mr. Weasley. Most still harbor biases against muggles or simply ignore them. Not to mention, both the Malfoy and Weasley families hold considerable sway in the wizarding world. Therefore, typical conflicts between them rarely escalate into significant harm. For those of us from muggle backgrounds, we must rely on our own strength to avert danger. At least, I doubt Malfoy would show any restraint when casting curses against us. Thus, you're correct. We must learn to protect ourselves, as well as our loved ones and friends. I believe you have acquired some knowledge related to combat over the summer. Would you be willing to share that knowledge with me?" "Absolutely," Ryan assured her. "Once we return to school, I will gladly share this knowledge with you." After bidding farewell to Hermione, Ryan dragged his suitcase homeward, contemplating her final remarks. Indeed, Hermione was exceptionally astute. Ryan mused. Were it not for his extensive analysis from his previous life and his psychological maturity of over 30, he might never have contemplated this perspective. At least in the broader context of the British wizarding world, muggles and wizards are not regarded as equals. For instance, Hagrid faced no repercussions for causing Dudley to grow a pig's tail, while wizards with a sense of equality, like Mr. Weasley, are considered outliers in the magical community. Consequently, for wizards of muggle descent to lead a normal existence in the magical world, they must exert more effort to enhance their abilities. Hermione's ability to grasp these concepts at her age is a testament to her extraordinary talent. Upon returning home, Ryan retrieved the diary, a Horcrux of Voldemort, and could distinctly sense the presence of a malevolent and distorted life within it. Ryan pondered for a moment, then placed his diary into a metal box and threw it into the miscellaneous shop of the Myriad Realms. This way, without any human contact, he would ensure the safe transport of this diary to school. Initially, Ryan had intended to experiment with the life magic he had recently learned to see if he could destroy the diary. However, upon realizing the perilous nature of this object far exceeded his expectations, he had no choice but to concede defeat. Here, he could not help but admire Voldemort's genius. The ability to craft such a dangerous item during his student years through self-study could only be described as formidable. Ryan also discerned the distance between himself and the ultimate antagonist lurking in the shadows, realizing that pride and complacency were unwarranted. He still needed to acquire more strength through the myriad of goods available at the interdimensional shop. The remaining days of the holiday were tranquil, as Mr. Lambert, his father, remained in seclusion, declaring his intent to craft a great novel. Hermione, during their occasional encounters, expressed admiration for Lockhart's abilities, contemplating seeking his counsel on matters of defense against the dark arts once school commenced. However, unlike in the original narrative, Hermione did not find herself infatuated with Lockhart. When she shared the contents of Lockhart's novels with Ryan, he pointed out that their adventures from the previous year were hardly less remarkable than Lockhart's escapades. At the very least, a three-headed dog posed far greater danger than a vampire. And as for the Dark Lord, he needed no further elaboration. Thus, while Lockhart could be regarded as a respected figure in the realm of adventure, adoration was entirely unnecessary. One must consider that none of the esteemed professors at Hogwarts held accolades that paled in comparison to Lockhart's. He merely made his experiences public, without concrete evidence. One could not assert that Lockhart was a fraud, for such a claim would undoubtedly provoke Hermione's rebellious spirit. After contemplating for a moment, Hermione conceded that she had indeed been influenced by the novels. Coupled with Lockhart's undeniable charm, she found herself somewhat captivated. Having gained clarity, she resolved to regard Lockhart simply as an exceptionally skilled professor. Time passed swiftly, and before long, it was September 1st, Mr. Lambert finally emerged from his retreat, driving Ryan to King's Cross Station. Throughout the journey, Mr. Lambert was in an exuberant state, animatedly discussing the concepts of his new novel. However, in his excitement, he failed to halt in time at a traffic light and inadvertently rear-ended the vehicle in front of them. Though it was merely a minor collision with no injuries, the resolution took considerable time. As the father and son hurriedly pushed their luggage trolley towards the station, they encountered Harry and the Weasley family, who were also running late. After exchanging greetings, the Weasley family began to pass through the barrier one by one, while Ryan bid farewell to his father. Just as Ryan turned to watch Mr. Lambert exit, a loud thud resonated behind him. Turning around, Ryan saw Harry and Ron sprawled on the ground, their luggage trolleys overturned, belongings strewn across the floor. A crowd had gathered, pointing and whispering about their predicament. Seizing the opportunity, Ryan squeezed through the throng to reach them. What happened? Why are you in such disarray? He inquired. Not quite sure, Harry replied, clutching his ribs. It seems the passageway is blocked. Ryan approached the wall and reached out to touch it. Indeed, the barrier had been completely obstructed. This must be the handiwork of the house elf, Dobby. As he watched the station's grand clock count down the seconds to departure, Harry once more attempted to push the trolley forcefully against the wall, yet the partition remained immovable. It appeared that, thanks to Dobby's well-meaning interference, Harry had been successfully trapped in the train station, unable to make his way to Hogwarts. Similarly, Ryan and Ron, as collateral damage, found themselves ensnared in this predicament as well. Ryan found it utterly unacceptable the way the house elf Dobby sought to rescue him. However, this presented a silver lining for Ryan, as it indicated a forthcoming opportunity to earn some offset points. With this thought, he felt a surge of joy. Chapter 73, a successful return to school at long last. The clock at the train station signaled the scheduled departure time. It appeared they would miss this train. We're done for, Ron said, dazed. The train has left. What if Mom and Dad can't come to pick us up? Do you have any muggle money on you? Harry chuckled awkwardly. The Dursleys haven't given me pocket money in 6 years. I'm fine, Ryan replied. I still have over 30 pounds. Hearing Ryan's response eased Ron's tension slightly, and he pressed his ear against the cold partition wall. There was no sound. What should we do? He asked nervously. I wonder how long it will take for Mom and Dad to come looking for us. As Harry's owl continued to hoot incessantly, drawing too much attention, he suggested they wait by the car for Mr. and Mrs. Weasley. At that moment, Ron seemed to have an epiphany upon hearing the word car. Excitedly, he exclaimed to Ryan and Harry, we could fly to Hogwarts. We're trapped, right? We have to get back to school, don't we? In an emergency. Young wizards can use magic. Isn't there a regulation about it? Stop, Ryan interjected, gesturing to Ron. Let us not forget that we're only 12. Do you really think it's wise for someone without a proper driving education to pilot a flying car across the entirety of Britain? If we were to fall, my levitation spell wouldn't be able to save 3 of us. Harry nodded in agreement, realizing Ron's idea was impractical. After all, even in the Muggle world, one must attend driving school and pass a test to obtain a license. Based on his observations during his stay with the Weasleys, Mrs. Weasley would never permit Ron to drive around recklessly. Harry was reluctant to place his life in the hands of an inexperienced driver. What do you suggest we do then? We can't get to Hogwarts now, Ron said, feeling anxious as he saw Harry did not support his idea. Let us hurry outside. I believe my father hasn't tea left yet. He can help us get to the leaky cauldron. From there, we should be able to find someone who can assist us. Ryan proposed to Harry and Ron. You're a genius. No wonder you score the highest among us, Ron said, clapping Ryan on the shoulder. The trio then hurriedly pushed their cart towards the parking lot. Upon reaching the parking area, Ryan was relieved to discover his father, Mr. Lambert, had indeed not left. He looked astonished as he saw his son and his 2 friends approaching with the cart. Aren't you supposed to be taking the train to school? How come you're back so soon? Mr. Lambert asked, puzzled. There was a malfunction at the entrance, and we can't get in. We were hoping you could take us to the leaky cauldron, where we can return to school, Ryan explained. After hearing this, Mr. Lambert helped them load their luggage into his car. He then called a taxi for the 3 of them, instructing the driver to follow him. After several minutes, they finally arrived at the leaky cauldron. Once they bid farewell to Mr. Lambert, Ryan and his friends entered the pub. Business was slow that day, with few patrons at the bar. Tom, the proprietor, was polishing glassware behind the counter and looked surprised to see them. Children, isn't today the start of term? What brings you here? The barrier at platform 9 3/4 seems to have malfunctioned, trapping us outside. We came here hoping to find someone who could assist us. Ryan responded. Why don't you sit for a while? I'll send a letter to your professor, Tom said. He then took a quill and wrote something on a piece of parchment, which he subsequently sent away through the Floon network. Ryan approached the counter and purchased 3 bottles of pumpkin juice. He and Harry, each with a bottle in hand, sat by the table, sipping the juice while awaiting news. Just as they finished their drinks, a flash of green flame erupted from the fireplace of the leaky cauldron, and Professor McGonagall emerged, clad in a deep green robe. Upon seeing Ryan and the others, she exhaled a sigh of relief. Thank goodness you are all safe. The ministry informed us that there was a problem with the barrier. I was truly worried that you might do something foolish in your haste to catch the Hogwarts Express and hurt yourselves. I'm relieved you knew to seek help at the leaky cauldron. Now that the train has departed, how are we to reach the school? Harry inquired of Professor McGonagall. Do not fret, Children, we will use the Flu Network to reach Hogsmeade Station directly. Ryan, I assume you have not utilized the Flu Network before. Just watch how I do it and follow along, McGonagall instructed, tossing a pinch of Flu powder into the fire, which transformed into a vibrant green hue. She stepped into the flames and uttered Hogsmeade Station, disappearing in an instant. You go first, remain calm and steady, just pronounce the destination clearly. There's nothing to fear. Ron advised Ryan. Ryan pinched a handful of powder from the bowl and tossed it into the fire, then dragged his luggage into the fireplace. The heat within the fireplace enveloped him, akin to the warmth of a bonfire. He uttered his destination, Hogsmeade Station. It felt as though he had been thrown into a washing machine, spinning around, and the swirling green flames rendered him slightly dizzy, with no other option. He closed his eyes and listened to the wind whooshing past his ears. Finally, with a thud, he and his luggage tumbled onto the marble floor. Dazed and disoriented, Ryan propped himself up on his arms, just as Professor McGonagall waved her wand, casting a cleansing charm that whisked away the soot from his clothes. Harry and Ron, who arrived shortly thereafter, underwent the same treatment from Professor McGonagall. She instructed them to leave their luggage behind, assuring them that someone would assist in delivering it to their dormitory shortly. Subsequently, she guided them to the school S-carriage, which appeared empty at the front, yet Ryan recognized it as the vehicle of the Thestrals, visible only to those who have witnessed death. The carriage traversed a rugged dirt path, passing through a grand and magnificent wrought iron gate. Stone pillars flanked the route, each crowned with a winged boar. Ultimately, the carriage came to a halt at the castle's entrance after ascending a long, sloping driveway. At that moment, a notification echoed in Ryan's mind. The event of Harry Potter's flying car crossing Britain had altered, granting him 6 deviation points. This tally exceeded expectations, likely due to the series of events that could have been altered following this pivotal moment. Upon disembarking, Professor McGonagall addressed Ryan and the others. Welcome to the school. Since your classmates won't arrive until the afternoon, the school is not yet prepared. Therefore, I hope you can remain quietly in the common room until the start of term feast. The password for the common room is Fizzing Whizbee. I shall arrange for lunch to be delivered to you. Chapter 74. The commencement of a new academic year. After bidding farewell to Professor McGonagall, Ryan and his 2 companions made their way down the stairs towards the Gryffindor Tower. A few minutes later, they arrived at the portrait of the fat lady. Oh, you 3 are quite early. This is rather unusual, she remarked, eyeing them curiously. Ryan, feeling somewhat dizzy and disoriented from the long ride in the carriage, found himself reluctant to speak. Harry and Ron appeared to share his sentiment. The fat lady's portrait swung open, allowing them to crawl through the entrance, whereupon they collapsed onto the nearest sofa. After a moment of rest, Ryan regained his composure and noticed a plate on the coffee table, laid out by an unknown hand. It held Yorkshire pudding and roast beef, accompanied by roasted potatoes and pea shoots. A rich brown gravy adorned the meat and vegetables, and beside the plate sat a jug of pumpkin juice along with 3 cups. It seemed that if one was not in trouble, the simple fare at Hogwarts was indeed quite sumptuous. The 3 of them eagerly poured gravy over the pudding and beef, their hunger from the morning's exertions finally catching up with them. Once they finished their lunch, the dishes vanished as they did in the Great Hall. The house elves of Hogwarts truly excelled in their service, attending to every wizard without being noticed. After a brief pause, Ryan turned to Harry and Ron, inquiring, "Why can't we pass through that wall? Could it be malfunctioning?" Harry replied, "Perhaps, considering the Hogwarts Express has been running for over a century. Think about the subway gates that break down every few days. It wouldn't be surprising if this entrance occasionally malfunctioned as well." "That's not right. Magical objects are not so easily broken," Ron countered, "especially such an important barrier that is inspected every year." He then turned to Ryan, expressing gratitude. "Thanks for that. I just realized that if I had actually taken my dad's car, my mom would have killed me. Not to mention, if we had driven, we would probably still be cramped in that tiny car, basking in the sun. No need to thank me. I merely tend to think a bit more than others." Ryan replied, "I'm going to take a nap. I'm utterly exhausted from this morning's adventures." With that, he ascended the staircase to his room for a brief rest. When he awoke around 3 o'clock, he washed up and donned his robes before heading downstairs, where he found Harry and Ron engaged in a game of exploding snap. As Harry fumbled, the cards exploded, singeing his eyebrows. Noticing Ryan's descent from the upper levels, Harry suddenly recalled something and exclaimed, "Oh, Ryan, thank you for the letter and postcard you sent me during the holidays." After that, Ryan joined in their game. Thanks to his assassin heritage, Ryan had a steady hand, capable of constructing tall castles with the exploding snap cards. Unfortunately, he was no match for Ron in Wizard's chess, suffering a crushing defeat. Eventually, as the trio began to feel a bit weary, the dinner hour arrived. They quickly tidied themselves before heading downstairs to the Great Hall for the opening ceremony. Upon their arrival, the hall was still empty, so the 3 of them waited in the entrance hall. After a short while, the sound of chattering voices echoed from the corridor as their fellow students arrived. Ryan followed the flow of students and settled at the Gryffindor table. As in the previous year, the ceiling, enchanted to reflect the sky, was adorned with floating candles, transforming the hall into a sea of pointed black hats. However, this year, Ryan was no longer a newcomer lingering at the entrance. Instead, he sat among his peers at his own house's table, awaiting the sorting of the new students. Ryan had just taken his seat when he heard hurried footsteps approaching, and then a figure sat down opposite him. It was Hermione. Her expression tinged with a hint of anxiety. What on earth happened? I didn't see you and Harry on the train, and I thought you all had disappeared. This morning, my father was involved in a minor car accident, which caused us to arrive at the station a bit late. Then, inexplicably, there was an issue with the platform's partition wall, trapping Harry and me outside. We went to the leaky cauldron to send a letter for help, and ultimately, Professor McGonagall assisted us by using the flu network to get us to school. Upon hearing this, Hermione sighed with relief, patting her chest. I'm just glad you're all right. You have no idea how worried I was when I noticed you weren't on the train. Ryan wished to utter more. Yet Dumbledore rose and began to speak, prompting him to seal his lips. The esteemed headmaster announced the commencement of the sorting ceremony. As the grand doors of the hall swung open, revealing the first years, who trembled like quails in fear. Indeed, the secrecy surrounding the sorting ceremony has long been a cherished prank of Hogwarts. Observing these newcomers and reflecting upon the graduated seventh-year students, Ryan suddenly realized that the true power of the British magical community resides within the walls of Hogwarts, to say nothing of other matters. It is worth noting that the majority of employees within the Ministry of Magic hail from this very institution, while bureaucrats like Fudge may come and go since 1956. The position of headmaster has remained with Dumbledore, indicating that nearly all current ministry employees are, in fact, his former students. Ryan was lost in contemplation about the tumultuous relationship between the Ministry of Magic and Hogwarts, when the discordant melody of the Sorting Hat song jolted him back to reality. It must be said that, despite a year of anticipation, the song remained as unpleasant as ever. Following this, the sorting ceremony commenced, and, as expected, Ginny Weasley was sorted into Gryffindor. Additionally, the renowned Harry Potter enthusiast, Colin Creevey, joined them. Ryan mused that the two of them ought to establish a Harry Potter fan club, as they would likely share many common interests. After the customary address from the headmaster, which was as brief as the previous years, a sumptuous feast began. The hall resonated with joyful laughter and the clattering of cutlery. As the last morsel of dessert vanished, Dumbledore informed everyone that it was time to retire for the night. Hermione finally seized the opportunity to inquire thoroughly about how Ryan had arrived at school. Upon hearing his account, Hermione remarked, "Thank goodness you did not heed Ron's dreadful suggestion. Otherwise, you would undoubtedly have incurred a significant loss of points for the house, and perhaps even faced expulsion." Upon returning to the common room, their unusual arrival method piqued the interest of their peers. Ron seemed to revel in the spotlight, continually narrating the circumstances of their arrival to anyone willing to listen. After witnessing this, Ryan shrugged his shoulders and, after exchanging goodnights with Hermione, ascended the stairs to his dormitory. Seizing the opportunity while his roommates had yet to return, Ryan practiced spells for a while. He then proceeded to the washroom to freshen up before retiring to bed. What an exhilarating and thrilling first day of school it had been. Chapter 75. The first combat practice at 6:15 the following morning. Ryan rose early, completed his morning routine, and made his way to the common room, where Hermione was already waiting for him with her backpack. Hermione had previously arranged with Ryan to learn some combat-related skills, a notion that had arisen during the summer when Miss Granger realized how unfriendly the magical world could be towards muggles, stemming from her desire to protect her parents. The two made their way to an empty classroom on the second floor. Once Ryan closed the door, he began to speak. "Since you wish to learn how to fight, I can share all my insights with you." Upon hearing this, Hermione took out a book. It was the standard textbook for defense against the dark arts. Dark Forces, a guide to self-protection, along with an extracurricular book, collection of self-defense spells. If we are to learn, I believe we should start with the most fundamental and straightforward principles, Ryan continued. Though these spells may be simple to cast, limited in application, and generally modest in effect, they can at least ensure our safety during the learning process. Hermione nodded in agreement. Ryan opened the book and pointed to a page, saying, "I believe we should begin our studies with this. The disarmament charm, one of the most fundamental yet highly effective spells. Of course, this may prove futile for African sorcerers, as they practice their craft unarmed. However, at least in Britain, it is exceedingly useful." After Ryan finished speaking, he handed the book to Hermione. She took the book and examined it carefully several times, then waved her wand in the air, her lips moving incessantly. After a while, she paused her actions and said to Ryan, "I believe I have grasped the theoretical knowledge sufficiently. We should practice together. After all, spells cannot be mastered solely by reading." "Of course, I agree," Ryan replied as he drew out his wand. He couldn't help but admire Hermione's intelligence, for he had spent 20% more time than she had learning this particular spell. Standing about 10 paces apart, Ryan raised his wand and announced, "On the count of 3, we will begin. 1, 2, 3. Disarm." Just as Ryan finished speaking, Hermione uttered the incantation. The spell was remarkably precise, as a red beam of light shot from the tip of Hermione's wand and struck Ryan. However, since it was her first attempt, Hermione encountered a slight mishap in releasing the spell, resulting in Ryan's hair merely standing on end. In contrast, Ryan's counterattack effortlessly sent Hermione's wand spiraling from her grip. "Why didn't my spell work?" Hermione asked, somewhat perplexed. "This is the issue with self-study from textbooks alone," They only provide the spells in their principles. They are meant to complement classroom instruction. The application of spells must be learned through a teacher's demonstration. Fortunately, this self-defense spell compendium outlines the key points, Ryan said, showing Hermione a page concerning the disarming charm. Upon glancing at it, Hermione quickly recognized her mistake. The letter P in the incantation required emphasis. After reviewing the material, Hermione closed the book and resumed her practice. With the correct method now in hand, her magical prowess improved rapidly, and before long, she was able to disarm Ryan with ease. I believe I have mastered this spell. May I learn the next one? Hermione said, her demeanor slightly proud. Have you truly mastered it? Then let us properly test your skills. You must understand that in a real battle, it is improbable for two individuals to stand still, exchanging spells without moving. At your current level, I could defeat you without using any spells, Ryan replied. I refuse to believe that. After all, you haven't studied these spells for long either. Even if your level is higher than mine, it cannot be by much, Hermione retorted. The two then stood 10 paces apart to commence a new round of practice. Hermione launched spells at Ryan, but he either dodged them or shielded himself using the classroom desks. Ultimately, Ryan leapt over several desks, evading the spells, and pointed his wand at Hermione. When did you learn all this? It looks a bit like parkour. But seriously, this skill should have some utility in combat, he remarked. How do you know about that? As far as I remember, this trend is only popular in France. Hardly anyone in England practices it, Ryan inquired. I have a French relative who told me about it during his last visit. My distant cousin broke his leg while participating in that sport, Hermione replied. Indeed. Extreme sports come with risks. One should engage with caution, Ryan continued. This is why I assert that you have yet to truly master this spell. More precisely, you do not understand how this magic should be utilized in combat, which is its essence. That is true, Hermione conceded. But you must have practiced this skill for several years. I find it difficult to match your agility. There is no need to replicate my abilities, however. Enhancing physical fitness and athleticism is always beneficial. Consider that many spells in the magical realm are difficult to counter. Yet you should have noticed that all spells require aiming before being cast. Thus, you can evade them. Even the most fearsome killing curse cannot harm you if it misses. Ryan explained. He then shared various techniques for enhancing physical agility with Hermione and concluded, while it is true that healing mundane ailments in the magical world is relatively simple, it is better to avoid illness whenever possible. Madame Pomfrey's potions are notoriously unpalatable. Hermione nodded in agreement, recalling her experience from the previous winter when she had to endure Madame Pomfrey's potion due to a cold. The taste had been dreadful, and it resulted in steam emanating from her ears. During the following moments, Ryan retrieved several small balls from his pocket and levitated them using the levitation charm, directing them up and down. He instructed Hermione to use these balls as moving targets to practice her disarming charm. Before long, the time reached 7:15. After tidying up the classroom, the two proceeded to the Great Hall for breakfast. On the way, Hermione asked Ryan, when shall we schedule our next practice session? I believe weekly practice is essential for progress. Otherwise, it's easy to forget. Let us aim for Saturday or Sunday then. We can notify each other when we have free time, Ryan suggested after some contemplation, recognizing that only during weekends would they have ample time for practice. Mornings like today were too rushed. As they walked, they discussed various tips regarding the disarming charm as well as strategies for countering spells or attacks against moving targets, continuing their dialogue until they reached the entrance of the Great Hall, where they took their seats at the Gryffindor table for breakfast. Chapter 76. A busy first day of school. Upon arriving at the Great Hall, Ryan noticed that Hogwarts breakfast was as lavish as ever, due to the unusual arrival to school the previous day. Ron and Harry were surrounded by a throng of students inquiring about the specifics of the events from the day before. As Ryan settled into his seat, the Weasley twins patted him on the shoulder from behind. Fred then said, "Thank you, Ryan. Your idea has saved our family a considerable amount on textbooks." "No need for thanks. Had it not been for your numerous siblings, I might not have thought of it," Ryan replied. "By the way, could you tell me what the items I purchased from you will be used for?" "Not at the moment, as it is a trade secret. However, once the products are ready, we will definitely invite you to take a look," the twins said before moving to the other end of the table to join Lee Jordan for breakfast. Ryan shrugged and began to enjoy the breakfast before him. Indeed, after physical exertion, one's appetite tends to increase. Not only Ryan, but even Hermione was consuming more than usual at breakfast that day. As everyone was enjoying their meal, a multitude of owls filled the sky. At the beginning of each school year, there tend to be more owls than usual, as there are always some potion ingredients and textbooks that need to be urgently delivered to their owners. Some individuals had particularly extravagant packages. For instance, Neville's parcel was larger than anyone else's, making Ryan recall that the memory ball his grandmother had sent him last year was quite fitting, even though it only served to remind one of things they had forgotten. At that moment, Ryan spotted a gray figure descending from the sky. He quickly pulled the milk jug back with his left hand and reached out with his right hand to catch the falling object. "It seems to be Ron's owl," Hermione remarked, having been startled by Ryan's swift actions. She then closely examined the object in Ryan's hand. Upon closer inspection, Ryan discerned that it was Errol, Ron's owl, clutching a letter in its beak. He approached Ron, cradling the unconscious owl, and handed him the letter, casually remarking, "Your family truly ought to replace this owl. It is far too old. Had it not been for Lockhart's book, perhaps we could have acquired a new one this year." As Ron spoke, he began to open the letter. After a brief glance, he informed Harry and Ryan. "The Ministry of Magic wishes for us to keep the incident regarding the barrier to ourselves, and thus has compensated each of us with 10 galleons, which my father will relay to you. My mother will send the money your way when she visits the post office in a couple of days. Errol is simply too aged to carry 30 galleons. There's no rush. Whenever you have the time will suffice," both Ryan and Harry replied in unison. "This can be seen as a blessing in disguise. At least 10 galleons is a considerable amount of pocket money for me," Ryan remarked. "My mother confiscated my money," Ron said, his expression one of despondency after hearing Ryan's account. "How unfortunate." Ryan and Harry exchanged glances, each reading the shared sentiment in the other's eyes. As their meal neared its conclusion, Professor McGonagall began distributing the class schedules along the table. Their first lesson was herbology, which would take place in the greenhouses alongside Hufflepuff. Professor Sprout, the herbology instructor at Hogwarts, was a plump, middle-aged woman known for her generally amiable disposition. However, it was noteworthy that her temper seemed less than pleasant at that moment, as Ryan observed her standing at the greenhouse entrance, visibly irritated and covered in dew, as if she had just emerged from within. It was evident that the source of her displeasure was none other than Lockhart, whose pristine appearance was in stark contrast. Clad in a flowing, emerald green robe and adorned with a perfectly positioned green and gold-trimmed top hat, he greeted the students with a beaming smile while boasting about his prowess in herbology. Yet, before he could finish, Professor Sprout, unusually assertive, interrupted him. Calling out to the students, "Today, we will proceed to the third greenhouse. Last year, we merely attended classes in the first greenhouse. According to rumors from the upperclassmen, the plants there were merely a blend of ordinary and magical flora. The third greenhouse, however, houses truly magical plants, albeit with certain dangers. Mishandling them could result in entering the greenhouse upright and exiting horizontally." As the greenhouse door swung open, a peculiar aroma wafted out, reminiscent of a blend of fresh manure and floral scents. Ryan observed numerous plants within, moving as if they were alive, alongside blossoms of enormous size. As Ryan and the others were preparing to enter, Lockhart called Harry over, attempting to discuss matters related to celebrity fame. He is a professor, and such antics have no place within the walls of a school, which is fundamentally a realm of learning, Hermione remarked. Upon hearing this, Ryan chuckled softly, reminded of Hermione's history of idolizing celebrities. It must be said that excessive adoration for stars can indeed lead one to a state of folly. Noticing Hermione's disapproving glare directed at him, he quickly clarified his stance. While it is indeed inappropriate for a school to indulge in such celebrity posturing, it is likely that Lockhart, being new to the institution, is still adjusting to the life of an educator. I believe he will acclimate in due time. Ryan, you always manage to see the good in people, just as you did when defending Snape last year, Hermione replied. However, I maintain that at least Snape possesses genuine skill in potions, whereas Lockhart is nothing more than a thoroughly vain charlatan. Did you not hear him bragging about his herbology expertise right in front of Professor Sprout? Ron chimed in. Upon entering the classroom, they discovered earmuffs placed upon the stools, presumably prepared for the students. Today's lesson involved repotting mandrakes. Hermione effortlessly answered the questions posed by Professor Sprout, earning 10 points for Gryffindor. The mandrake is renowned in the magical world as a premier soul singer, embodying the essence of the phrase singing one's heart out. Hence, proper safety measures are essential when handling them. It was clear that the earmuffs on the stools served as protective gear. As everyone donned their earmuffs, they observed Professor Sprout gently uprooting a mandrake, which wriggled like an infant, its mouth agape as if it were screaming. Ryan gazed at the mandrake, suddenly struck by its resemblance to a ginseng doll. Regrettably, the mandrake lacked any miraculous restorative properties. It could only be used to counteract poison and various antidotes. Contemplating the notion of using poison to combat poison, Ryan inexplicably thought of snakes infused in alcohol, and then mused that perhaps a tincture of mandrake could invigorate the blood and dispel stagnation. Beside him, Hermione noticed Ryan lost in thought and nudged him with her elbow. When Ryan regained his focus, he realized that the professor's demonstration had already concluded. Fortunately, his momentary lapse was not too severe, allowing him to navigate the subsequent tasks with relative ease. Thanks to the legacy of the eccentric Dave and his plant cultivation, even though the mandrake could sing, dance, and perhaps perform other feats, it remained a plant. After observing the mandrake for a few minutes, Ryan grasped its characteristics, swiftly uprooted it, repotted it, and filled the soil with efficiency. Upon completion, he noticed that others were still wrestling with their mandrakes. Indeed, it was a struggle. Ryan observed more than one classmate bitten by the mandrake on their fingers. Ryan's precise and efficient act of repotting the mandrake earned Gryffindor an additional 5 points. After the herbology class concluded, the man seized the opportunity to pose a question to Professor Sprout that had long perplexed him. Why, in the original text, were so many students petrified while awaiting the maturation of the mandrake in the greenhouse, rather than simply procuring one from outside? Ryan's inquiry specifically focused on why he had never encountered anyone selling mandrakes in the outside world. Professor Sprout, with a hint of pride, replied that Hogwarts was the only institution across Europe that had successfully cultivated mandrakes, and that wild mandrakes were only easily discovered when they reached maturity. However, during their maturation phase, mandrakes would naturally emerge from the soil in search of suitable locations to bloom and bear fruit. Thus, in the marketplace, the sale of mandrakes could only be observed under fortuitous circumstances. After expressing his gratitude to the professor, Ryan hurried back to the castle to bathe and change his attire. He found the mandrake remarkably reminiscent of the legendary ginseng doll and contemplated exchanging his own plant with Professor Sprout for further research on the mandrake. During the subsequent transfiguration class, both Ryan and Hermione contributed 5 points to Gryffindor as they successfully transformed a beetle into a beautiful button. However, reflecting on the considerable time he had spent practicing in the apothecary while Hermione had not wielded her wand throughout the summer, Ryan felt the relentless pressure of academic excellence that Hermione represented. It was unfortunate that, like many parents, his own were solely acquainted with Hermione. The constant comparisons left him feeling somewhat inadequate. Following lunch, Ryan faced the last class of the day. To be honest, if not for the professor's authority to deduct points, he might have been tempted to skip the class altogether. Indeed, the next lesson was to be conducted by the illustrious novelist, memory thief, recipient of the Order of Merlin. Third class, honorary member of the Society for the Protection of Wizards, and 5-time winner of the Most Charming Smile Award from the Wizarding Weekly, Gilderoy Lockhart. Only he could transform a classroom into a fan meeting, which inevitably devolved into a chaotic affair. Despite his aversion to attending, Ryan resigned himself to the situation, burdened with several hefty novels as he made his way to the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom. Upon entering, he noticed an unusual commotion. Many girls wore expressions of excitement, chattering animatedly about Lockhart, creating an atmosphere akin to a celebrity book signing. Fortunately, these enthusiasts occupied the front seats, allowing Ryan to find a corner in the back of the classroom where he could stack his 7 books as a makeshift barrier, preparing to daydream during the lesson. As the class bell rang and everyone settled in, Lockhart strode in, clearing his throat to command silence. He then seized a book from a young witch seated in the front row, proudly displaying its cover featuring his own winking visage. He proclaimed, pointing to his picture, am Gilderoy Lockhart, recipient of the Order of Merlin, 3rd class, honorary member of the Society for the Protection of Wizards, and 5-time winner of the Most Charming Smile Award from the Wizarding Weekly, but I do not boast about that. I do not depend on my smile to vanquish the Banshee of Mallowan. Ryan silently scoffed at this declaration. After a brief pause for effect, during which many young witches giggled, he continued with a self-satisfied tone. I see you've all purchased my complete works. Splendid. Today, we shall begin with a little quiz. Do not fret. It is merely to gauge how well you have absorbed the material. He added, this entire series nearly bankrupted the Weasley family. Such a monopolistic and unscrupulous venture is truly disgraceful. Ryan mentally crossed Lockhart off his list of admirable figures, finding the reality even more distasteful than the character portrayed in his books. For the next 30 minutes, the class engaged in Lockhart's questionnaire, rife with trivialities such as his favorite color and birthday, questions more suited for a fan club initiation. Was Lockhart genuinely intent on establishing a fan club at the school? Ryan mused that the magical world ought to prohibit such commercial endeavors within educational institutions. To make matters worse, after spending half an hour laboriously completing the 3 extensive sheets, Ryan had to endure 10 full minutes of Lockhart-esque self-indulgent commentary on the answers. Hermione, having answered every question correctly, earned 5 points, prompting Ryan to glance in astonishment at her. She covered her mouth with one hand and silently mouthed to him, I just habitually memorize everything I read. Ha ha ha. Excellent. Lockhart exclaimed. Now, let us return to the matter at hand. He bent down and retrieved a large cage draped with a cloth from behind the podium, placing it on the desk. Now, be cautious. My task is to teach you how to defend yourselves against the most nefarious entities known in the magical realm. In this classroom, you will confront the most terrifying of things. But remember, as long as I am here, you shall not suffer any harm. I merely ask that you remain composed. Ryan immediately gathered all his belongings upon sighting the cage, for he wished to prevent his possessions from being turned into a chaotic mess by the mischievous little sprites. Subsequently, after a dramatically theatrical display, Lockhart opened the door to the cage containing the Cornish pixies. To a certain extent, Lockhart was correct. These little creatures indeed posed a threat. Although they lacked magical abilities and preferred mischief over malice, they were by no means as benevolent as the Smurfs. They were diminutive in size, remarkably agile, possessed extraordinary stamina, and exhibited cunning and a sense of teamwork. When dozens of these sprites congregated in a confined space, even many adult wizards found it challenging to manage them. Yet, in a bid to showcase his bravado, Lockhart unleashed them all. Was chaos and disaster now inevitable? No, Ryan did not share that sentiment. Chapter 78, The Dawn of a New World. Ryan was keen to prevent chaos from engulfing the classroom, particularly as these mischievous sprites could wreak havoc on his classmates' belongings. With a flick of his wand, he cast a transformation spell on the desks, which morphed into a fine mesh net. Thereafter, he uttered the incantation Wadawasi, sending the net soaring like a bullet towards the cage on the podium, effectively ensnaring most of the sprites along with the cage itself. The few remaining sprites that had evaded capture were swiftly subdued by the students, with Harry even managing to knock one down with a deft swat of his book. As all the sprites were returned to the cage, Lockhart appeared somewhat unsatisfied. He offered a brief commendation to the students, and then awarded Ryan an additional 5 points. A smile graced Ryan's face, not in response to Lockhart's praise, but rather due to the information conveyed by the system in his mind. He had earned 2 deviation points for averting the calamity the pixies had caused in class. Lockhart, mistaking Ryan's smile for admiration, became even more boastful. During my travels in Scotland, I encountered hundreds of pixies. However, I subdued them all with a spell of my own invention. Fortunately, the commotion subsided quickly as the class period drew to a close, and soon the bell rang, liberating everyone's ears. After class, Ryan and Hermione proceeded to the library to complete their assignments. Shortly thereafter, Ginny joined them to study. After expressing her gratitude for the notebook Ryan had given her, she inquired about Lockhart's lessons. I can only say that Lockhart may not be suited for the role of a teacher. He brings his celebrity persona into the classroom, which is quite inappropriate. Ryan whispered his thoughts to Ginny. Hermione, contemplating interjecting, ultimately chose to remain silent. After dinner, Ryan returned to the dormitory to gather a few belongings, and then, taking advantage of the absence of others, he entered the washroom. Ryan was certain that the only places in Hogwarts that lacked surveillance, aside from the bedrooms, were the washrooms. Once inside a stall and locking the door behind him, he opened a spatial portal to the Multiverse General Store. Having absorbed enough from his previous inheritance, he decided to embark on a new adventure in a different world to seek out items that would suit him, gazing at the 49 deviation points in his possession. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved to venture into a level 5 world. After all, the more formidable the power, the greater the number of deviation points required to master it. Opting for a level 6 world posed risks, given that a level 5 world, like the Plant vs. Zombies universe, featured a zombie war with creatures of 100,000 levels, the dangers of a level 6 world were all too apparent. Moreover, he might not have enough points left for enhancing his abilities. Having made his decision, Ryan communicated with the Multiverse General Store and paid the required deviation points. In an instant of radiant light, he was transported to a new world. Where's this? It appears to be indistinguishable from the ordinary world. Ryan stood upon a dirt path, surveying his surroundings while silently murmuring to himself. The path beneath his feet appeared to have been trodden by others, as the shoe prints indicated that this world was inhabited. Flanking the road were desolate mountains and dense woods. As Ryan approached the edge of the path to examine it more closely, he discerned that the trees lining the roadside were species commonly found in southern China. It seemed evident that this realm belonged to the east, but the precise circumstances remained unclear. Ryan perceived the surrounding situation through the lens of life magic, discovering that the predominant characteristic of this area was the overwhelming presence of death, far surpassing that of life. In a particularly potent spot by the roadside, he kicked at the ground, unearthing a human tooth. The condition of this place appeared rather grim. He hoped to encounter a living soul. Contemplating this, Ryan resolved to search for clues. Based on his past experiences, he often found himself near the fated individuals of the worlds he visited. With a path beneath his feet, it seemed prudent to follow it onward. He retrieved several items from a general store, then shed his robe and stuffed both the robe and the items into his backpack, transforming himself into a traveler. The reason for discarding the robe was that its dark hue was not typically associated with virtuous individuals in most realms. After walking along the dirt road for a dozen minutes, flanked by unchanging barren mountains and forests, Ryan confirmed that the pervasive aura of death in this region was not merely a minor issue, but rather a pervasive affliction throughout the entire area. Ryan silently prayed that he would not find himself in a post-apocalyptic world this time, as the scarcity of the living would inevitably result in a significant reduction in opportunities. Fortunately, after traversing a gentle hill, he began to see pedestrians emerging along the road. The fields on either side transformed into lush rice paddies, where a few farmers toiled diligently. Observing the attire of the merchants on the road and the farmers in the fields, it became apparent that this was reminiscent of the fashion style from the Republic of China era. Ryan started to discern the nature of the world he had traversed into. It seemed to belong to a cinematic universe typical of Hong Kong films, though he would need to inquire further to ascertain the specific realm. Continuing his journey a little further, he spotted a rather bustling small town ahead, likely a county seat. This town was encircled by a dilapidated wall. Facing the dirt road was an equally shabby gate tower. Weeds danced in the breeze amidst the cracks of the bricks. A few soldiers loitered at the city gate, but they bore the unmistakable demeanor of warlord troops. Rather than soldiers, they resembled a band of ruffians, casually hanging their arms and inspecting the belongings of the common folk entering and exiting the gate, occasionally pocketing an egg or a few copper coins for themselves. Relying on his magical prowess, Ryan strode confidently into the city, his head held high. Living in modern times had bestowed upon him a tall and commanding figure, complemented by his fair complexion. Dressed in a stylish Western outfit and exuding an air of self-assurance, the guards at the entrance dared not impede his passage. They even bowed slightly in deference. "At least you know your place," Ryan remarked, mimicking the demeanor of wealthy young masters from television dramas. He then produced a handful of silver coins from his pocket, tossing them towards the guards. The guards hastily collected the coins, discovering their remarkable purity. Albeit smaller than the standard silver dollar and inscribed with unfamiliar foreign characters, it was likely that this young master had returned from abroad, employing foreign currency to reward them. One guard noted that although the coins were somewhat scant, they collectively amounted to around 2 taels, sufficient for a month's sustenance for some families in the early Republic era. For the guards, it was more than enough for a hearty meal. Chapter 79. Ringia Town. Without delving into the guards' division of the coins, Ryan began to quietly observe the county town after entering. The town was quite bustling, with numerous vendors peddling their wares along the main street, flanked by a row of shops selling various goods, including matches and kerosene, items of foreign origin. Given that this was merely a relatively remote county town, individuals dressed like Ryan were scarce. Consequently, as he walked through the streets, he garnered considerable attention from the local populace. He could even overhear their murmurs. Whose young master is this? I don't think I've ever seen him before. Look at him, just a pretentious foreigner, flaunting his arrogance. But he is certainly wealthy. Just look at the fabric of his clothing. It must have cost several silver dollars. Ryan was loath to stand on the street, subjected to the gaze of passers-by as if he were an exhibit in a zoo. After taking a brief stroll, he entered the largest restaurant on the avenue. The waiter welcomed him with great enthusiasm and led him to a private room on the upper floor. Having just dined, and with the hour not being mealtime, Ryan placed 5 or 6 silver coins on the table. He then instructed the waiter, please fetch me a pot of tea from downstairs. And be sure to select a fine variety. Additionally, do share any intriguing tales about the happenings in this vicinity. This silver shall be yours for your efforts. Certainly, sir. I shall attend to that immediately, the waiter replied cheerfully, bowing before retreating. Once the waiter departed, Ryan began to observe the furnishings within the room. The decor exuded an antique charm, with substantial wooden furniture crafted with exquisite artistry. It appeared that the craftsmanship of this era had not yet faded into obscurity. However, as the most prominent restaurant in the county, certain elements reflected the passage of time. For instance, a hot water bottle resided in one corner, while an ancient gramophone graced a small table. This antiquity was relative to Ryan's own time, as these items were quite fashionable in the current era. Yet, in this county town, electricity had likely not yet made its mark, as candlesticks adorned the cabinets, certainly not oil lamps. The scent of oil in a fine dining establishment would be quite unpleasant, suggesting that larger cities had embraced electric lighting, while this small town remained somewhat behind the times. The lack of infrastructure and the absence of a power plant were significant factors in this delay. Approximately 15 minutes later, the waiter returned, carrying a tray. At the center of the tray sat a porcelain teapot and a teacup, encircled by 4 plates. This is the latest spring harvest of Lewin melon seeds, a personal selection from the proprietor, brewed with the finest local spring water. These 4 delicacies include lotus seed pastry, osmanthus cake, almond tofu, and osmanthus victory cake. Please enjoy your meal, sir. Ryan nodded as he surveyed the surroundings and then tossed a silver coin to the innkeeper. He inquired, are there any peculiar happenings in the vicinity? I do enjoy hearing such tales, and if they prove entertaining, there shall be a reward. At the tender age of 12, Ryan appeared more like a 14 or 15-year-old, capable of managing a household in this era. Furthermore, his Mandarin accent closely resembled that of the capital's dialect, leading the innkeeper to mistakenly believe Ryan was an esteemed figure from the capital. After discreetly pocketing the coin, the innkeeper, bowing and scraping, replied, if it's unusual tales you seek, you have indeed come to the right person. While speaking, he rummaged through his pocket to feel the coins. With years of experience in hospitality, the innkeeper quickly discerned that these coins were genuine and even of a higher purity than the silver dollars he had encountered before. Encouraged by the promise of reward, he eagerly recounted several dubious rumors, mostly involving scandalous affairs, tales of someone's wife engaging in infidelity and men being violently dragged from brothels by their fierce wives. Ryan had little interest in such gossip. Thus, he interrupted the waiter, expressing his desire to learn about the extraordinary individuals and events around him, rather than the mundane details of daily life. Upon hearing this, the waiter gently fanned his mouth with his hand, saying, oh, my apologies. Young master, being a person of refinement, naturally would not wish to hear such sordid matters. However, as for extraordinary occurrences, there truly are some nearby. In a town called Ringia, there exists a Taoist priest named Lin, who is said to possess the ability to subdue demons and capture ghosts. He has been summoned to our county several times by wealthy patrons. Hence I am familiar with him. This must indeed be the realm of Mr. Zombie, perhaps even a world replete with a series of zombie tales. No wonder I sensed an imbalance of yin and yang on my way here. To confirm this, Ryan inquired further about Ringia Town from the waiter. It turned out that Ringia Town was situated 30 miles away and was originally named Fujian, a name indicative of its affluent residents. Over the years, the wealthiest families have consistently been the Rin family, leading to the town's renaming after the establishment of the Republic. At this point, the waiter recalled something and remarked, it seems the young lady of the Rin family has also returned from overseas. Not long ago, she was seen riding a horse in Western attire, passing through the county. It appeared that Ryan had indeed stumbled upon the world of Mr. Zombie. He then produced a few coins, handing them to the waiter and requesting him to arrange for a carriage to Ringia town to wait downstairs. The waiter accepted the money with a broad smile and departed. After leisurely finishing his refreshments, Ryan descended the stairs and boarded the carriage, which then proceeded northward along the dirt road. Thanks to Tolian's fashionable attire, he faced no obstacles during several inspections along the way. An hour later, the carriage arrived at Ringia town, indeed a bustling large town, seemingly home to over 10,000 residents. Upon disembarking, Ryan inquired about the whereabouts of Master Lin Dao from a street vendor. As it turned out, the master was a local celebrity. The first vendor he encountered, who crafted sugar paintings, was well acquainted with Master Lin's story. After purchasing several sugar paintings and sharing them with the children playing on the street, the vendor spoke candidly about Master Lin, revealing that he was affectionately referred to as Uncle Gio and resided in the charity home on the outskirts of town. The master had two disciples, one being the niece son of the town's rouge shop owner, and the other appeared quite mature for his age. Furthermore, Uncle Gio was described as an upright man, albeit frugal, as he habitually donned an old jacket and never purchased more than half a pound of meat at a time. Ryan mused to himself about the legendary Hong Kong zombie films, recognizing this as the beginning of an extraordinary tale. Although this narrative bore resemblance to countless overused plotlines in time travel novels, the mere prospect of experiencing it firsthand filled Ryan with excitement. Especially as a man who had once been a 90s youth, for the zombie films of Uncle Ing were indelible memories of his childhood. After gathering information about the town and confirming that the plot had yet to commence, Ryan savored one of the leftover sugar paintings while strolling through the quaint streets. After a thorough exploration, he proceeded toward the outskirts of town, eager to meet the protagonist of this world, Uncle Gio. Chapter 80. Meeting Uncle Gio. The charity home was conveniently located near Ringia town. After inquiring with the locals, Ryan arrived at the entrance of the home within 5 minutes. Standing outside, he knocked on the door and called out, "Is Master Lin Dao here?" Coming, a voice responded from within the courtyard. The door soon swung open, revealing a man in patched rough cloth, appearing to be in his 30s or 40s. "Who are you? What do you seek from my master?" The honest Wen Kai was taken aback by Ryan's expensive attire, as he had not expected someone dressed so finely to visit this place. "Wen Kai, who is at the door?" A baritone voice resonated from the courtyard. "Master, it seems to be a young gentleman, perhaps lost," Wen Kai replied. At that moment, a middle-aged man of average height, slightly gaunt, emerged from the courtyard, dressed in gray shorts and worn cloth shoes. At first glance, he appeared unremarkable, but upon closer inspection, a steady demeanor was evident. Though he did not entirely resemble the character from the films, the resemblance was sufficient for Ryan to confirm that this was indeed Uncle Gio. With a gesture reminiscent of television portrayals, Ryan bowed respectfully to Uncle Gio and introduced himself. "I am Liang Lion. Having learned Western sorcery since childhood, I have gained some knowledge and returned to my roots. Firstly, I seek to trace my ancestry. Secondly, I have heard from elders that exceptional talents abound in the Central Plains, and I hope to acquire some skills. I have come to humbly visit you, having heard of your profound mastery of the Tao." Uncle Gio returned a half bow, his palm raised in a gesture of humility, responding modestly, "My mastery is merely a kindness bestowed by the local villagers. I do not merit such praise. Please, come inside." Wen Kai, brew some tea. Observing Ryan's youthful appearance yet sensing the evident righteousness in his demeanor, Uncle Gio welcomed him. Despite Ryan's distinct style of cultivation diverging from the traditional paths of the Central Plains, Uncle Gio was open-minded and did not dismiss him. As they entered the courtyard, a handsome young man with a fair complexion approached, bare-chested and glistening with sweat, likely having just finished practicing. "Qiu Sheng, we have a guest. Hurry and put on your shirt," Uncle Gio instructed. He then introduced Ryan. "This is my eldest disciple, Qiu Sheng. The one before was my second disciple, Wen Kai." Once seated in the main room, Wen Kai served tea, prompting Ryan to rise and express his gratitude. Uncle Gio nodded approvingly at Ryan's humility and kindness towards others. Subsequently, Ryan engaged in a discussion with Uncle Gio regarding cultivation practices, and their conversation flowed smoothly, particularly when Ryan shared the knowledge he had acquired from a Viking sorcerer, centered on maintaining the balance of life and death, which resonated deeply with Uncle Gio. As their rapport deepened, time slipped away unnoticed until darkness enveloped the sky. Aware of the lateness of the hour, Ryan and Uncle Gio agreed to pause their discussion. Ryan informed Uncle Gio that he might impose upon him for some time, to which Uncle Gio graciously replied that Ryan was welcome to stay as long as he wished, provided he did not mind the home's somber atmosphere. Ryan then offered Wen Kai some silver coins to procure additional provisions from the town, feeling it inappropriate to remain without contributing, and after some initial reluctance, Uncle Gio permitted Wen Kai to accept the offer. For the next 2 days, Ryan resided in the charity home, exchanging insights on cultivation with Uncle Gio. Through these discussions, Ryan learned that this realm was in an age of diminished spiritual power, with the gates of the Tao closed. However, there remained a path of merit through good deeds. To cultivate in this world, one needed to accumulate merit, which could then be harnessed to refine surrounding energies. Otherwise, the prevailing dark energy of the realm could lead to a dangerous path of corruption. It became evident why this world was plagued by warlords and malevolent creatures. The overall trajectory had led to a decline in spiritual potency. Ultimately, the flow of human affairs had obliterated extraordinary powers completely. This era of spiritual decline had also resulted in a significant regression of supernatural abilities. For instance, Uncle Gio's cultivation relied heavily on external objects and ritualistic spells, far more cumbersome than Ryan's ability to cast spells with mere incantations. After a fruitful exchange, both parties had gained much, further enhancing their bond. One evening, after dinner, Ryan revealed one of his reasons for visiting Master Lin Dao. During my travels in Europe, I acquired something malevolent. Could you assist me in examining it? Oh, what is it? Uncle Gio inquired with a hint of curiosity. Ryan retrieved an iron box from his spatial bag, within which lay the diary of Voldemort, previously procured from the Multiverse General Store. Upon witnessing the extraction of the box from such a diminutive pocket, Uncle Gio promptly remarked to Ryan, "This must be a type of spatial artifact akin to a Chin Kuan Bek. In the current age of the Middle-earth, such treasures have become exceedingly rare. Henceforth, it would be prudent to refrain from displaying such items in public. Thank you for your counsel, but I have faith in your integrity, Uncle Gio," Ryan replied as he opened the iron box. Instantly, Uncle Gio's attention was captivated by the contents within. Observing Uncle Gio reaching out to grasp it, Ryan hastily offered him a pair of dragon skin gloves. "Master Lin, this item is quite sinister. It is best not to touch it directly." Donning the gloves, Uncle Gio picked up the diary and examined it thoroughly before addressing Ryan. "I can sense an exceedingly malevolent and twisted soul contained within. Are you intent on destroying this artifact?" "Not destruction," Ryan clarified. "My master possesses the capability to annihilate it. The real issue lies in the fact that the creator of this item produced several similar artifacts, and this particular one was sent to my sect in an attempt to unlock a forgotten seal, unleashing monsters that threaten my brethren. My master can obliterate it, yet he cannot ascertain any information regarding the seal or the beasts. Thus, even if we destroy this item, the peril remains. Therefore, I seek your assistance in uncovering any intelligence from it." After a moment's contemplation, Uncle Gio raised his gaze to Ryan and said, "I have a method, but it requires some preparation." He then returned the diary to the iron box and took out paper and pen, writing a lengthy list. "I need to hold a ritual, so you must venture to the town tomorrow to procure these items. If you act swiftly, we can commence the ritual by noon." "Thank you, Master Lin." Ryan accepted the list with both hands and tucked it away. After organizing their belongings, the two engaged in further discourse regarding cultivation before retiring for the night. Chapter 81. Unexpected gains at the break of dawn the following day, Ryan was accompanied by Qiuxing to Rinjia Town to purchase the items on the list. Rinjia Town, being a sizable market, welcomed numerous merchants from various regions, ensuring that Uncle Gio's requested items were readily available. Guided by the local resident Qiuxing, Ryan swiftly located suitable shops to acquire vermilion powder, yellow paper, sacrificial offerings, and a rooster. Given his financial means, he opted to procure additional quantities of each item, selecting only the finest. After hiring a local individual to transport the goods with a wheelbarrow, Ryan and Qiuxing returned to the mortuary. Upon inspecting the items, Uncle Gio remarked to Ryan, "There was no need to purchase such high-quality goods. You have been quite extravagant." As Ryan unloaded items from the unicycle, he addressed Uncle Gio, stating, "Master Lin, this notebook was left behind by a formidable villain from our region, a figure so notorious that no one dares utter his true name. Thus, when it comes to dealing with his remnants, I strive to procure only the finest, for it is prudent to be prepared. Moreover, I am not short of silver. Why not spend it for a sense of security?" Beside them, Qiuxing and Wenkai exchanged glances, their expressions betraying a profound incomprehension of the mindset of the affluent. After tidying up, they arrived at noon. Uncle Gio, adorned with a feathered crown and draped in a yellow Taoist robe, grasped a whisk in one hand and a bell in the other as he approached the center of the courtyard. The area had been meticulously arranged in advance with red strings and talismans, with the notebooks situated at the very heart of the formation. Uncle Gio stepped before the square table, which was laden with offerings of incense and candles, and at its center rested the tablet of the Maoshan Grandmaster. He lit 3 sticks of incense from the red candles upon the table, bowed reverently 3 times, and placed them in the incense burner before the tablet. Turning to Ryan, he instructed, "You grasp the red string left by the formation. I will activate the array shortly, and all the memories contained within will be transmitted to you through that string. However, to avoid provoking any potential backlash from this malevolent entity, the memories transmitted will not contain anything related to cultivation." Ryan performed a bow and responded, "I am grateful to Taoist Lin. My intention is merely to extract from his memories any schemes pertaining to my sect. As for the nefarious practices he has engaged in, I have no desire to involve myself with them." Once prepared, Master Gio stepped forward, his movements echoing the ancient rhythm as he shook a bell and chanted incantations. At that moment, Ryan observed all the talismans gradually vibrating in sync with Master Gio's rhythmic incantations. Suddenly, a beam of black light erupted from the diary, shooting toward Master Gio, only to be thwarted by the red light emanating from the array. The two forces remained locked in a stalemate for several seconds until Ryan heard Master Gio exclaim, "I beseech the ancestral master to manifest." The black light was swiftly suppressed, And thereafter, a mist-like white substance began to flow along the red threads of the formation toward Ryan. With his eyes closed, he began to receive the memories, oblivious to the astonishment reflected in Master Gio's gaze as he looked upon him. The memories that Ryan received primarily consisted of a fragment from the year when Voldemort unleashed the basilisk, along with a minuscule portion of an unassociated soul fragment. However, it was evident that Voldemort concealed many crucial details while creating his Horcruxes. This memory merely disclosed that Hagrid was expelled due to a spider incident. Nevertheless, Ryan observed that Voldemort wore a ring adorned with a black gemstone, which must be another Horcrux, the Resurrection Stone. Moreover, Ryan experienced a significant and unexpected gain. He learned to speak Parseltongue. It was evident that when Uncle Nine invoked the ancestral spirit, a collision occurred with Voldemort's Horcrux, allowing Ryan to glimpse deeper truths. However, this version of Parseltongue was acquired rather than innate, necessitating practice to master, and it paled in comparison to the natural proficiency exhibited by Harry and Voldemort. After Ryan regained consciousness and opened his eyes, he discovered that Uncle Gio was seated wearily in a chair nearby. Wenkai and Shoshing were serving tea and water to Uncle Gio. Upon noticing Ryan's awakening, Uncle Gio remarked, "My young friend, this object indeed belongs to a great fiend. It harbors hidden traps that nearly caused my downfall. Fortunately, I promptly sought the guidance of our esteemed ancestor, which spared me from harm. Alas, I was rather careless." Ryan felt a pang of guilt upon seeing Ninth Uncle so exhausted. He reached into his spatial bag and retrieved a recent acquisition of sunlight crystals, presenting them to Ninth Uncle. "I apologize for the trouble, Master Lin. Here are some of my medicinal offerings, imbued with the essence of life and sunlight. Please see if they might be of use to you." Ninth Uncle accepted the jar of sunlight crystals, examining it closely. He promptly responded, "My young friend, this is indeed quite beneficial to me. I shall retreat for a while. Do not concern yourself with my well-being." With that, he entered the main room and closed the door. It was not until the afternoon, just before dinner, that Ninth Uncle emerged from the room. Upon seeing Ryan, he expressed his gratitude, saying, "Such rare treasures are likely scarce these days. Your generous gift of this precious item is immensely appreciated." Ryan replied, "This substance is not particularly rare where I come from. Might you share why you find it so valuable?" Ninth Uncle explained, "The pure and positive energy contained within these crystals perfectly counters the malevolent energies that pervade this environment. I spent the afternoon practicing with it and successfully overcame a minor obstacle in my cultivation. You see, items capable of resolving significant issues in this age of decline are indeed invaluable." Pausing for a moment, Ninth Uncle continued, "It is no wonder that foreigners possess such prowess. With resources like this at their disposal, they naturally stand strong against dark forces." Ryan found himself in a rather bemused state regarding the conjecture posed by the Ninth Uncle. Yet he refrained from voicing any objections. At that moment, the Ninth Uncle, regaining his composure, inquired of Ryan, "I have heard that you have journeyed to Middle-earth in search of enlightenment. Is that correct?" "Indeed," Ryan replied, "but alas, I have traversed several locations, only to discover that each establishment holds its lineage in high esteem, leaving me with naught. Would you then care to become my disciple?" the Ninth Uncle suddenly asked. Upon hearing these words, Ryan was taken aback. Although this was one of his objectives, he couldn't help but curiously inquire of Master Gio, "Master Lin, my elders informed me prior to my arrival that in the Middle-earth, one must undergo rigorous scrutiny to be accepted as a disciple. It is no simple matter to join a sect there, let alone for someone like me, who possesses a different legacy. Why then have you so readily accepted me as your apprentice today?" Master Gio appeared somewhat bashful as he replied, "On one hand, we are currently in the age of decline, a time when demons wreak havoc upon the world. I believe it is no longer feasible to cling to our former ways of exclusivity. On the other hand, when our Grand Master possessed me just now, I noticed that the radiance of virtue emanating from you surpassed even that of my own sect leader. It seems evident that you must have saved countless souls, which speaks volumes of your character. Moreover, in this realm, virtue holds paramount importance, and I sincerely wish to bask in the glow of your merits." After resolving the doubts within his heart, Ryan expressed that his sect does not prohibit disciples from seeking other masters. It merely forbids the study of certain nefarious arts. Therefore, he was quite willing to take Taoist Lin as his teacher. Chapter 82. The plot unfolds early the next morning. Ryan tidied himself up and went to the town to purchase incense and offerings. After breakfast, Uncle Gio prepared the ancestral hall and placed the tablets of the three pure ones and the ancestral masters in a small room, then commenced the master-disciple ceremony. After offering incense and bowing to the three pure ones and the esteemed ancestors, Ryan bowed 3 times to Uncle Gio, presenting him with a cup of tea. Uncle Gio accepted the tea and took a sip before stating, "From this day forth, you shall be a named disciple of the Maoshan sect." He then handed Ryan a thick book, saying, "This is the Maoshan Taoist Classic, which contains the upper clear heart method and talismanic arts. You may study it at your leisure. Although our Maoshan sect does not cultivate the physical body, we possess a rudimentary technique to evade enemies. I see that you seem to have some external martial skills, so there is no need for me to guide you. You may practice according to the instructions in the book." Ryan hastily turned a few pages, his brow furrowing in confusion as he addressed his master. Master, is it not somewhat premature for you to bestow upon me such a precious secret technique in its entirety? Prior to my arrival in the Central Lands, I had heard from my elders that one must undergo repeated trials before being granted access to such teachings. Master Geo sighed with a wry smile and replied in a deep voice, those of you who remain overseas may not have set foot in the Central Lands for centuries. Indeed, it was once so. However, we now find ourselves in an age of decline, and the notion of withholding teachings has become outdated. When I find a disciple worthy, I shall impart my knowledge without hesitation. Both Makai and Qiusheng already possess these teachings. Thank you, Master. In that case, I have some gifts I wish to present to you, as a token of my gratitude for your trust and understanding. With that, Ryan retrieved from his spatial pouch lantern grass, sunflowers, and sun mushrooms, plants capable of countering dark energies, along with their cultivation manuals, and handed them to Master Geo, explaining their effects. Master Geo, trembling as he accepted the gifts, sighed deeply. Is this the consequence of our complacency, a divine reprimand for our ignorance of such wonders? Had we only dispatched emissaries to explore distant lands sooner, our Central Lands would not have suffered this fate. Ryan had to console Uncle Geo by his side, and it took quite some time for Uncle Geo to regain his composure. He then resolved to attempt cultivating these plants, hoping that one day, once they flourished, he could present them to the sect leader at Maoshan. Perhaps the hopes of the Taoist sect in the Central Plains rested upon them. In the following days, Ryan diligently practiced the Maoshan Taoist scriptures while assisting his master, Uncle Geo, in cultivating a plot of land behind the ancestral hall to grow these plants. During the cultivation process, they unexpectedly discovered a delightful surprise. In areas where these plants thrived for an extended period, the malevolent energy in the soil gradually dissipated. It would be impossible for zombies, skeletons, or even malevolent spirits to manifest in such locations. Finally, after 3 days, Ryan successfully developed a sense of chi while practicing the Qingxin method. Uncle Geo was astonished by Ryan's progress. But Ryan understood that his accelerated advancement was due to the previous system enhancement, akin to a thorough cleansing of one's marrow, coupled with the abundant merits from the sunlight crystal he possessed. In an era prior to the decline of the Dharma, Ryan's aptitude would have been considered merely average. Uncle Geo continued to lament that, in times before the decline, the entire cultivation community would have clamored for the Qingxin method, and only the most esteemed disciples of the Maoshan sect would have had the privilege to learn it. Unfortunately, with the onset of the decline, this method, which required painstaking effort, had fallen out of favor. Currently, the most sought-after practices were those that yielded swift results. Even though Uncle Geo himself had only managed to break through to the innate level over the years through this very method, ultimately, he had to rely on the small skills of exorcising demons, capturing ghosts, and divining feng shui to sustain his livelihood. Just as he was musing over this, a servant from a wealthy family arrived at the door with an invitation, requesting Uncle Geo to join them for coffee at the town CF the following day. Upon recognizing that the invitation was from the Rin family of the town, Uncle Geo decided to attend. Understanding that although Ryan's apprenticeship had temporarily alleviated the ancestral hall's financial crisis, it would be unwise to offend the town's most prominent family. Upon receiving the invitation, Ryan understood that the narrative was about to unfold. Uncle Geo, holding the invitation, addressed Ryan, saying, "Tomorrow, Lord Rin has invited me for Western tea. Though I have never partaken in such a beverage, since you have just returned from that region, you shall accompany me. After our meal, please enlighten me on the proper way to enjoy this Western tea, lest I embarrass myself before Lord Rin." Ryan readily agreed. That evening, Master Shu, along with his clients, took temporary residence at the ancestral hall. As Ryan had devoted the day to conversing with Qiusheng and Wenkai about their cultivation, he found himself with little to occupy his time. The following morning, as preparations for their departure commenced, Master Shu, aware of Ryan's status as Uncle Geo's new disciple, presented him with a small booklet related to corpse transportation as a token of respect. However, Uncle Geo cautioned Ryan that the contents of this booklet were considered unorthodox and warned against becoming overly engrossed, as it could lead to dire consequences. At dawn the next day, Ryan accompanied Uncle Geo into town for their appointment. The townsfolk greeted Uncle Geo with warmth and enthusiasm, indicating his esteemed reputation in the community. Upon arriving at the CAF, they found that Lord Rin had already reserved a table. True to expectations, Lord Rin sought to discuss the matter of relocating his father's grave, despite Uncle Geo's repeated counsel that inaction was preferable to action in this case. He ultimately acquiesced to Lord Rin's insistence and agreed to assist with the relocation. Before long, Lord Rin's daughter arrived, appearing even more stunning than depicted in the films. However, as a well-bred heiress who had studied abroad, she exuded an air of superiority towards someone like Uncle Geo. Upon witnessing this, Ryan engaged in a lively conversation with Miss Round in a standard London accent, sharing tales of his experiences in the West, thus managing to restore his dignity. Mr. Rin appeared quite astonished, unable to fathom why a student who had studied abroad would be interested in learning such matters from Uncle Geo. Subsequently, they ordered, and coffee along with pastries was served. With Ryan present, Uncle Geo was spared from an awkward situation. Uncle Gio then reiterated the importance of careful consideration regarding Mr. Ren's plans for relocating the grave, to which Mr. Ren, feeling helpless, recounted the advice given by the feng shui master years ago. This, however, inadvertently revealed the coercive tactics employed by Mr. Ren in that past. Seizing this opportunity, Ryan theatrically clasped his hands together in prayer, drawing the attention of everyone at the table. He then addressed Mr. Ren, saying, "Might I take a glance at your coffee cup? Having lived in the West for an extended period, I have acquired various Western divination techniques, and some of them prove quite accurate. Perhaps I could offer you a worthwhile suggestion." At this moment, the eldest daughter of the Ren family chimed in. "During my studies abroad, I heard of the practice of divining the future using tea leaves or coffee grounds, which is said to be quite effective, though I have yet to witness it myself." Uncle Gio added, "My newly accepted apprentice is a person of integrity and composure, who does not speak frivolously." Hearing such praise from both Uncle Gio and his daughter, Mr. Ren gestured for Ryan to examine his coffee cup, hoping to gain insight into what the future might hold, thereby aiding him in making further decisions. Ryan picked up the coffee cup that Elder Ren had finished and, rotating it to examine the grounds, remarked, "Falcon, you will soon encounter a formidable adversary. A single strike to the skull, Elder Ren, I must candidly express, your future holds considerable peril." Finally, Ryan gently placed the coffee cup back on the table and addressed Elder Ren. "In the end, it portends ill. It is the worst omen. A fleeting dance between life and death." Elder Ren's complexion paled slightly, for he had recently found himself troubled, his business declining steadily. Thus, he recalled the words of a feng shui master from 20 years ago, contemplating the relocation of his father's grave in hopes of turning his fortunes. However, those words filled him with a sense of foreboding, prompting him to glance towards Uncle Gio. After all, in comparison to Ryan, an outsider, he held greater trust in Uncle Gio, his longtime neighbor of several decades. Uncle Gio then inquired of Ryan, "Can you be certain?" Ryan responded, "Our sect has a division dedicated to divination, led by a master who is an heir of a lineage renowned for its prophetic gifts, having once made predictions that profoundly influenced the destinies of countless individuals." Uncle Gio could discern the veracity in every word spoken by Ryan and thus nodded in acknowledgement to Lord Ren. Without regard for his own pride, Lord Ren inquired, "How can this fatal calamity be resolved?" Ryan shook his head. "It remains unclear at present. However, Master Ren, you shall have the assistance of noble benefactors this time. Yet, one must not act with obstinacy lest regret come too late." Master Ren wished to inquire further, but Uncle Gio restrained him. "My disciple has already conveyed all that can be said. Further questions would yield no additional insights. Nevertheless, since there are noble benefactors to assist, simply remain vigilant on the day of the grave relocation. If necessary, I, Lin, shall also lend my aid." Upon hearing Uncle Gio's words, Ren Fa felt a sense of relief and soon took his leave with his daughter. Uncle Gio, unaccustomed to Western tea, prepared to depart quickly as well, while Ryan ordered another serving of pastries, requesting the waiter to package them for his two fellow disciples at the ancestral hall. Along the way, Uncle Gio inquired with concern whether this divination might bring any misfortune to Ryan. Ryan expressed his gratitude to his master for his concern and noted that the accuracy of the divinations was rather low, the visions appearing quite nebulous. Hence, the pressure on the diviner was minimal. After a day or two, the day of the reinterment arrived. Ryan, along with his two disciples, donned their attire and proceeded to the Ren family cemetery. Clad in the robes of Hogwarts, Ryan informed Uncle Gio that it was to signify solemnity, while in truth, he gripped his wand tightly beneath the voluminous sleeves, ready for mischief. Following a brief exchange of pleasantries, Ryan positioned himself behind Uncle Gio and his two senior brothers, remaining inconspicuous. He naturally overheard his senior brother Winsai's classic quip about whether it was akin to a French funeral, which incensed Uncle Gio greatly. Subsequently, as in the narrative, Uncle Gio elucidated the nature of A, with several laborers tasked with excavating the grave mound. Ryan observed that indeed, the coffin was buried upright. Uncle Gio then instructed those whose zodiac signs were in conflict to avert their gazes, while the four laborers advanced to pry open the coffin. At that moment, the cawing of crows echoed around them, a flock emerging from the surrounding woods. An ominous pall hung over all present. Uncle Gio's countenance grew grave, clearly sensing something amiss, yet the reinterment proceeded unabated. As the coffin was opened, a plume of black smoke billowed forth. Regrettably, both old Master Ren and Rentingding fell to their knees, weeping uncontrollably upon sighting the coffin, completely oblivious to the eerie spectacle. Uncle Gio led Ryan and the other three disciples forward, only to discover that the deceased's visage was dark and reflective, resembling black iron, devoid of any signs of decay. It was evident not only to the adept practitioners among them, but even to the townsfolk gathered nearby that something was decidedly amiss. At this moment, Ryan realized that no one was paying attention to him, so he discreetly pointed his wand, hidden within his sleeve, at the coffin. He murmured a Viking incantation, magic detection. This was a rather straightforward spell, based on the principle of utilizing the ambient free energy to ascertain whether there was any magical reaction from the target and its surroundings. However, Due to the malevolent energy pervasive in this world, when the spell struck the corpse within the coffin, it activated the thoroughly zombified patriarch of the Rin family. Suddenly, the zombie in the coffin opened its eyes, and with arms outstretched, it rose. A zombie. Help. The surrounding onlookers erupted into chaos. Seeing the zombie lunge toward the Rin father and daughter, Uncle Gio, quick on his feet, seized them by the scruff of their necks and yanked them back just in time to evade the zombie's attack. In broad daylight. How could a zombie awaken to bite anyone? Uncle Gio pondered, glancing at the glaring sun with a hint of confusion. Due to the subtlety of Ryan's spell and Uncle Gio's unfamiliarity with the magical arts of the Harry Potter universe, it went unnoticed that Ryan was the one orchestrating the mischief. Quick, the measuring line. Uncle Gio shouted to his disciples. Xiao Sheng swiftly grabbed the measuring line, coordinating with Uncle Gio to corner the zombie. At that moment, it was evident that the zombie had not yet fed on the blood of its kin, rendering it relatively weak. Under the sunlight, wisps of smoke began to emanate from it, and its iron-like skin started to fade and crack. As the measuring line made contact with the zombie, flames erupted at the point of contact. Observing the zombie's injury, Ryan attempted to flee but immediately raised his wand, exclaiming, "Petrify them all." The zombie was immobilized and fell back into the coffin, swiftly consumed by the flames from the combination of the measuring line and sunlight, transforming into a pillar of fire. Soon, the flames extinguished, revealing the charred skeletal remains of the Rin patriarch, no longer a formidable, invulnerable zombie that could wreak havoc. Fortunately, this zombie had not evolved into the ultimate version reminiscent of films. Otherwise, mere sunlight and the measuring line would have been insufficient to vanquish it. At this juncture, the Rin father and daughter emerged from their recent shock, weeping upon witnessing the cremated remains of the patriarch. Rin Fa, somewhat disgruntled, lamented. Father was most afraid of fire during his lifetime. Why did you use fire to burn him? Uncle Gio, taken aback by Rin Laoi's remark, replied with irritation. Did you not see the zombie was about to emerge and bite someone? To my knowledge, once it breaks free, it will feed on the blood of its kin. I saved your life, and you ought not to speak of me in such a manner. Not to mention, there are so many people in the town. What would happen if it ran rampant, biting everyone? The townsfolk nearby echoed in agreement. Indeed, indeed. Ren Laoi, you cannot be so selfish as to endanger the entire town. At this moment, Ryan stepped in to mediate. Master Rin, you have witnessed the situation firsthand. My master is not indulging in alarmist rhetoric. Moreover, it is customary for a normal person to decompose into mere bones after 20 years in the grave. As it stands, the old gentleman's remains are still intact, which cannot be considered a loss. Therefore, I urge you to accept your grief with composure. Ren Fa had been momentarily overwhelmed by emotion, but now, recalling the earlier peril, he felt a twinge of fear. Ryan's words provided him a way to step back, allowing him to express his gratitude to Jio Shu for saving his life. And he subsequently hired someone to properly arrange the remains in the coffin. He then instructed that the coffin be transported to the funeral home, awaiting Jio Shu's guidance to find a suitable resting place. Chapter 84. Return. On the way back to the funeral home, Jio Shu remarked to Ryan, "Is today's incident what you foretold regarding Master Rin encountering misfortune?" "It appears to be so," Ryan replied. "Had it not been for your timely intervention, he might have perished at the hands of the zombie. You are indeed the benefactor foretold in the prophecy." "Oh, is that so?" Jio Shu responded, his countenance reflecting satisfaction at Ryan's assessment. Upon returning to the funeral home, the master and disciple resumed their daily routine of cultivation and farming. Finally, after a week, the plants Ryan had gifted to Jio Shu were successfully cultivated by his own hands. Jio Shu immediately began preparing a package to return to Maoshan with the good news. After bidding farewell to Jio Shu, Ryan informed his two senior brothers of his intention to visit the provincial capital to see his elders, and he departed from the funeral home. After navigating through several turns to a secluded area, Ryan chose to return to the Universal General Store. Upon his return, he began to tally his gains. The plot had shifted, granting him 20 deviation points, and he had acquired the complete set of Maoshan's Qingqing lineage, divided into 5 sections: heart techniques, talismans, miscellaneous studies, unorthodox paths, and body techniques. After accounting for the various items he had sold in town, Ryan felt a sense of satisfaction with the comprehensive Eastern cultivation methods he had amassed. Although the cultivation techniques were limited by the constraints of a declining world, the authentic Taoist practices would facilitate future transitions, and while the foundational heart techniques might take longer to master, they would ultimately yield a solid grounding. In summary, Ryan felt content with his harvest and began to assimilate these gains into his own power. He first focused on the miscellaneous studies and body techniques, expending 3 deviation points on each. The miscellaneous studies primarily involved knowledge of geomancy and the use of vermilion, while body techniques encompassed combat skills and footwork, which, lacking supernatural elements, were relatively inexpensive. Next came the talismans, which required 15 deviation points to learn due to their need for supernatural power in their creation. After absorbing this knowledge, Ryan utilized a magic wand in place of the Peachwood sword, channeling his magical energy to attempt drawing talismans in the air. However, he discovered that, although he succeeded in drawing the talisman, the energy expenditure far exceeded what was stated in the texts. and the talisman's effectiveness was at best half of what was claimed. Unwilling to concede defeat, Ryan took out a brush and vermilion, channeling the scant spiritual energy within him to draw a talisman on yellow paper. After several experiments, he successfully inscribed a basic corpse-restraining talisman. Upon inspection, Ryan noted that this talisman bore little difference from those drawn by Jiu Shu, as it was merely a foundational spell. It appeared that these systems of power were interrelated. If even simple talismans posed such challenges, then more complex ones would likely result in dangerous backlash if forcibly activated with magical energy. Following this, he explored various unorthodox studies, primarily concerning applications of spiritual energy, such as manipulating puppets and methods for corpse driving. Although Ryan considered these to be of little practical use, he opted to learn them as a precaution, expending 7 deviation points in the process. Finally, he approached the pivotal aspect of his training. Ryan attempted to infuse spiritual energy into his body, hoping to expedite his cultivation time. Having previously succeeded in self-training, he only needed to focus on the infusion of power this time. However, the system informed him that his body could only accommodate a year's worth of energy infusion and would require 20 deviation points to proceed. After much deliberation, Ryan resolutely chose to undergo the energy infusion. Subsequently, a beam of light enveloped him, imparting a sensation akin to soaking in a hot spring, rendering him utterly lethargic. Once the light faded, Ryan was astonished to discover that his cultivation level was now comparable to that of Qiuxing, who had trained for nearly a decade. Reflecting on this, Ryan realized that the inherent difficulty of cultivation in a declining era, compounded by the store's calculations based on normal circumstances, had led to a discrepancy in his expectations. After this series of enhancements concluded, Ryan looked at his remaining 5 deviation points with a bittersweet smile. Having accumulated these points over such a long period, depleting them all at once was indeed disheartening. He could only console himself with the fact that his strength had significantly increased. After circulating spiritual energy through several cycles within his body, Ryan stood up, tidied his surroundings, and checked his reflection in a mirror to ensure there were no flaws before choosing to return to the real world. Crossing through the spatial gate, Ryan found himself back in the restroom stall from which he had departed. Since it was after dinner, most students were congregated in the common room or library, leaving this washroom near the classroom relatively empty. After washing his face at the sink, Ryan decided to return to the common room of Gryffindor Tower. Having spent nearly half a month in the world of Mr. Zombie, he had only experienced a single hour in this primary world. This time discrepancy instilled a sense of absurdity within him. He longed to return to his bed and adjust to this temporal shift. That evening, Ryan retired to bed around 8 o'clock and rose early the next morning to exercise. Upon exiting, he was pleasantly surprised to find Hermione studying in the common room. Truly, this must be the hallmark of a dedicated scholar, Ryan thought, genuinely impressed. After emerging from the common room, Ryan opted to jog within the castle. At 6:30 in the morning, Hogwarts was sparsely populated. Ryan encountered only a few students and the hurried figure of the headmaster in pajamas. Taking advantage of the quiet atmosphere, Ryan descended to the second floor to investigate a place he might likely visit next, the washroom of the Myrtle Tree. The washroom was located in a deserted corridor. While many students would pass through this corridor on their way from the Great Hall to the common room, the washroom itself appeared dilapidated and seemingly unused for a considerable time. As Ryan was contemplating further exploration, a milky white apparition emerged from the wall, greeting him with a cheerful "Good morning, Ryan. It's still early for classes. What brings you here?" It was nearly Headless Nick, the resident ghost of Gryffindor. "Good morning, my good sir. I am engaging in some physical exercise," Ryan replied. Due to his keen interest in history, he often consulted the ghost regarding various matters, as their first-hand experiences provided a far more vivid understanding than any book could offer. Consequently, Ryan maintained amicable relations with several ghosts within the school, often exchanging warm greetings upon their encounters. Exercise. A commendable pursuit indeed. In my day, every wizard partook in physical activity. Yet it seems modern wizards have forsaken this noble habit. How regrettable, Nick lamented, shaking his head, inadvertently causing his head to detach. In a flurry, he scrambled to reattach it. Magic is invaluable, but it does not encompass everything, Nick reflected wistfully after securing his head. Had I been more diligent in my physical training, perhaps I could have evaded those pursuing me even without my wand. However, Hogwarts lacks ample space for physical activities, and running within the castle was my sole option. Having been here for quite some time, do you know of any areas conducive to physical training? Ryan inquired of Nick. After pondering for a moment, Nick replied, I believe I do know of a place that would suit your needs. Such a place truly exists? I've lived at the school for a year and have never discovered it, Ryan expressed, his curiosity piqued. Sensing Ryan's skepticism, Nick quickly assured him. This location has been known for over 2 centuries, and countless students have found it. Unfortunately, those aware of it have kept it a secret, so it is entirely understandable that you are unaware. Where's this place? Ryan asked, beginning to piece together Nick's clues. It is called the Room of Requirement. You must go to the tapestry of the giant troll beating the hapless Bartholomew on the 8th floor of Hogwarts Castle. Concentrate on the type of space you need. And after walking past that wall 3 times, a smooth door will materialize, granting you access to the Room of Requirement. However, currently, very few students are aware of its existence as it is mainly utilized by the house elves of Hogwarts. Indeed, the room of requirement, Ryan thought to himself. Now, he could finally make use of that room, as previously doing so would have attracted unnecessary attention and suspicion. As a wizard hailing from a family with no ties to the magical world, he theoretically should not have known of the room's existence. Today, however, his inquiry to Nick provided a legitimate excuse to discover it. After bidding farewell to Nick, Ryan returned to his dormitory to prepare for class. Upon completing his first lesson and hurrying to his next classroom, he spotted two upperclassmen magically levitating a stretcher towards the hospital wing from a distance. I have the diary in my possession. How could there still be trouble? He pondered. Why do some faces display regret, while others show joy, yet none exhibit fear? Confused, Ryan entered the classroom. Upon arrival, he was met with shocking news. Professor Lockhart had been sent to the hospital due to an injury. After inquiring with his classmates and piecing together what he knew, Ryan deduced the sequence of events. Lockhart, feeling overshadowed by Ryan's performance in class yesterday, had decided to impress upperclassmen today by bringing a snake to the lesson. Unfortunately, while retrieving the snake from the potions room, he was bitten. Thankfully, Professor Snape, who was teaching a potions class nearby, rushed over upon hearing the commotion. Otherwise, Hogwarts might have faced the prospect of needing a new defense against the dark arts teacher this year. Upon learning this, Ryan could not help but acknowledge that Professor Lockhart was somewhat of a charlatan. In his quest to maintain a glamorous image, he seemed willing to risk his own life. This indicated that, while he might not be a competent educator, he was undoubtedly a skilled performer, not unlike those who endure extreme conditions for the sake of their craft. However, when the defense against the dark arts class rolled around again 2 days later, Ryan found himself sincerely wishing for Professor Lockhart's swift recovery, as Headmaster Dumbledore had inexplicably assigned Professor Snape to substitute for him. Time swiftly passed, and Saturday morning arrived. Ryan rose early, for he had arranged to study magical combat with Hermione. After sharing breakfast, Ryan led Hermione to the tapestry of the giant troll beating the hapless Bartholomew on the 8th floor. The troll on the tapestry paused its antics and curiously regarded the two. Why are we here to practice magic? It appears there is nothing here, Hermione remarked. Patience. This is the place nearly headless Nick informed me about. I trust he has not deceived me. With that, Ryan concentrated his thoughts. I require a space for combat practice. As he turned for the third time, Hermione softly exclaimed, Ryan, look. Ryan gazed at the area where Hermione's fingers pointed, where once stood a barren wall. Now emerged a door. Grasping the handle, he opened the door and beckoned Hermione, saying, Come in. It appears quite secure here. As they stepped through the threshold, they discovered the room to be remarkably spacious. It lacked windows, with illumination provided by torches affixed to the walls. Alongside the walls stood a row of bookshelves brimming with tomes. At the far end of the room lay a considerable array of instruments, of which Ryan could only recognize a few that previously appeared in their defense against the dark arts textbooks. In the center of the room were a collection of sumptuous cushions, reminiscent of those found in athletic venues, intended to safeguard those practicing within. Hermione dashed to the bookshelf, eagerly caressing the spines of the thick, leather-bound volumes. Turning to Ryan, she exclaimed, Look at these books. Ordinary spells and counter-charms, triumph over dark magic. A compendium of self-defense spells. These volumes seem more comprehensive than those in the library. Observing Hermione's eager disposition, Ryan promptly interrupted, Let us practice first. We will have ample time to peruse these books later. They shall not flee from us. Subsequently, the two engaged in practice on the disarming charm they had covered previously. It appeared that Hermione had devoted considerable time to private practice after returning home, honing not only her magical skills but also her physical prowess. Thus, her magical attacks were significantly more adept than before. With Ryan slightly easing his resistance, Hermione finally succeeded in disarming his wand, which filled her with exhilaration. Ryan shrugged, remarking that teaching often required fostering a sense of accomplishment in the learner. Otherwise, prolonged failure could severely undermine one's confidence. Once Hermione's excitement waned, they began to deliberate on their focus for the day. Initially, Hermione intended to delve deeper into offensive spells, such as the stunning spell. However, Ryan successfully persuaded her to study the shielding charm instead. Upon locating the instructions for the shielding charm in the compendium of self-defense spells, Hermione initiated her customary learning method, rote memorization. Meanwhile, Ryan selected a book from the shelves and began to read. After a while, once Hermione had mastered the incantation, they commenced their combat training. They simultaneously cast the shielding charm upon themselves and then launched disarming spells at one another. As they practiced, Hermione distinctly recognized the disparity between their abilities. The shielding charm created an invisible barrier to deflect incoming spells, yet her charm could only withstand Ryan's attacks, while he adeptly redirected his strikes back at her. Following over an hour of practice, during their break, Hermione sat on the cushions and remarked to Ryan, It seems your talent in this area surpasses mine. I may be better suited to dealing with books. Do not speak so, Ryan encouraged. I am not as formidable as you believe. With sufficient practice, you too can achieve mastery. He withheld a thought that if she were to combat a horde of 100,000 zombies, It would not take long before she would proficiently grasp all the necessary spells and learn how to wield them effectively in battle. Ryan and Hermione ceased their practice just before noon. After confirming through the peephole that no one was outside, they swiftly departed from the room of requirement to return to their dormitory and prepare for lunch. It is worth commending the location of the room of requirement, as both it and the entrance to the Gryffindor common room are situated on the 8th floor. This allows for a quick return to their chambers in a state of fatigue without the burden of ascending the stairs. After spending half an hour tidying up, Ryan and Hermione descended to the Great Hall for their midday meal. As they settled at the table, they were greeted by the sight of a large, furry black creature accompanying a bright, shining bulb, Harry and Ron, respectively. Running alongside them was a small figure, incessantly chattering. As they drew closer, Ryan realized that the furry creature was, in fact, Harry, while Ron's bald head gleamed in the light. The excitable individual darting about was Colin Creevey, this year's first-year student. What transpired? How did it come to this? Ryan inquired, puzzled, once they were seated. You and Hermione were off reading again, I presume? Such a pity you missed the spectacle, Ron exclaimed, his eyes alight with excitement as he recounted his heroic exploits of the day. Ryan quickly pieced together the events that had unfolded. Earlier that morning, Harry had attended Quidditch practice, only to encounter the Slytherin team attempting to seize the pitch, resulting in a confrontation. Malfoy's derogatory comment towards Colin, calling him a mudblood, had significantly escalated the tensions between the two houses. Ron had successfully hit Malfoy with a booger hex, which sparked a magical free-for-all until Professor McGonagall, alerted by the commotion, arrived to restore order. I must say, do not let our appearance fool you. The Slytherins fared far worse. Crabbe and Goyle turned a vivid shade of purple, complete with little antennae sprouting from their heads. Even Malfoy's hair was dyed in a riot of colors. Ron continued, animatedly. Just as Ron was caught up in his recounting, Hermione interjected calmly. What punishment did Professor McGonagall administer? Both Gryffindor and Slytherin lost 150 points. Myself, Ron, Malfoy, and their Quidditch captain, Marcus Flint, must all serve detention for a month. Harry's voice, muffled by his fur, echoed oddly. Noticing Hermione's intent to speak further, Ron quickly interjected, let us discuss it after our meal. We awoke early and spent a long time on the Quidditch pitch, and after the altercation, McGonagall lectured us for quite a while. I'm absolutely starving. During the meal, Harry's furry visage caused him to inadvertently combine fur and food, making for a rather uncomfortable dining experience. Ryan, intrigued, asked, why not visit Madame Pomfrey to remedy your predicament? We would like to, Ron replied, but Professor McGonagall, after inspecting us, deemed there was no immediate danger and forbade us from going to the hospital wing. She insisted that we remember that spells should not be used to harm fellow students, allowing us to seek treatment only tomorrow afternoon. She believes this will help us internalize the lesson. But honestly, it was Slytherin who instigated the trouble. Oh, by the way, Hermione suddenly recalled, what does mudblood mean? It's a dreadful term, Ron mumbled, mouth full of sandwich. It's an insult some so-called purebloods use, referring to wizards whose parents are both muggles. Purebloods often believe their lineage is superior, like the Malfoys. But in truth, many pureblood families have several muggle relatives, and if they solely intermarried, wizards would have gone extinct by now. I know of several pureblood families that have vanished due to their obsession with blood purity. Today, when you attack Malfoy, do you think his father will come after you? Ryan asked, his concern evident. If he were to come for me, he would lose face. If he were to confront my father, well, such matters between our families are not uncommon. One more incident wouldn't be a cause for alarm. However, you're right. I should write to my father and give him a heads up. After their meal, upon returning to the common room, Ryan intercepted Harry, who sought to retreat to his dormitory. I have a spell that might just resolve your furry predicament. Though I am not entirely proficient, would you be willing to give it a try? Go ahead, please. This fur is causing me unbearable discomfort, Harry replied eagerly, grasping Ryan's hand in anticipation. Ryan drew his wand and simply pointed it at Harry, reciting the runes of Enochian. Specifically Gur, which symbolizes transformation and the cycles of growth. This incantation was one of Ryan's recent discoveries while delving into life magic and the legacy of Enochian. As a golden spell surged into Harry's body, his hair began to grow uncontrollably. When the strands reached over 2 meters in length, they all suddenly shed. Ryan observed the pile of hair that had fallen around Harry, who now appeared a bit bulkier in his clothing. He urged Harry to quickly change in his dormitory and tidy up. Moments later, Harry emerged alongside Ron, both sporting shiny bald heads. Ryan stifled a laugh at the sight. Isn't there a spell to make our hair grow back? Harry inquired. I'm afraid not, as I do not possess the hair-growing charm, Ryan replied, shaking his head. What I did was merely trigger the magical effects within Harry, causing them to manifest all at once. This way, his hair will not continue to grow incessantly. However, this spell can only dispel the magical effects. It cannot restore things to their original state. For instance, Ron's hair cannot be made to grow back. Seeing Harry and Ron looking somewhat disheartened, Ryan encouraged them. At least Harry finds it easier to eat and use the restroom now. Besides, repeatedly using magic to tamper with hair could have detrimental effects. Detrimental to hair? Ron exclaimed. But my father always said he managed his hair well with spells when he was younger. And what about Mr. Weasley now? Harry asked curiously. I believe Ryan is right. We should avoid incessantly using magic on our hair. It's better to let it grow naturally, Ron asserted, seemingly reflecting on something. In summary, though the situation was not handled perfectly, it was resolved satisfactorily. Ryan felt content having done a good deed that day. However, he lamented the fact that he did not receive any deviation points for it. He speculated that it was likely due to having already earned deviation points from previously altering the world of the flying car. Consequently, events that changed as a result of that incident would not yield additional deviation points. It seemed that to earn such points, one must create significant disturbances, Ryan mused silently. Chapter 87. Performing a great deed. Thinking of creating a disturbance, Ryan suddenly remembered that he possessed 17 fragments of Voldemort's soul. Ever since being urged by Uncle Nine in the realm of the zombie master to confront a wave of challenges, this notebook had become far more docile than before. The subtle allure it once held had vanished. It was understandable, considering this item was merely a product from Voldemort's teenage years. Moreover, it had an adolescent wish that the Horcrux could summon the basilisk from the Chamber of Secrets to cleanse the school. This indicated that the object was not primarily designed for self-preservation, and its defenses were not as formidable as the later Horcruxes. Despite Voldemort's remarkable talents, his youth limited his capabilities and resources. Furthermore, since this Horcrux was based on an ordinary notebook, it lacked the inherent strength that the subsequent Horcruxes possessed. Regardless, Ryan was determined to find a way to dispose of this notebook. After all, he had already extracted the most useful knowledge from it, specifically the ability to speak Parseltongues. While he found the remaining contents unworthy of his attention, aside from a memory of Voldemort ensnaring others, the notebook likely contained fragments of dark magic knowledge and even instructions on creating Horcruxes. However, acquiring this knowledge would necessitate a deep engagement with the Horcrux, which could easily lead to peril. Conversely, for someone who had mastered the myriad of worldly treasures, Ryan had ample opportunities to obtain various powers and superior methods of longevity. Thus, he regarded the knowledge left behind by Voldemort with disdain, particularly his method of evading death through Horcruxes. The text of Malchant emphasized the importance of a complete soul, stating that even in cases where a soul fragment was required for crafting a magical artifact, only a small piece could be spared without jeopardizing the core essence. And one must find ways to restore the soul afterward. The reckless slicing of one's soul, as Voldemort had done, was utterly unacceptable. Since this Horcrux was of no use to Ryan, it was imperative to devise a plan for its disposal. Naturally, simply discarding it in the street for someone else to find was out of the question. The original text could only claim that luck prevailed, as no one was harmed. But Ryan was unwilling to gamble on such fortune, not to mention having learned the significance of merit from his experiences in the zombie masteress world. Ryan recognized that the smoothness he felt while practicing the Malchant's pure heart technique was largely due to the assistance of merit. Thus, engaging in actions that harmed others and diminished one's own merit was something Ryan would never consider. Given that recklessness was not an option, the avenues for disposal were limited. After some contemplation, Ryan devised a plan that seemed both reliable and capable of yielding a significant benefit. The following day was Sunday, and early in the morning, Ryan stationed himself in the corridor on the 8th floor, watching as Dumbledore hurried out of his office towards the restroom. Frankly, Ryan had never understood why the headmaster's office lacked a bathroom. For someone as elderly as Dumbledore, who was over 100 years old, having to step out every time for such necessities seemed quite unfortunate. After all, even in Gryffindor dormitories, each room boasted its own private bathroom. Shortly after, Ryan spotted Dumbledore returning in his pajamas, and he swiftly approached to intercept him. Dumbledore appeared somewhat surprised that someone sought him out so early at 6 in the morning. Yet his tone remained warm as he said, "Today is the weekend. I imagine most students are still enjoying their slumber. However, given your urgency, it seems you have something important to discuss with me, so please, follow me." With that, Professor Dumbledore led Ryan to the entrance of his office, guarded by 2 stone gargoyles, and descended the gently spiraling staircase into the office. The headmaster's office was even more exquisite than depicted in the films. Ryan beheld a grand desk adorned with an array of silver instruments, and nearby, Dumbledore's phoenix dozed peacefully, merely lifting an eyelid to acknowledge their arrival before returning to its slumber. "Ah, this is Fawkes. His condition has not been great lately. I fear he may be nearing his rebirth," Dumbledore remarked as he settled into the large desk chair, motioning for a comfortable armchair to float across the table. Once Ryan was seated, Dumbledore continued, "Though it is only the first week of school, you know that unexpected events often arise. During my tenure as headmaster, I have encountered my fair share of such occurrences, and I am confident that I can assist you with your current dilemma. So, please, take your time and explain your situation." Indeed, Dumbledore's presence as the most powerful white wizard emanated an aura of confidence, his gentle tone masking the formidable strength behind his words. This was not the boastful bravado of Lockhart. Ryan felt certain that had Dumbledore and Voldemort been of the same age, Voldemort would likely have met his demise at Dumbledore's hands. We encounter various matters throughout our lives, and we are constantly busy. However, these matters should not impede our enjoyment of life. With that, Dumbledore raised his wand and declared, "Tea, juice, pumpkin juice, lemonade." With each name he uttered, the corresponding beverage materialized upon the table. After all, it is quite normal for a principal to possess such authority within the confines of the principal's office. Just tea will suffice, thank you. Ryan formally requested a beverage. To be honest, every time he gazed into the concealed blue eyes of Dumbledore beneath the spectacles, Ryan felt an overwhelming sensation of being thoroughly seen. Of course, this has nothing to do with the soul-binding spells or truth serums mentioned in certain fanfictions from his past life. It is merely the accumulated experience and wisdom of a man who has weathered the storms of over a century. So, have you encountered any difficulties? Or have you uncovered any issues that require the assistance of this old principal? Dumbledore inquired. At that moment, Ryan took a sip of tea. Achieving a state of complete tranquility, he retrieved an iron box from his backpack, donned his dragon-hide gloves, and opened the box, extracting a diary. Dumbledore observed Ryan's demeanor with a slight furrow of his brow, for such a state of heightened alertness indicated that Ryan had likely uncovered something significant. The diary was ultimately placed before Dumbledore. Externally, it appeared to be an ordinary notebook, even somewhat shabby and discordant within the opulence of the headmaster's office. Moreover, the simplicity of the notebook suggested its commonality, as there were surely numerous similar notebooks within Hogwarts, if not 100. However, Dumbledore suddenly shifted from a relaxed posture to one of vigilance, even drawing forth his renowned Elder Wand from within his robes. The diary, seemingly inconspicuous, was a Horcrux of Voldemort, which served as a means of protection. Its efficacy was not inferior to that of being hidden within a cave or safeguarded by formidable magic. If this diary had merely entered Hogwarts, even Dumbledore's formidable authority as headmaster would have rendered him powerless against it. Yet, when this diary was presented before Dumbledore, all forms of concealment became ineffective. After all, even Ryan, who had been exposed to magic for less than 2 years, could sense the uncomfortable aura emanating from the diary. How could Dumbledore, who had battled Voldemort for half his life, remain oblivious? Dumbledore waved his wand, and a silvery ribbon enveloped the diary tightly. Meanwhile, the seemingly lethargic phoenix nearby also rose, fixating its gaze upon the book. "Child, come to me," Dumbledore instructed, raising his wand. "This object may be more perilous than I anticipated. I believe you should keep your distance." Although Ryan understood that the diary had absorbed little energy since its creation and, after a confrontation with Uncle Nine, likely possessed minimal offensive power, he could not articulate these thoughts. Thus, he complied and retreated behind Dumbledore. For the purpose of their visit was to inform the authorities, and such matters required an appropriate demeanor. Once he confirmed that Ryan was safely positioned, Dumbledore transformed the silken ribbon encircling the diary into a translucent silver protective shield. He then meticulously maneuvered a silver instrument on the desk and opened the diary. Upon seeing the name inscribed on the title page, Ryan distinctly observed Dumbledore's silhouette momentarily still. This was, of course, to be expected, though Voldemort's original name was scarcely known due to his efforts to obliterate his past. As a teacher who had mentored Voldemort for 7 years and an adversary throughout his life, Dumbledore recognized to whom the diary belonged the instant he glimpsed the name. After all, in the original narrative, Dumbledore consistently referred to Voldemort as Tom, despite their encounters. Naturally, given Dumbledore's extensive experience battling Voldemort and his profound understanding of the man, he dared not underestimate the significance of any object left behind by him. After a cursory glance revealed the absence of any writing within the diary, Dumbledore began to wield his wand with considerable fervor, chanting incantations. It is noteworthy that for a wizard of Dumbledore's caliber, most spells could be executed silently. During the battle with Voldemort at the Ministry of Magic, Dumbledore even managed to engage in verbal sparring while casting spells. The fact that he now uttered the incantations aloud underscored his trepidation regarding this object. With each incantation, fiery, rune-like symbols flew from the tip of Dumbledore's wand, one after another, and subsequently entered the diary. Although Ryan acquired a comprehensive understanding of runic knowledge during his journey in Iceland, he remained utterly unfamiliar with the magic now being unleashed by Dumbledore. It was akin to certain academic papers. One might recognize every single word, yet remain oblivious to the overall message conveyed. As characters continued to pour forth, wisps of black smoke began to emanate from the notebook, ultimately revealing a hazy visage composed of smoke, barely discernible yet hinting at features. Upon the formation of this face, a series of blazing runic symbols transformed into a fiery red chain, binding this enigmatic countenance. The smoky figure writhed in midair, thrashing about in a futile attempt to break free. While it was true that Voldemort's power could potentially rival Dumbledore's, perhaps even slightly surpassing it, the entity within the diary was merely a 17-year-old Voldemort, a mere shadow of his former self in his youth. Clearly, he was no match for the true Dumbledore. Ryan observed that the grotesque visage was struggling with diminishing vigor, while the fiery chains tightened their grip evermore. Ultimately, the strange face lay still. However, Ryan noticed that Professor Dumbledore's expression had grown increasingly grave. Was there trouble brewing? Just as this thought crossed his mind, a piercing scream emanated from the diary. The entire grotesque face disintegrated into mist, seeping through the fiery chains, and subsequently transformed into a conical shape composed of inky darkness. hurtling toward Dumbledore's face. Ryan was compelled to cover his ears and crouch down, overwhelmed by a piercing scream that resonated not merely as sound, but as an assault on the very soul. Although he was ignorant of the nature of the conical entity before him, his instincts warned him that it was far from benign. Dumbledore swiftly conjured a fiery shield to protect them. Upon impact, the misty cone was rapidly consumed by the flames. Ryan observed the cone diminish in size, weakened due to the excessive energy expended by Voldemort's diary. Within less than a minute, the cone was extinguished by Professor Dumbledore's blazing shield. With its disappearance, Ryan exhaled in relief. At that moment, the diary on the table emitted a strange noise. Ryan watched as it fell from midair onto the table, oozing black ink that suddenly ignited with a loud whoosh, as if the ink were gasoline. The flames spread along the ink and engulfed the diary, which burned rapidly, as though it had been soaked in fuel. Ultimately, the diary was reduced to a pile of ashen remnants. Dumbledore waved his wand, vanishing the ashes, and then reassured Ryan that all was well. Standing before the table, Dumbledore, appearing somewhat fatigued, inquired about the origin of the ominous item. Ryan omitted any mention of the Multiverse General Store or his foreknowledge of events, instead claiming it was a gift from Ginny, expressing his fear upon discovering the diary's ability to respond. After a series of failed attempts to destroy the diary through fire and water, he had sought the headmaster's assistance. He also mentioned Lucius Malfoy's earlier actions of placing items into Ginny's cauldron, asserting that after a year of acquaintance, he believed the Weasley family to be good people and suspected Malfoy might be attempting to frame them. Upon hearing Ryan's account, Dumbledore remarked, "This is a perilous object. Your decision was astute. Therefore, I shall award Gryffindor 50 points. However, my child, I implore you not to speak of what you have witnessed. The malevolence concealed within is not something students of your age should be entangled with, and I wish to prevent any panic among the student body. I shall keep the secret, Headmaster Dumbledore," Ryan replied, and as he descended the spiral staircase of the headmaster's office, he glanced back to see Dumbledore leaning in his chair, gazing thoughtfully at the remnants of ash. Chapter 89. The Emerald Dreamscape. Upon exiting the headmaster's office, Ryan received a system notification. Significant alteration of the storyline detected. Earning 15 deviation points. Indeed, it seemed that acquiring deviation points in the main world yielded greater rewards, which brought Ryan joy as his dwindling points had finally replenished somewhat. However, the presence of a basilisk lurking in the Chamber of Secrets stirred unease within him. Thus, he resolved to eliminate the creature for the sake of safety and his deviation points. Initially, he had no intention of confronting the basilisk. But after obtaining the Maoshan Daoist scriptures in the realm of the Zombie Master, he discovered he possessed a means to address the issue, a magical formation. By meticulously arranging the formation in advance, he could harness immense energy with minimal effort. Given that the world of the Zombie Master was one devoid of potent energy sources, such formations had gradually fallen out of common use. Nonetheless, these techniques were documented in the scriptures, revealing formations that could be employed against the basilisk concealed in the chamber. The pressing question remained, from where could he procure the materials required for the formation? Purchasing them would surely exceed his meager supply of galleons. Not to mention that acquiring a large quantity would undoubtedly raise suspicions. Ultimately, Ryan concluded that he must gather the materials himself. Thus, he turned his gaze toward the Forbidden Forest. The quality of materials directly influenced the efficacy of the formation, and the more potent the materials, the greater the resulting formation's power. However, he was mindful that indiscriminate slaughter of the forest's creatures was unacceptable, particularly in the case of unicorns, as the death of even one would prompt a thorough search by the entire school. Moreover, Ryan had chosen the path of life balance, making such wanton killing incompatible with his ideals. Consequently, he set his sights on the Acromantula, a creature that was an ideal target due to its abundance and rapid reproductions. Eliminating a few would likely go unnoticed. Furthermore, these beings were classified as malevolent, unnatural entities, much like the basilisk, having been bred by wizards. Their presence in the Forbidden Forest constituted an invasive threat, disrupting the natural equilibrium. A significant advantage was that Ryan's life magic was particularly effective against such unnatural beings, making the hunt considerably more feasible. Nevertheless, he understood that preparation was necessary before embarking on this endeavor. After a full day of activity over the weekend, on Monday night, after curfew, Ryan stealthily slipped out of the castle toward the Forbidden Forest. The nocturnal woods remained shrouded in darkness, and he summoned a luminescent plant from the shop to illuminate his path. Having traversed the narrow woodland trail for less than 10 minutes, he was startled by a rustling in the underbrush, followed by the emergence of a large creature from the trees. As Ryan was about to draw his wand, he realized that the creature before him appeared strikingly familiar. After scrutinizing it for a moment or two, he exhaled and lowered his wand, saying, "Betty, good evening. You nearly frightened me with your sudden appearance." Emerging from the roadside was none other than his old acquaintance, the centaur Betty, whom he had met during his endeavor to heal a unicorn in the Forbidden Forest last year. Betty regarded Ryan for a moment before abruptly inquiring, "Have you visited the Chiron Temple on Crete this summer?" "Not at all. The ring you gave me is still around my neck," Ryan replied, retrieving a chain from his chest, from which the ring was suspended. Ah, that is indeed peculiar, Betty remarked, scratching the ground with her forehoofs. Then how did you learn the method to enter the Emerald Dream? The Emerald Dream? What is that? Ryan asked, his curiosity piqued. After a moment of contemplation, Betty responded, Take my hand, and do not resist the invitation from within. You shall understand once you enter the Emerald Dream. Knowing that Betty would not harm him, Ryan promptly extended his hand. As soon as he clasped Betty's, he felt a beckoning invitation at the level of his consciousness. He quickly acquiesced to this call. The instant he inwardly consented, Ryan found his awareness drawn into an expansive realm brimming with natural energy and vitality. He was certain he had never visited this world, yet it felt oddly familiar. Ultimately, Ryan recognized that it bore a striking resemblance to the dream world he had encountered at the altar in Iceland. Albeit this realm was far more vast and teeming with life, unlike the lifeless atmosphere he had previously experienced. Ryan examined himself once more, discovering that his ethereal form resembled that of an 11 or 12-year-old boy, a stark contrast to the youthful guise he had previously assumed. He surmised that this transformation might be attributed to his cultivation of the Maoshan Dao, which had fortified his spirit, preventing it from unconsciously emitting information. At that moment, he noticed the luminous orbs surrounding him coalescing, ultimately taking the shape of Betty. I have never ventured into the Emerald Dream, he confessed, but I have experienced a realm akin to it, albeit one far smaller and more desolate. As Betty gradually took shape beside him, she remarked, Wizards often extract fragments from the Emerald Dream to establish their private domains, and the place you visited may very well be one such instance. However, it is crucial to understand that once a portion of the Emerald Dream is severed from its essence, it swiftly loses all vitality, rendering that detached world lifeless. Moreover, such actions inflict damage upon the Emerald Dream itself, so Ryan, do not emulate those poor examples. After imparting this caution, Betty continued, The last time I saw you assist a unicorn, I believed you possessed the qualifications to enter the Emerald Dream. That ring serves as a means for you to learn from my mentor how to access the Emerald Dream. I did not anticipate that you would acquire such knowledge from another source. Could you demonstrate your method for me? Certainly, Ryan replied. With that, he utilized his technique to exit the Emerald Dream and re-enter. Upon his return, he saw Betty frowning and saying, The method you have learned is fundamentally that of a wizard, essentially forcing a rift to gain entry. This approach is detrimental to both your spirit and the Emerald Dream. As Betty's expression softened, she pointed to the green luminescence encircling Ryan and added, However, since the Emerald Dream has acknowledged you, you have already surmounted the most challenging barrier to entry. Therefore, there is no need for you to seek instruction at the Sharon Temple on how to communicate with the Emerald Dream. I can teach you the genuine method to enter this world. Betty then instructed Ryan on the proper way to access the Emerald Dream. Through her teachings, Ryan discovered that her method involved attuning oneself to the flow of nature and establishing a connection with it, ultimately allowing for a seamless entry. This technique proved far more intricate and elegant than the one he had learned from the memories of the Viking wizards. Nevertheless, in terms of speed and energy expenditure, it surpassed the wizard's method, and Ryan could sense that this approach was the true path, while the Viking wizard's method resembled mere opportunism. During his practice, Ryan could not help but genuinely marvel at the profound insights he had gained from his journey into the Forbidden Forest, wishing that each experience could be as enriching as this one. Chapter 90. The Harvest of the Forbidden Forest. In a moment of respite from his practice, Ryan inquired of Betty why she had chosen to impart such knowledge to him. His skepticism was not unfounded, having witnessed the pervasive secrecy surrounding knowledge in the wizarding community. He found it hard to believe in the existence of a free lunch. Upon hearing Ryan's question, Betty responded with a grave demeanor, Because we require more allies. Follow me, and you shall understand why. With those words, she led Ryan to the base of a colossal tree and waved her hand. The tree extended a branch, forming a circular platform. The two ascended onto the platform, which gradually elevated them to the treetop. Upon reaching the summit, Betty gestured towards a specific direction and stated, Since this place is known as the Emerald Dream, it must also harbor malevolent nightmares. Our centaur tribe, residing within the Forbidden Forest, bears a significant responsibility to eradicate the existence of these nightmares. Ryan gazed at the area pointed out by Betty and discovered that the forest there was strikingly different from the others, while the surrounding woods were lush and vibrant. This particular grove was shrouded in darkness and silence. What is that? Ryan inquired, gesturing towards the peculiar woodland. To understand this tale, one must begin from the beginning. From the Society of the Centaurs, Betty commenced recounting the story of the Forest of Death. We centaurs are the only sentient beings residing in this forbidden forest. Since time immemorial, wherever we dwell, we strive to maintain the natural balance of that forest. In our tribe, male centaurs typically undertake hunting, gathering, or excursions, which is why you humans often see them. However, our society is matriarchal. The female centaurs rarely venture beyond the village, as they are responsible for our safety and well-being. Moreover, due to the occasional unreliable behavior of the male centaurs, the leadership of the tribe is vested in females. Importantly, unlike the male centaurs who excel in divination and combat, the females possess a profound affinity for communicating with nature. mastering natural magic and the art of traversing the Emerald Dream with greater finesse than their male counterparts. Seeing the confusion in Ryan's eyes, Betty, perceptive and understanding, paused her narrative and asked, "Little Colt, do you have any questions or points of confusion?" "It may be somewhat presumptuous," Ryan replied, "but the textbooks I have studied merely mention that your kind excels in healing magic, archery, astronomy, and divination. They never indicated that you possess other skills." "Huh," Betty scoffed, flicking her tail dismissively. "Most wizards perceive other beings as blind, never willing to delve into the truth of matters. To my knowledge, there exists a rather ludicrous centaur liaison office within your Ministry of Magic, yet since its inception, not a single centaur has ever visited." After her mockery of the foolish ministry, Betty continued, "We originally lived peacefully in this forest for centuries without significant issues, but nearly 40 years ago, a grave matter arose." "A grave matter? What kind of matter?" Ryan inquired curiously. "I only know that this period also marks a dark chapter for us human wizards. Does it relate?" "It is quite possible," Betty replied. "The trouble arises from a dark creature, the eight-eyed giant spider. They began to proliferate rapidly here. You see, they have no natural predators in this forest, resulting in their numbers increasing exponentially, leading to a catastrophic disruption of the local ecological structure. At this point, Betty began to unconsciously dig at the ground, her agitation evident. "Initially, our forebears discovered traces of the eight-eyed giant spider, but at that time, there was only one, so no one took it seriously. However, inexplicably, another arrived and paired with the original. By the time we realized the extent of the problem, their numbers had swelled beyond control." Her frustration mounted, but as she noticed Ryan beside her, she gradually tempered her anger and said, "You must understand that even though the centaur population in the Forbidden Forest is the largest in all of Britain, we total only a little over 60 individuals. Faced with hundreds of these enormous spiders, we were utterly incapable of combating them. Thus, we had no choice but to restrict their range of activity and eliminate any that ventured beyond that limit. Yet, even with such measures, the area of their activity continues to expand. Their dark aura and destructive hunting have decimated the local nature, casting a pall over the Emerald Dream, resulting in the lifeless woods you see before you. Why did you not inform Professor Dumbledore? Surely he could address this issue," Ryan expressed, puzzled. "This is a matter of natural balance, concerning us centaurs and those like you, who are recognized by the Emerald Dream. It should not burden other wizards. Moreover, we signed an agreement with the wizards stating that the castle and grounds belong to the school, while the Forbidden Forest is ours. Neither party should interfere in the affairs of the other's domain. Well, such political matters are indeed difficult to discuss further. However, upon hearing you mention the eight-eyed giant spider as the source of trouble in the Forbidden Forest, I suddenly feel fortunate today," Ryan exclaimed. "I am in need of certain magical materials, and after much consideration, it seems that only the eight-eyed giant spider in the Forbidden Forest can provide them. I believe they are not native to this region, so eliminating them would not disrupt the local balance." "Oh, really?" Betty responded, her expression brightening. "I know that humans are often driven by the strongest motivations when it comes to self-interest. So you mean to say that you will join in the effort to eradicate the eight-eyed giant spiders that threaten the ecological balance of the Forbidden Forest, correct?" "Indeed, madam," Ryan affirmed with a nod. Then Betty added, "However, as a second-year wizard, I am curious about the resources you possess that would enable you to deal with those detestable eight-eyed giant spiders. After all, I am aware of the general capabilities of human wizards your age, and I do not believe that average skill would suffice in this conflict." Ryan pondered for a moment, deciding to reveal some of his capabilities to assure their collaboration. "You witnessed my ability to summon certain magical plants last time. In truth, I can summon far more than you observed then. Given some time, I could even assemble a veritable army of plants. Aside from their immobility, they pose no significant issues." Upon hearing this, Betty nodded. "When we first encountered one another, those plants of yours exuded a rather menacing aura. I believe they must possess combat potential." Noticing Ryan's hesitant expression, Betty continued, "I understand that your abilities may incite jealousy among others, but within the Forbidden Forest, neither we centaurs nor the unicorns we summon as allies are like humans. We would never covet the possessions of our allies, nor would we harbor jealousy over their strengths. We can vow in the name of nature that we shall not disclose anything we see and will not pry into your affairs." As soon as Betty's words were spoken, Ryan felt a profound connection to the Emerald Dream, sensing that any violation of this vow would invoke nature's wrath. Ryan felt a sense of embarrassment. "Madam," he began. Yet Betty responded with a carefree demeanor. "As the first human ally in 50 years, it is only through such openness that we can assure everyone. Furthermore, as long as we do not violate our vows, is there truly anything to be concerned about?" Ryan felt deeply touched, believing that the most significant gain from his visit to the Forbidden Forest was the friendship he had forged with the centaur. Chapter 91. Preparations before battle upon returning from the Emerald Dream to reality. Ryan opened his pocket watch and discovered that although he had spent nearly an hour within the dream, less than 10 minutes had elapsed in the real world. Though it was still early, Ryan felt that he had acquired an abundance of insights that evening, prompting him to bid farewell to Betty and prepare to return to the castle for a restful night. as he needed time to organize his thoughts. Betty informed Ryan that the Centaur tribe was planning to undertake another purge of the eight-eyed giant spiders. She expressed her hope that Ryan could enter the Emerald Dream each night, allowing her to leave him messages. In truth, after learning the correct method to access the Emerald Dream, Ryan had intended to enter it daily. The serene environment of the dream served to soothe one's nerves, and furthermore, time within the dream could be utilized to study the magic he had acquired. However, what irked Ryan was that with his current abilities, the time he could spend in the Emerald Dream could not exceed 2 hours based on the dream's time, lest he be gradually assimilated by nature. Naturally, Betty was astonished upon learning of this time constraint, as it was her impression that most novices could only endure for half an hour at most. Ryan suspected that this was due to the trials his soul had endured through interdimensional travel. Coupled with the fact that the Qingxin technique from Maoshan he had now mastered placed greater emphasis on the cultivation of the spirit than the magic in the world of Harry Potter. After bidding farewell to Betty, Ryan stealthily returned to his dormitory. In the days that followed, Ryan attended classes and completed his assignments as usual, spending his evenings in the common room engaging in collaborative study groups. It is worth mentioning that Ginny and Colin, upon learning that Harry Potter was also part of this group, expressed a fervent desire to join. Ryan had to establish ground rules with them, ensuring that they would not disturb others during discussions. This persuasion from the senior was remarkably effective. Even Colin, a fervent enthusiast, kept his camera tucked away in his dormitory while participating in the study group. This was due to Ryan's prior warning that any disruption caused in that space would result in his immediate expulsion from the group. Unlike last year, the group this year included newcomers, which meant that each second-year student not only had to discuss their own assignments but also assist the freshmen. While not mandatory, many second-year students were willing to mentor the newcomers when time permitted, among whom Hermione was the most active, as she believed that each mentoring session helped her review previous material. Upon learning this rationale, Ryan ultimately concluded that prodigious scholars are indeed formidable. He now yearns for a visitor who could enhance his academic prowess. Despite his diligent practice of the Qingxin method from the Maoshan school, which has improved his memory, analytical skills, and concentration, he still pales in comparison to Hermione, a natural-born genius. Moreover, Ryan is taken to returning to his dormitory earlier each night, seizing the opportunity to train in the Emerald Dream under the guise of sleep. On Thursday, as he entered the Emerald Dream, he noticed a green light approaching him. He reached out and caught it, discovering it to be a letter from Betty. She informed Ryan that a battle would erupt this Saturday and urged him to prepare in advance. His confidence in catching the green light stemmed from the fact that his current location was safeguarded by a special magic, rendering him impervious to any malevolent entities. Upon his initial entry into the Emerald Dream from Hogwarts, Ryan was astonished to find himself standing atop a tall tower, enveloped in a violet protective barrier. There, he discovered a plaque indicating that should any Hogwarts student enter the Emerald Dream, this tower would serve as their sanctuary. To Ryan's astonishment, the inscription bore the signatures of Hogwarts' 4 founders. It was a testament to their immense power, as they had not only left their mark across dimensions, but also created a nurturing space for future generations. However, after thoroughly searching the tower, Ryan unexpectedly discovered some records inscribed on a stone at its base. Each wizard who reached this place had documented their name and the date of their first arrival. While most names were pseudonyms, a few true names left Ryan taken aback, including that of the great wizard Merlin. Additionally, the timestamps indicated a troubling trend, following the era of the 4 founders. The number of Hogwarts wizards able to access the Emerald Dream dwindled from 2 each year to none over subsequent years. To his astonishment, the last recorded arrival date of the individual before him was 1861. This trend seemed to reflect the increasing prowess of humanity in reshaping nature. Yet it also suggested a diminishing understanding among wizards of how to harmonize with the natural world and harness the ability to enter the Emerald Dream. Whether this was advantageous or detrimental for human wizards remained an open question. In subsequent visits to the Emerald Dream, Ryan consistently emerged from this tower. As he began to explore his surroundings, he found that the violet barrier posed no hindrance to his movements. It appeared that any student acknowledged by the school would remain unaffected by this barrier. In the Emerald Dream, aside from his training, Ryan devoted his remaining time to strategizing with the centaurs. Thanks to the Emerald Dream, they could communicate without the awareness of outsiders. After making some amendments to their plans regarding the centaurs, Ryan grasped a leaf from the air and, with a flick of his finger, inscribed words upon its surface. A snap of his fingers transformed the leaf into a paper airplane, which soared toward the forbidden forest. This was the first nature-related spell he had mastered, enabling communication with others within close proximity in the Emerald Dream. During their previous interactions, Betty had subtly taught Ryan various nature-related spells, imparting this particular magic on the very first day of their exchange. Ryan discovered during his studies that both natural magic and dark magic share a commonality. They require an inner strength and subtly influence the user during their practice. Ryan felt that Betty teaching him natural magic might be a method employed by the centaurs to draw him into their ranks, yet he harbored no aversion to it. Particularly, Betty's belief that the actions of sentient beings were part of the natural cycle, embracing artificial creations. stood in stark contrast to many male centaurs who belonged to the extreme faction, possessing nothing but bows and arrows. Ryan found this more accepting stance of Betty S to be preferable. After attending to these matters, he dedicated his remaining time to the study of magic, realizing that with Saturday's battle approaching, a bit of last-minute preparation could prove beneficial. Chapter 92. Gathering of Forces. As Saturday arrived, Ryan practiced obstacle charms with Hermione for the entire morning. After lunch, he seized the opportunity to slip away to the Forbidden Forest. Within 5 minutes along the winding path, he spotted a centaur standing ahead. However, it was not the familiar Betty. Rather, it was a male centaur he had never encountered before. This male appeared larger than Betty. With a creamy yellow coat and light golden hair, his eyes a striking sky blue, reminiscent of Professor Dumbledore's. He seemed much younger than Betty, likely a youth. "Are you sent by Aunt Betty to fetch me?" Ryan inquired of the centaur. "Indeed, you must be Ryan. My name is Forenza, and it is a pleasure to meet you." The centaur introduced himself, bending slightly to extend his hand. This must be the centaur who had come to the school as a divination teacher in his 5th year, known for being among the most amiable towards humans. No wonder Betty chose him to escort Ryan, as they walked along a divergence of the path toward an area Ryan had never visited. He surmised they were heading in the direction of the desolate jungle he had seen in the Emerald Dream. Forenza explained, "We shall gather near the valley where the 8-eyed giant spiders dwell. Once assembled, we can proceed directly to the battlefield. The village shamans have set up natural barriers, so there is no need to worry about the spiders discovering us prematurely." Throughout their journey, Forenza expressed a keen curiosity about Ryan's life at Hogwarts, revealing his fascination with human society. He also informed Ryan that his participation in the battle had stirred contention within the Centaur tribe. The conservative faction, led by Ronan, firmly believed this was merely a matter concerning the sentient beings of the Forbidden Forest and that the humans from the castle need not interfere. However, Betty argued persuasively that since Ryan was recognized by the Emerald Dream, the Centaurs, as children of nature, should not refuse to stand alongside one whom nature favored in the fight against darkness. "You would not believe it. Half of my kin support your involvement in this hunt, while the other half oppose it," Forenza remarked as he walked behind Ryan. "By my presence, I signify your agreement to Aunt Betty's proposal." "How did she persuade the others?" Ryan asked, perplexed. "Persuade? Ronan and his faction are as stubborn as mules. How could one convince them?" "In the end, the unicorns somehow became aware of you. At yesterday's meeting, they insisted you should be allowed to join the endeavor, seeing allies supporting Betty. Ronan's group had no choice but to acquiesce," Forenza explained. It seemed that Ryan's previous act of kindness in rescuing an injured unicorn had left a lasting impression, affirming the notion that good deeds beget rewards. At this juncture, Forenza added earnestly, "Though we centaurs are honorable and would never engage in treachery once a promise is made, Ronan and his companions will not extend you a warm welcome. I hope this does not upset you. Rest assured, I will not take offense." "Internal discord among allies in the face of a great threat is utterly unwise," Ryan replied. "That is a wise perspective. I assure you, they may grumble, but once the battle commences, they will not resort to underhanded tactics," Forenza said, visibly relieved by Ryan's response. After walking for more than half an hour, Ryan and Forenza finally arrived at their destination, a clearing within the woods, marked by several large stones. Upon informing Ryan that they had reached their location, he immediately stopped to pat his legs and then chose a stone to sit upon. The path through the jungle had proven arduous, and even with Forenza's steady pace, Ryan had struggled to keep up, alternating between brisk walking and jogging. Even a mere half-hour trek had left him quite fatigued. Fortunately, the enhancements from his assassin training and the cultivation of the Maushan techniques had fortified Ryan's physique, allowing him to maintain pace with Forenza without embarrassing himself. As he rested, Forenza approached, lowering his gaze to Ryan and saying, "I thought your stamina would be lacking. I was prepared to carry you when you could no longer walk." After exchanging a few light-hearted remarks, a thicket before them parted to reveal a narrow path. Following this path, Ryan and Forenza soon found themselves in a small valley, where over 40 centaurs and a dozen unicorns stood scattered about, accompanied by a large gray wolf. This appeared to be the entirety of their forces for the task of clearing out the 8-eyed giant spiders. The numbers seemed rather scant, which explained why those spiders had persisted in the Forbidden Forest for decades. Such a contingent could hardly eradicate the spiders entirely. After a short while, 2 more centaurs arrived, indicating that the gathering was complete. Betty stood atop a stone, beginning to assign pre-battle tasks. As Ryan observed her methodically delicate duties, he began to feel somewhat bored. Just as his mind began to wander, he suddenly heard Betty call out his name. "Ryan, please demonstrate your plans so we can gauge their capabilities before we finalize our arrangements." "Certainly, madam," Ryan replied with a bow. Then summoned a specimen of each plant he intended to employ in the battle, showcasing their methods of attack. After witnessing these displays, several centaurs who had initially regarded Ryan with disdain swiftly altered their demeanor, now encircling the plants with intrigue. They were likely the faction opposing him, as mentioned by Forenza. However, the centaur mindset appeared to be more straightforward than that of humans. Soon, a tall centaur approached Ryan. He appeared older, with a red coat, red hair, and a matching beard. The centaur addressed Ryan, saying, "Human, I am Ronan. I acknowledge your abilities render you indispensable in this battle. I apologize for my previous prejudice against you. Ryan accepted his apology, and Betty smiled at the scene before her, then began to organize the specifics of the battle assignments. Ryan and the Grey Wolf were assigned to the same group, tasked with establishing a sniper position at a designated location. In passing, Ryan distributed some supplies to the centaurs. After receiving the task, Ryan hurried to the designated location alongside the Grey Wolf, as they had merely an hour and a half before the hunt would commence. Chapter 93. Deployment of forces. The afternoon sunlight in September in England was not particularly intense, especially within the Forbidden Forest, where rays filtered through the branches and leaves, casting slender columns of light that bestowed a poetically ethereal beauty. However, this picturesque scene was soon disrupted. A voice, grating like a broken gong, echoed through the forest. "Hey, kid, I really don't understand why Betty paired us up. Just look at my physique, my teeth, my claws. I should be at the front lines fighting, not hiding behind everyone else doing the heavy lifting." What followed was an incessant chatter about the speaker's own illustrious exploits. Meanwhile, Ryan, standing beside this vocal individual, helplessly rubbed his forehead, for in his experience, wolves were typically silent. Thus, when he was assigned to work with a wolf, he harbored concerns that the task might prove rather dull. Little did he anticipate that this wolf not only possessed the ability to speak, but also exhibited a penchant for incessant chatter. Ever since they departed from the assembly point, the wolf had been rambling on, a stark contrast to the aloof demeanor he had displayed while waiting for task assignments, particularly when coupled with the wolf's somewhat comical expression. Ryan deeply suspected that this creature might be a hybrid of some sort between a wolf and a husky. "Mr. Wolf, don't just focus on talking to me. I have no idea where that place is. It's all up to you to guide us," Ryan inquired with some trepidation, as he was entirely unfamiliar with the Forbidden Forest. "Fear not. I have lived here for 15 years. Even with my eyes closed, I would not stray off course," the Grey Wolf assured him. Then, he inquired, "Could you tell me more about what those televisions are used for?" Ryan had no choice but to explain to him what a television was. It is worth mentioning that the Grey Wolf was also a rather unfortunate creature. He was actually the offspring of two werewolves who engaged in certain activities in their wolf form, abandoned at birth. He was fortunately taken in by Professor Dumbledore and raised by centaurs in the Forbidden Forest. Despite his wolfish appearance, his lifespan and intelligence are comparable to that of humans. Thus, for a young boy yearning for the outside world, encountering someone with whom he could communicate was an opportunity to incessantly inquire about it. After about 10 minutes of conversation, the two finally reached their destination, a small hill by a gently flowing river, devoid of trees. Why is it that when I meet the inhabitants of the Forbidden Forest, it is often in clearings? Even now, as we prepare to confront our enemies, we choose an open space. Is it possible that clearings are considered lucky spots within the Forbidden Forest? Ryan questioned, perplexed. Of course, within the Forbidden Forest, any sentient being occupies the apex of the food chain. Therefore, they need not conceal themselves. If there is no necessity for concealment, the places where the sky is visible are the most desirable. For instance, during the day when the sun is not too strong, I often bask in the sun in clearings, especially in the morning. Otherwise, the dew in the forest leaves one's fur damp and uncomfortable, Wolf earnestly explained. As for why ambushes are set in such locations, one must consider that spiders are adept at climbing trees. If one were to ambush them in the woods, one would constantly have to worry about what lurks above. Furthermore, given the presence of several fire-spewing plants, one misstep could ignite the forest in flames, leading to disastrous consequences. That makes a great deal of sense. I see now that everything in existence possesses its own wisdom. Indeed, one must maintain a humble heart in the pursuit of knowledge to learn more, Ryan mused. After an hour, Ryan had sufficiently arranged the surrounding plants. Here, one must commend the potato mines, which could distinctly differentiate friend from foe. Thus, after spending half an hour planting various other flora in the clearing, the remainder of the time was spent with Wolf in the nearby woods, laying the potato mines. While working, Ryan suddenly reflected on how he had merely intended to eliminate the basilisk in the Chamber of Secrets, which had led him to the Forbidden Forest in search of materials. How had it escalated to the point where he was now to participate in a battle, and moreover, play a significant role in it? Was this not akin to planting trees merely to eat an apple? However, since he was already here and had come this far, retreating was out of the question. It would be wiser to focus on the task at hand. Yet, Ryan realized that he had been subtly guided by the centaur, Betty, in making his current choices. It must be said that no leader is devoid of intellect. Ryan could only be grateful that Betty had no ill intentions this time, and that defeating those spiders aligned with his own interests. Nonetheless, this served as a warning for Ryan. The next person to guide him may not necessarily have his best interest at heart. Such experiences in navigating human relations can only be mastered through time and cannot be hurried. Thus, adopting a laid-back attitude and going with the flow seemed the most prudent approach. Excessive rumination could easily lead to unfavorable outcomes. As the arrangements neared completion, a distant explosion echoed through the air. Ryan recognized the sound as the cherry bombs he had previously given to the centaurs. The spiders were approaching. Ryan hastily returned to the prearranged position atop the small hill, where he began his preparations. Meanwhile, Wolf, relying on his swiftness, planted a few potato mines before gradually retreating to the hillock. As the sounds of explosions drew nearer, the unmistakable clatter of hooves mingled with an array of peculiar noises. Before long, Ryan observed the cavalry emerging from the thicket. Although they appeared largely unscathed, a closer inspection revealed a palpable weariness among them. Their 2 quivers were nearly depleted, with only the quiver strapped to their backs still full. It was no wonder they were emblematic of warfare in the age of cold steel. Ryan had seen their quivers, each containing approximately 30 arrows. The ability to unleash 60 arrows in rapid succession far surpassed human capability. Bringing up the rear were the unicorns, occasionally unleashing bolts of lightning from their horns upon the encroaching darkwoods. Truly, they were magnificent creatures, rivaling even dragons in their prowess. Once all allied combatants had retreated near the hill, Ryan entrusted the control of the plants to several horsemen and Wolf. This was part of a prearranged strategy, after all. The horsemen possessed a deeper understanding of both friend and foe, enabling them to inflict greater devastation upon the 8-eyed giant spider. Ryan stepped into the meticulously arranged magical formation, an intricate design learned from the text of Maoshan Taoism. This formation primarily serves to provide energy to its user while simultaneously offering a rudimentary sanctuary, shielding those within its vicinity from malevolent influences. The simplicity of this formation allowed Ryan to complete its setup in merely 3 minutes. Visually, it appeared as if copper nails were anchored into the ground, entwined with crimson threads dyed with rooster's blood, forming the desired pattern. The only deviation from the original design was Ryan's choice to utilize sunlight crystals as the energy source, the sole consumable at his disposal. Fortunately, this selection endowed the formation with a heightened solar energy, rendering it more effective against the 8-eyed giant spiders. Once everything was in place, the rustling sounds from the jungle grew increasingly pronounced, heralding the arrival of the 8-eyed giants. Chapter 94. The battle with the giant spiders. As the crackling intensified, the 8-eyed giants surged forth from the underbrush. Simultaneously, the centaurs began directing the plant-based weaponry into action. The oncoming swarm of 8-eyed spiders was as large dogs, exhibiting remarkable agility. Ryan felt a wave of relief for having entrusted the command of the shooting to the centaurs. Otherwise, based on his prior experiences with the sluggish, advancing zombies, he would have found it nearly impossible to hit these fast-moving arachnids. Seizing the opportunity presented by the manageable pressure on the front lines, Ryan scrutinized the spiders closely. Their movements were not only swift but also highly versatile. He witnessed, firsthand, not only the spiders charging from the ground, but also others descending from the trees. According to the book, Where Are the Amazing Animals?, the 8-eyed giant spiders hailed from the distant Southeast Asian archipelago, rather than being indigenous to England. It was evident that, without natural predators in this new environment, they had become a significant invasive species. Considering that these 8-eyed giants were carnivorous, their hunting frequency and appetite paled in comparison to that of mammals. Yet, given the sheer number of the 8-eyed giants before him, it became alarmingly clear that they posed a catastrophic threat to the local biological chain. Before long, the first wave of 8-eyed giants that had burst from the forest succumbed under the barrage of gunfire. Just as Ryan began to relax, he noticed the grave expression on Wolf's face, who then explained, the first wave was merely a reconnaissance unit. The main force follows. The 8-eyed giants are not ordinary creatures. They possess intelligence. Ryan gripped his wand tightly, fixating his gaze upon the forest, where a cacophony of clicking sounds resonated. He could sense the ire of the spiders concealed within the woods. With a piercing shriek, it was as if a charge had been sounded, and the spiders surged forth from the thicket, gathering in a dense semicircle reminiscent of a small hillock. Simultaneously, some of the spiders attempted to circumvent the river to mount an attack from the rear of the hill. Fortunately, Ryan had previously deployed a cluster of plants on the water's surface using water lilies, which easily dispatched the larger spiders hindered by the currents in the silt below. Although they had eliminated the ambushers, the pressure from the front was increasingly overwhelming, not only due to the sheer number of spiders but also their gradually expanding size. Some emerged from the underbrush, as large as horses hitched to carts. We merely shot a handful of cherry bombs tethered to arrows into their gathering area. How could they all have mobilized? Wolf exclaimed amidst directing the plants. We only intended to lure them out. We've done this before, but never have we drawn out so many. What on earth is happening this time? Ryan utilized the spores of psychedelic mushrooms as a catalyst for casting an ancient Viking spell to instill terror upon the filth. The 8-eyed giant spider, being a product of artificial darkness, was evidently affected. Several spiders within the spell's vicinity became entangled in a fierce struggle, simultaneously slowing the movements of that particular group, thereby creating a more advantageous opportunity for the plants to unleash their attacks. As Ryan reached into his satchel to retrieve the psychedelic mushroom dumplings, he inquired of Wolf. You mentioned that you have lured the enemy out of their lair multiple times. Did you previously resort to tossing explosives into their nest? Wolf replied, in the past. We lacked such devices. We merely affixed a certain ignited insect-repelling herb to our arrows. Ryan believed he understood the reason behind the sudden upheaval of the 8-eyed giant spiders. Previously, the incursions by the centaurs could be likened to the act of defecating in a neighbor's yard. While utterly intolerable, the actual damage was minimal. However, this time, the explosive force of a dozen cherry bombs bound together was akin to that of cluster grenades, clearly capable of inflicting severe harm. No wonder the eight-eyed giant spiders were in a frenzy. Nevertheless, given the circumstances, there was little point in contemplating alternatives. A direct confrontation was inevitable. Ryan surveyed the battlefield and noted that, despite the ferocity of the eight-eyed giant spiders' assault, the formidable firepower of his plant allies, combined with the explosive cherry bombs and his own magical precision strikes, effectively thwarted the spiders' offensive momentum. Although the ammunition from the pea shooters inflicted minimal damage upon the larger spider bodies, due to their spherical shape and poor penetration, it was adept at severing their legs, rendering them incapacitated on the battlefield. Among the plants at his disposal, Ryan identified the most effective ones as the fire dragon grass and the potato mines. The fire dragon grass posed a lethal threat to the hairy spiders. Even a slight singe would result in them igniting into blazing fireballs within mere seconds. Regrettably, in order to prevent igniting the forest, the fire dragon grass was strategically placed in the inner circle, limiting its attack range. Meanwhile, the potato mines were expertly managed by Lady Betty, who, through her communion with the forest, pinpointed the spiders' congregation spots and detonated the mines nearby. While these explosions could not kill the spiders outright, the force was sufficient to shatter their fragile legs, rendering them combat ineffective. After more than half an hour of intense skirmishing, the sudden sound of snapping trees echoed through the woods, heralding the arrival of the last colossal spider, akin to a small elephant, onto the battlefield. Upon spotting Ryan and his companions, this spider brandished its pincers, producing a distinct clicking sound that conveyed its fury. Mozag? Ryan discerned the astonishment on Wolf's face beside him. Who was Mozag? As Ryan searched his memory, he realized he could not recall the name at all. Mozag was the spider matriarch, typically not seen outside the valley unless significant matters arose. Her appearance was indeed unusual. Wolf explained. Fortunately, the spider's vocalization revealed the situation. It appears that the explosive arrow may have flown directly to the entrance of the nest, destroying part of the egg sac and severing two of Aragog's legs. Thus, as Aragog's mate, Mozag vowed to exterminate everyone here and feast upon them. What began as a hunt had escalated into a decisive battle. However, recognizing that he was also within the encircled territory, destined to be devoured, Ryan resolved to fight with utmost determination. With this thought in mind, he opened the portal to the world of Plants vs. Zombies and retrieved several crates of explosive cherries, which constituted his entire recent stockpile. Additionally, the frantic Dave, upon witnessing the portal, contacted Ryan to inquire about any assistance he might need. Ultimately, Ryan promised him no fewer than 20 spider corpses, after which Dave provided him with 2 rotary machine guns and 10,000 rounds of ammunition, along with a small box of grenades. These were recently unearthed from a military base during efforts to reclaim a city. As these items proved ineffective against zombies, Dave generously gifted them to Ryan as a favor. Regrettably, due to the absence of a military factory and the considerable time that had elapsed since the apocalypse began, usable ammunition was scarce, making the 1,000 rounds he received quite a boon. As these weapons were teleported to him, Ryan felt a surge of confidence, believing that this time he might achieve a significant victory. Chapter 95. The darkness that ends upon activating the machine guns. Ryan was astonished to discover they were equipped with intelligent computer systems. Their operation as simple as in a game. He felt grateful that they were in the Forbidden Forest. Had this been in a school, they would have been mere scrap metal. The battlefield fell into an eerie calm as Mozag retreated deeper into the Forbidden Forest to evade the pea shooter's fire, seeking time to amass more spiders to leverage their numerical superiority against Ryan's firepower. After all, Ryan's side was limited in numbers, and the area chosen for defense was relatively small, as no one had anticipated the entire brood of eight-eyed spiders would emerge, leading to an inadequate density of firepower across the available space. Seizing the opportunity, the centaurs and unicorns took a momentary respite. After all, despite their physical strength, centaurs found it exhausting to draw bows solely with their might, while unicorns required time to replenish their magical energy. Wolf, agile and small in stature, began to set up potato mines nearby. Curious about Ryan's machine guns, Farron approached and inquired, "What is this?" "Muggle weaponry," Ryan replied, demonstrating the intelligent computer on the gun. This quickly drew the attention of many centaurs. It rapidly propels metal projectiles, similar to a bow and arrow in principle. If there were targeted magical defenses, it would be ineffective. However, I believe it will serve as an excellent weapon against those spiders, as the eight-eyed giants lack any magical protection, Lady Betty remarked after observing the computer's demonstration. Subsequently, she designated 2 centaurs to operate the machine guns. Ryan, intrigued, asked Betty, "Aren't you concerned about this?" "I know many wizards are averse to anything Muggle." "Not at all. As long as it upholds the balance of nature, most methods are acceptable. Rest assured, no wizard will be aware of what transpires here, for this is the Forbidden Forest. When we protect nature, it, in turn, shields us. Moreover, your headmaster departed early this morning, and others, even if inclined, lack the capacity to detect what is happening here. Soon, 2 centaurs positioned the machine guns on either side of the hill, creating a crossfire setup for when the battle commenced. Before long, with a sound reminiscent of glass shattering, Swarms of spiders surged forth from the underbrush like a deluge. Ryan swiftly employed magic to disrupt the spiders. In this concentrated assault, disturbing just one spider could trigger a chain reaction, creating sufficient chaos to slow their advance, allowing them more time to be exposed to the surrounding flora. Gradually, the spiders forged a path with their bodies. Lady Betty detonated multiple potato bombs, hindering the spiders' progression. However, they quickly filled the gaps like a relentless tide. Ultimately, Lady Betty simultaneously detonated the potato bomb belt encircling the hill, and amidst the explosion, she disrupted the spiders' sensory organs, causing them to clump together. The machine guns positioned on either side of the hill opened fire. The scene transformed into a massacre as the 7.62mm rounds effortlessly penetrated several spider bodies. Unlike zombies, the spiders could only be halted through complete disarray. After sustaining some damage, many spiders lost their sense of direction and ceased their advance. This chaos rendered the spider swarm denser, making it easier for the machine guns to wreak havoc. Seizing the moment, the centaurs also began to attach cherry bombs to their arrows, launching them into the densely packed spiders. Fortuitously, the clustered spiders became excellent fuel for the flames of the fire dragon grass, which eventually ignited a blazing inferno near the hillock. Mozag, leading the charge, was swiftly eliminated by concentrated fire, believing he could withstand the centaur's arrows and carve a path for his offspring. He was caught off guard when they immediately unleashed cherry bombs upon him, resulting in his instant demise. The remaining spiders, lacking sufficient intellect, blindly charged according to Mozag's final command, ultimately leading to their complete annihilation. As the remaining spiders instinctively fled in disarray towards their lair, the battle could be declared a victory. The sun began its slow descent in the west, and in the twilight glow, a grim beauty emerged from the multitude of spider corpses strewn across the clearing. Lady Betty commanded several injured centaurs to collect the spoils of war before leading the remaining combatants in pursuit of the fleeing spiders. Meanwhile, Forenza bent his legs, allowing Ryan to climb onto his back. As Ryan caught a glimpse of Ronan sprinting past, he merely cast a fleeting glance without voicing any dissent. He then mounted the back of Felins. For traversing the dense jungle, he simply could not keep pace with the centaurs. Along the way, Ryan inquired of Felins, "As far as I know, is it not generally forbidden for humans to ride upon your backs?" "Indeed, under ordinary circumstances, we consider this an affront. However, we are now engaged in a shared struggle, striving to uphold the harmony of nature. In this moment of battle, placing an ally who is less adept at running upon one's back is not a slight, but rather an act of mutual assistance among comrades, akin to your provision of plants and weapons to us." Having navigated the jungle for less than 10 minutes, they finally arrived at the mouth of the small valley housing the spider nest. Upon crossing into the valley, Ryan observed that everyone stood idly at the entrance of a cave. It turned out that after their defeat, the spiders had retreated to this cave for spawning. With a multitude of spiders blocking the entrance, the group found themselves unable to mount an assault. The ammunition for their machine guns had been exhausted, and the novice centaurs had scarcely released the trigger during their firing attempts. The remaining cherry bombs were few in number. After deploying a few and noticing a continuous stream of spiders emerging from the cave, they abandoned the plan to blast a path through. At that moment, Ryan approached, opening a box in an attempt to utilize grenades to clear a way. To his astonishment, he discovered that these were not ordinary grenades, but thermobaric grenades. Their destructive capacity far surpassed that of standard grenades, and for a brief instant, Ryan contemplated reserving one for the impending confrontation with the snake beast. However, the thought of being confined in that narrow space during the encounter led him to relinquish such a suicidal notion. Ryan swiftly informed the centaurs about the efficacy of the grenades. After several scouts confirmed that the cave was not particularly large and had no other exits, the final battle was poised to commence. It was anticipated that this confrontation would decisively eradicate the darkness that had lingered in the forbidden forest for decades. The power of nature is immense. Once these malevolent creatures are vanquished, various life forms will undoubtedly return, restoring the vibrant essence of the past. Chapter 96, Conclusion and Harvest. Standing at the cave's entrance, Ryan couldn't help but marvel at the wonders of fate. What had begun as an ordinary hunt had, through a series of unforeseen events, transformed into a thorough extermination of the eight-eyed giant spiders. Observing the expressions of the centaurs around him, Ryan noted their elation at this unexpected turn of events. For them, this encounter represented the complete eradication of a significant menace within the forbidden forest. Even if it was unplanned, it did not dampen their spirits. Although it felt somewhat villainous to be preparing to obliterate a group of frail and ailing creatures, the principle of total eradication remained paramount. Ryan did not perceive this as an act of evil, especially since even the unicorns, symbols of benevolence, did not oppose such measures. This reflection led Ryan to recall the judgments passed on Death Eaters after Voldemort's defeat. Many of them, whose hands were stained with countless lives, were merely imprisoned. This leniency had allowed Voldemort's followers to escape and perpetrate further atrocities upon his resurrection. Would a decisive elimination of them have spared so many lives? Engrossed in these thoughts, Ryan's subordinates were not idle. He bound all the grenades together into a large cluster bomb and negotiated a battle plan with the centaurs. At Betty's command, Several centaurs hurled the remaining cherry bombs into the cave entrance. With a series of resounding explosions, the spiders at the cave mouth were completely cleared. Seizing the moment while the spiders remained inside, Ryan directed the cluster bomb into the depths of the cave with his wand, simultaneously activating the grenade fuses with magic. Feeling confident that the grenades had reached deep within, he shouted for everyone to take cover, then swiftly dashed behind a boulder, crouching down and covering his head while opening his mouth wide. Just as he secured his position, a tremendous explosion reverberated, sending shockwaves through the air that unsettled his insides. Despite having covered his ears and opened his mouth in anticipation, the deafening sound still left a ringing in his ears. Once he confirmed that the explosion had subsided, Ryan emerged from his hiding spot, and at that moment, the centaurs and unicorns also emerged from their respective shelters. Just as Ryan was about to observe the aftermath of the explosion, he noticed a dark figure darting from the mouth of the valley. It turned out to be Mr. Wolf, who, unable to cover his ears, had no choice but to wait outside the valley. My goodness, what a terrifying explosion. You cannot imagine. I even witnessed a spider's leg soaring directly before me. As soon as Wolf arrived, he began recounting what he had witnessed at the valley's entrance. At this moment, Ryan also discerned the scene before him. The cave entrance was spewing forth the remnants of spiders and their verdant blood in a radial pattern, with various sizes of flames flickering atop some of the carcasses. Ryan cast a spell to detect life within the cavern, only to discover that all the spiders had perished. After a span of several minutes, two centaurs ventured inside to investigate. Upon their return, they reported that all the spiders near the epicenter had been obliterated, particularly noting the discovery of Aragog's severed head upon a jagged stone within the cave. Furthermore, many other spiders retained their forms, likely succumbing to asphyxiation or incineration. In the deepest recesses of the cave, they unearthed dozens of eggs, all of which had been cooked by the intense heat. It appeared that the menace of the acromantula in the Forbidden Forest had been decisively eradicated, and smiles adorned the faces of all who had participated in this battle. Subsequently, the unicorns took their leave, while Betty organized the centaurs to gather the spoils from the slain spiders. Ryan adhered to his customary practice of erecting altars at two separate battlefields, subsequently purifying the lands tainted by the specter of death brought forth by conflict. He also took the opportunity to select the more pristine carcasses of dead spiders to be sent through the temporal portal to the eccentric Dave. The purification by the riverside was swiftly accomplished, yet the process within the lair of the eight-eyed giant spider proved to be far more arduous than anticipated. Ultimately, Ryan found himself expending a considerable amount of the magical materials he had previously amassed to complete the purification. Upon the conclusion of the ritual, Ryan was reminded that the forest had accumulated countless souls due to the slaughter perpetrated by the eight-eyed giant spiders. As dark creatures, these spiders had sullied the jungle, rendering these souls incapable of returning to nature. Over the decades, the souls had gradually succumbed to the pervasive darkness of their surroundings. Thus, Ryan's efforts were directed not only at the souls of the eight-eyed spiders, but also at the multitude of souls that had gathered over the years. Although he incurred significant losses and resources, Ryan reaped substantial rewards. The most noteworthy among them was the enhancement of his soul magic. With each soul purified, he felt his own merit grow stronger, simultaneously accelerating his spiritual cultivation. Furthermore, by eliminating the eight-eyed spiders from the Forbidden Forest, Ryan acquired 6 deviation points. After accomplishing all of this, Ryan noticed that the sun had already set, prompting him to hasten his return to the castle. Lady Betty instructed Wolf to escort Ryan to the entrance of the Forbidden Forest, and they arranged for Wolf to deliver the materials extracted from the processed spiders to Ryan in a week's time, with the specific details to be communicated within the Emerald Dream. On the journey back, Wolf continued his incessant chatter, to which Ryan could only respond with a smile. Upon reaching the exit of the Forbidden Forest, Ryan observed that Wolf appeared somewhat reluctant to part ways. It was understandable. It is indeed fortunate for any being with a youthful human soul to coexist with those garrulous centaurs without succumbing to melancholy. Thus, Ryan assured Wolf that he would visit as long as he remained unscathed, and that Aunt Betty would notify him of the exact timing. After comforting Wolf, Ryan successfully returned to the castle, only to find that it was already 7:30, and dinner had long since concluded. Ryan recalled the compressed biscuits he had stowed away in his space pouch, still untouched, and decided to return to his dormitory to make do with cool water and the biscuits for this meal. As he dragged his weary body into the communal lounge, a brown, fluffy head intruded upon his line of sight. Subsequently, he was pulled into a corner of the lounge, where a rapid torrent of chatter ensued. "Ryan, where have you been? I didn't see you at mealtime. Your roommate said you weren't in the dorm this afternoon. If I can't find you again, I shall have to inform Professor McGonagall." Ryan felt a twinge of guilt upon seeing Hermione's angry expression. After all, troubling others is hardly a gentlemanly act. Thus, he gathered his thoughts and said, "I apologize, Hermione, for causing you concern. This afternoon, I ventured alone into the Forbidden Forest and encountered an intriguing friend." He then proceeded to share Wolf's background and experiences to divert Hermione's attention, while simultaneously providing her with an explanation. As he elucidated the situation to Hermione, Ryan couldn't help but feel a sense of joy. The feeling of being cared for was genuinely delightful. Chapter 97. post-war affairs after listening to Ryan's account. Hermione's interest was indeed piqued. Oh my, how unfortunate he is. A soul akin to ours, yet condemned to live as a wolf. It is not his fault. Yet he bears the burden of it all. However, she reassured herself, it isn't all that grim. Observing Hermione's imagination running wild with thoughts of Wolf's tragic existence, Ryan hastily interjected. He certainly did not wish for Hermione to prematurely establish a wolf protection society, especially considering the efforts of the house elves that lay ahead. Though life with the centaurs may have been somewhat dull, it was evident that Mr. Wolf had adapted to his surroundings. He bore no aversion to his life as a wolf, he simply found it a tad monotonous. That's true, Hermione conceded. Recalling Harry's previous encounters with the centaurs, from which she learned they were benevolent creatures, the only hurdle was their occasional difficulty in communicating with other beings. Upon realizing that Ryan had promised Wolf he would keep him company when time permitted, Hermione insisted on joining their next conversation. Considering there was little danger in doing so, Ryan nodded in agreement to her request. Finally, Hermione retrieved a sandwich wrapped in newspaper and a bottle of pumpkin juice from her bag, offering them to Ryan. I thought you might have missed dinner tonight, so I brought these for you. Thank you ever so much, Ryan replied, eagerly devouring the food. After a long afternoon battling in the Forbidden Forest, he was undeniably famished. Once he finished eating, he ascended to his dormitory to retrieve his bag, and together with Hermione, they proceeded to the library to study. The ensuing days returned to a semblance of tranquility, during which Ryan and Hermione managed to converse with Wolf several times. Additionally, he received the spoils from their recent battle, 3 liters of acromantula venom, over 30 liters of acromantula blood, and a large sack filled with processed acromantula shells. These were delivered by Firenze, who had brought 2 large baskets on horseback. Immediately upon receiving the items, Ryan deposited them in the supply shop, where they could be preserved. Originally, one could have extracted much more from the thousands of acromantulas, but the incessant explosions and flames during the battle had destroyed a significant amount. Particularly, the venom could only be harvested from the last few slain acromantulas, as it rapidly loses potency after their demise. This explains the exorbitant price of acromantula venom in the market. Naturally, this skirmish also temporarily halted Ryan's plans to confront the basilisk. After all, if a single giant spider presented such unforeseen complications, it was clear that numerous issues previously overlooked had come to light. Thus, Ryan devised a series of weapons and enlisted the help of Dave from the Plants vs. Zombies universe to create them. Given the busy recovery state of that realm, the construction of these weapons might take a month or 2. However, this delay bore its own advantages, for the basilisk, being a cold-blooded creature, would likely be affected by winter, even with magical protection against hibernation. In a month or 2, as temperatures dropped further, the conditions would become more favorable for hunting the basilisk. Nonetheless, this time would not be squandered. Ryan intended to utilize it to craft a series of charms using spider shells and spider blood to enhance his own power. As time passed in diligent practice, October arrived, bringing with it the dreary and cold weather typical of Britain. Residing in an ancient castle only heightened the awareness of how arduous these days could be. This climate also led to a surge in colds, as wizarding magic offered little resistance to such ailments. Fortunately, after a period of exercise, Ryan's improved constitution spared him from falling ill this year, allowing him to take a certain delight in watching several classmates, after being dosed with cold medicine by Madame Pomfrey, emerge with smoking ears. Due to the continuous rain, Ryan often observed members of the Gryffindor Quidditch team trudging in, covered in mud and fatigue. Practicing in such dreary weather was indeed a strenuous endeavor. Consequently, Ryan devised a recipe for ginger tea with brown sugar and asked the Weasley twins to deliver it to the house elves in the kitchen during their night excursions. From the following day onward, a pot of warm ginger tea sat by the fireplace in the common room, significantly reducing the likelihood of students catching colds from the rain. Though few were aware that this was Ryan's initiative, witnessing his classmates evade the grip of influenza brought in considerable joy. Of course, Madame Pomfrey was among the informed, as the house elves naturally sought her approval when they received Ryan's recipe. Having become acquainted with Ryan's handwriting during his previous hospitalization, Madame Pomfrey quickly deduced the recipe's origin. Upon confirming its efficacy in preventing colds, she summoned Ryan to the hospital wing to discuss how it was developed. Fortunately, the medical practices within the wizarding world aligned with the ancient Greek understanding of hot and cold, mirroring many theories found in traditional Chinese medicine. Thus, Ryan ultimately asked his father to procure several English versions of Chinese medical texts from Chinatown and send them to the school as a gift from Madame Pomfrey. It must be noted that the vast majority of the school's faculty were exceptionally skilled, while Madame Pomfrey could easily outshine Ryan in medical knowledge. She diligently studied the unfamiliar concepts and sought clarification from him on points she did not understand. Her eagerness to learn and willingness to ask questions exemplified an admirable mindset. It was no wonder she had become Hogwarts healer. Such an attitude can propel anyone to excellence in any profession. One afternoon, just as Ryan emerged from the hospital wing, preparing to return to the common room, he spotted nearly headless Nick anxiously clutching a letter. He approached and greeted, "Hello, sir. What brings you here?" "I received a response from the Headless Horseman. I hope they will accept me this time," Nick replied, his voice trembling with apprehension. He opened the letter, only for his expression to quickly shift to one of dismay. So close, yet so far. I never desired this, Nick muttered to himself. Seeing Nick's sorrow, Ryan decided to offer some comfort, especially since it was thanks to him that Nick could access the room of requirement. Sir, if something troubles you, please feel free to sit and share your thoughts. Speaking about it may ease your burden. With that, Ryan gestured for him to take a seat. Oh, how generous of you to listen to my ramblings. Thank you, Nick exclaimed, following Ryan into an adjacent empty storeroom. After clearing a few wooden crates, Ryan settled onto a small box, using a larger one as a table while Nick sat opposite him. Once they were seated, Ryan said, I believe I have recently learned a new spell that might bring you some cheer. Chapter 98. Nick's invitation. The so-called new magic that Ryan had learned was, in fact, derived from the text of the Mauchon school. He believed that this spell concerning spirits would bring joy to Nick. Thus, under Nick's curious gaze, Ryan retrieved a small incense burner, a stick of incense, and a pair of candles from his spatial bag, along with 2 pieces of chocolate from the pocket of his robe. Once everything was in place, Ryan arranged the incense burner and candles on the box before positioning the chocolate behind the burner. After ensuring everything was set, he ignited the 2 candles with his wand. He then picked up the incense, lit it from the candles, closed his eyes, and began to chant softly. Nick was uncertain about Ryan's actions. Yet he could discern the seriousness with which Ryan approached the task, prompting him to remain silent to avoid disrupting him. For a moment, the storage room was enveloped in stillness, save for the gentle cadence of Ryan's incantations resonating in the air. Outside, the sound of someone trudging down the corridor in wet shoes became particularly pronounced. After 3 or 4 minutes, Nick observed Ryan inserting the incense into the burner. He then opened his eyes and blew forcefully towards the incense, which, upon contact with his breath, was consumed entirely within seconds. Its smoke absorbed by the chocolate resting on the table. Having completed the incantation, Ryan returned to his normal demeanor and offered the chocolate to Nick, saying, My dear sir, you may indulge in a piece of chocolate. It will aid in your emotional recovery. Nick reached out to take the chocolate while expressing his gratitude, saying, I am pleased you came to comfort me, but you must understand that we ghosts cannot. Before he could finish, his expression shifted dramatically. For he suddenly felt as though he had grasped something tangible, a sensation he had not experienced in 5 centuries. After all, among the ghosts of Hogwarts, only nearly headless Nick, who was not entirely a ghost, could touch physical objects. The others were unable to do so. Nick withdrew his hand, realizing that the 2 pieces of chocolate remained in Ryan's possession. However, his palm now cradled 2 semi-translucent, milky chocolates. What is this? Nick inquired, astonished. You see, my lineage hails from the East. Recently, I have learned some Eastern magic, and this is one such instance where the power of incense allows spirits to partake in food. Ryan explained. With a look of shock, Nick placed a piece of chocolate in his mouth, and soon tears streamed from the corners of his eyes. For he had not tasted food in 500 years. After consuming both pieces of chocolate, Ryan noticed that Nick's previous despondency had vanished. He joyfully declared, Thank you for allowing me to savor the delights of food once more. Compared to this, not participating in the Headless Horseman S-team is no longer of great concern to me. Suddenly, Nick seemed to hesitate. Ryan, I believe I have an impertinent request. No, that would be too much. You have already assisted me greatly, and I should not impose. My dear sir, what is it you wish to convey? Ryan asked, observing Nick's conflicted demeanor. I merely wish to inquire if that spell was particularly challenging for you. As I noticed you performed it wandlessly, Nick finally articulated his question. Not excessively difficult, it falls within the framework of the Celestial Empire's magic. It is akin to how African wizards perform magic without wands. Thus, it is not as arduous as it may appear. However, I can only create 5 to 6 such dishes for spirits in a day. And these dishes will last no longer than 7 days, Ryan replied. So that is the case, Nick said after much deliberation. This Halloween marks the 500th anniversary of my demise. I intend to invite all the ghosts of England to my inheritance banquet. Would you be able to prepare the food for the feast? At this point, Nick recalled something and quickly added, Of course. This will demand much of your time and energy, and I shall provide you with a generous reward. You see, I have resided in this castle for 5 centuries and possess many secrets unknown to others. Very well, I shall oblige, Ryan responded. Come to me a week before Halloween, and we shall commence our preparations in the room of requirement. However, I must clarify that my culinary skills are rather rudimentary, so you may need to enlist others for the cooking. That is not an issue. I will inform the house elves in the kitchen, Nick assured him, elated by Ryan's agreement, promising that the matter of the meal would be left entirely to him. Afterward, Nick joyfully took his leave, eager to spend several days contemplating the menu to surprise all the ghosts at the banquet. Once Nick had disappeared through the wall, Ryan returned to Gryffindor's common room, which was abuzz with activity. Due to the recent inclement weather, everyone preferred to remain in the warmth of the common area. At that moment, the Weasley twins were feeding a fire lizard with a rather unruly firecracker, causing the creature to dart around the room amidst sparks and explosions. Fortunately, magical fireworks did not ignite objects, or else, in a house filled with carpets, tapestries, and wooden furniture, a fire would have been all too easy to spark. Soon, Percy could be heard reprimanding the twins, accompanied by the cheers and jeers of their classmates. At this juncture, Ryan squeezed into the throng and handed some human-related data he had learned from Madame Pomfrey to Fred, since they had previously discussed researching interesting candies and required this information. Ryan suspected that they had commenced their research on the rapid-acting skipping class potion, which necessitated this data to ascertain the appropriate dosages of certain drugs. Upon receiving the notebook from Ryan, Fred inquired, "Hey, Ryan, would you be willing to join our research?" Before Ryan could respond, Percy suddenly emerged from the side, questioning, "I hope you are not conducting any nonsensical experiments, for I shall inform Mother if you are." "No, certainly not," George replied. "We merely wish to consult Ryan regarding the brewing of potions and the application of certain healing spells, as we happened to witness Madame Pomfrey instructing him alone just a couple of days ago." "Really?" Percy asked, his excitement palpable. "Indeed," Ryan affirmed with a nod. Subsequently, Percy expressed a series of reflections on the twins' wayward behavior. After a protracted wait for Percy to conclude his discourse, Ryan finally managed to depart. He observed Percy reprimanding a group of boisterous first-year students disturbing others. Ryan then conveyed to the twins his honor in joining their research. Ryan was deeply intrigued by the fresh ideas that the twins might conjure with his involvement, alongside an influx of funds, resources, and knowledge. Chapter 99. Preparations for the feast time swiftly approached the week before Halloween. That noon, after delivering a hefty package of Muggle novels to Mr. Wolf and retrieving the book he had previously borrowed, Ryan encountered Colin Creevey in the castle corridor, who brought a message from Nick. They were to convene at the designated location at 7 in the evening. It appeared that preparations for Nick's Halloween feast were about to commence, and as Ryan contemplated this, he returned to the common room, where he fortuitously found Hermione waiting for him. During their last encounter with Mr. Wolf, he had expressed his boredom with life in the Forbidden Forest and inquired whether they had any means of entertainment. Hermione, an avid reader, suggested that books made for splendid amusement. Consequently, Ryan and Hermione had lent Mr. Wolf some leisure reading material they had brought to school, engaging in a discussion about which genres he might prefer. Now, Hermione was eager to discern Mr. Wolf's literary tastes. Mr. Wolf claimed to enjoy all his books, having been so starved for stimulation that he was eager to read any printed page 5 times over. It seemed he was indeed a diligent learner, and Ryan considered asking his father to send his encyclopedia. Hermione harbored a fondness for all beings that cherish learning, and she was more than willing to satisfy this wolf's thirst for knowledge. Before long, the day's classes concluded, with the exception of Gilderoy Lockhart's theatrical performance class, which was particularly perplexing. Ryan couldn't fathom why Dumbledore had chosen such an individual to instruct, perhaps as a lesson in what constitutes a quintessential failure. After dinner, Ryan promptly made his way to the room of requirement, ready to commence the preparation of the ghostly feast. Upon entering, he discovered that Nick had already prepared 5 or 6 dishes, each steaming and appearing far superior to the fare served in the Great Hall. It was understandable, considering that even the house elves' remarkable magic could not elevate the large cauldron meals to the level of individually crafted culinary delights. Ryan then began to cast spells, and after more than half an hour, he successfully transformed the 6 dishes on the table into a spectral state. At this juncture, he affixed enchanted parchment to the plates, instructing Nick to direct the house elves to transport these dishes to the designated area, ensuring the parchment remained intact. The enchanted parchment allowed the corporeal plates to hold spectral food. Removing it would render them immovable. Once the food was prepared, Ryan sampled the remnants, only to discover that although the appearance of the dishes remained unchanged, they had lost all flavor, resembling the texture of chewing on plastic. Feeling somewhat fatigued, Ryan settled onto the sofa to converse with Nick when a thought struck him. Nick was acquainted with ghosts spread across the entirety of England, some of whom had witnessed significant historical events. Perhaps he could elicit some intriguing insights. Thus, Ryan inquired, "By the way, may I, as a living being, attend your feast?" Nick, taken aback by the question, replied, "Your presence would be most welcome. However, I thought you might prefer the school's festivities over our rather somber gathering, which is why I hesitated to extend an invitation. This feast is not limited to you. You may even invite your friends. The more, the merrier." Upon returning to the common room, Ryan shared this news with his study group, but the majority of his classmates were disinclined to attend the feast. For instance, Ron, engrossed in his potions homework, found it peculiar to celebrate the anniversary of one's death, predicting that the gathering would be exceedingly dreary. Most others echoed similar sentiments. Nonetheless, Hermione informed Ryan that she would indeed attend. After all, she had never encountered accounts of living individuals participating in such feasts in her readings, and Ryan had told her of the significant historical figures who would also be present. On the following day, as Ryan entered the room of requirement, Hermione accompanied him. Her curiosity piqued about how he transformed human food into ghostly fare. Nick expressed his heartfelt gratitude for Hermione's involvement, as she had closely observed Ryan's spell casting, hoping to glean its secrets. Unfortunately, the language barrier proved insurmountable. She could not comprehend the meaning of Ryan's incantations in Chinese. Ultimately, Hermione relinquished her aspirations of mastering this unfamiliar magic, Yet she marveled at the wonders of Eastern magic and lamented the scant records of the Eastern world within Hogwarts, which left her curiosity unquenched. 2 days prior to Halloween. As Ryan and Hermione entered the room of requirement, they found Nick anxiously hovering in midair, pacing restlessly. Ryan, upon witnessing the situation, hurriedly inquired, "What has transpired? You appear somewhat disheartened." "I have made a grave mistake," Nick replied, a tinge of guilt in his voice. "In my eagerness to allow everyone to savor a variety of delicacies, I prepared each dish distinctly. However, it has only come to my attention today that no one possesses any utensils. How are we to consume these steaks and such? Surely, we cannot each take a bite from the same piece. Yet, if we were to cut them properly and then serve, there simply would not be sufficient time. What are we to do now?" After listening to Nick's words, Ryan inquired, "Isn't it said that ghosts can carry items from their past lives?" "Indeed. But no one would be carrying cutlery at the time of their death. Moreover, in my era, people commonly ate with their hands after slicing food, as forks had yet to gain popularity. In even earlier times, such as that of Slytherin, knives and forks were non-existent. You needn't worry, I possess a method." With that, Ryan produced a grass-woven sword from his spatial pouch. After biting his fingertip to draw blood, he smeared it onto the blade. Hermione observed a faint glimmer upon the application of blood, yet upon closer inspection, she discerned that the sword appeared unchanged. Subsequently, Ryan gripped the hilt and sliced towards the ethereal steak on the table, which was effortlessly cleaved in two. "How did you accomplish that?" Hermione exclaimed in astonishment, her eyes wide. "I merely wished to experiment, not anticipating such efficacy. After all, the texts only state that the sword of Calamus can slay malevolent spirits, being an Eastern weapon for banishing evil, yet they made no mention of this particular capability." Upon hearing Ryan's words, Nick suddenly rushed forward. Despite Ryan's swift retraction of the sword, the blade still grazed a small cut on the back of Nick's hand. Observing Nick staring blankly at the wound, Ryan assumed he was concerned about the severity of his injury. He quickly reassured him, "The sword of Calamus affects spirits much like an ordinary blade affects the human body. This is akin to an average person receiving a minor cut. In a few days, you shall recover, so there is no need for excessive worry." Unexpectedly, after hearing these words, Nick knelt on one knee, clasped his hands together, and implored, "Mr. Leong, I beseech you for a favor. Please, grant me your promise." Chapter 100, The Feast of the Departed. As Nick knelt, the atmosphere in the room of requirement grew eerily charged, prompting Hermione to gasp in astonishment, covering her mouth with her hand. At that moment, Ryan felt a chill run down his spine. According to Eastern beliefs, having someone older than oneself kneel is said to shorten one's lifespan. What then would be the cost for Nick, who is 500 years his senior? Moreover, considering they were in the realm of the British, Nick's gesture bore an unsettling resemblance to a romantic proposal, and Hermione behind them had likely misconstrued the situation. In an effort to salvage his image, Ryan hastily addressed Nick, saying, "Sir, if there is anything you require assistance with, please express it directly. I cannot bear such formalities." Nick, who had been momentarily swept away by his emotions, regained his composure upon Ryan's words. He promptly rose and replied, "I apologize for startling you earlier. It was a moment of impulse. However, I truly have an important matter that necessitates your aid." After speaking, Nick grasped his ear and twisted his head. At that moment, Ryan heard Hermione gasp behind him, and he too felt a twinge of discomfort in his stomach. Nick then continued, "You see, I was struck 44 times by a dull axe on my neck. I wish more than anyone for a clean and swift execution. Yet, alas, due to a mere sliver of skin, I find myself ostracized even in death. Do they truly suffer more than I, who have lost my head?" Ryan observed a flicker of anger illuminate Nick's face. Though they had endured less suffering than I, they still chose to ostracize me, their minds having completely shifted. Taking a deep breath to steady his emotions, Nick said, "Ryan, I just witnessed your ability to inflict wounds upon our specters, and I would like to request your assistance in removing the remaining sliver of flesh." Upon hearing Nick's request, Ryan felt somewhat bewildered. After all, severing a person's neck, even if it was merely that of a ghost, was rather too stimulating for his sensibilities. Thus, he addressed Nick, saying, "You must understand that in the East, the complete separation of the head from the body is considered a profoundly inauspicious symbol. In ancient times, even executioners endeavored to leave a sliver of skin intact." He paused, contemplating, "Perhaps you should reconsider this matter." "I have been contemplating it for nearly 5 centuries, Nick replied, his voice strained. "You need not fret about such matters. After all, we are in England, and customs vary across regions. Just think of it as assisting a friend in a small favor." In a state of panic, Ryan glanced back at Hermione, hoping to receive guidance from her. Hermione, equally startled by Nick's peculiar request, intertwined her hands before her chest, casting her gaze downward at her shoes, unsure of what to say. After a prolonged silence, she finally lifted her head and remarked, "I believe the term headless is rather unfortunate for a ghost, and Nick has endured this humiliation for almost 500 years. Ryan, if you are able to assist him, please do so. After all, he is the ghost of Gryffindor." Well, it seemed Hermione had presented a compelling argument. After some contemplation, Ryan made up his mind. He raised his gaze to meet Nick's anxious eyes and declared, "Very well, I shall help you. However, you must not disclose this matter to others." Rest assured, I shall keep it to myself. I swear by the name of Sir Poppington. Ryan nodded, instructing Nick to raise his head with both hands. Taking a deep breath while muttering that he was a dead man, he then swung the sword of Calamus vigorously at the point where flesh connected. The flesh parted effortlessly, and Nick, due to the excessive force, sent his head flying against the ceiling, perhaps as a consequence of having just transformed into a headless apparition. Sir Nick appeared somewhat clumsy in maneuvering his body. He took considerable time to readjust and successfully reattached his head to his neck. However, Ryan could discern that Nick's spirits were remarkably high, his ethereal luminescence radiating much brighter than before. After a brief display of exuberance, Nick finally remembered Ryan, floating excitedly before him, exclaiming, "Thank you for helping me fulfill a wish I have harbored for centuries. I shall remember your kindness. You are my eternal friend." As Ryan completed his tasks for the day and prepared to leave the room of requirement with Hermione, Nick requested Ryan to keep this secret momentarily, as he wished to astonish everyone at his own banquet. On their way from the room of requirement to the library, Hermione curiously inquired of Ryan, "Isn't it true that ghosts differ from us in many ways? At least, I believe that normal humans wouldn't make such peculiar requests. In the books I have read, it is noted that most ghosts resemble their living selves, yet there are exceptions where certain spirits retain obsessions post-mortem." Clearly, Nick's fixation was on his neck, which explains his odd request. Ryan replied with a shrug. Time flew by, and Halloween arrived. The hall was adorned with bats and intricately carved pumpkins. Whispers circulated that Dumbledore had invited a skeleton dance troupe for the festivities. "I cannot fathom why you would want to venture into such a cold, damp place. You must know that the food at the Halloween feast is far more lavish than usual," Ron remarked to Ryan and Hermione as they prepared to head to the basement classroom. "You only think of food. You fail to grasp the beauty of acquiring knowledge," Hermione retorted, pulling Ryan towards the basement. Along the way, Ryan produced a talisman he had prepared in advance, handing it to Hermione. "It is not advisable for the living to linger too long with the dead. Carry this, and you shall remain unaffected." "Is this the magic script from your homeland?" "It appears entirely different from our ancient runes," Hermione commented, tucking the talisman into her pocket. The corridor was illuminated by small black candles emitting a ghostly blue glow. Ryan felt that the atmosphere Nick had conjured here was far more reminiscent of Halloween than that within the hall. With each step towards the basement classroom, the temperature seemed to drop further. Fortunately, the talisman activated, warding off the chilling aura. The sound of nails scraping against the chalkboard echoed through the corridor. Perhaps this was the music of the deceased. Upon reaching the classroom door, they beheld Nick, resplendently adorned, standing at the entrance to welcome guests. "Welcome, my dearest friends," Nick exclaimed, doffing his hat and bowing. "Please, come in. Thank you for your assistance. I believe this banquet will be the grandest in England for the past 3 centuries. The temperature in the basement was even lower, and Ryan and Hermione could see their breath manifesting as white puffs. In the makeshift dance floor of the classroom, hundreds of ghosts were waltzing together, while a group of spirits produced a cacophony of sound from musical saws on stage. The chandelier above, adorned with 1,000 candles, cast a bluish light that illuminated the scene clearly. This gathering resembled a true magical world's Halloween far more than the feast in the hall. Ryan heard Hermione exclaiming excitedly beside him, Chapter 101, The Banquet of the Dead. "I think we should see if we know anyone." "No, rather, any familiar ghosts," Ryan suggested to Hermione, feeling somewhat foolish standing at the door. Soon, they spotted a familiar specter, the Fat Friar of Hufflepuff, who was engaged in conversation with a knight sporting an arrow protruding from his forehead. Upon noticing Ryan and Hermione, the Fat Friar floated over to Ryan and said, "I heard from Nick that you assisted him greatly with this banquet, so as a member of Hogwarts, I must express my gratitude." After thanking them, the friar observed Ryan and Hermione's bewildered expressions as they gazed at the gathering of spirits. He returned to them and said, "I think you might not recognize everyone here. Allow me to introduce you to some interesting individuals." With that, he led Ryan and Hermione to the knight he had been speaking with, introducing him as Brave Earl, who held a stronghold during the first Goblin Rebellion for 3 days until reinforcements arrived, but was ambushed by a goblin crossbowman just as victory was within reach. "Wait, I know you," Hermione exclaimed. "You were featured in the Wizards as a perfect embodiment of courage and resilience among sorcerers of your time." "Really?" The spectral knight instinctively touched the arrow on his head. "Is my story truly so well known? That is splendid. After all, I have been residing in an abandoned castle in Wales, where news travels slowly." The Fat Friar then introduced them to several other ghosts, each of whom had played a part in significant historical events, and even a couple who were pivotal figures like Earl. They were intrigued by Hermione's interest in their past deeds, surrounding her with animated tales, while Hermione reveled in the first-hand historical accounts, even producing paper and a notebook to jot down notes. Meanwhile, Ryan, feeling somewhat sidelined, began to scan the surroundings, spotting a long table draped with black velvet at the far end of the classroom. The table was meticulously arranged with dozens of plates, each covered with silver domes. It appeared that Nick was preparing a delightful surprise for everyone. Several ghosts hovered near the table, curiously discussing why Nick had chosen to cover the plates, as such a practice had never been seen at ghostly banquets before. Suddenly, a figure emerged from beneath the table. "Ah, Hogwarts little ghost. What brings you here?" It was Peeves, the only ghost among them with color. I helped Nick with something, so he invited me to the party. I thought you might find this gathering a tad dull. So let me bring you some fun. With that, Peeves grabbed a corner of the tablecloth, seemingly intent on pulling everything to the ground. But just as Peeves was about to tug at the cloth, a hoarse voice called from behind him. What? Something entertaining? Care to share? Peeves froze in place, trembling as he stammered. Master, I did nothing, believe me. Bloodless Barrow seized Peeves by the neck, his deep, raspy voice commanding, I've finally found you. Nick asked me to keep an eye on you today, as it is his grand day, and he would not like you to ruin his celebration. I certainly do not wish for you to bring disgrace upon Hogwarts. Now, come with me and sit over there. With that, Barrow dragged the dejected Peeves away. And at that moment, Nick emerged from the crowd, remarking, It seems your companion shares your fondness for this gathering. Ryan followed Nick's pointing finger and observed Hermione, transformed into a reporter, diligently jotting down notes. A circle of ghosts surrounded her, each exuding an air of exuberance. Indeed, it was quite fascinating. Ryan's remark was not a mere formality. Witnessing so many apparitions in one go and studying this species that lingered on the precipice of death was immensely beneficial to his mastery of life magic. Well, I suppose it's time for me to take the stage. See you shortly, Nick declared as he glided toward the platform. As soon as Nick ascended, a resounding horn echoed through the air. 20 ghostly steeds burst forth from the walls, each bearing a headless rider. All attention shifted to them. The horses galloped into the center of the dance floor, where the leading knight, head tucked under his arm, dismounted to raise his head high for a better view of the gathering. This naturally elicited cheers from the surrounding spirits. Upon spotting Nick, he shoved his head back onto his neck and approached, exclaiming, Nick, how do you fare? Still have your head attached? Nick removed his head, provoking gasps from the audience. Holding his head in one hand and playfully patting the headless knight on the shoulder, he laughed, Thank you for your concern. Surely now you cannot impede my participation in the headless hunt, Patrick. Patrick, evidently Nick's long-standing rival, had come with the intent to disrupt the event. However, his plans were thwarted, as the very tactics that once targeted Nick had been completely countered. Witnessing the misfortune of his centuries-old adversary, Nick strode confidently to the podium to commence his speech. Meanwhile, after a moment of frustration, Patrick rose to continue provoking his old foe. He and the other members of the Headless Hunt engaged in a game involving tossing heads, drawing the crowd's attention. It appeared that the lives of ghosts were rather mundane, making such theatrical activities, like those of the Headless Hunt, particularly popular. Nick endeavored to regain the audience's focus, but alas, his dry speech could not compete with the spectacle of flying heads. At that moment, Ryan rushed up to the podium and quietly urged Nick, Sir, let us commence the feast. Ah, yes. How could I have forgotten? Nick exclaimed, suddenly enlightened. He gestured toward the bloodied figure, Barlow, who promptly leaned down to whisper something to Peeves. Reluctantly, Peeves waved his hand, and the silver lids covering the platters on the table flew off, stacking at the edges. Soon, a delicate aroma, distinctly different from that of ordinary food, wafted through the subterranean classroom. Many ghosts were drawn to the dining table. Yet they remained puzzled by the nature of the offerings, awkwardly lingering at the table's perimeter. Ryan observed as, under Hermione's encouragement, the arrow-stricken Earl was the first to reach for a generous piece of roasted lamb from the ethereal feast laid upon the table. The moment the meat entered his mouth, his expression froze, only to be followed by a frenzy of stuffing more meat into his eager maw. The commotion soon attracted other spirits, and before long, a throng of ghosts gathered around the banquet table, drawn by the prospect of food. Nick, meanwhile, tucked a barrel of wine under his arm, pouring small glasses for each guest at the table in a toast. Noticing that no one was paying them any mind, Patrick hesitated for a moment before joining the ranks of the ravenous spirits at the table, evidently unable to resist the allure of the feast. It seems that the law of irresistible temptation is inescapable, regardless of the realm. Chapter 102. Nick's gratitude. Ryan was observing a group of spirits indiscriminately squabbling over food at the table. Hermione approached, clutching her notebook, and exclaimed, What a day of great discoveries. I have uncovered numerous secrets that were previously unknown to me. For instance, just now, when Earl was boasting about his bravery, a nearby spirit revealed that he had actually met his demise after accidentally falling and striking his head against a crossbow bolt during a pursuit. Indeed, many historical truths are not meant to be scrutinized too deeply. Just as Hermione animatedly shared her revelations from the day, a gurgling sound emanated from her stomach. Upon hearing the noise, her face flushed crimson. At this moment, Ryan felt a pang of hunger, prompting him to bid farewell to Nick. Nick had just finished his toast and was joyfully standing on the podium, observing the spirits gathered around the table indulging in food. Upon seeing Ryan approach with Hermione, he solemnly bowed to them both and expressed, Thank you for your assistance. I believe today marks the happiest day since my passing. There's no need for thanks. This task was not particularly challenging for me. We must ascend to the dining hall now, so we must take our leave, Ryan replied to Nick. Oh. I have been so busy these past few days that I completely forgot to prepare food for you too. I am truly sorry for that. Please hurry to dine. I believe you might still catch dessert if you head upstairs now. The gift I prepared for you will be placed by your bedside tomorrow morning. With that, Nick bowed once more and escorted Ryan and Hermione out of the underground classroom. Ryan and Hermione hurriedly traversed the corridor and descended the staircase. As they breathlessly entered the great hall and took their seats, they discovered that the main course had indeed been cleared away, leaving only the desserts freshly served. "You missed the Halloween-themed apple pie. What a pity," Ron mumbled through a mouthful of caramel apple upon noticing Ryan and Hermione's arrival. "Nonetheless, I still believe that attending the ghostly gathering tonight yielded great rewards. I acquired a wealth of knowledge that cannot be found in any book," Hermione remarked as she picked up a piece of pumpkin cake. "What exactly is special about the ghost gathering?" Harry inquired, suddenly intrigued. "I find the Headless Horseman's performance, tossing their own heads about, quite amusing. At least, it's something I've never witnessed before," Ryan replied while savoring a slice of cake. And speaking of atmosphere, the blue candles, the chilly air, and the room filled with ghosts truly encapsulate the essence of Halloween and the magical world. The only drawback, however, is that there was nothing suitable for human consumption, Ryan concluded. After satisfying their appetites with dessert, Ryan returned to the dormitory with the throng. The following morning, upon awakening, Ryan discovered a thick parchment letter resting atop his bedside table. Upon opening the envelope, he realized it was a missive delivered by Nick through the house elf during the night. In the letter's opening lines, Nick stated that he had bartered a bottle of his secret stash of fire whiskey to persuade the Baron to have Peeves write the letter. As Peeves was the only ghost capable of writing, he refrained from allowing the house elf to write it, believing the contents were not suitable for the headmaster's knowledge. Ryan opened the envelope and extracted the letter, discovering that Nick had bestowed upon him quite a generous gift this time. The letter contained several locations and methods for accessing the secret passages of Hogwarts. And it also revealed that the Room of Requirement harbors items discarded by Hogwarts students over the centuries. One merely needs to wish for a place to conceal something at the entrance to find them. At the end of the letter, Ryan learned of a ghost who recounted an encounter from nearly 2 centuries ago, where a group of people furtively transported heavy chests to a location near the southern coast of England, never to retrieve them again. Given the size and weight of these chests, they likely contained treasures. It seemed that Ryan could embark on a treasure hunt during the Christmas holidays, which filled him with anticipation. Clearly, Nick's gift was exceptionally bountiful, and he hoped it would not lead to mere disappointment. All in all, this endeavor had proven quite rewarding for Ryan. In a buoyant mood, Ryan attentively observed the drama performed by Harry Potter and Gilderoy Lockhart in today's class, Gilderoy versus the Werewolf. One must admit, if Gilderoy were not a wizard, he could easily secure a position in Hollywood. Ryan noticed that Gilderoy's mere verbal guidance enabled Harry to partially reenact the werewolf's formidable presence. After all, Gilderoy merely inquired about the processes undertaken by the true heroes through his eloquence. To recreate a scene and evoke a sense of reality through such dry dialogue was no small feat. One cannot deny that Gilderoy is a genius in this regard. Regrettably, as a teacher, such instruction proved insufficient, as Ryan felt he was learning nothing in this class. Thus, while Lockhart was wholly engrossed in the performance, Ryan discreetly unfurled a plethora of parchment and began to deduce the magical lineage of Viking wizards. It is essential to understand that mastering magic requires more than just learning spells. Once a user has unraveled the foundational runes of a spell, they can attempt to alter these magics. For instance, an ordinary wizard might transform a stone into a statue using transfiguration, or further, interchange objects among several items. However, a master like Dumbledore could extrapolate exceedingly complex magic from simple transfiguration. An example from the original text illustrates Dumbledore controlling Voldemort with a water sphere at the Ministry of Magic, which is, in essence, a mere extension of basic transfiguration. Naturally, Ryan, at his current level, could not achieve such feats. He was merely methodically dissecting the Viking incantations he remembered, confirming each component of the spell, and analyzing the effects of each part within the incantation before making slight modifications. This undertaking was rather tedious, requiring the restoration of every element of the spell, incantation, gestures, and all, to their most primitive form before conducting a thorough analysis based on the nature of each rune. The magic Ryan was currently examining was the ancient Viking Lumos charm, which, while more intricate than the contemporary version, allowed light to detach from the wand and adhere to certain objects. He chose this spell as a starting point due to its simplicity and safety, even in failure. It would merely result in a brief flash akin to a camera's flash, or perhaps no illumination at all. However, more complex spells could pose significant dangers, as evidenced by the fate of Luna's mother. As the performance on Gilderoy's stage reached its zenith, Ryan, finally grasping a transformative application of the spell from his memories, realized that by expending threefold the magical energy, he could double the duration of the spell's illumination. In his excitement, Ryan inadvertently uttered the incantation, resulting in a silvery orb of light wobbling toward the stage, much to the astonishment of everyone in the classroom. This was a predicament indeed. And Ryan covered his face with his hands. Chapter 103, Information Gathering. Mr. Leong, could you elucidate why you acted in such a manner? Lockhart inquired, appearing somewhat displeased, as one might be when their grand performance is interrupted. I was so moved by your performance in the battle against the werewolf that I couldn't help but cheer, resulting in an accidental spell casting, Ryan replied. wiping a bead of cold sweat from his brow. Concocting a plausible excuse in such a short span was no easy task. I can certainly understand the excitement you felt upon witnessing my prowess, but I would appreciate it if you refrained from such actions in the future. Considering there are many classmates present, disrupting their viewing experience is not considerate, Lockhart responded, turning back to adjust his expression and continue the performance. Many boys secretly admired Ryan's ability to fabricate a story, while some girls shot him glares of indignation. There are always zealous fans, regardless of the setting. After class, Ryan vented his frustrations regarding the day's assignment, having to compose a poem, and a flattering one at that. What on earth is Lockhart thinking? He then joined the throng heading into the library. After completing his homework, Ryan began to search the bookshelf for tomes pertaining to the basilisk. Perhaps due to the rarity of the creature itself, there were few books in the library that discussed it, aside from Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, which offered a general overview of the basilisk. Other texts merely mentioned it in passing. His sole discovery was a travelogue by a Greek sorcerer, which noted that the older the basilisk, the more formidable it becomes. However, Ryan was already aware of this fact. Yet, upon thoroughly reading the travelogue, he noticed an intriguing point. According to the sorcerer's description, while the basilisk could communicate in Parseltongue, its mind remained that of a beast, devoid of human-like intelligence. This was encouraging news. Confronting a beast was an entirely different matter than confronting a creature endowed with intellect. Nonetheless, certain aspects warranted first-hand investigation. Seizing the opportunity while most were preoccupied with their assignments, Ryan slipped out of the library and made his way to the restroom where Myrtle resided. As he pushed the door open, he found Myrtle perched on the sink. "I recognize you. We encountered each other a couple of days ago. However, this is the girls' restroom. A place you ought not to enter," Myrtle remarked upon seeing Ryan. "I've come to find you," Ryan replied. "Find me?" Myrtle exclaimed, a hint of surprise in her voice. "You know, even though I am deceased, many still gossip about me. No one ever considers that poor Myrtle possesses feelings. I am not as sociable as Nick, nor as effusive as the Fat Friar, and I certainly lack the noble status of Helena and the Baron." At this point, Myrtle floated closer and gazed intently into Ryan's eyes. "What is it that you seek? Surely you are not here to mock me?" "It has nothing to do with mockery. It is simply that this question can only be answered by you, hence my visit," Ryan said sincerely, looking into Myrtle's eyes. "Really only I know?" Myrtle twirled joyfully in midair. "Ask away. I shall divulge all that I know. Perhaps it is somewhat intrusive, but I wish to know the particulars of your death," he inquired. "Oh, how dreadful," she exclaimed, her demeanor shifting dramatically. It seemed no one had ever posed such an honorific question to her before. It happened right here in this very restroom. After listening to Myrtle's account, Ryan chose to forego the details of her retreat to the restroom in tears following bullying, and, somewhat reluctantly, pressed on, "Did you truly not see what attacked you?" "Indeed, I only recall a pair of terrifying yellow eyes. It felt as though my entire body was seized, and then I drifted away," she replied. "Could you provide a rough description of where those eyes were?" he asked. "Certainly," Myrtle said, settling onto the toilet. Ryan conjured two glowing orbs to represent the eyes and adjusted their positions according to her guidance. Clearly, Myrtle had not forgotten the entity that had taken her life. After 5 or 6 minutes and another adjustment of the light orbs, Myrtle nodded, indicating that the eyes she had seen were now represented by the glowing spheres. Based on the knowledge of the basilisk gleaned from the library and the distance between the eyes that he had just obtained, Ryan could ascertain the creature's size. He swiftly retrieved a notebook from his bag to record this crucial information. Observing Ryan as he wrote fervently, Myrtle inquired, "Is this of great importance to you?" "Indeed. It may even pertain to my very survival," Ryan replied as he continued to jot down his notes. "Ah, I am honored to assist you," Myrtle said, her expression brightening, perhaps for the first time feeling valued. Upon concluding his notes, Ryan crafted some soul chocolate as a token of gratitude for Myrtle. Accepting the chocolate, she remarked, "So it was you who prepared the food at Nick's party." "Alas, there were too many people at the table. I only managed to grab a chicken wing. Thank you for your gift. You are welcome to visit again." After bidding farewell to Myrtle, Ryan sought a secluded spot to open a small portal to the world of Plants vs. Zombies, through which he discarded the notes he had just made. This information would aid in enhancing the equipment he had previously commissioned to effectively combat the basilisk. Once he had completed these tasks, Ryan returned to the common room, where the homework discussion group had gathered. Not to work on assignments, but to prepare banners and other paraphernalia to rally support for the Gryffindor Quidditch match scheduled for the following day. Ryan swiftly put to use the knowledge he had acquired from the study of various common potions, concocting a magical fabric dye that could only maintain its enchantment for 36 hours, thanks to the materials provided by the Weasley twins. With this, they could directly craft banners from bed linens. After painting a roaring lion, Hermione cast a minor spell upon it, allowing the lion to perform a roaring motion. "This is a little skill I learned from the Fat Friar, isn't it splendid?" Hermione remarked to Ryan after completing her enchantment. "It seems you gleaned a wealth of knowledge from the ghosts yesterday," Ryan observed. "Indeed," Hermione replied, somewhat pridefully nodding. For some reason, the vast majority of wizards overlook those ghosts, oblivious to the fact that they are vessels of knowledge as well. "During my conversation with them yesterday, I acquired a considerable amount of information that I had never encountered before, even some that has been lost to time. That is also because your attitude moved them. Those ghosts have lingered in this world for centuries, and their experiences enable them to effortlessly discern the inner thoughts of those they converse with. Your intrinsic thirst for knowledge resonated with them, which is why you were able to gain so much. To my knowledge, very few wizards have the opportunity to learn from ghosts. Perhaps I am not merely a bookish nerd after all, Hermione sighed in relief. Chapter 104. Tracking house elves. Noticing the genuine relief on Hermione's face from his casual compliment, Ryan curiously inquired, "Can you enlighten me as to why you appear to be genuinely fatigued? In my recollection, you have always exuded an air of unwavering confidence." "Because I contemplated certain matters today," Hermione replied. "While you were absent, Percy confided in me about his twin brothers, lamenting how they transformed a teddy bear into a spider when Ron was 3, leaving Ron with a psychological scar. Furthermore, when Ron was 5, he nearly fell prey to the twins' deceit, swearing an unbreakable oath." "What does that signify?" Ryan asked. "Is it that the Weasley twins' penchant for mischief stems from their childhood antics?" "Not quite," Hermione rolled her eyes. "Do you not see how this illustrates the significant advantage that wizards from magical families possess in mastering the art of magic?" With a finger raised, Hermione began to enumerate her points. "Look, the twins are merely 2 years older than Ron. This indicates that they were capable of executing a transformation spell of that caliber, turning a toy bear into a spider, by the age of 5. Many students struggle to master such spells even after attending school. Not to mention the unbreakable vow. I had to consult numerous texts to comprehend that. Yet the Weasley twins understood it by the age of 7. Noticing Ryan's attentive demeanor, Hermione paused momentarily before continuing. "Beyond these examples, we can observe the prowess of wizards from magical lineages through various minor incidents. For instance, Ron's bogey-breathing charm was ultimately resolved by Madame Pomfrey through magical stimulation to hasten Malfoy's expulsion of the bogey, rather than a direct solution. Ginny possesses a bat-bogey hex that even Professor McGonagall praises. Harry's aptitude for combat magic is remarkably formidable, sometimes. He only needs to read about a spell a couple of times before successfully casting it." At this juncture, Hermione lifted her gaze to meet Ryan's eyes and said, "If the pressure I feel from purebloods due to their lineage and heritage is a somewhat innate stressor, the pressure you exert on me is far more stimulating." "Me?" Ryan replied, somewhat astonished. "What pressure can I possibly impose on you? Last year's final exams, I even scored lower than you." "Yes. But what else do I excel at aside from exams? In the wizarding world, it is magical prowess that determines everything, not mere academic performance. You have at least mastered unique spells. My recent gains are largely attributable to your influence. Otherwise, those ghosts would never have been inclined to converse with me. And apart from relentlessly poring over books, what else do I possess? If this continues, how shall I protect my parents?" As Hermione spoke, her eyes began to well with tears. Is this a manifestation of the emotional turmoil caused by the pressures of adolescence? I cannot fathom how the original Hermione, with only Harry and Ron as her somewhat oblivious companions and lacking strong interpersonal connections, endured those days. However, considering the context of the original story, where the basilisk roamed the school, creating a palpable tension, coupled with her starstruck pursuits, it is likely that Hermione had little time to dwell on such matters. Ryan comforted Hermione, who appeared to be on the verge of an emotional breakdown, saying, "There is no need to be so anxious. In the magical world, exam results indeed reflect one's capabilities, especially since they involve a great deal of practical application. Not to mention, your ability to swiftly read through vast amounts of material and piece together spells is something I truly envy. The reason you feel inferior in many aspects is simply because, among wizards, knowledge is kept much more confidential than in the realm of ordinary people, making it challenging to find resources that can enhance magical abilities. I merely stumbled upon a book that others cannot comprehend by sheer luck. To maintain confidentiality, Ryan informed Hermione that he had learned magic from a Chinese book he discovered in an old bookstore. After hearing Ryan's words of encouragement, Hermione visibly relaxed. Seizing the moment, Ryan extended an invitation. "Last time, Nick mentioned that there is a place at Hogwarts that has been used for centuries by students to hide their belongings. Perhaps you could accompany me there next time to search for treasures. You might find the book you need hidden within." Ryan felt that in terms of magical knowledge, he was not as adept as Hermione. Recently, apart from studying the curriculum, he had devoted all his energy to learning life magic and the teachings of Maushan, leaving him no time to peruse the library as Hermione had done. Thus, Ryan's invitation served both as assistance among friends and as a request for her help in ensuring that valuable items were not overlooked amidst the clutter. Upon hearing Ryan's invitation, Hermione's spirits lifted completely, as she understood how challenging it was to share knowledge in the magical world. She quickly embraced Ryan and softly uttered her gratitude. Ryan was momentarily taken aback by this sudden display of affection, even after living in England for 10 years. He still found it difficult to adapt to some of the local customs. Following his assistance to several first-year students with their inquiries, Ryan retired early to bed, anticipating the first Quidditch match of the year the following day. It was essential to be in peak condition. The next morning, after breakfast, Ryan joined everyone as they made their way to the Quidditch pitch. The weather was oppressively humid, with distant rumbles of thunder echoing in the background. The Gryffindor students appeared somewhat tense, particularly since Slytherin had entirely upgraded to the Nimbus 2001, giving them a significant advantage in equipment. As the match commenced, the Gryffindor players' rigorous training bore fruit, putting up a fierce contest against Slytherin despite their equipment disadvantage. At that moment, Ryan noticed a rogue bludger pursuing Harry, attempting to knock him down. This must be Dobby's rescue plan, he thought. Ryan tapped Hermione to direct her attention to Harry. After observing for a while, Hermione exclaimed, "What is that bludger doing? Why is it fixated solely on Harry?" As the rain began to pour, Harry's situation grew increasingly dire. The Weasley twins could only follow him closely, acting as bodyguards to fend off the approaching bludger. The rogue bludger appeared dangerous, reminiscent of last year's circumstances. "What should we do?" Hermione asked Ryan after watching the bludger for a while. "I have a plan," Ryan replied, withdrawing a talisman from his pocket and infusing it with his magical energy. The talisman quickly transformed into a paper crane, soaring above their heads before flying straight toward a specific location. "Follow it," Ryan exclaimed as he and Hermione leaped into action, commencing their pursuit of the enchanted crane. Chapter 105. The pursuit. The paper crane fluttered erratically, hindered by the rain, which slowed its flight. Ryan and Hermione maneuvered past a group of Hufflepuff students, shifting from one entrance to the space beneath the stands. "This is an Eastern tracking technique I have learned." Fortunately, the assailant did not use a curse but rather directly manipulated the bludger with magic. The assailant's arrogance is evident, as they have not concealed their magical trail. Therefore, even as a novice, I can use this magic to locate their position, Ryan explained as they ran. "What should we do once we find them? Should we report it to a professor?" Hermione inquired. Ryan maneuvered around a pillar obstructing his path and remarked, "There is no time to find the professor. By the time he arrives, Harry's head might already be battered by that ball. We must take matters into our own hands. After all, we have practiced magical combat numerous times. Today shall serve as our inaugural encounter." At that moment, the origami crane abruptly halted, and Ryan sensed that the assailant was lurking just around the corner ahead. Noticing Ryan's pause, he extended his right hand to draw his wand, while Hermione retrieved her wand from her pocket. Subsequently, she pointed ahead with her left hand and silently mouthed, "Here?" Ryan nodded and then inscribed in the dust on the wooden board behind him, "When the time comes, follow my lead and cast the disarmament charm as soon as you see the opponent. Do not feel any psychological pressure, for it is evident that they wish to eliminate our classmates." After Hermione acknowledged her understanding with a nod, Ryan slightly inclined his head and dashed out, with Hermione closely trailing behind. As they turned the corner, Ryan spotted a small creature with bat-like ears, clad in a tattered pillowcase, waving its hands in the air as if orchestrating something. The disarmament charm's two beams of red light struck the creature, causing it to lunge forward and collapse onto the ground. Ryan stepped forward, gripping the creature by its neck, and pointed his wand at it, demanding, "Why do you wish to kill Harry?" At that moment, Hermione approached from behind and noticed that the creature's position provided a clear view of the entire pitch through a damaged section. "Ryan, the bludger seems to have stopped pursuing Harry. We have not targeted the wrong individual," she remarked. Stepping closer to the creature, she continued, "It appears to be Dobby, the house elf Harry mentioned, who has been trying to prevent him from returning to school. Release him, and let us inquire why he intends to harm Harry." "Very well," Ryan conceded, loosening his grip on Dobby's neck and grasping his shoulders instead. "Why do you wish to kill Harry? You are friends of the great Harry Potter. Yet you cannot thwart my efforts to save his life," Dobby protested. "Save his life? Is smashing Harry's head with a bludger or making him fall from a height a means of salvation? As far as I know, house elves serve their masters. Who sent you to assassinate Harry? Is that person still alive?" Hermione exclaimed, her wand aimed at Dobby in anger. Dobby was elated that Harry Potter had such willing allies. "But Dobby must go now to save Harry Potter. Farewell." With that, Dobby snapped his fingers and abruptly vanished from Ryan's grasp. "Is an apparition prohibited within Hogwarts grounds? How did he disappear so suddenly?" Hermione asked in astonishment upon witnessing Dobby's vanishing act. "I believe it only forbids human apparition," Ryan replied, recalling Hermione's formation of S.P.E.W. and curiously asking, "Didn't we hear Harry express pity for Dobby? Why were you devoid of compassion just now?" "Compassion? Are you out of your mind?" Hermione retorted, turning to him. "That was a murderer intent on killing our classmate. Why should I feel pity for him?" After saying this, Hermione peered through the hole to observe the pitch. "Oh no, Dobby has begun attacking Harry again. We must hurry to find and stop him." Ryan prepared another origami crane, and Dobby's spellcasting trajectory remained conspicuously evident, indicating that he had no intention of concealing it. However, this time, the display was inexplicably positioned atop an unoccupied tower on the opposite side of the field. As Ryan and Hermione breathlessly ascended the tower, Ryan successfully cast a stunning spell that struck Dobby, who was in the midst of casting a spell. Dobby appeared to teeter on the brink of collapse, but in the instant he fell, he snapped his fingers and vanished. "Oh, damn it," Ryan lamented as he slapped his thigh in disappointment. Nonetheless, the stunning spell had some effect. After 5 or 6 minutes, the quaffle was once again under control. Once Ryan had caught his breath, they could only continue their pursuit. Just as they reached the halfway point, Hermione grasped Ryan's arm, There's no need to chase any further. The match has concluded. Ryan also witnessed the bludger descending into the crowd before soaring back into the air. Just as the bludger was about to fall again, it was shattered by a spell. Approaching the edge of the field, they caught sight of Ginny emerging from the throng. Through her words, Ryan and Hermione gleaned what had transpired moments before. Due to the unpredictable nature of the bludger, Harry, in a daring move, pursued the golden snitch alone. Ultimately, he succeeded, but in his effort to evade the bludger, he fell to the ground, losing several teeth in the process. After the match concluded, Lockhart offered to treat Harry's teeth. However, the bludger came hurtling down once more. In an attempt to showcase his spell-casting prowess, he cast a charm, but it proved ineffective, and the bludger struck him squarely on the shoulder. In the end, it was Madame Pomfrey who resolved the matter. The two were subsequently escorted to the hospital wing together. At that moment, Ryan received the notification that he had acquired 5 offset points. Subsequently, Ryan and Hermione hurried to the hospital wing, only to find the ward in an uproar, with a group of girls surrounding Lockhart's bed, engaged in animated conversation. Meanwhile, Harry was accompanied solely by Ron and Colin. "Where have you two been? Why haven't we seen you until now?" Ron inquired, a hint of annoyance in his tone as he noticed Ryan and Hermione approaching. Ryan glanced around and noticed that Madame Pomfrey was preoccupied with shooing away the chattering girls surrounding Lockhart, leaving no one attentive to their conversation. He quickly explained what had transpired earlier. After listening to Ryan's account, Harry pondered aloud. "Dobby has always insisted that I leave the school, claiming that dangerous events would unfold. Yet, this year has proven to be devoid of any peril, with the sole exception being the chaos he has caused. Does this not imply that someone wishes for me to depart from the school? After all, with Professor Dumbledore's protection, no one can truly harm me." Observing Harry's thoughts lead astray, Ryan silently hoped for Dobby's well-being, wishing that the savior would not leave him with psychological scars. When the Gryffindor team members arrived, they were promptly ushered out by Madame Pomfrey. Today, Harry was to undergo the growth of 6 teeth, a process that would be somewhat painful. Therefore, it was prudent for him to spend the night in the hospital wing, allowing Madame Pomfrey to assist him with his dental care the following morning. Chapter 106, Hagrid's Past. The next morning, during a break between classes, Harry informed Ryan that Dobby had sought him out again the previous night, persistently urging him to accept help without divulging the reasons behind it. It appeared that the unfortunate Harry was destined to continue his entanglement with Dobby, prompting Ryan to adopt a look of helplessness. After lunch, Ryan set off towards the edge of the Forbidden Forest, bearing the books recently sent by his father. There, Wolf awaited him, carrying not only the previous books but also a tightly sealed wooden box in his backpack. "What is this?" Ryan inquired with curiosity. "Thank you for the books," Wolf replied. "This is a mature wild mandrake root I collected, now a gift for you." The box was crafted by Betty. As long as the mandrake remains unopened, it can survive in a dormant state within for a year. A pure smile graced Wolf's wolfish face. Recognizing the significance of the gift, Ryan felt compelled to reciprocate, yet he was acutely aware of its value and thus could not accept it without offering something in return. He rummaged through his spatial bag and produced a pendant, no larger than a fingertip, which he then offered to Wolf. "What is this? I can sense a magical aura," Wolf queried as he accepted the pendant with his paw. "This is a token of gratitude for your assistance in delivering messages and items to Betty and the others," Ryan explained. Previously, Ryan had relied on Wolf to facilitate exchanges with Betty, as his current abilities did not permit him to send tangible goods through the Emerald Dream. Wolf's expression conveyed his approval, prompting Ryan to elaborate. "This is a talisman I crafted using the fangs and venom of an 8-eyed giant spider. It can generate a green mist within a 10-meter radius around you, rendering most magical detection ineffective. The mist can be activated 3 times a day, each lasting a minute. It sounds incredibly useful, a fine means of self-preservation. Thank you. I shall return to ask the centaurs to fashion a chain for this pendant." Wolf expressed his gratitude before heading back into the Forbidden Forest, carrying his new books and the talisman. After bidding farewell to Wolf, Ryan was on his way back when he unexpectedly spotted Harry and Ron standing at the entrance of Hagrid's hut. "What brings you here?" Ryan inquired with curiosity. "We heard from the upperclassmen that there's been crying coming from the hut these past few days. We're a bit worried about Hagrid, so we came to check on him," Harry replied. "What could possibly cause Hagrid, a man of 60, to weep for days on end?" Ryan asked, intrigued. "I think I shall pay him a visit as well. After all, he is a good man." Harry ascended the steps and knocked on the door, which opened to reveal Hagrid. His eyes red and a hint of alcohol on his breath. "What brings you little ones to my abode?" he greeted. "We heard you've been feeling down lately, so we thought we'd check on you," Harry replied. "Well, come in then. I suppose you can join me for some tea." With that, Hagrid welcomed the 3 into his home. On the table sat a half-consumed bottle of fire whiskey, which he stowed away in a cupboard before bringing forth a plate of snacks and a pot of tea from the fireplace. "What has transpired? Perhaps we can be of assistance," Ryan inquired, accepting the cup of tea Hagrid offered. At Ryan's question, Hagrid seemed to reach a breaking point, tears spilling down his cheeks once more. "My Aragog has passed away." After hearing this remark, Ryan momentarily stiffened, though fortunately, no one noticed. At that moment, Harry inquired, "Aragog? Who is that? Why have I never heard you mention him before?" He is an eight-eyed giant spider. But I have always preferred to keep his existence a secret from others, which is why I never told you, Ryan replied. You didn't want us to know he existed? Why? Ryan asked with curiosity. Because the eight-eyed giant spider is a creature native to Southeast Asia, and its favorite food is humans. Although it can speak, it cannot truly communicate. It has long been regarded as a perilous creature of dark magic, Ron interjected. How do you know so much about it? Harry turned to Ron and asked. I despise spiders, so I remember these magical creatures associated with them, Ron said, his expression somewhat grim. So what happened? Ryan asked, intrigued. Betty clearly dealt with all the carcasses of the eight-eyed giant spiders. How could Hagrid know that Aragog was dead? I visit Aragog periodically. But when I went to see him yesterday, there wasn't a single giant spider left. Ultimately, I discovered signs of a fire in their nesting cave. Along with this, half of Aragog's head. It is highly likely that a wizard killed him, Hagrid concluded, wiping away tears and pointing to a piece of charred remains on the mantelpiece. Ron subtly shifted back, while Ryan and Harry leaned in for a closer look, eventually recognizing it as indeed half of an insect's head, albeit singed. Ryan pondered that this might be a fragment from the explosion that Betty and the others had overlooked. Thus remaining at the scene. Why would you raise such a dangerous species? Ron asked Hagrid as they inspected the charred remains. No, he is not dangerous. I even found him a mate so they could breed in the Forbidden Forest. When I brought him to Hogwarts, he was only the size of a teacup, posing no threat at all. Later, someone falsely accused him of being involved in a girl's death, which forced him to flee into the Forbidden Forest. Because of this, I was expelled from the school, but thanks to Dumbledore's assistance, I was able to remain, Hagrid recounted, perhaps influenced by a bit of alcohol. He rambled on about his past. Was that deceased girl the one known as Moaning Myrtle? Ryan suddenly queried. How do you know? Hagrid asked, astonished. I attended nearly Headless Nick's death day party, where there was only one ghost in Hogwarts attire. Out of curiosity, I asked her many questions. I did not kill her. I swear, Hagrid exclaimed, appearing somewhat agitated as he waved his hands. Harry and Ron also chimed in to affirm that Hagrid was a good person, incapable of murder. I never said Hagrid was the murderer, Ryan replied, somewhat amused. Myrtle claimed she died after being stared at by a pair of large yellow eyes. The eight-eyed giant spider is venomous and adept at attacking, but it certainly could not have killed her with its gaze, especially since the eight-eyed giant spider possesses 4 eyes, while Myrtle only saw 2. Therefore, Ryan turned to Hagrid. I believe you initially kept Aragog's existence a secret to protect him, which led to your unjust suffering for decades. Now that Aragog is gone, you should inform Professor Dumbledore about this matter, so he can assist you in clearing your name. At least then, you could wield magic without fear of reproach. Chapter 107. The arrival of Christmas. Aragog was my friend. It doesn't feel right to speak of him this way so soon after his death, Hagrid said, a touch of sorrow in his voice. Hagrid, the deceased are gone, but the living must continue to live. I believe that if Aragog knew he could help you, he would find joy in the afterlife. Moreover, I think Dumbledore took quite a risk in allowing you to stay. Once you clear your name, it would prevent anyone from thinking Dumbledore harbors criminals, Ryan reassured, patting Hagrid's back. You are right. I should not only consider myself. Dumbledore is a good man who has helped me immensely, and I cannot burden him further. Hagrid solemnly replied after a moment's thought. After enjoying tea for a while, Ryan and the others bid farewell to Hagrid, each pocketing some of Hagrid's homemade toffee. A man-eating giant spider. It's hard to fathom why Hagrid would care for such creatures. It is fortunate they are now dead, Ron commented on the way back. That's rather unkind. Considering Hagrid is our friend, Harry frowned. This isn't about whether Hagrid is a friend or not, Ryan countered. As far as I know, Ron's twin brothers ventured into the Forbidden Forest for thrills in their second year. I would surmise that while there aren't many students who seek adventure, there are still a few. Just imagine, if the eight-eyed giant spiders enjoy feasting on humans, what would happen if they encountered those unfortunate enough to cross their path? Therefore, I believe the disappearance of the eight-eyed giant spiders from the Forbidden Forest is a beneficial occurrence. By the way, Harry said after a moment of silence, who do you think could have killed so many spiders at once? This question sparked a discussion among the three, ultimately leading to Ryan's suggestion that a passing fire dragon was responsible for the spider deaths. This was based on Hagrid's discovery of numerous signs of fire. They reasoned that if it were dark wizards, they would not have forsaken the valuable venom and opted instead to incinerate the giant spiders. The subsequent days were tranquil. But a week before Christmas, an investigative team from the Ministry of Magic's Department of Magical Law Enforcement arrived at Hogwarts. They first visited Hagrid's hut and Moaning Myrtle's lavatory for inquiries before proceeding to the headmaster's office. Students speculated privately about the purpose of their visit, but they remained in the dark until the team departed. 2 days later, a notice posted around the school dispelled everyone's confusion. The notice stated that Hagrid had previously been prohibited from using magic due to significant suspicion in a murder case. It was now confirmed that he was innocent in the matter, as the ministry had made an erroneous judgment at the time. The Ministry of Magic is remarkably efficient. This is a stark contrast to the situation Harry faced with the Dementors in his 4th year, Ryan mused, suspecting that Dumbledore might have learned through his diary and memories that Voldemort was the one who had denounced Hagrid. Additionally, Hagrid had now found solid evidence, the remains of the eight-eyed giant spider, and a witness, Moaning Myrtle. Unlike the fifth book, Dumbledore's reputation was now formidable, and the Ministry had no choice but to respect him. Moreover, the individuals responsible for the initial misjudgment were mostly deceased and unrelated to the current Ministry. This overturning of judgment would not threaten the Ministry's authority. Rather, with proper publicity, it could enhance the image of the Ministry as just and willing to rectify its mistakes. Thus, the Ministry naturally facilitated the process. Upon seeing the notice, Ryan and Hermione took the opportunity to congratulate Hagrid. Ryan had developed a good rapport with Hagrid, as everyone found it easy to connect with such a genuine soul. Witnessing Hagrid's joyful smile and his demeanor, which seemed to have shed a decade, Ryan suddenly felt that eliminating Aragog had been a wise decision. After all, the eight-eyed giant spider had caused considerable trouble for both the Forbidden Forest and Hagrid. But with its demise, all problems seemed to have dissipated. A few days later, in the second week of December, Professor McGonagall came to collect the list of students remaining at Hogwarts for Christmas. Ryan signed the list. His parents had decided to celebrate their 15th wedding anniversary skiing in the Austrian Alps, and he felt it best not to be a third wheel. It appeared that the search for the treasure Nick mentioned would have to wait until the summer, leaving Ryan somewhat regretful. However, Dave had just informed him that everything he needed would be prepared before Christmas. Ryan thought it was the perfect opportunity to eliminate the basilisk lurking in the chamber while the school was relatively deserted. In the following days, whenever he had free time, Ryan visited Hagrid to master some basic spells, while also showcasing his culinary skills during missed meal times, skills that were, at the very least, superior to Hagrid's. The legacy of the assassin encompassed various domains, including wilderness survival, which encompassed cooking, as did the tradition of Chinese medicine that included medicinal cuisine. Utilizing his culinary talents as an excuse, Ryan managed to procure 4 or 5 roosters from Hagrid, which he kept at the Multiverse Emporium. Finally, the term came to an end, enveloping the castle in a profound silence reminiscent of the thick snow blanketing the ground. Ryan noticed that quite a few of his classmates from Gryffindor remained, including the ever-present Harry, along with several of the Weasley brothers. This year, the Weasley parents had gone to Egypt to visit Bill, and the considerate brothers chose not to accompany them to avoid imposing financial strain on the family. Christmas dawned, bringing with it a cold, white landscape. Early that morning, Ryan arose to find the dormitory eerily empty, as his roommates had all returned home for the holidays. Upon getting out of bed, he discovered gifts placed on the floor by his bedside. His parents had sent him a Swarovski crystal globe accompanied by a postcard from Salzburg. Harry gifted him a comprehensive spellbook, while the Weasley twins presented a large box of sweets, which Ryan intended to inspect thoroughly before indulging, suspecting they might be experimental concoctions. Ron, on the other hand, had given him another book titled 101 Household Spells. Was he truly perceived as a bookworm by Harry and Ron? Ryan pondered. Hagrid's gift was particularly unique, a large slab of creamy fudge. Upon learning that Harry and Ron had received the same gift, Ryan deduced that Hagrid must have prepared a large batch and distributed it among his friends. The most valuable gift came from Hermione, who had copied Professor McGonagall's transfiguration notes from her own student days. Indeed, top students received preferential treatment from their professors. Fortunately, Ryan had the clever idea of gifting handwritten herbology notes from Professor Sprout, thus avoiding any faux pas. During the Christmas feast at Hogwarts, everyone dined with great relish. With so few students remaining, the vast hall appeared even more majestic. Not only were there numerous Christmas trees adorned with silver frost, but also thick garlands made of mistletoe and holly crisscrossed across the ceiling. Enchanted snow gently floated down from above, warm and dry. The professors were in high spirits, with Dumbledore leading them and singing a few of his favorite Christmas carols. After consuming copious amounts of eggnog, Hagrid's voice grew increasingly boisterous. Percy, oblivious to Fred's magical prank that transformed the words on his prefect badge to dunce, continuously inquired about the source of everyone's laughter. Draco, as usual, mocked Harry, only to be retorted in kind. Joy permeated the atmosphere, and everyone was happy. Ryan endeavored to indulge in a hearty meal, for an evening of vigorous exertion awaited him. Chapter 108. Entering the secret chamber as the sumptuous Christmas feast neared its conclusion, Ryan had to concede that while his mother's culinary skills were exceptional, the house elves surpassed humans in the realm of gastronomy. At least, the dishes served during such a momentous banquet were far superior to anything he had experienced at a Michelin-starred restaurant with his parents. After departing the Grand Hall, Ryan swiftly returned to his dormitory, where he devoted half an hour to studying before retiring for the night, setting his alarm for 2 in the morning. Fortunately, his roommates had all returned home for the holidays, ensuring that his alarm would not disturb anyone else. Once in bed, excitement rendered Ryan somewhat restless, however. He was now accustomed to practicing the Qingxi method from Maoshan before sleep. After completing a full cycle, he finally succumbed to deep slumber. At precisely 2 o'clock, the alarm rang promptly. Ryan rose from his bed and donned his assassin's gear, ensuring that all his belongings were in order before donning his school robe and exiting his bedroom. Upon leaving the common room, Ryan noted that Hogwarts was particularly tranquil during this Christmas season. Perhaps most students were away, leaving those who remained too fatigued to engage in merriment. The corridors were eerily silent, devoid of any presence. Upon reaching Moaning Myrtle's bathroom, Ryan discovered that she was absent, likely off celebrating the holiday in her own manner. From the previous Halloween gathering hosted by Nick, he had learned that ghosts too partake in their own forms of entertainment. Ryan approached the sink, confirming the presence of a faucet that yielded no water, adorned on its side with a relief of a serpent. This was indeed the place. In a previous life, he had read on the official website that the Victorian-era renovations of Hogwarts involved members of the Gaunt family, who had relocated the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets to its current position, using the sink as a faade. It now appeared to be true, for it was improbable that toilets and faucets had existed since the school's inception, and even the darkest of Slytherins would not stoop to establishing a secret entrance within the women's restroom. This alteration must have been executed by later generations. Fortunately, having inherited the gift of Parseltongue in the realm of Mr. Zombie, Ryan spoke the words to open the sink in the serpent's tongue. The faucet emitted a brilliant white light and began to whirl rapidly. Subsequently, the sink itself stirred, and eventually, its view vanished, revealing a substantial pipe wide enough for an adult to crawl through. After casting a cushioning charm upon himself, Ryan entered the pipe. The cushioning charm was among the spells he had mastered, as it could facilitate a leap of faith when executed correctly. Upon descending the pipe, Ryan felt as though he had plunged into an endless, filthy, and dark tunnel. He could see numerous pipes branching off in various directions, yet none as wide as the one he currently occupied. This pipe twisted and turned, descending sharply. The convolutions caused Ryan to occasionally collide with the corners, and he suspected he had delved deep underground. At last, the pipe leveled out, and with the aid of the cushioning charm, Ryan steadied himself at the tunnel's exit. Before him lay a vast stone tunnel, its floor coated in muck. He sensed the damp environment around him, surmising he was likely beneath the Black Lake. The tunnel was eerily silent, prompting Ryan to extract a lantern plant to illuminate his path. In this desolate place, no other sounds could be heard, save for the occasional crunch beneath his feet as he treaded carefully. Ryan brought the lantern plant closer to the ground and discovered an array of small animal bones scattered about. However, these remnants seemed unlikely to be leftovers from the serpent monster, as one could easily ponder the creature's size. The energy obtained from consuming such diminutive creatures would scarcely surpass the energy expended in the hunt. After navigating a bend in the path, Ryan stumbled upon a long, elongated object, measuring approximately 6 to 7 meters, lying motionless on the ground. As he cautiously approached, he discerned that it was a vividly green and strikingly bright serpent skin. It was apparent that it belonged to a venomous snake. The skin lay coiled upon the earth, indicating that the serpentine creature had shed its skin some time ago. In this humid, stagnant environment, a fine layer of dust had settled upon the snake's skin. Such a valuable find was not to be overlooked. Ryan opened the door to the Multiverse General Store and carefully stowed the serpent skin within. Fortunately, it was not burdensome. After securing the precious item, Ryan continued onward. The path ahead twisted and turned, compelling him to navigate one curve after another. It must be said that the designer of this tunnel was a master of psychology, for the winding corridors in this dimly lit environment instilled a constant apprehension in travelers, making them wary of the lurking monsters that might await just beyond each bend. Upon rounding yet another curve, the monotonous black tunnel finally gave way to a striking sight. A wall stood at the tunnel's end, adorned with the engraving of 2 serpents entwined. Their eyes were fashioned from enormous, glimmering emeralds. Ryan approached the wall with meticulous scrutiny, ultimately lamenting the realization that these emeralds were an integral part of the magical mechanism of this place. Thus, he had no choice but to abandon his scheme of prying them loose. Open, Ryan uttered once more in the language of serpents. The 2 snakes parted, and the wall fissured open, the opening gradually widening until it slowly slid apart and vanished. Ryan adjusted his attire, tossing aside the robe that somewhat hindered his movements into the spatial pouch, and then cautiously stepped inside. Upon entering the chamber, Ryan discovered it to be a long, narrow room. After casting a magical detection to confirm that the serpent creature had yet to emerge, he opened the portal to the Multiverse General Store and retrieved a cage containing roosters that he had left there. Once adequately prepared, Ryan began to survey the room. The ceiling soared high, supported by numerous stone pillars intricately carved with entwined serpents, casting elongated shadows upon the floor. Contrary to expectations, the chamber was not utterly shrouded in darkness. Rather, it emanated a faint green luminescence. Following the source of light, Ryan observed that the ceiling was adorned with numerous transparent crystals, through which he could glimpse the depths of the Black Lake. Some bioluminescent plants at the lake's bottom illuminated the chamber through the crystals. The presence of light within the chamber was advantageous, as the serpent creature could discern its opponent's position through smell and sound. However, Ryan now found it challenging to engage in combat relying solely on senses other than sight. Upon reaching the far end of the room, Ryan beheld a statue, as tall as the room itself, standing flush against the wall. Raising his gaze, he discerned an aged visage, with sparse whiskers cascading from the chin down to the floor. From the sculpture, Ryan perceived the frailty and exhaustion characteristic of the elderly Slytherin. It appears that the legends regarding Slytherin's discord with the other three founders, culminating in his hasty departure after numerous disputes, hold a grain of truth. At least, this statue clearly reflects the poor condition of Slytherin in his later years. However, while sympathy is warranted, Slytherin's little pet has indeed begun to pose a threat to the students of the school, having even claimed the life of a student 50 years prior. It is well known that magical creatures are an indispensable facet of the wizarding world, holding significant status within it. The rampant hunting and slaughter of these creatures is reprehensible. Yet, the act of artificially bred beings committing murder crosses an unmistakable line, which serves as the primary impetus for Ryan's venture here to hunt the basilisk. Chapter 109. Preparations for the chamber. After thoroughly investigating the state of the chamber, Ryan opened the portal leading to the world of Plants vs. Zombies and stepped inside. With the aid of robots, urban development progressed swiftly. The fortress, once merely a blueprint during his last visit, was nearing completion. Here, Ryan encountered Kinvi, who had just returned from a vacation at sea. Good afternoon, Kinvi. You seem to be enjoying life. I need to find Dave for a matter. Could you tell me where he is? I heard that the spider you sent last time greatly inspired Dave. He has been holed up in the lab for days, tinkering with who knows what. However, he did mention that when you came looking for something, I should take you to him. With that, Kinvi set down his coffee cup and led Ryan toward the warehouse, casually remarking, I think that assassin's uniform suits you well. It's certainly an improvement over the black robe from last time. As they approached the entrance to the underground warehouse, Kinvi presented his identification badge, prompting the guard to open the heavy door for them. Upon entering the warehouse, Kinvi unlocked the innermost chamber. Ryan beheld shelves brimming with the items he sought. It seems you are preparing to confront quite a formidable opponent. Allow me to offer you a piece of advice. Creatures of such magnitude often possess considerable vitality. So do not approach recklessly until you are certain it is dead. With a graceful wave, Kinvi turned to leave, casually closing the warehouse door behind him. That was indeed sound advice, Ryan silently noted, as he began to inventory the array of prepared weapons. These arms fell into two categories, all controlled by a clockwork-driven miniature differential machine. This was a stipulation of Ryan's, as he feared that electrical devices might malfunction within the confines of Hogwarts. The first category comprised 10 weapon stations, each equipped with 3 parallel harpoons. These harpoons were single-shot weapons that fired explosive-tipped darts using gunpowder. Fortunately, the use of firearms was permissible within Hogwarts, as Ryan had discovered in the school's history that Peeves had once discharged a cannon within the castle during the 19th century. The second category featured a cleverly designed steel crossbow capable of launching 5 explosive-tipped javelins in succession. However, the complexity of crafting such devices meant that only 5 could be produced. All weapons were operated by the differential machine, which Ryan programmed to unleash firepower in predetermined directions. Lastly, there were numerous thin copper plates adorned with intricate patterns, the grooves of which were inlaid with fine silver threads, each plate numbered for easy identification. These copper plates and silver threads had been infused with a significant amount of sunlight crystals during the initial smelting of the raw materials, a novel discovery from the world of Plants vs. Zombies, wherein workers had found that the addition of sunlight crystals during the smelting process effectively shortened the duration required for refining. During Ryan's last confrontation with the 8-eyed giant spider, he discerned that certain repaired areas on the Gatling gun exhibited a reaction of positive energy. Upon inquiry, he learned of the existence of a unique metal. Consequently, he mandated that the items he required be exclusively crafted from this newly smelted metal. This is the reason why the creation of these few items consumed several months in the realm of Plants vs. Zombies. The general practice involved recycling old metals for simple processing into goods. To obtain this novel metal, however, bespoke customization was necessary, which naturally impeded the speed of production. After inventorying the supplies, Ryan opened the spatial door leading to the secret chamber and transported the items inside using a handcart, subsequently commencing the arrangement. He first extracted the copper plates and placed them at designated nodes according to a predetermined layout, ultimately forming a magical array. Following this, he retrieved a vial of potion from his spatial bag and dripped several drops onto each copper plate. This potion, primarily composed of the blood of the 8-eyed giant spider, was enhanced with several strands of unicorn tail hair to balance the forces of yin and yang. The resulting concoction served as an excellent magical conductor. As the potion fell, the copper plates seemed to come alive, absorbing the liquid. Once fully absorbed, the silver filaments embedded in the plates emitted a soft glow. In the final step, Ryan used a brush dipped in the potion to draw a magical array on the ground, uniting all the copper plates into a cohesive whole. Upon completing the last stroke, the magical array erupted in a brilliant white light, causing all the metal plates to liquefy and flow along the previously drawn pattern, ultimately forming a considerable magical array before the statue. As the radiance dimmed, Ryan approached the center of the array and discovered that the melted metal plates had transformed into strands of metal, now embedded in the floor of the secret chamber, creating a magical array that radiated a gentle white glow. He drew a blood droplet from his fingertip, letting it fall upon the heart of the array, thus enabling him to control the prepared binding array for the demon. This array derived from the teachings of the Maoshan Dao. having been one of the few arrays employed by the Maoshan sect to capture large demon beasts prior to the end of the Dharma Age. Compared to other methods, the primary advantage of this array was that it required only a single operator and imposed minimal demands on the operator's cultivation level. Nevertheless, throughout history, this array had seen limited use. On one hand, once established, the array could not be relocated, lacking the mobility and flexibility of arrangements made by multiple individuals. On the other hand, in ancient times, copper and silver were equivalent to currency. The resources expended on setting up the array could easily summon a powerful ally to intervene. Consequently, few were willing to squander their wealth on such endeavors. However, for Ryan, the ability to operate the array alone, coupled with its low cultivation requirements, made it particularly appealing. The consumption of silver and copper held little value for him. Moreover, with only one exit for the snake monster, the immobility of the array posed no issue. It was intended to block the entrance. Once Ryan fully mastered the control of the array, it retracted all light and aura, rendering the floor indistinguishable from its prior state. With the crucial array established, Ryan proceeded to arrange 15 weapon stations according to the optimal plan calculated previously in the Plants vs. Zombies world. He then embedded the pre-drawn armor-piercing talismans into the slots left on the arrowheads during their crafting. These talismans were the reason Ryan opted against firearms, as he lacked confidence in condensing so many runes into a diminutive bullet head. Furthermore, the harsh conditions bullets faced would likely compromise the magic inscribed upon them. Finally, Ryan launched the grappling hook from his left arm to the side of a pillar, where a cage containing a rooster was also placed. This way, once he opened the entrance for the snake monster, he could swiftly retreat from danger while simultaneously deploying the rooster to weaken the creature. Chapter 110, The Fierce Battle with the Snake Monster in the Secret Chamber of Slytherin. A greenish glow emanated from the crystals embedded in the ceiling. Before the statue of Slytherin stood a diminutive figure, surrounded by a dozen peculiar machines towering over him. The chamber was enveloped in silence, punctuated only by the occasional sound of dripping water and the whirring of gears. Once all preparations were complete, Ryan took a deep breath to steady his composure. He then recited the self-indulgent opening password in Parseltongue. Speak to me, Slytherin, the greatest of the 4 founders of Hogwarts. As his words faded, the massive stone visage of Slytherin began to animate. His mouth widened, ultimately transforming into a gaping black void. From this abyss emerged a rustling sound, as though something were attempting to crawl forth. Ryan tightened the hook on his left arm after casting a levitation spell, and subsequently, he was drawn behind a statue by the hook. Upon dispelling the levitation spell, Ryan grasped the black cloth covering the chicken cage while simultaneously sensing the serpent's position through the magical array. The creature's movements were indistinguishable from that of an ordinary snake. As it slithered out of its hole and paused to flick its forked tongue, assessing its surroundings, Ryan seized the opportunity. He activated the array on the floor, which emitted a radiant golden light, forming successive golden rings that ensnared the serpent. At the same time, Ryan lifted the black cloth from the cage, prompting the chickens inside to crow in response to the sudden illumination. Clearly taken aback by the abrupt assault, the serpent was caught off guard. After all, this was its first summons after 50 years of slumber. It had anticipated the arrival of a new Slytherin descendant, hoping to fulfill its mission under the descendant's command. But instead, it was met with a tempestuous onslaught immediately upon emerging. Ryan summoned the spiritual energy within him, forcefully twisting the head of the serpent creature towards the predetermined position using the golden rings encircling it. Fortunately, due to the sudden assault and the crowing of a rooster, the serpent was thrown into a state of confusion. Ryan sensed that the pressure emanating from the magical array was not overwhelming. Once the serpent's head was positioned correctly, Ryan shouted, "Fire!" Upon receiving the voice command, the weapons began to launch crossbow bolts in the intended direction. Shortly thereafter, Ryan felt a significant surge of pressure from the array. After a cacophony of explosions, he retrieved a mirror from his pocket, peering towards the stone columns to assess the serpent's condition. The results were a mix of good and bad news. The good news was that 23 crossbow bolts had successfully struck the target, detonating within the serpent's body, particularly the head, which had been the focal point of their assault. Now bore numerous gaping wounds, the eye sockets transformed into terrifying voids from which black blood oozed. The serpent's body was riddled with wounds of varying sizes, some even revealing bone, with scales having largely shed to expose the flesh beneath. However, the bad news was that the serpent was still alive and had become enraged. Ryan observed the rings that had previously restrained the creature cracking and shattering simultaneously. The serpent had exceeded the strength limit of the binding array, resulting in its complete destruction after a final flicker of light. Now freed from its restraints, the furious serpent emitted a chilling hiss and charged towards Ryan's position, disregarding the rooster's incessant crowing nearby. Encountering an enemy that had unexpectedly evolved in the heat of battle was indeed a dire predicament. Ryan's experience from gaming told him that unplanned circumstances often led to annihilation. Losing its sight and sustaining severe injuries would be fatal for most creatures. Although serpents do not solely rely on their eyes to navigate their surroundings, losing both vision and their most potent weapon was an unacceptable blow to the serpent. Even though the serpent typically entered a dormant state under Slytherin magic, This did not imply a preference for remaining motionless like a stone. Ryan's attack had significantly impaired its mobility, marking him as a relentless foe in the serpent's simplified mind. Upon determining Ryan's location, the enraged serpent charged directly at him, undeterred by the crowing rooster. As the colossal serpent barreled towards him, Ryan deftly hooked his grappling hook onto the protruding patterns at the top of the stone column across from him, using the momentum to swing away. The serpent, likely destabilized by the recent attack to its head, crashed violently into the stone column with a thunderous impact, breaking it in half. The serpent continued its momentum, smashing through another column before finally halting at the third. Ryan watched the rising dust, swallowing hard in trepidation. Had he been a moment slower, he might have been reduced to mere flesh. As the dust settled, the serpent reemerged, now with even more scales stripped away than before. The grinding of broken stone against its body creating additional wounds. With a flick of his wand, Ryan targeted the remnants of the column connected to the ceiling above the serpent's head, sending the precarious debris crashing down upon it. Hearing the commotion, the serpent attempted to evade, but its numerous injuries and massive size prevented it from escaping fully. The stone struck its tail, causing it to wrench free. Yet Ryan noted that the serpent's tail also bore significant damage, with many scales fragmented and some even slightly deformed. This seemed to have dealt considerable harm to the creature. Hissing violently, the serpent began to breathe heavily, releasing a plume of green gas from its mouth. Ryan, standing at a distance, felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. This is bad. It's toxic. Realizing the urgency of the situation, he retrieved an anti-poison talisman from his pocket and applied it to himself. Then drew a vial of broad-spectrum antidote he had crafted while assisting Madame Pomfrey, hastily breaking the seal and consuming its contents. Thankfully, the mediocre potions deemed as substandard by Madame Pomfrey had come in handy now. Indeed, the artifacts left behind by the four giants should not be underestimated. After all, neither the novels of his previous life nor the research conducted in this one had ever mentioned that serpents could exhale poisonous gas. Fortunately, Ryan was accustomed to preparing thoroughly for his adventures, carrying a variety of potions and talismans. Otherwise, he might have faced dire consequences here. Yet, considering that even the faintest hint of poison could induce such dizziness in his enhanced body, it was evident that being bitten by the serpent would likely be fatal, as he had no antidote to counteract its venom. At this moment, Ryan silently thanked his foresight in launching a full frontal attack when the serpent emerged, catching it off guard. Otherwise, facing the now severely injured serpent would have proven daunting, and he doubted he could even escape successfully from a fully intact version of the creature. However, having stripped the serpent of its most lethal abilities and most of its sensory perception while inflicting significant damage, Ryan felt a surge of confidence in his ability to defeat it. Chapter 111. Killing the serpent. After a brief pause, the serpent appeared to regain its senses, shaking its head and extending its forked tongue to discern the scents in the air. After tasting the air several times, it seemed to have detected something. Turning its head towards Ryan's column and raising its upper body high into the air, gazing at him with its hollow eye sockets, from which black blood continuously flowed. Ryan observed the serpent creature's movements, sensing something amiss while simultaneously feeling a sense of familiarity. As a scene from the animal kingdom flashed through his mind, Ryan swiftly launched his grappling hook onto a nearby pillar, tightening the rope to pull himself across. Fortunately, his reflexes proved timely, just as he vacated his previous position. The serpent creature opened its jaws wide, unleashing two streams of black venom towards where he had been standing. Upon contact with the stone pillar, the venom caused the affected area to bubble rapidly, accompanied by a hissing sound. In the end, a significant portion of the pillar was eroded at a visible pace. Was this venom or hydrochloric acid? Witnessing this scene sent shivers down Ryan's spine. Was everything in the magical realm of such an extraordinary caliber? If this substance were to splash onto him, he could be reduced to a mere puddle within minutes. Seeing that the serpent had missed its strike, it began to flick its tongue in search of its adversary, prompting Ryan to take action. He swung past the creature using his grappling hook while pointing to a pocket at his waist, exclaiming, "Wadadawasi." Several cherry bombs shot forth like bullets towards the serpent's head. Exploding upon impact, Ryan distinctly observed a segment of the serpent's tongue, nearly the size of his arm, being propelled into the air by the blast. Simultaneously, the serpent lashed out with its tail towards Ryan. He managed to alter his trajectory midair just in time. Fortunately, the serpent's tail, having sustained prior injuries, lacked agility, allowing him to narrowly evade the strike. As the injured tail sliced through the air before him, Ryan could detect the sweet, metallic scent of its toxic blood. Luckily, the protective measures he had previously employed remained effective, shielding him from harm. Ryan's recent assault had entirely stripped the serpent of its sensory awareness. He noticed it had succumbed to a frenzied state, oblivious to the whereabouts of its opponent, yet acutely aware that it still lived. Even before losing its perception, he sensed that the creature had not inflicted any damage upon him. Enraged, the serpent transformed into a mindless beast, although its attacks remained fierce. The level of threat had considerably diminished. The creature began thrashing on the ground, releasing toxic fumes into the air. Thankfully, the interconnected ducts in the area dispersed some of the gas, keeping the concentration of toxins at a safe level for Ryan. well below the threshold of his protective measures. Maintaining a cautious distance from the serpent, Ryan refrained from approaching to test its offensive capabilities. Lacking a definitive means to deliver a decisive blow, he opted for a strategy of constant repositioning while launching distant attacks, gradually wearing the serpent down. Fortunately, it was the Christmas holiday, and Ryan found himself alone in his dormitory. Even if he remained absent throughout the morning, it would raise no suspicions. 2 hours later, gasping for breath, Ryan leaned against a pillar, gazing upon the serpent's lifeless body sprawled in the center of the chamber. The room was strewn with remnants of shattered pillars, weapons, and plant fragments. Thankfully, the pillars were merely decorative, and the ceiling remained intact overhead. The serpent bore numerous injuries. Half of its head blown away, an outcome resulting from Ryan's precautionary measure of stuffing its mouth with a multitude of enchanted cherry bombs after rendering it immobile. The wounds on the serpent were a combination of magical and pure physical damage. This outcome exceeded Ryan's expectations. He had not anticipated that the serpent, which had been slain by Harry's sword in the original tale, would prove to be so resilient. The harpoon and crossbow, which had been intended to deliver a swift death, had failed to strike at its vital points, ultimately leading to the serpent's demise through a prolonged series of assaults. Ryan felt that the time and effort he had expended were sufficient for Harry to vanquish a dozen basilisks. However, upon surveying the debris strewn across the basement floor, he came to understand the stark difference between VIP players and free players. Harry was aided by a mythical creature of equal prowess to the basilisk, a phoenix, capable of automatic attacks and healing. In contrast, Ryan had summoned numerous plants to assist him in the prolonged struggle. Regrettably, aside from the minor damage inflicted by the thorns and the fiery breath of the fire dragon grass, which only managed to dislodge a few of the basilisk's scales, the other plants proved ineffective against the creature. Beyond his mythical companion, Harry possessed a fully enhanced artifact, the Sword of Gryffindor. It effortlessly pierced the basilisk's skull, a feat that Ryan's enchanted high-strength alloy arrows, launched from a heavy crossbow, could not achieve. The inadequacy of his weaponry meant that Ryan had to exert immense effort to achieve what Harry accomplished with a single stroke. It was evident that he needed to devise a plan to acquire superior equipment for future endeavors. After a brief respite, during which he no longer felt so fatigued, Ryan opened the interdimensional shop to retrieve the surviving plants. As soon as he opened the spatial portal, he sensed a yearning signal from the newly cultivated mutated fire dragon grass, akin to a pet yearning for its owner. It seemed to have experienced rapid growth recently, even capable of communicating to Ryan through its essence that there was something on the basilisk that could enhance its development. After confirming that the mutated fire dragon grass had indeed established a stable soul, Ryan invoked a pet contract based on the knowledge he had inherited from the magic of life. Clearly, the fire dragon grass was quite dependent on Ryan, its creator, as it immediately offered a portion of its soul in acceptance of the contract. Now that it had become his pet, Ryan was determined to treat it well. He set the mutated fire dragon grass aside, planning to attend to its needs later, and opened a portal to the world of Plants vs. Zombies. Summoning several prepared robots to clean up the area, directing the robots to extract the basilisk's gallbladder and a few venomous fangs, Ryan inspected them closely, confirming their value before storing them in the shop. He then excavated the mutated fire dragon grass from its pot, placing it on the wound of the basilisk. The fire dragon grass instinctively extended its roots into the wound to absorb nutrients, evoking a heartwarming sensation in Ryan, akin to watching a child strive to grow. He shook his head to dispel the bizarre thoughts from his mind and turned back to the basilisk to dissect other valuable parts, only to notice the creature visibly shriveling and the sheen of its scales gradually fading. How could it decompose so rapidly? In astonishment, Ryan examined the basilisk, ultimately discovering that the mutated fire dragon grass was absorbing its essence at an unexpectedly swift rate. Noticing Ryan's realization, the fire dragon grass conveyed emotions of shyness and pleading through their mental link. After observing, Ryan learned that the rapid absorption would not harm the plant. He smiled wryly, settling down to wait for the fire dragon grass to finish its feast. Chapter 112. Searching for loot after waiting for a quarter of an hour. The absorption process came to an end, leaving the basilisk a mere pile of bones. Donning his dragonhide gloves, Ryan approached and picked up a bone, only to find it surprisingly lightweight. Upon applying a slight squeeze, the bone crumbled into ash. The thoroughness of the absorption was astonishing. After examining the basilisk's remains and confirming there was nothing of value left, Ryan began to scrutinize the condition of the mutated fire dragon grass. Outwardly, the fire dragon grass appeared unchanged, its leaves merely a shade greener than before. However, through their mental connection, the plant informed Ryan that it had undergone a profound transformation and would soon be born anew. Birth? At this thought, Ryan observed the fire dragon grass again, only to realize that the creature he had formed a pet contract with was not the entire plant, but rather the football-sized fruit atop it. It seemed fatigue had caused him to overlook this detail. Clearly, he lacked experience and caution. He resolved to be more vigilant in the future. Once the basement was sufficiently cleared of debris, Ryan recalled all the robots and returned them to the world of Plants vs. Zombies, reluctantly sending the mutated fire dragon grass back to the shop. He then began to investigate the secret chamber. According to legend, Slytherin's chamber was originally established for the study of certain magics opposed by the other three founders. If this were the case, the chamber might still harbor other valuable artifacts. After all, the size and intricate decor of the room seemed excessive if it were merely a basilisk's lair. As for the tale told in Hogwarts history, which claimed that Slytherin had raised a basilisk to purge the school of muggle-born wizards, Ryan was utterly unconvinced. The reasoning was straightforward. During the recent battle, Ryan had observed that the basilisk operated primarily on instinct, displaying only a modicum of intelligence. Furthermore, in contemporary British wizardry, there were scarcely any truly pure-blooded wizards left, even among those who professed to belong to such families. Ryan doubted that the basilisk possessed the cognitive ability to make precise judgments. Moreover, the basilisk's capabilities could not entirely cleanse Hogwarts. A stealthy ambush could easily lead to the school's closure should a few students fall victim. A direct assault would necessitate timing it during a gathering of students, a moment when professors were typically present. Hogwarts headmaster and faculty were historically formidable. They would undoubtedly find it manageable to eliminate a single basilisk. What, then, was the basilisk's purpose? With this question lingering in his mind, Ryan meticulously examined every inch of the chamber, seeking answers. After thoroughly inspecting the interior without uncovering any issues, Ryan turned his attention to Slytherin's statue. Reciting the incantation once more, he passed through the open mouth of the statue. The tunnel was shrouded in darkness and extended for quite a distance, instilling a sense of trepidation as he traversed its length. Nevertheless, the tunnel's diameter was ample enough for an adult to walk upright. After proceeding for several meters, Ryan noticed a glimmer of light ahead. After a few more steps and rounding a corner, he found himself in a stone chamber. The chamber's walls were adorned with several transparent crystals, allowing light from the lakebed to filter through. Additionally, a warm glow radiated from above. Utilizing this illumination, Ryan carefully surveyed the stone chamber. The space was roughly the size of a classroom, and apart from a burning oil lamp overhead, it contained nothing else. Ryan felt a wave of frustration wash over him, but suddenly, a spark of realization struck him. How could there possibly be an oil lamp in such a confined space? And how could such a diminutive lamp burn for an extended period? After retrieving the lamp with a hook, Ryan discovered it to be a remarkably simple bronze oil lamp, adorned with the emblem of Slytherin House crafted in silver. Most importantly, within the bronze lamp was a silver oil bowl, its rim intricately engraved with two serpentine letters representing the initials of Salazar Slytherin. At the center of the bowl lay a golden wick, with flames dancing atop it. Yet the bowl itself contained no fuel. This must be the legendary goblet of everlasting fire, a magic said to be wielded only by the most powerful wizards, allowing flames to transcend time and burn eternally. With this thought, Ryan replaced the lamp in its original position, recognizing it as a significant artifact likely crafted by Slytherin himself. Adorned with the house's insignia, such a commemorative item belonged to the school's property. Taking it would be improper. Moreover, it neither enhanced one's abilities nor held any monetary value, rendering it rather meaningless to possess. He then began to meticulously search the stone chamber inch by inch, reasoning that if anything were concealed within the hidden chamber, it must be here. After all, the existence of the basilisk could easily be explained as Slytherin's guardian beast, tasked with protecting treasures. After thoroughly scouring the empty room, apart from the lamp, Ryan attempted to utter various requests in Parseltongue. When he spoke the words, "Reveal your secrets," the lamp's brightness surged dramatically, illuminating the walls with a multitude of inscriptions, while a vivid serpent was projected onto one corner of the wall. Was this the legacy of Slytherin? Without hesitation, Ryan entered the world of Plants vs. Zombies, procured a film camera, and hastened back to the chamber. During the process of photographing, he discerned that the inscriptions were in Latin. Fortunately, he was familiar with Latin numerals, so he systematically captured each segment of text according to the numerical order of their beginnings. After spending half an hour reviewing 2 cycles and exhausting several rolls of film, Ryan concluded that the legacy comprised a total of 186 pages. Regrettably, he could barely comprehend the content, indicating that he would have to devise a plan upon exiting. Once he confirmed that he had not overlooked anything, Ryan turned his attention to the wall from which the serpent had been projected and spoke in Parseltongue, "Open." To his astonishment, a stone door materialized on the previously smooth wall, featuring an exquisitely crafted bronze doorknob in the shape of a serpent. Ryan grasped the doorknob and pulled it with force, causing the door to swing open effortlessly. This unexpected ease almost made him lose his balance and stumble. Even after the passage of a millennium, everything within the chamber continued to function under the protective enchantments of Slytherin, a truly astonishing revelation. Behind the door lay a staircase spiraling upward. After ascending for several minutes, Ryan finally halted before a wall. Once again uttering the incantation in Parseltongue, the wall swiftly parted, revealing a small door meant for single passage. Peering through, Ryan glimpsed tapestries and flaming torches illuminating the corridor beyond. It appeared he had returned to the castle. Chapter 113. The adventure concludes as Ryan approached the door. He received 20 reward points for vanquishing the basilisk, a rather gratifying outcome. Upon stepping through the small door, it closed rapidly behind him, seamlessly blending with the surrounding wall. After observing the wall, he noticed a small engraving of two overlapping letters on one of the bricks. Having marked the approximate location of the door on the wall, Ryan began to traverse the corridor. He realized he had never been here before, and he eagerly sought an exit. This corridor lacked windows, relying solely on the flickering torches for illumination. Ryan pulled out his pocket watch. Discovering it was already 9 in the morning, it was easy to deduce that he was likely in the basement. After walking for a while, he suddenly heard footsteps approaching from around the corner. Instinctively, he cast a disillusionment charm and pressed himself into a corner, remaining utterly still, as any movement could reveal his presence. Several students clad in silver-green scarves passed by at the intersection, conversing with the wall, which then opened to reveal a doorway through which they entered. To his surprise, this was the entrance to the Slytherin common room. Ryan ventured in the direction the students had come from. A few minutes later, he arrived at a grand staircase, recognizing it as the route to the potions classroom, a path he traversed every week. Once he confirmed the area was deserted, he dispelled the disillusionment charm and ascended the stairs. Upon returning to the common room, Ryan encountered the Weasley twins. Fred greeted him. "Ryan, where have you been gallivanting about? You look quite disheveled." "Indeed. We caught a whiff of that scent the moment you walked in," George chimed in. Hearing Fred mention gallivanting made Ryan feel quite anxious. He recalled spending several hours in a long-neglected underground tunnel, which would be easily discernible to the twins, seasoned as they were in nocturnal escapades. It seemed they hadn't discovered his venture to the chamber, and with a sigh of relief, Ryan replied with a smile. "I stumbled upon a secret passage yesterday and followed it quite far, which is why I returned only this morning." "Where does this passage lead?" Fred asked, his excitement evident. "I found a tunnel behind the statue of the sycophantic Gregory that leads to the other side of the Black Lake," Ryan recounted, recalling a plot from one of the books. "For a good boy like you, finding a secret passage is no small feat, however. We discovered that place during our first week of school," George remarked, somewhat deflated upon learning they were familiar with it. "By the way, we're trying to concoct a new product tonight. Would you care to join us?" Fred suddenly proposed. It seemed that Ryan's previous assistance had not gone unnoticed, and this opportunity might enable him to delve deeper into their enterprise. Considering the thriving nature of their business in the original story, becoming an early partner appeared to be a promising endeavor. With a smile, Ryan responded to the twins, "Of course. I have always been curious about your research. Thank you for extending this opportunity to me." Upon hearing Ryan's reply, George turned to Fred, saying, "See? I told you many of our friends cannot settle down to conduct research. We need to find some, studious individuals to assist us." Ryan thought, "You mean bookworms?" as he bid farewell to the twins and returned to his dormitory to organize his belongings. After freshening up and changing into a new outfit, Ryan opened a portal to the world of Plants vs. Zombies, intending to develop the photos he had taken. As he stepped through the portal, he found himself in a warehouse where Dave, clad in a lab coat, was examining the refuse Ryan had previously discarded. Startled by Ryan's sudden appearance, Dave exclaimed excitedly, "I discovered a remarkable snake's blood in what you threw away. The DNA indicates this snake has lived for over 1,000 years. Truly incredible. You must understand that my world possesses magic, so sometimes what seems impossible does indeed exist," he added, handing Dave a box containing a remaining venomous fong. "This is one of the last remnants of that serpent. The residual venom is highly potent, so handle it with care. The rest has been completely absorbed by a newly cultivated mutated fire dragon plant." Dave opened the box to inspect it, then closed it in astonishment, saying, "Fire dragon plant? How can that be? If you said it was a man-eating plant, I might believe you." Seeing Dave's skepticism, Ryan retrieved the fire dragon plant from the supply shop and presented it to him. After examining it, Dave had to concede he could no longer ascertain the plant's origin. The only certainty was its excellent condition. After inspecting the fire dragon plant, Dave asked, "By the way, what brings you here now?" "I found an artifact left behind by a great sorcerer in the Serpent's Lair, and I captured photographs of it. I'm here to develop the photos and see if anyone can assist me in translating the Latin inscribed within," Ryan explained. "You should have come to me. A couple of days ago, we discovered a data storage center in the city. I upgraded my artificial intelligence with the data there, so I can use it to help translate for you," Dave replied, setting aside what he was holding and leading Ryan toward the fortress's basement. Eventually, he brought Ryan to the entrance of a darkroom for developing photographs. "With your advanced technology, why do you still use such a film camera?" Ryan inquired, puzzled. "There's no choice. Dr. Zombie King created numerous electromagnetic pulse devices in the zombie gathering zone. All digital cameras malfunction in that vicinity. Soon, the film was developed." And Dave guided Ryan deeper into the basement to the computer room. Noticing Dave's eagerness, Ryan surmised that he had developed a keen interest in researching the other world. After placing the photographs into a specialized scanner, it rapidly processed the text. Fortunately, Slytherin's writing was quite legible, posing minimal difficulty for the system's recognition. "This computer is merely a small machine, connected via underground fiber optics to the large machine in my lab in town. Thus, the recognition speed here exceeds your imagination," Dave proudly informed Ryan during the wait for the text recognition process. A few minutes later, the computer emitted a beeping sound, signaling that it had successfully recognized all the text from the photographs. Ryan and Dave promptly seated themselves before the display screen. eager to uncover what the illustrious wizard from a millennium ago had bequeathed to posterity. Chapter 114, A Message from a Millennium Ago as the Mouse Wheel Turned. Slytherin's message from within the Chamber of Secrets materialized before Ryan's eyes. Contrary to Ryan's expectations of a manuscript filled with arcane wisdom for future generations, Slytherin initially presented merely his reflections in the reasons for his departure from Hogwarts. From this autobiographical narrative, it became clear that Slytherin was not the dark sorcerer Ryan had previously imagined. He explicitly declared his guiding principle to be the avoidance of harm to others in the pursuit of personal desires. It was evident that a wizard of Slytherin's formidable power would hold no regard for deceit. Thus, his principles must be genuine. What then could have led subsequent generations to perceive Slytherin as a dark wizard? Ryan pondered this question as he continued to read. He soon encountered an account detailing Slytherin's reasons for leaving Hogwarts, which stemmed from irreconcilable differences with the other three founders concerning their educational philosophy. When they established Hogwarts, Europe was engulfed in the darkness of the Middle Ages, plagued by war and strife. The wizarding world was similarly rife with dark wizards, as the brutal environment favored the rapid ascendance of dark magic. The four founders aimed to impart the magical knowledge they had amassed in their struggle against dark wizards to the next generation, seeking to gradually reverse the tide of dark magic and restore order. The dominance of dark wizards would inevitably lead to prolonged warfare, threatening the very existence of the magical realm. In this context, Slytherin proposed the exclusive admission of pureblood wizard descendants. He believed that wizards of Muggle descent might be unduly influenced by their non-magical relatives, who lacked the means to protect themselves, potentially leading to actions detrimental to Hogwarts. Furthermore, the stark contrasts between Muggles and wizards at that time were profound. Many Muggle-born wizards were illiterate, while the study of magic necessitated a foundation of extensive knowledge. Additionally, those with insufficient resources were more inclined to succumb to the allure of dark magic. Slytherin, adopting a perspective of absolute rationality, argued for the concentration of resources on those reliable wizarding families, thereby achieving the most efficient utilization of limited resources to cultivate as many exceptional wizards as possible. However, this viewpoint was met with opposition from the other three founders, who acknowledged the potential for maximizing resource usage but contended that it lacked a humane aspect. This marked the first significant divergence among the quartet of founders, and Slytherin chose to concede. He refrained from interfering with the decisions of the other three wizards, opting instead to implement his philosophy solely within his own house. Subsequently, a particular incident exacerbated the rift. In the early days of Hogwarts, before the institution was fortified with the magical protections it possesses today, the abundance of resources attracted the attention of dark wizards. Hogwarts was besieged by a dark wizard, and tragically, one of Slytherin's students perished during the assault. In a fit of rage, Slytherin retaliated by slaying the dark wizards responsible. This act of retribution did not provoke dissent from the other three founders. Even the righteous Gryffindor merely insisted that due process must be followed. After all, it was a dark age, and even the most benevolent of Hufflepuffs had emerged from encounters with dark wizards, werewolves, and vampires. From that point onward, Slytherin began to instruct his students in the art of dark magic, believing that to truly vanquish dark wizards, one must understand their methods. This is why subsequent generations labeled Slytherin as a dark wizard. He taught dark magic at Hogwarts, and those who attended his classes unanimously regarded his knowledge of the subject as profound. Thus, the notion of Slytherin as a dark wizard became entrenched over the centuries. Unsurprisingly, this practice drew the ire of the other three founders, who had vowed to establish an unprecedented magical school dedicated to imparting the knowledge necessary to combat dark magic. They grew increasingly concerned that Slytherin's teachings could lead young students astray due to their inexperience. Nevertheless, Slytherin maintained that each student was a prospective warrior prepared to confront dark wizards, necessitating an early understanding of their adversaries to equip them for the transformation of the world upon graduation. After prolonged disputes, Slytherin concluded that his continued presence at the school could lead to its fragmentation. Out of love for the institution, he chose to depart, dedicating the remainder of his life to hunting dark wizards and clearing the path for Hogwarts. Contrary to popular belief, Slytherin communicated thoroughly with the other three founders before his departure. However, to ensure his safety and avoid alerting dark wizards, they collectively claimed he left due to a quarrel. Consequently, rumors circulated that Slytherin was a more nefarious dark wizard than those he hunted, tarnishing his reputation in the wizarding world. The Chamber of Secrets was thus the final act of Slytherin before his departure, a testament to his hope that, with the passage of time, the magical realm would progress. He envisioned that his descendants would revive his ideals and realize them, ultimately benefiting the entire magical community. The basilisk he had summoned was merely a temporary guardian. At that time, Helga had recently cultivated the creature. The basilisk of Hogwarts was a trophy Slytherin had acquired after vanquishing a dark wizard, intended to serve as one of Hogwarts' trump cards during its formative struggles. Little did he anticipate that it would endure for a millennium. After absorbing this account, Ryan could not help but sigh deeply. A millennium could transform a noble wizard, who dedicated his life to the school and his dreams, into an evil dark wizard through the whispers of time. The students of the house bearing his name, and even his descendants, now take pride in dark magic, aspiring to become dark wizards themselves. If Slytherin, who devoted his life to eradicating dark wizards, were to learn of this, he would surely be enraged enough to rise from the underworld to confront his misguided progeny. Chapter 115. The knowledge of Slytherin. Undoubtedly, he was a remarkable individual. Observing this, Dave remarked to Ryan at his side, "Indeed, it is regrettable that his descendants have embarked upon a misguided path. And my greatest adversary in this world is one of his heirs." After reflecting, Dave and Ryan continued to delve into Slytherin's grand designs. They discovered that, apart from the initial self-introduction by Slytherin, all subsequent content was devoted to his conceptualization. Slytherin posited that the innate magical prowess of wizards pales in comparison to that of many magical creatures. Wizards, through their intellect, have deduced the principles governing the use of magic and have augmented their abilities through the invention of various tools, ultimately establishing themselves as the supreme rulers of the magical realm. However, this advantage is not exclusive to wizards. It is replicable. Due to their inherent limitations, wizards invest more effort than other races in this regard. Yet, within the magical world, there exist other sentient beings, such as fairies and vampires. Slytherin harbored concerns that one day these beings might emulate wizards, thereby diminishing the distinctions between them, and ultimately, unite in rebellion. Wizards' magical talents might not surpass those of these magical beings, potentially placing them at a disadvantage, or even worse, considering the brutal competition among species for survival. He doubted that, under such circumstances, other beings would grant wizards the opportunity to regain their strength and rise again. Thus, he proposed that if wizards intermingled with certain magical creatures, they would acquire extraordinary magical capabilities, compensating for the wizard's inherent shortcomings and ensuring that their entire race remained in a position of absolute superiority. Following this were extensive experimental records, a compilation of Slytherin's known thoughts. After perusing these records, Dave remarked that the multitude of experimental documentation indicated a limited number of samples. This individual merely pushed the effects of each sample to the utmost extremes. Were he to choose the path of a scientist, he would undoubtedly become a remarkably great one. Ryan gazed at the plethora of records and content before him, feeling somewhat dizzy. He turned to Dave and inquired, from a professional standpoint, what do these documents truly describe? After thoroughly reviewing the material, Dave responded, "I can hardly believe that this originates from a person who lived a millennium ago. As you know, I am an expert in genetic modification. These records, if one disregards the magical elements, reveal a process of genetic alteration. Ultimately, the abandonment of this pursuit stemmed from the exceedingly high mortality rate associated with such modifications." He then pointed to the final segment on the screen and continued, "You see, it is likely that he had the most profound understanding of snakes among animals. Hence he utilized them as the primary example throughout his experiments, attempting to transfer advantageous traits from snakes to humans. However, the vast disparity between the two species rendered this approach fraught with risk. The only practical application he confirmed was the development of snake-like scales beneath the skin of critical areas of the human body for protection. Other notions, such as the transplantation of snake pupils or certain magical abilities, were ultimately deemed too perilous, and he cautioned that these should only be pursued under conditions of assured safety. Ryan suddenly envisioned a face reminiscent of Voldemort's dual socket features, indicating that he had encountered such artifacts during his past. However, at that time, the power-obsessed Voldemort disregarded his ancestors' perspectives on dark magic and overlooked Slytherin's meticulous approach. Through sheer magical prowess, coupled with a touch of fortune, he forcibly underwent transformation upon himself. It is no wonder that he once informed Dumbledore of having survived numerous perilous metamorphoses. The remnants left by Slytherin reveal much. Surviving these life-threatening alterations cannot merely be described as improbable. From this, one might deduce that, during that period, Voldemort was likely the favored child of fate itself. Otherwise, it would be challenging to elucidate what enabled him to endure these transformations. After all, even possessing Horcruxes merely ensured his resurrection post-mortem, but did not guarantee his invulnerability to death. Ryan requested Dave to assist him in printing these materials, although he had no intention of transforming himself. After all, the dismal example of Voldemort loomed before him. Nevertheless, the knowledge contained within the Slytherin notes regarding the intricacies of the soul, body, life, and death proved to be exceedingly valuable. Ryan believed that these insights could enhance his understanding and study of life magic from a different perspective. Meanwhile, Dave expressed his desire to share this knowledge, as he felt it would aid him in further developing new plants. He perceived that the current path of plant mutation had reached a bottleneck, and the genetic fusion detailed in the notes inspired him with fresh ideas. Ryan consented to share this knowledge, for humanity teeters on the brink of annihilation. Each additional fragment of strength augments the hope for survival. He is not a savior, yet he is more than willing to assist in ways that do not compromise his own interests. Through his tenure as a leader, Dave has significantly enhanced his interpersonal skills. He swiftly proposed to leverage his expertise in computers and artificial intelligence as compensation for the knowledge he seeks from Ryan. After analyzing Slytherin's message, Ryan seized the opportunity to express the shortcomings of his botanical arsenal during the recent battle with the basilisk, summarizing that he lacked both armor-piercing capabilities and antidotal properties. This deficiency rendered him exceedingly vulnerable in combat. Upon hearing Ryan's grievances, Dave took them seriously, recognizing that zombies might also employ toxic gases or possess toughened forms. Thus, it is imperative to prepare and innovate plants that can function in various environments to avoid being caught off guard. Subsequently, Ryan had a modest meal at Dave's before bidding farewell and returning to the Multiverse Emporium with a portable hard drive laden with computer knowledge. He first expended 8 shift points to learn Dave's software programming techniques, and then he inspected his prized mutated fire dragon grass. The plant currently lay dormant. It was informing Ryan that it would emerge from its fruit once it had absorbed the latest gains. The little creature still required some time to slumber, suggesting that its birth would not transpire soon. Ryan shrugged and returned to his dormitory. Fortunately, the dorm was empty. Otherwise, spending an hour on his bed during daylight could provoke suspicion. Having vanquished the basilisk, Ryan felt as though a heavy weight had been lifted from his chest. In the original narrative, those individuals had merely been petrified by chance rather than succumbing to death. Previously, Ryan had fretted that his existence might trigger a butterfly effect, dreading that a classmate might perish due to the basilisk, an outcome for which he would bear immense guilt. Now, with the greatest threat eradicated, he could indulge in the joy of the upcoming Christmas holiday. With this thought, Ryan hummed a cheerful tune as he exited the dormitory. In the remaining days of the holiday, Ryan experienced great joy and fulfillment, successfully joining the Weasley Brothers research group. He utilized his knowledge of medicine and herbalism to significantly advance several projects. For instance, they had developed a prototype for a vomiting candy, one that caused no harm, albeit with the caveat that one must wait for the effects to subside before the vomiting ceased, as no corresponding antidote had been discovered. Additionally, Ryan contemplated whether to confront the Ravenclaw diadem within the room of requirement, especially since he possessed basilisk fangs capable of inflicting damage upon it. Ultimately, he decided against it, considering that the diadem had remained undisturbed for decades, ultimately destroyed by a fierce fire without harming anyone in the interim. Thus, the urgency to eliminate it was diminished. Moreover, unlike the diary, which was an ordinary notebook purchased by Voldemort in his teenage years, the Horcrux in the Room of Requirement was crafted from Ravenclaw's diadem during Voldemort's peak of magical prowess, making it a treasure on par with Gryffindor's sword. Ryan could not ensure his safety while attempting to destroy the Horcrux. However, to ascertain safety, Ryan feigned a treasure hunt, exploring the storage areas within the Room of Requirement. He ultimately confirmed that the Ravenclaw diadem remained peacefully atop the grotesque statue. Thankfully, the Horcrux had not been activated due to Ryan's presence. Avoiding the melodramatic scenarios often depicted in fanfiction where a second Horcrux assaults students at the school, which would surely have kept him busy this semester. Naturally, since he was there, it would have felt remiss to leave empty-handed. After spending an entire morning meticulously searching, Ryan unearthed an exceptional set of notes on charm classes. The hastily scribbled words on the final pages elucidated why the notes had been discarded. The original owner had broken up with her boyfriend, who had gifted her the notebook. Romantic entanglements remain among the most formidable challenges in existence. Ryan shrugged and exited the Room of Requirement, clutching the notebook. With the assurance of safety, life became markedly more relaxed. Yet, as is often the case, joyous moments are fleeting, and soon the new term commenced. Everything returned to a normal school routine. The only issue being Gilderoy Lockhart's incessant antics. Perhaps finding mere performance unsatisfactory, he insisted on incorporating magic into their demonstrations during one particular class. That day, Hermione was called upon to portray a ghost, but perhaps due to the day's misalignment, she appeared somewhat discontent. As Lockhart called for the performance to begin, she swiftly cast a stunning spell, sending him flying and causing his head to collide with the door frame, rendering him unconscious. Well executed. Ryan subtly gave Hermione a thumbs up from below, to which she responded with an embarrassed smile. Shortly thereafter, someone dashed out to summon Professor McGonagall, who levitated Lockhart to the hospital wing. The students in the classroom buzzed with speculation. As this was not Lockhart's first blunder, doubts began to circulate regarding his true capabilities. Following the chaotic defense against the dark arts lesson, many students lost faith in the course altogether. That evening, during the homework assistance gathering, Ginny suddenly stood up and asked, "Hermione, Ryan, can you enlighten us on how to excel in defense against the dark arts? We believe the daily dramatic exercises are certainly insufficient." Colin and several first-year students nodded in agreement. "I believe defense against the dark arts should primarily focus on practical application. Understanding the principles and memorizing the textbook is essential. But practice is equally necessary," Hermione replied. "Then, whom should we approach with our questions?" Colin inquired. "I think we can start by discussing among ourselves, and then consult some upperclassmen. If that fails, we can seek out other professors, as long as it isn't Lockhart," Ryan responded. He then observed Colin and Ginny gravitating toward Harry Potter, clearly delighted with the excuse to approach their idol. This might be considered a good deed, Ryan consoled himself, given Harry's pained expression. As Easter approached, a significant event loomed for the second-year students, the selection of third-year elective courses. On a weekend, after their regularly scheduled combat training, Ryan returned to the common room post-lunch to find Harry and Ron off playing Quidditch. Observing the empty room, he summoned Hermione to join him by the lake for some sunbathing. believing that remaining cooped up in the castle all day would lead to stagnation. Particularly, aside from the first-year flying lessons, the only outdoor class for second-year students was herbology. However, that merely involved basking in the glass greenhouse and hardly qualified as outdoor activity. I believe it will impact our future, so we must proceed with caution. Even outside the castle, Hermione clung to her agenda, holding the third-year course schedule as she addressed Ryan. What do you think of my plan to select all the courses? After all, the schedule does not prohibit it. I am certain wizards have ways to manage taking multiple courses simultaneously. I do not consider that a prudent idea, Ryan replied. After all, human energy is finite. For a true sage, the ability to discern what to relinquish is far more valuable. I believe those who opt for every course merely highlight their inability to focus on a singular matter, making it crucial to prioritize and treat each aspect accordingly. Ryan's comments seemed to perplex Hermione, prompting her to pull out her schedule and say, "But I believe every subject is of utmost importance." Well, since you think course selection will impact your future, could you enlighten me on your aspirations? After contemplating for a moment, Ryan began with fundamental questions. The future? Hermione appeared somewhat bewildered by his inquiry. For a 12-year-old girl, contemplating the future felt rather distant. Observing Hermione's confusion, Ryan felt a desire to capture the moment. As she was typically known for her astuteness, and such a puzzled expression was quite rare. A few minutes later, while Ryan idly counted the suction cups on the tentacles of the giant squid in the Black Lake, Hermione regained her composure and stated, "My short-term goal is to protect those important to me, while my long-term ambition is to combat the entrenched discrimination against non-magical individuals in their affairs within the wizarding world." After articulating her goals, she turned to Ryan, eager for his assessment. Ryan pondered before replying, "Your objectives are indeed challenging to realize, yet not unattainable. What you need now is to select the courses that will be beneficial to you." "And what do you consider to be useful courses?" Hermione inquired. Chapter 117, A Perspective on Course Selection. The utility of courses for oneself necessitates a thorough analysis of each subject. Once this is completed, selecting the appropriate courses becomes a straightforward task, Ryan explained. Let us first discuss the elective courses available in the third year: divination, arithmancy, care of magical creatures, ancient runes, and Muggle studies. Each student must choose at least two. Pausing momentarily, Ryan noted Hermione's focused attention and continued. First, let's consider divination and arithmancy. These subjects share some overlapping content. However, I personally lean towards arithmancy. Why? Arithmancy involves complex mathematical problems, which are invaluable in the study of magical circles. Many curse breakers at Gringotts have studied this. Conversely, divination, as I understand it, requires a certain innate talent. Without this gift, mastery is elusive. It's akin to how, despite our efforts, we cannot surpass Harry in Quidditch. What about the other subjects? Hermione pressed, not revealing her own views but continuing to inquire. If your future career necessitates prolonged outdoor work or involves risk, then care of magical creatures is essential. Certain positions within the Ministry of Magic also require expertise in this area. Ancient Runes, on the other hand, delves into ancient magic and the foundational structures of magical scripts. This is a course every aspiring academic wizard must undertake, and in terms of value, it ranks among the top in Hogwarts curriculum. Muggle studies, conversely, is largely irrelevant for those of us from Muggle backgrounds, aside from a few specific roles within the ministry. Personally, I find it rather foolish to discuss the purpose of a rubber duck or illustrate how to move objects without magic. Moreover, the greatest distinction between the magical and Muggle worlds lies in the emphasis placed on individual prowess. For instance, why is our headmaster Dumbledore regarded as the epitome of the British magical community, rather than Cornelius Fudge? It is because Dumbledore is celebrated as the greatest white wizard in existence. If you aspire to instigate change within the magical realm, I firmly believe that possessing formidable personal strength is imperative. After absorbing Ryan's exposition, Hermione quietly nodded in acknowledgement. Ryan realized that further commentary from him was unnecessary. After all, Hermione was a person of strong opinions, and his additional remarks might be superfluous. When the time arrived on Monday to submit their course selections, Ryan observed that Hermione had chosen the exact same subjects as he had: arithmancy, ancient runes, and care of magical creatures. Overall, there were not many students in Gryffindor who opted for ancient runes and arithmancy, as these subjects were rumored to be particularly challenging. Most students, like Harry, Ron, and Neville, opted for care of magical creatures and divination. Ryan chose these two courses because the arithmetic divination merely requires a mathematical proficiency equivalent to that of a high school examination, rendering it not overly challenging. Mastering this discipline proves advantageous in deciphering numerous magical mechanisms, thus playing a significant role during adventures. His decision to study ancient runic was purely motivated by the complete legacy he acquired from an ancient Viking sorcerer, which encompassed the study of ancient runes. After perusing Percy S. Ancient Runes textbook, he discovered that the material documented therein was not as comprehensive as what he already knew. Given this, why not pursue a subject that is both sophisticated and easy to excel in? Hermione, on the other hand, selected these two courses out of a genuine thirst for knowledge. As she is an earnest scholar, From this perspective, her consistent position at the top of her class year after year is hardly surprising. After all, one cannot easily contend with someone who is both more intelligent and more diligent. During a year devoid of disturbances from the basilisk, everything proceeded according to the academic schedule. Soon, it was Saturday, the day of the Quidditch match, where Gryffindor would face Hufflepuff. The entire Gryffindor team gathered around their table for breakfast that morning. Captain Wood exuberantly declared, "It's the perfect weather for a Quidditch match," as he generously filled each player's plate with scrambled eggs, particularly for Harry. "Harry, you must have a hearty breakfast. Playing Quidditch is a physically demanding endeavor. You need to sustain your energy until the match concludes." However, Harry wore an expression of unease, as the memory of being pursued by a rogue bludger was still vivid, especially when the aggression stemmed from a certain house elf. While Harry was lost in his thoughts, a hand rested upon his shoulder. He looked up to find it was Ryan, accompanied by Hermione and Ron. "Don't worry," Ryan reassured him. "Professors McGonagall and Flitwick will be attending this match. We'll be seated beside the professors. Should anything go awry, we can easily summon them." This comfort alleviated Harry's anxiety. And during the match, he successfully caught the golden snitch, while Gryffindor held a lead of nearly 200 points over Hufflepuff. It appeared that Malfoy had not attended, possibly due to some family matters. At the celebratory gathering following the match, Ron shared his insights. His speculation was evidently accurate, as the next day's Daily Prophet reported that Arthur Weasley had inspected the Malfoy residence, uncovering a plethora of dark magical artifacts from the Malfoy family's hidden chamber. Ryan felt that this might pertain to him somewhat, as he brewed sneezing potion with the Weasley brothers during the evening. The two brothers had been incessantly lamenting about their father's long hours at work. Yet he was still unable to uncover the dark magical artifacts hoarded by those pureblood families. After listening, Ryan shared with the twins all the various methods of treasure hiding he had learned throughout his life, including the art of creating secret compartments. He jokingly suggested that perhaps the Malfoy family might conceal their secret vault beneath the living room floor. "For there is a saying in my hometown that the most perilous places can also be the safest." It appears that the twins recorded all of this in a letter to their father. Sure enough, during the evening's experiment, the twins came to express their gratitude for Ryan's insightful suggestions. They also vowed not to disclose this matter to anyone else, claiming that it was their own invention in the letter to their father. This explains why the twins were able to expand their business so significantly. Their approach, which considers others' perspectives, fosters goodwill and strengthens their friendships. With the spirits high that evening, they successfully concocted a non-harmful fever remedy. This achievement was largely thanks to Ryan's medical analysis, which had eliminated many unsuitable ingredients, sparing the Weasley twins the agony of repeated self-experimentation. The next step involves transforming the liquid into a solid form and blending it with some unrelated substances to obscure the formula. Based on Ryan's assessment of their progress, it is likely that they will present a finished product by the end of the summer. Chapter 118. The arrival of new guests with Ryan's involvement. The pace at which the Weasley brothers' ideas turned into reality accelerated significantly. Ryan could already envision a future where a substantial amount of galleons flowed into his pocket. In the final match, Gryffindor, buoyed by their previous 2 wins, decisively triumphed over Ravenclaw, reclaiming the House Cup after several years. During the celebratory party in the common room that evening, unable to squeeze into the circle surrounding Harry Potter, Ryan and Hermione sought a quiet corner to sip pumpkin juice and discuss ancient runes. At that moment, Ginny approached them, appearing quite anxious. "Why don't you go congratulate Harry on his victory?" Hermione teased, as it was evident to everyone how deeply Ginny admired Harry. "I have something I want to ask you," Ginny said softly, a hint of shyness in her demeanor. "What is it?" "We will certainly answer if we can," Hermione replied. Looking at Ginny earnestly, Ginny opened her mouth, but said nothing. Sensing her nervousness, Ryan lowered his voice and assured her, "Don't worry. We want to share what you say. You know from your classmates that Hermione and I are not the type to gossip." Encouraged by his words, Ginny took a deep breath and confessed, "I like Harry. How can I make him notice me?" Ryan's hand, gripping the pumpkin juice cup, froze midair. He could hardly fathom that Ginny would pose a question concerning matters of the heart. For someone who had remained single for 2 lifetimes, such an inquiry struck a rather painful chord. As for why Ginny chose to direct this question at him, it was likely due to the sporadic after-class study sessions they had shared this semester. Given that he was among the most animated participants at these gatherings, it was only natural for Ginny to regard him as a dependable older sibling figure, especially considering the amicable relationship he shared with Hermione and Harry. By the time Ryan emerged from his reverie, Hermione had already commenced imparting her wisdom to Ginny, though it sounded as if it were gleaned from various texts. Nevertheless, it prompted Ginny, equally inexperienced, to nod in enthusiastic agreement. As Ryan took advantage of Hermione's rambling to reflect on certain matters, he seized the moment when her words faltered to convey to Ginny, "In truth, Harry lacks your maturity. Expressing your thoughts directly might indeed startle him. I believe your current task is to elevate your overall standing and engage with Harry in a manner that is casual and authentic. One day, he will truly comprehend the feelings you harbor." After their session of psychological counsel, the group celebrated for a while longer until Professor McGonagall entered, urging everyone to retire to their quarters immediately, thus bringing the festivities to a close. Having just completed his evening routine and settled into bed, Ryan received a notification regarding the arrival of a new customer at the grocery store. Reluctantly, he donned his cloak over his nightwear and made his way to the shop. Upon entering, he was met with a harrowing sight. A woman in her 20s lay sprawled on the floor, her complexion ashen, her breath nearly non-existent. A gaping wound marring her neck. She appeared as if she had been ensnared by ice, her body adorned with white frost. Had she encountered a frost dragon? Was she still alive? Ryan was taken aback by the alarming situation. He employed a soul detection spell from the realm of life magic and observed that the essence of this customer still resided within her form, indicating that she yet lived. However, regrettably, her soul was dissipating rapidly, and it seemed she was on the brink of death. Ryan felt a sense of disarray, as he had never encountered a situation quite like this before. Fortunately, he had a surplus of potions prepared to combat the serpent monster, which he had conveniently stashed away in the grocery shop. From this collection of potions, he retrieved a vial of white fresh essence and a bottle of healing elixir. He first sprinkled the white fresh essence onto the injured person's wounds, then administered the healing elixir. Subsequently, Ryan drew his wand and began to chant an ancient soul incantation, sustain the soul. He could sense his magical energy surging into the wand like a tide as he uttered the spell, transforming into delicate threads of magic that flowed into the body of the woman before him. This multifaceted healing process lasted nearly 10 minutes. And just as Ryan began to feel fatigued, the woman's soul's deterioration finally ceased. Watching her vital signs stabilize gradually, Ryan exhaled a long sigh of relief. Thanks to the extensive lessons learned from Madame Pomfrey, his grasp of life magic had advanced significantly. Otherwise, it was likely that this soul could not have been saved. After carefully bandaging the wounds with specialized gauze, Ryan noticed that the woman's blue attire appeared rather thin, and he worried that, after such significant blood loss, she might succumb to hypothermia, endangering her life once more. Thus, he used a levitation charm to suspend her and wrapped her in a blanket he had prepared for his camping expedition. Once he had stabilized her condition, Ryan found himself in a quandary. After all, a grocery shop was hardly a suitable place for recovery. Given her soul's injury, it would be best to maintain her in a state of slumber to facilitate her healing. After some contemplation, Ryan opened a portal to the Plants vs. Zombies world. Upon inquiry, he discovered that transporting her there required only 2 offset points. It seemed this individual was not particularly significant in her own world. Otherwise, how could it require so few offset points? This realization disheartened Ryan, as it indicated that earning sufficient offset points from this guest would be quite challenging. Nonetheless, he proceeded to deliver the injured woman to the hospital within Dave's newly constructed fortress, requesting the doctors there to assist in her care. Unlike his previous hurried visit, Ryan, having settled the injured party, finally found the leisure to explore the recent developments in this place. The construction of the fortress was nearing completion. With an abundance of plant nurseries established around its periphery, scattered individuals moved in and out of the fortress, appearing far more numerous than during his time in the small town. It seemed that, with a solid base established, a few wandering humans had come seeking refuge. Simultaneously, Ken had made several voyages across the sea, bringing back many who had been sheltering on nearby islands. Ryan observed that the locals appeared to be in less than favorable condition. Most bore rough skin, as though they had endured significant hardships. Their attire varied from faded, patched clothing to coarse animal hides. However, the flush of their cheeks indicated that they had recently experienced a period of relative prosperity, and thus, each face radiated a glimmer of hope, even though they were currently constrained by population issues and could only huddle near the fortress for support. The small coastal plain they occupied served as their actual territory. Yet, Ryan discerned within the residents a sense of optimism, a hope for the resurgence of humanity. Chapter 119, the end of the term and the Centaur's invitation. After a leisurely stroll around the fortress, Ryan returned to the school dormitory with great satisfaction. Following a thorough cleaning to remove the bloodstains from his clothes and hands, he laid down on his bed, somewhat disheartened. The recent visit from guests had yielded no benefits and resulted in considerable losses. He resolved to inquire about her world upon her awakening. Perhaps there would be some gain after all. With these thoughts providing solace, he drifted into a deep slumber, faintly hearing his roommates excitedly discussing the day's match. The exhilaration of winning the Quidditch championship swiftly faded, overshadowed by the impending final exams. Absent any disturbances from the basilisk, this was an inevitability, plunging the students into an atmosphere rife with tension and anxiety. During this time, the school underwent a few minor changes. One day, Lucius Malfoy arrived at the school accompanied by a house elf and entered the headmaster's office. Shortly thereafter, he emerged, pale and solitary. From that day forward, Draco ceased to strut about the school as if he were its master. Instead, he wore a sullen expression, seemingly consumed by resentment. Rumor had it that Lucius had erred in some manner, prompting the headmaster to compel him to release his house elf, consequently losing his voting rights on the Board of Governors. Evidently, Dumbledore had uncovered substantial information from that notebook, forcing the Malfoy family to concede. Additionally, the incident involving Gilderoy Lockhart came to light. Rita Skeeter, the Wizarding world's most illustrious gossip columnist, pinned and published an article titled The Rise of the Fraud. She scrutinized the inconsistencies in Lockhart's books and his lackluster performance at Hogwarts, casting doubt on his alleged adventures. Lockhart's feeble attempts at defense only revealed further discrepancies. Finally, 3 days before the exams, a group of Aurors arrived at the school to apprehend Lockhart, due to his previous escapades in America, where he had cast spells to steal from an elderly wizard. Several witches and wizards came forward to testify that the werewolf issue was not resolved by Lockhart. As a result, the American Magical Congress sent an inquiry to the Ministry of Magic. A week later, Wisingamot sentenced Lockhart to 3 years in prison and mandated that he pay a substantial sum to the victims. Ryan and his classmates celebrated this turn of events. With the conclusion of the final exams, he and a group of friends reveled in their rare leisure time, taking ample opportunity to commemorate Lockhart's downfall. The only discontent arose from the Weasley brothers, who lamented the transformation of their expensive novels into worthless scraps of paper, due to Lockhart's arrest. This year's defense against the dark arts class was taught by Snape, whose challenging exam questions left the students, who had been lax all year, in despair. Fortunately, Professor Flitwick crafted a practical exam that afforded many a chance to redeem their scores. The examination took place in a classroom adorned with numerous obstacles, and candidates were required to use magic to disarm suddenly emerging dummies. Ryan excelled in this test, securing first place, undoubtedly aided by his practical experience. On the eve of the results, while studying magic in the Emerald Dream, Ryan received an invitation from the Centaur Betty to attend this year's tribal cult coming-of-age ceremony. The coming-of-age of a cult? Ryan recalled the memories of the Viking wizard, realizing that this was one of the most significant ceremonies for the Centaurs, invoking the blessings of natural forces for the year's newly matured cults. Only those recognized by nature could hope to be invited as witnesses. In his memories, the tribe the Viking wizard belonged to had maintained cordial relations with several nearby Centaur tribes, but only one elder shaman had ever received an invitation. Such a rare occasion was certainly worth witnessing. The following evening, Ryan arrived at the edge of the Forbidden Forest as agreed, where he met the wise giant Wolf. Wolf, Betty asked me to apologize, for they are quite busy today and unable to send anyone. Thus, I have come to escort you, Wolf explained upon seeing Ryan. It's no trouble, they shouldn't be burdened at this time. Let us proceed on our own, Ryan replied, ready to follow a narrow path. However, Wolf called out to him, my friend, I believe you should allow me to carry you. The druids in the tribe have foretold an auspicious time slightly earlier than usual. And if you walk, you may miss the ceremony. With that, Wolf slightly knelt, gesturing for Ryan to mount. With little riding skill, Ryan clumsily climbed aboard and, under Wolf's guidance, grasped the fur near his neck to steady himself. Wolf smelled clean, with not a hint of unpleasantness in his fur. Once assured that Ryan was secure, Wolf gradually accelerated, soon bounding through the forest. Ryan watched as the trees swiftly retreated behind him, the sound of rushing wind filling his ears. After approximately 20 minutes, Wolf halted beside a riverbank. Ryan immediately rolled off his back and collapsed onto the ground, retching uncontrollably. The difference between a wolf and a horse was vast. Especially in their running style, the wolf's back moved considerably more, leaving Ryan feeling utterly nauseated after the 20-minute ride. He would have preferred to walk rather than endure another moment on the wolf's back. Are you all right? Wolf inquired. The books say humans can even ride wolves. How could you succumb so quickly? I had hoped to converse with you during the journey, yet you remained silent the entire way. Wolf expressed his surprise. Ryan wearily lifted his head and said, my friend, after that jolt, I truly cannot speak without the risk of vomiting upon you. Furthermore, to be candid, I believe you ought to discern the distinction between literary creation and tangible existence. Why do you not mention that books are replete with tales of dragon riders soaring through the skies? Yet, I dare say neither of us has ever encountered a living dragon. Have we? Indeed, Wolf replied, appearing suddenly enlightened, though his wide-eyed, perked ears rendered him more akin to a husky. At that moment, Ryan gathered his composure and surveyed the surroundings, where the twinkling lights across the river revealed the presence of the Centaur village. The contrast between the Centaur and human settlements was stark, with the defining characteristic of the Centaur villages being their harmonious coexistence with the inexorable forces of nature, regardless of their size. As an ancient Viking shaman, who had once visited a Centaur settlement, remarked in Ryan's memory, perhaps the Centaurs share a profound connection with their environment, possessing a subconscious awareness of the balance necessary between themselves and the natural world. Centaurs would never allow any member of their kin to suffer from hunger or cold, nor would they excessively demand from nature. They would systematically extract various resources from the wild, ensuring the regeneration of wildlife populations. For instance, they practiced crop rotation to maintain the delicate equilibrium of nature. Under the glow of the lights, Ryan observed that the Centaur village lay peacefully by the riverbank, comprised of simple huts constructed from the abundant materials of the forest. They appeared unadorned, yet exuded a unique warmth. The river flowed swiftly, though it was not wide. Ryan swung across the water using a grappling hook and, alongside Wolf, reached the entrance of the village, where a Centaur awaited their arrival. Chapter 120. The coming-of-age ceremony. As they approached the Centaur who greeted them, Ryan recognized him as the familiar Ference. However, today Ference presented a different visage. clad in a loose-fitting white linen robe. "Welcome, friend of the forest," he said, placing his hand upon his heart and bowing slightly before leading Ryan into the village. Upon entering, Ryan discovered that the centaur village was quite distinctive. The buildings were sturdy shelters, significantly larger than human standards. These structures formed a circular arrangement, with entrances facing inward. Ancient Viking shamans believed this design reflected the centaur's belief that no member was more important than another, with the circular architecture serving as a clear manifestation of that equality. At the center of the circle stood a grand stone hearth, deliberately positioned away from the surrounding trees. This communal hearth could be used by any centaur at any time, though typically only females would tend to it when preparing food. Additionally, during cold weather, firewood would be continuously added to maintain the warmth, ensuring the village remained cozy regardless of the temperature. Naturally, on this pleasant summer evening, the hearth lay cold and dormant. As Ference guided them around the hearth, Ryan caught sight of the site for the centaur's coming-of-age ceremony, the altar. The altar was situated on a small hill outside the village, connected by a forest path. Before the altar lay a vast expanse of grass, now densely populated with centaurs. Following Ference's lead, Ryan circled around to the area designated for guests. As he observed the altar by the light of the surrounding torches, he noted that it differed from the circular tiered altars he was familiar with in the practice of life magic. The centaur's altar consisted of 3 roughly hewn tree stumps forming an archway, behind which stood a large stump serving as an offering table. Beyond the table lay the dark expanse of the forbidden forest. If Ryan's circular tiered altar represented a conduit between the realms of life and death in the practice of life magic, then the centaur's archway embodied an entrance to the domain of nature, where the natural world unfolded without restraint. As the ceremony was not set to commence for some time, aboard Ryan whimsically decided to employ feng shui principles from the Taoist texts to assess the altar's energy. The more he observed, the more astonished he became, for the altar was situated in one of the finest energy zones he had ever encountered, second only to Hogwarts. After casting several observation spells upon himself, he discovered that the entire altar lay within a natural energy nexus, and the barrier between the real world and the Emerald Dream was remarkably thin in this location. Clearly, this was a site the centaurs had meticulously chosen, sparking Ryan's growing fascination with these non-wizardly, intelligent beings often brushed over in novels. After a wait of about half an hour, the sound of galloping hooves echoed from the village entrance, heralding the arrival of the first centaur to partake in the coming-of-age ceremony. Unlike humans, centaurs come of age at 12. And thus the youthful centaur approached with a cherubic visage. At this moment, Aunt Betty emerged from the crowd, standing beside the altar. Today, she donned a white linen robe, distinct from her usual leather armor, adorned with various natural motifs. The first centaur to pass the coming-of-age trials arrived at the altar, holding a rare glowing evening primrose in his hand. Ference, standing nearby, remarked to Ryan, "Our traditional trial before the centaur coming-of-age ceremony involves locating a specific rare plant. Alas, since the changes in the Forbidden Forest over 4 decades ago, our trials have evolved into a quest to independently slay an adult 8-eyed giant spider and return with its venomous fawn. We owe our gratitude to your assistance, as it has allowed us to reclaim our cherished tradition." At that moment, Betty accepted the glowing evening primrose from the young centaur, reverently placing it upon the stump offering table before intoning a chant. The centaur then bowed his head beneath the archway of the altar, clenching his fists and resting them against his forehead. Moments later, Ryan sensed the energy gathering at the altar intensifying, ultimately tearing apart the barrier between the realm of reality and the Emerald Dream. The evening primrose upon the offering table transformed into green motes, vanishing into the Emerald Dream, while a similar green light emanated from that realm, illuminating the young centaur beneath the archway. As the green light dissipated, Ryan was astonished to observe that the young centaur appeared noticeably more robust, his essence now in greater harmony with nature. "This is our coming-of-age ceremony. My cousin is currently being blessed by nature, and I find myself quite envious of him," Ference remarked wistfully. "Why is that? Was your own natural blessing not akin to this?" Ryan inquired with curiosity. "Indeed, it was different. At that time, we were fiercely engaged in combat with the 8-eyed spider, and thus our offerings consisted of the spider